Release that which chapter 733 to chapter 815. In the center of the Hall of the Ruins, the phantom instrument was fully opened and filled with magic power. Its core was emitting a cold purple light. Next, as long as Pasha gave an order, it could project the light curtain thousands of miles away, which was beyond the witch's ability. It was a power given by God. Pasha looked behind her. All the sarcomas had fallen to the ground. The god's punishment witches stood side by side with the most serious expressions. The dead demonic hybrids were deliberately piled up on both sides. The pale blue blood reflected the purple light, looking gloomy and horrible. If it were a group of common people, they would definitely be shocked by this hellish scene. Right? Pasha did not want this to happen. After the demonic beasts' corpses decomposed, they would leave behind sticky remains, which were not only difficult to remove but also emitted a disgusting stench. The god's punishment witches could not smell it, but Pasha could feel it with her tentacles. After 400 years, this hall was no different from their home. Who would want to make a mess of their own hall? But she had to be prepared for the worst. That was, Phyllis was in danger and the ring was not broken by her. If that really happened, it was necessary to create the most terrifying atmosphere to frighten and deter those who did harm to her. The western region of Grey Castle was close to the entrance of the fertile plains and was undoubtedly attacked by demonic beasts every year. Whether it was witches or common people who attacked Phyllis, they should be able to tell from the mountain of demonic hybrids' corpses that they were definitely not to be trifled with. Only by making them aware of the power of the tequila survivors could they buy time for the rescue. Activate the instrument, Celine said. No matter what, we have to find out Phyllis's situation first. Pasha nodded her main tentacle and gave an order to the instrument. In an instant, everyone felt the light around them dim a little. A huge purple light curtain covered the whole hall. On the other side of the phantom instrument, the scene when the five-colored stone was broken appeared. Pasha could not help but be surprised. It was not a gloomy dungeon, nor was it a desolate wilderness, but a bright hall. The hall was bright and clean. A long wooden table covered with a white cloth was placed in the middle of the hall. There were fresh flowers and teacups on the table. There were no signs of a fight. It was as if this place was deliberately chosen to destroy the magic stone. Phyllis was standing by the window, chatting with another witch. When she saw the light screen appear, she turned around with a surprised look on her face. What's wrong with you guys? Was the hall attacked by demonic beasts? Pasha was speechless. She suddenly felt that Phyllis's situation was different from what she had imagined. Phyllis did not seem to be attacked or tortured, nor did she seem to be in danger. Instead, she looked even more energetic than before. After taking a closer look, he found that Phyllis was no longer wearing the vulgar and cheap-made clothes, but an exquisite woolen robe. Set off by the gorgeous clothes, it was natural that her complexion was better than before. The other witches were not much better. They looked at each other for a long time, but no one said anything. Fortunately, they could not see their expressions after turning into blobs, or the atmosphere would be very awkward. The demonic beasts did launch a large-scale attack recently, but don't worry, the magic core and the relics of the gods are safe and sound, and everyone is safe. As a person who was used to great storms, Pasha was the first to recover. There are too many corpses, and we haven't had time to clean them up. Is that so? Phyllis showed a doubtful look. Of course, ahem. Pasha waved her tentacles at the god's punishment witches behind her. Okay, everyone, continue to clean up the corpses and try to throw them out of the maze before the rotten liquid sticks to the floor. The witches who stood side by side with solemn expressions quickly became gloomy. There are so many corpses, how long will it take to move all of them? It took a whole day just to pile them up. I don't want to touch these sticky things at all. Yes, even if you don't feel it, it looks disgusting. Stop complaining. Do you want to lie in the corpses and sleep? Throw them all into the magma. At most, they will be smothered by the smoke. Smothered? Do you want the whole ruins to become a chimney? Pfft, the blue-haired witch beside Phyllis could not help but chuckle. I guess they must be worried that something bad has happened to you, so they put on a posture to scare the negotiation partner. Somehow, Pasha felt that the voice was very familiar. She looked at the witch carefully, and suddenly a name flashed in her mind. You are Agatha? What? Celine asked in surprise. The youngest senior witch in history? That's impossible. Didn't she die with tequila? Even if she escaped from the holy city, it has been more than 400 years. How could she still be the same? Many people's minds were ringing. Not only the promoted living in the sarcoma, but also the gods' punishment witches also gathered around. She is indeed the senior genius, Phyllis confirmed. When Agatha was besieged by demons in the research tower in the misty forest, she completely froze herself with a multi-layered ice coffin and killed all the enemies who were chasing her. It was not until the Witch Union found the ruins of the stone tower that they rescued her. I see. Hearing this, Pasha could not help but feel excited. An exciting idea came from the bottom of her heart. Phyllis was not in trouble, and she quickly revealed her identity to the witches in Grey Castle. She also met a promoted tequila. The purpose of contacting the labyrinth was obvious. Could it be that this senior witch was the chosen one they were looking for? When she asked this question, Phyllis showed a look of embarrassment and hesitation. She first glanced at Agatha, and then said in a low voice, "Can you let me talk to them alone? It won't take too much time." Agatha nodded. "When you are done, I will inform His Majesty." Then she turned and left the hall. Then Phyllis took a deep breath and looked at Pasha again. "I did find the chosen one indicated by the magic stone, but he is a little different from the candidate in our plan." "Wait, him?" Pasha was stunned. Before she had time to ask further, she heard an almost bizarre experience from Phyllis. The close cooperation between the witches and the mortals. The powerful army that defeated the church. The powerful gunpowder weapons with infinite power. When Phyllis told them the news, the hall burst into an uproar. How can a mortal contact God? Alethea's voice was full of shock and disbelief. "You must be wrong. Are you sure the beam of light came from him? Have you checked all the witches in the western region of Grey Castle?" Celine pointed to the crux of the problem. Obviously, these two questions were also on the minds of most people. "I've confirmed it with my own eyes, and his key is much more complicated than what Pasha asked for. The five-colored stone can no longer contain the gable orange light," Phyllis said slowly. "I also found it hard to believe at first, but it's true." "Then does he have magic power?" Pasha asked with a last glimmer of hope. "Unfortunately, he can't activate the instrument of divine retribution." Phyllis's answer made everyone look gloomy. It was unexpected that the chosen one with a complicated key could be found so quickly, but it was too unexpected. No one could have expected that the magic power could be separated from the key, which completely subverted their previous ideas. Without magic power, it was impossible to connect to the core, even with the help of witches. The physique of a mortal could not bear the damage caused by this extraordinary power. Even if a very strong person could hold on for a quarter or two, they could not master the key points of using magic power, which had been fully proved in the tequila era. What worried Pasha even more was that she had thought that senior witches had a high chance of becoming the chosen one. In the era when the Union ruled the fertile plains, she could easily find a dozen candidates who met the requirements. But the news brought back by Phyllis completely changed her idea. There were more than 10 senior ascendants in the small city of Neverwinter. Such an amazing number meant that the Witch Union was no weaker than some of the core organizations of the Union, such as the Quest Society and the Blessed Army, which only had so many senior ascendants. But even so, Phyllis did not find the other chosen one. Destroying the demons was originally within reach, but they missed the opportunity because the ruins were discovered too late and they were never even close to the target, and the chosen one's plan was wishful thinking from the beginning to the end. These two feelings were completely different. If so many senior witches could not meet the requirements of the chosen one, was it really right for them to follow Lady Natalia and resolutely resist the Queen of Starfall City's God's Punishment Army plan? Just thinking about it made Pasha shudder. She shook her head and suppressed her thoughts. She then asked, "You just said that the mortal king wants to cooperate with us?" "He wants to know us, and he's willing to join hands to fight against the demons," said Phyllis, "but we'll have to talk about the details later." "Do you think he has the ability to fight against demons?" "I'm not sure. The weapon he showed us is indeed powerful, but I know too little about it." Phyllis hesitated for a moment. "But Agatha is confident about it. She thinks that as long as Neverwinter is given another 2 or 3 years, it's not impossible to keep the demons west of the impassable mountain range. What does she think of our relationship with Neverwinter? Alethea asked in a low voice. Agatha thinks she's a tequila witch, but she'll work for Roland Wimbledon, that is, the mortal king. Phyllis paused and told the new union's thoughts. She thinks that the most urgent task at present is to defeat the demons, and all the forces on the continent should unite and fight for the third battle of divine will. Work for the mortals? Is she crazy? Alethea shouted. Did she forget how we lost to the demons in the first battle of divine will? The crowd also started to talk noisily. Almost all the members of the Union had to learn about that period of history. There might be outstanding extraordinary witches among the mortals, but as a whole, it was really embarrassing to talk about their performance. For example, they opened the city gate and surrendered to the demons, only to be killed. Another example was the witch army that traveled thousands of miles to help, only to be rejected by the Lord. They could only watch helplessly as the reinforcements were killed by the demons. There were also countless cases of cowardice and desertion. Sometimes, a huge army of 20,000 to 30,000 people was not even as powerful as an elite team of 100 witches. In some places, there were even cases of mortals using god stones of retaliation to deal with witches, which exacerbated the rupture of cooperation between the two sides. If not for this, human beings would not have retreated all the way from the vast land of Dawn to the fertile plains. With such a poor performance, coupled with the shortage of food and resources, it was only natural that the witches completely replaced the regime of immortals. Looking at Alethea, who was waving her tentacles to show her dissatisfaction, Pasha was also worried. According to Phyllis, King Roland Wimbledon of Greycastle might be in. Outstanding extraordinary, but it was difficult for a single person to change the whole group of mortals. If the other kingdoms made stupid and low-level mistakes, which side would he take? If the war continued for 20 or 30 years, would he still be as determined and energetic as he was when he was young? Not everyone was willing to possess an empty body and lose all senses in order to prolong their lives. Even if he agreed, what about his descendants after 40 or 50 years? Would they be willing to be the heir for life? These were all questions that Pasha needed to consider. Generally speaking, as long as the demons could be defeated, any price was acceptable. Whether it was Alice or Natalia, they all believed in one thing: as long as the human race existed, the witches would never cease. One day, they would return to the top. This was the essential difference between God's favored and mortals. She was worried that they would pay the price, but still fail. After all, they would not have another chance to try again. Let's talk to Roland first. Agatha used her main tentacles to press down the indignant Alethea. When I was in the Quest Society, I had dealings with Agatha. Although she sympathizes with mortals, she won't act on impulse. Besides, we originally planned to communicate with the secular kingdoms. Now we have a king who doesn't discriminate against witches and is ready for the battle of divine will. Isn't it an ideal start for us? I agree. It's impossible for us to stop the demons with only a few of us. With the help of mortals' propaganda, we can also expand our influence in the witch organization. And he's also helping to recruit witches. In this way, Phyllis will have a greater chance to find the second chosen one. I'm curious about those gunpowder weapons. If we have them, will we be able to kill the demons as easily as we kill demonic beasts? The gods' punishment witches all talked at once. Celine is right. Pasha sighed. Whether they accepted the new union or not, they had to reconnect with the mortals. An enlightened king like Roland was already the most suitable person to negotiate with. As for the future, they could only decide after the negotiation. Maybe Roland also had the same idea. When Roland walked into the parlor, he was immediately attracted by the light curtain that covered half of the wall. The edge of the light curtain emitted a flickering purple light, as if there was a passage connecting different planes on the wall. The scene on the other side was very gloomy, like a huge hole in the depths of the earth. The thin red river flowed like a spider's web, illuminating the rock walls and the dome. The outline of the ancient ruins was vaguely visible. Judging from the realistic visual effect, this should not be a fabricated scene, but a real-time live broadcast from thousands of miles away. A huge blob monster was facing him, its tentacles all spread out, and a strange voice sounded directly in his mind. Sorry to keep you waiting. Your Majesty Roland Wimbledon, King of Grey Castle. I'm Pasha, one of the survivors of Tequila. You must have heard about us from Phyllis. So this is what direct communication is all about, Roland said as he sat down on the other side of the light curtain. Nightingale, Agatha, Wendy, and Scroll were also present with him. It's good that you guys talk for a while, so I don't have to introduce myself. You don't look surprised at all. Pasha seemed a little surprised. I thought it would take a long time for you to accept that we are witches. Because I've seen too many things like possession and prosthetics, Roland thought to himself, but he still said calmly, the bloody moon is coming, and time is running out for both of us. Instead of hiding and suspecting each other, it's better to be honest with each other from the beginning. Since you used to be the rulers of the continent, you should understand this. Pasha was stunned for a moment, and then she chuckled. Phyllis is right. You are indeed a rare extraordinary person. I'm just standing on the shoulders of my predecessors. Roland spread out his hands and said, let's get down to business. We all have the same goal, which is to fight against the demons. Apart from searching for the chosen one, you also sent Phyllis to communicate with the secular kingdoms. Am I right? Exactly, Pasha admitted generously. At first, we just wanted to infiltrate secretly and slowly recruit or control some mortals to search for the chosen one. The black money of the Kingdom of Dawn was one of them. However, the failure of the church allowed us to see another kind of hope. That was to stand in front of the stage openly and gather all the witches in one place. That's why you're interested in Grey Castle? According to the information collected, Sleeping Island in the Fjords has the largest witch organization at present, and its leader is the sister of the King of Grey Castle. Grey Castle is a big country that personally defeated the church, so it is a very suitable choice as the first stop to find the chosen one. However, I didn't expect that Phyllis would contact you so quickly and bring me a piece of shocking news. To be honest, we thought it would take at least 2 or 3 years to get to this point. Very good, it seems that we've saved another 2 or 3 years. This achievement alone is enough to make this conference go down in history. Roland smiled. It seems that you're right. Pasha also smiled. Provided that we can defeat the demons and continue to survive in the Land of Dawn. Of course, as long as ordinary people and witches put down their barriers and work hand in hand, the demons are not unbeatable. Roland paused. I can also help you find the chosen one. After all, it's always good to have another powerful weapon against the demons. However, cooperation must be based on mutual understanding. What do you think? I agree. Pasha's tentacles swayed in unison. If you want to know anything, please ask, Your Majesty. He looked around and exchanged glances with Agatha, Wendy, and Scroll. Then he slowly said, after learning the buried history from Phyllis, my biggest question is, what on earth did you find in the ruins that made Tequila break with Starfall City and even led to the collapse of the Union? This was also one of the key reasons why Roland decided to take the initiative to contact the survivors. For example, the technology of soul transfer was something that current technology could not solve. The instrument of divine retribution, which could replace the plan of the gods' punishment army and completely destroy the demons, must also be extraordinary. Roland would not blindly believe that the technology he knew was perfect. Every modern person knew the principle of learning from others' strong points to make up for their shortcomings. In fact, he had always wanted to incorporate magic power, which seemed to be omnipotent, into science and technology. When he saw that the ancient artifacts in the ruins could accurately project real-time images to the castle in the western region, he was sure that this conference was absolutely necessary. There was no doubt that this ability was beyond the limits of witches. Pasha. Are you sure you want to tell him this? That's the secret of the gods. How much sacrifice did we make too? In an instant, several voices poured into his mind. Some were worried, and some were dissatisfied. Only then did he realize that many people in Tequila were also watching this conference. It's because of the sacrifices we've made that we can't let them go to waste. Pasha interrupted the discussion. If we can't resist the demonic tide, do we have to take this secret to the grave, just like the tombstones we found? Her loud rhetorical question instantly silenced the room. Probably because she had hit the nail on the head, no one stood up to oppose her opinion. This made Roland a little concerned. It seemed that Phyllis's description of the survivors was not a lie. They did eliminate the influence of class and status to a certain extent. Otherwise, they would not have quarreled on such a big matter. But in general, Pasha still had a very high prestige among them. I'm sorry, this information is indeed very important. Pasha lowered her tentacles toward the living room as if to express her apology. But now, it can no longer be a secret, at least not between us. After a moment of silence, she continued, to be precise, we didn't find the ruins, but the ruins found us. Roland frowned. It found the tequila? Not the tequila, but us in an earlier era. Around the beginning of the first battle of divine will. Did the us Pasha mentioned refer to all human beings? For some reason, he faintly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet. That happened more than 800 years ago. Underground, civilization, Roland couldn't help but think of the forks in the North Slope mine, as well as the caves that Nightingale said ran through the impassable mountain range. In his memory, there was no geological movement that could create such a strange landscape. At first, he thought that it was caused by some mutated hybrid demonic beasts, but now it seemed that they were traces left behind by the underground civilization. At that time, people did not realize this at all, nor did they intend to communicate with each other. The forms of the two were so different that we even regarded each other as a new kind of demon. Therefore, there was a great discrepancy in the recorded history. It was not until the end of the Second Battle of Divine Will that a breakthrough was made. At that time, only Tequila was left out of the 3 holy cities, and the Union was at a critical moment of life and death. What do you mean by a breakthrough? The Quest Society figured out a way to store souls from the slate drawings they left behind, and verified this possibility on an unhatched primordial carrier. From then on, the 3 chiefs began to study the transformation of the God's Punishment Army. I don't know anything about this, Agatha said in surprise. Soul transfer was the Union's top secret. It was even 2 levels higher than the God's Punishment Army project, which used witches as experimental materials. At that time, only the 3 chiefs and a few high-level officials knew about it. Pasha replied, we only learned of this shocking news after the fall of Tequila. So Natalia supported the plan of the God's Punishment Army from the very beginning? Roland frowned and asked, and what's the original carrier? Because she had no choice. As for the latter, it's what we are now. Her tentacles drooped down, and her body moved closer to the light screen. This ugly and weird body is the evidence of the underground civilization's existence, and the only tombstone they left behind. It's a long story, Your Majesty. Please listen to me slowly. Roland nodded and poured himself a cup of chaos drink. He leaned back on the chair and sensed the consciousness of the other party. According to the clues on the stone slab, the vanished civilization left behind a city in the impassable mountain range. The Quest Society searched for a long time but to no avail. Later, they suddenly realized that since the other party was used to moving underground, could they have built their city underground as well? After expanding the search area downwards, the witches finally found this magnificent city. It has a total of 4 layers, nearly half the size of Tequila. Each layer has countless forks and holes, making it as complex as a maze. If he didn't have a witch who could sense the location as a guide, once he fell into it, it would be difficult to get out. Therefore, the Quest Society also called it the Maze Ruins. Unfortunately, Tequila fell into the hands of the demons before they could explore it in detail. Everyone had no choice but to flee. After paying a heavy price, we finally arrived at the labyrinth. According to the plan, the Union would take away the original carriers stored in the labyrinth and then go to the Hermes Plateau to build a new holy city. They would then recast a new order in the barbarian land on the east coast of the continent. But no one can predict what will happen next. At this point, Pasha fell silent, and the scales on her body became dim. Even though he couldn't see her expression, Roland could feel the sadness in her heart. After a while, she continued, during the rest, the Quest Society found that the labyrinth ruins were well preserved, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a brand new city. In addition to the original carriers, the bottom layer of the ruins also had many incredible secrets, among which the 3 most important discoveries were the magic core, the central carrier, and the records of the lost civilization. Later, we realized that as early as the first battle of divine will, it had wanted to lead us here. Pasha took a deep breath. The labyrinth ruins were prepared for us. Why? Tilly couldn't help asking. For revenge. Another voice sounded in everyone's mind. Compared to Pasha, this voice was much colder. It hoped that we could destroy the demons to avenge the extinction of their race. This is only Lady Natalia's speculation. There was no mention of this in the documents. Pasha waved her tentacles as if she was shaking her head. Perhaps they simply wanted to pass on their civilization. In short, the Quest Society found a lot of research information about divine will and magic power from the records left behind. In order to let us know the details, most of the conclusions were expressed in the form of lithographs. The description of the magic core was the source of the disagreement between the Queen of Xianxia and the Queen of Starfall. The most important content in the lithographs was, magic power has infinite possibilities, and the process of pursuing divine will is the ladder of mastering magic power. Roland knew that this was the key point. What's the magic core? Is it related to the instrument of divine retribution? You can think of the magic core as an artificial magic cyclone. It's not limited by the witches themselves, and it can change its shape at any time. This incredible device completely subverts the Union's understanding. Pasha pointed at the light screen with one of her tentacles. For example, the phantom instrument we are using now is a small magic core. When necessary, it can also be transformed into other instruments. As for the instrument of divine retribution, it's the largest magic core in the ruins. I see. He immediately realized the advantages of this device. Compared with the witches and born ability, the magic core could be called a universal terminal. Most importantly, its effective range was far beyond the limit of 5 meters. Whether it was used for production or combat, it was much more powerful than the witches. But this is only the most basic use of magic power, just like the original awakening and the senior advancement. The Slate prophecy says that if we continue to deepen our understanding of magic power, one day, we will be no different from God. Pasha said dejectedly, as if she was not talking about a magnificent thing, but a lost person who had lost his goal. Roland heard the key point of this sentence. But you don't have time. You're right. We don't know whether it will take 100 years or 1,000 years. In order to get in touch with the magic core, several members of the Quest Society were sacrificed. Obviously, the witches could not directly touch these strange instruments. We wanted to solve the problem, but we couldn't find a way, so the exploration was in a deadlock. The things that the drawings could record were extremely limited. If one wanted to continue studying them, he could only follow their instructions and fuse with the central carrier. When enough people fused with them, it was possible to understand their words and further read the more profound documents and records. But we don't have time. It took us more than 3 years to figure out these things. Many common people began to try to get rid of our control. We didn't know how many witches we needed to integrate with the carrier. At that time, we only had enough resources to focus on one research. If this continues, the Union's grand plan to restore order will lose its foundation. Roland already knew what happened next. When the God's Punishment Army was no longer the only way to fight against the demons, some people held the belief that they did not want to reduce their own kind to material for shells, and this caused a serious conflict with Alice. Now, it seemed that the battle of faith recorded in the history books of the church was probably another name for this battle of faith, using a fictitious victory to cover up the truth. The root cause of this conflict, apart from the difference in ideology, was that the higher-ups of the Union knew very well that no matter which plan they chose, they could not guarantee that they would be able to defeat the demons. According to Phyllis, the Queen of Starfall City's God's Punishment Army plan could indeed allow the Union to have about 3,000 to 4,000 powerful ordinary warriors before the Battle of Divine Will. However, the disadvantage was that once these thousands of people were lost, they could not be effectively replaced in a short period of time. It was a long process for the soul to adapt to the body. A group of warriors who could not bear the exhaustion might be able to resist the demons' attack for decades, or even recapture the ruins of the holy city of Tequila, but it would be unrealistic to break through the Land of Dawn. Needless to say, the Chosen One's plan was completely based on luck. It was normal to fail, but if it succeeded, not only would there be no side effects, but according to the record on the slate, it would also bring the witches closer to God. Comparing the two, one was betting on the present, while the other was betting on the future. In the end, you defeated the Starfall City? A rupture will not produce a real winner, and tequila was not the final winner. After both sides lost their beyond mortals, Lady Eleanor stood up. To prevent this internal conflict, she threw herself into the central carrier and became the first witch to be integrated. You mean, the 3 chiefs are in the ruins of the labyrinth? Agatha said in surprise. Yes, the Union lost 3 beyond mortals, which means that the 3 chiefs system has completely collapsed, Pasha said sadly. In this way, the ruins became a part of the survivors that they couldn't let go of. Both sides had to take a step back and reach an agreement on the negotiation table. Tequila would stay to continue researching the magic core, while Starfall City would go to Hermes to build the new holy city. As the original carriers are extremely limited, to ensure that we have enough manpower, they will provide a certain number of ownerless bodies to the ruins of the labyrinth for a period of 100 years. After the deadline is reached, if there is no breakthrough discovery, or if there are still no clues to the chosen one, they will take back all the research results from the ruins, including the soul storage device and the original carrier. At that time, Starfall City will come with the God's punishment army. If we violate the agreement, they will not show any mercy. Wait a minute. Roland sensed that something was not right. After that, the church never came looking for you? Judging from the result, the tequila witches were still hiding underground and did not gain the dominant position. The God's punishment army used by the church was still the incomplete version without consciousness. Obviously, they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, but they did not send troops to occupy the ruins of the labyrinth. Did they forget this agreement? For a long time, we didn't have the ability to explore the outside world. The original carriers couldn't be exposed to the sun, and the witches who transferred their souls needed to adapt to their bodies again. Therefore, we didn't know what happened to Hermes at that time. Later, we realized that the new order they built no longer followed the will of Lady Alice. I knew it. Agatha gritted her teeth and said, I knew it was impossible for Lady Alice to do this. Compared with the God's punishment army, what the church did was completely destroying the foundation of the witches. The survivors on the other side all agreed with this statement. After everyone calmed down a little, Roland changed the topic and asked, what is the central carrier? What's the difference between it and the original carrier? They are all bodies. The original bodies of the vanished civilization are very fragile, so they have to live in the bodies. These bodies have the ability to live forever. As for where they come from, the documents did not explain in detail. This time, the person who replied seemed to be different. Compared to Pasha and the enraged one, her tone was very intellectual and gentle. In our current knowledge, the primordial carrier is the most common type of body. As for the central carrier, other than its similar appearance, it also stored many unconscious memories. It could be seen as a primordial carrier that had been used for years but had lost its consciousness. Only by fusing these memories together could the remaining documents and experiment records be deciphered. You are. Just by listening to this voice, Roland could imagine an academic woman wearing round black-rimmed glasses and waist-thick braids. My name is Celine, Your Majesty, one of the members of the Quest Society. I used to work with Agatha. I don't know her very well, Agatha leaned over and said in a low voice. Even if we work in the same research tower, we don't necessarily work on the same floor. But I heard that she is usually very quiet, but once she talks about things related to magic, she will change into a different person and become fanatical and unruly. Probably because of this kind of person, she became a loyal follower of Natalia. Roland coughed twice and asked, so the witches who were fused are still alive? Not really, Celine replied. In addition to Lady Eleanor and more than 10 witches who were seriously injured in the conflict, we had to integrate another 36 volunteers before we could awaken the central carrier. Not everyone is willing to become a monster or spend the rest of their lives in a cage where they can't feel anything. Unfortunately, it can't talk to us normally. It can only answer yes or no. Yes or no? Roland's heart slightly moved. Can I ask any question? It must be something it can understand. The clearer the condition, the faster it can answer. Without the central carrier, it is impossible to repair or change the magic core. Celine's voice gradually became excited. It's a combination of Tequila's will. The more people it fuses with, the faster it will react. Therefore, for us, accompanying Lady Eleanor is the last contribution we can make to the pursuit of magic power. Roland's thoughts were completely different. Wasn't it the most primitive biological computer system to input questions and get feedback? If the conditions were set, could it solve equations? Could it complete complex calculations independently? If only I could abduct it to Neverwinter and study it. It was just that the current atmosphere was not suitable for such a request. He could only temporarily suppress the thoughts in his heart and plan to slowly come up with a plan when the conditions were discussed later. Pasha was startled and then said in a surprised tone, "It seems that Phyllis is right. You really know a lot about us. As for the divine will, we only learned about it after the fall of Tequila. I don't think Agatha told you about this. Don't forget, the church was defeated by my hands." Roland crossed his arms to cover his chin and pretended to be profound. "Those witches who were in charge of the holy city of Hermes are now imprisoned in Neverwinter." "I see." Pasha was silent for a long time, as if she was quietly sizing him up. Even though he couldn't see her eyes, Roland could feel the tangible scrutiny. After a long time, her consciousness reappeared in her mind. "It's not impossible for you to know what the divine will is, but please keep it a secret and don't tell anyone else." It was the same for everyone present. When one wanted to pursue or protect something that couldn't be seen or touched, they wouldn't fall into despair so easily. But when it became tangible, the psychological pressure would be greatly increased. If it was leaked, it would be disadvantageous for the third battle of divine will. Roland exchanged glances with the other witches and asked in a deep voice, "So the will of God is a tangible object?" "That's right. It's like a transparent godstone of retaliation. It's shaped like a sharp spindle, but it doesn't obstruct magic, nor does it have any special function." Pasha spoke slowly, as if she was recalling and narrating at the same time. "But as long as you open your heart near it, you can indeed feel the call of the gods and see some incredible sights." "What kind of scene?" "An infinitely wide hall, a crimson moon hanging high above, and 4 incomparably huge paintings. However, the scenes in the paintings are vivid and constantly changing. The ancient which described the illusion created by the divine will in detail." "What do those scenes represent?" Tilly could not help but ask. Following her question, everyone held their breath. This question has been bothering people for nearly 1,000 years. The Quest Society has been searching for an answer but to no avail. It was not until the documents in the ruins of the labyrinth were deciphered that we were able to confirm this. All the tentacles on Pasha's body were raised. "What God showed us is the humans, the demons, the unknown enemies, and the underground civilization. The shape of the divine will also confirms this. It is not a complete vertebral body, but a quarter of it, so we call it the relic of God." "For giant paintings, a quarter of the relics." Roland frowned. "Do you mean that every civilization shown in the giant paintings has one such relic?" "Not every one of them. The underground civilization has lost its divine will." Pasha's answer sent chills down everyone's spine. One of the giant paintings fell into eternal darkness not long after the end of the first battle of divine will. Based on the descriptions in the documents and the records passed down by the Union, we have come to the conclusion that it has been removed from the battle of divine will forever. Did this not mean that the war that had lasted for hundreds of years was for the relics in the hands of the enemy, and losing one's own relic was equivalent to losing everything? Roland's frown deepened. This was not good news at all. Compared to the unknown enemies, he was more concerned about who had arranged all this. Was it a coincidence or a necessity? Was it a random choice or a predestined fate? What was the purpose of leaving the relics? Was it related to the bloody moon that came periodically? And most importantly, was the understanding of the survivors correct? A series of questions emerged in his mind, and at the same time, he felt that he had vaguely grasped something. What if the word God was replaced by another title? While he was deep in thought, Tilly asked, "What will happen if we collect all 4 relics? Has God never given us any hints?" "No one knows the answer, and God has never responded to our call," Pasha said calmly. "God does not love mortals. He only favors the victors." "How could this be? Just because of a stone of unknown use, they fought each other for hundreds of years?" Bendy showed an expression of disbelief. "The will of God is Too ruthless. Perhaps, there is a passage in the document that is very difficult to understand, but it may be able to explain your doubts, the ancient witch comforted. We are all children of God, but only a few of us can usher in the dawn. From the moment we perceive magic power, we are destined to have an extraordinary life. This competition has been going on for a long time, and to be able to reach this point is already 1 in a million. Birds are not birds, and we are not ourselves. It is fighting that makes all things continue, and it is competition that makes life eternal. It was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through Roland's mind. What did you say before? He almost rudely interrupted. We are all children of God? No, one sentence after that. This competition has been going on for a long time, and to be able to reach this point is already 1 in a million, Scroll answered him. I have written it all down, Your Majesty. What did this statement sound like? It was like a long road of evolution. From ignorance to civilization, all species that could survive had eliminated countless competitors. The description of the underground civilization coincided with this process. Thinking carefully, these 4 civilizations seemed to be different, but they all had one very obvious thing in common, and that was, they could all use magic power. Humans could produce witches who could condense magic power, demons and the eliminated were even more accomplished. If there was no accident, the other unknown opponent should also have the ability to manipulate magic power. Only then did it fit with the original description. We are all the children of God should be referring to all species with this extraordinary gift. According to this speculation, the battle of divine will might not be to protect or fight for the legacy of God, but to increase the means of evolution. Or in other words, it was the rule of the magic world. Therefore, the underground civilization felt that the road to approaching God was to climb the magic ladder. Your Majesty, are you okay? Pasha's voice echoed in Roland's mind. I feel that your thoughts are a little confused. Oh? Can you see what I'm thinking? I can only accurately feel it when you want to talk to me with your mind, just like what I'm doing to you now. She paused. Do you want to try? That way, the communication will be much faster. No, thanks. Roland shook his head with a smile. I'm more used to using my throat and tongue to express myself. As for the confusion, I just thought of something interesting, and it won't affect our discussion. Don't worry. Anyway, there was no reason to talk about rules, and it was understandable to regard them as the work of God, for example, the origin of life on Earth and the later Cambrian explosion. The former was born between lightning and boiling water. Organic molecules constantly collided, fused, and cracked, and finally formed a molecular chain with the ability to self-reproduce. Such a probability was close to impossible. It was as incredible as a gust of wind rolling up a large pile of metal parts and falling down to form a Mercedes-Benz sports car. The latter was even more of a mystery in biology. In the ocean where life was extremely monotonous and basically only algae and soft worms existed, the peace that lasted for hundreds of millions of years seemed to have been broken overnight. In a very short period of time, all kinds of animals suddenly emerged. There were so many of them that they almost covered all the categories of the animal kingdom later on. No matter how life evolved, it could not jump out of this framework. Of course, this was just a conjecture. He could not get a clear answer from the records of the underground civilization alone. For example, if they believed that they had reached where they were today through competition, how could those eliminated opponents with magic power have left traces of their existence? Did the witches appear before the first battle of divine will, or did the witches have the talent to sense magic power since the primates, or even the lactation era, or did they simply skip this step and become what they were today because of a victory in a competition? In order to answer these questions, he would probably need a large number of explorers like Thunder. However, the most important goal now was to fight against the demons and solve the problem of survival. Roland believed that as long as he had enough time, he would be able to piece together the original appearance of this world step by step. Has this relic always been kept by the church? No, the Starfall City? He looked at Pasha. Now that he knew this information, it was especially important to protect the relic. Yes, because of the existence of the giant painting, finding a place to bury the relic was just a way to cover one's ears while stealing a bell. It could not prevent the arrival of the Battle of Divine Will, so it has always been guarded by the most powerful witch organization. In addition, magic power was unusually active during the months of demons, and demonic beasts attacked Hermes crazily because of the relic. Pasha moved her huge body so that Roland could see the scene behind her. The corpses of demonic beasts were piled up into two small hills, and light blue blood flowed all over the ground. When we learned that the Starfall city had suffered a heavy blow, we immediately retrieved the relic. Now it is very safe in our hands. How did you stop so many hybrid demonic beasts? Vendi gasped. The instrument of divine retribution can target and strip the magic power from the target. Without the support of magic power, these mutated monsters will soon die. Pasha briefly explained the principle of the instrument of divine retribution. But only when the Chosen One activates it can it truly become a powerful weapon. Strip the magic power? Magic power stripping? Roland keenly noticed that it couldn't be used against ordinary creatures. Can the God Stone defend against the effect of the instrument? No, and it directly works on magic power. The barrier of the God Stone doesn't work on it. To be able to cover more than 10 miles without any side effects, this was a pretty good environmental weapon. It was just that the activation conditions were a bit too harsh. He suspected that the underground civilization had only verified this point in theory and had never actually verified it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen to the point of being eliminated. Perhaps only in the age of magic would there be such a miraculous sight to be able to create something that they could use. Without a doubt, compared to the underground civilization and the devils who could nurture many abilities, humans were naturally inferior in this aspect. The random awakening and the erratic use of magic power showed the instability of the witches. Perhaps if they were given enough time, they would be able to reach a higher limit, but what they lacked now was exactly time. By the time the Tequila witches found the Chosen One, the steel torrent of Neverwinter would have already reached the demons. Besides, since magic existed in this world, he would not turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, the simplest method was to conduct research on both at the same time, using mana to boost productivity, and then using the rich resources brought by increased productivity to support mana research. He believed that any research project could be carried out with money and manpower, and magic power was no exception. Having learned everything he needed to know, Roland knew that it was time to negotiate. I've roughly understood your situation. First of all, there's no doubt that the demons are our common enemy. It's very necessary to establish a united front of divine will and strengthen mutual assistance and cooperation. What do you think? I completely agree, Pasha said while nodding her tentacles. The Tequila witches don't ask for much. We only hope that your majesty can continue to recruit witches and let Phyllis find the Chosen One. We'll send another god's punishment which to bring new 5-colored magic stones. That's easy. Whether you have this request or not, I'll expand the number of witches. But. He paused and said, I think you should live in another place, such as in the west of the mountain range closer to Neverwinter. This. Your Majesty? What about the demonic beasts? Everyone looked at him, some worried and some worried. Only Agatha's eyes were full of approval, as if she had known that he would do this. Roland looked around and gestured for them to rest assured. Then he looked straight at Pasha on the light screen and said, to be honest, I don't agree with your idea of keeping the relic alone. Once something goes wrong, all our efforts will be in vain. It's not a big deal to attract demonic beasts, but now without Hermes's towering defense line, if the demons launch a surprise attack, are you sure you can defend it? Regardless of whether the disappearance of the underground civilization had anything to do with the relic, Roland would rather believe it than not. It was better to keep such an important relic under his care. At least, he could quickly send reinforcements when the Tequila survivors were attacked. As long as the Annihilation Core is replaced, there's no essential difference between demons and demonic beasts. Celine was not convinced. Of course there are. Demons are much more powerful and cunning than hybrids. From those corpses, we can see that they once approached your core area. If I'm not wrong, your instrument of divine retribution should be not far from the phantom instrument, right? After saying this, Roland noticed that the tiny tentacles on Pasha's body slightly stiffened. If it were the spear-throwing demons, how many magic cores could be preserved? But if you think I can't do a better job, or worry about the relic attracting demonic beasts, you can settle in the front of the western mountain range, near the fertile plains. I'll open a direct mountain road behind you. In this way, even if you encounter danger that you can't handle, Neverwinter can still help you, Roland said frankly. Trust is the foundation of cooperation. Only by placing the relic in a place that both sides think is safe can we establish the most basic trust, right? Pasha stopped talking for a while. The tentacles on her head intertwined with other sarcomas, as if she was communicating with her companions in this way. After about a quarter of an hour, her voice rang out again. Faced with this question, Roland was stunned at first, and then he could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. You seem to have something else to say? Because it concerns the survival of everyone, we hope that every decision can be fully considered, so. Tequila proposes a joint governance system. In the United Front, the leaders of the most powerful groups would jointly negotiate and issue orders, which could effectively avoid wrong judgments and ensure that all parties had the same interests. Sounds like the three chiefs system of the Union. 3 was a suitable number. It could achieve a better balance between the speed of decision-making and the unity of decision-making. Of course, considering the current 4 kingdoms and the witch organizations, it was not necessary to use the 3 chiefs to make decisions. For example, in the early days of the Union, a roundtable parliament composed of 11 leaders made up a battle plan. The ancient witch explained. This is undoubtedly a smart decision, Roland thought. Except for Neverwinter, the rest of the human kingdoms, the Witch Union, and Sleeping Island, could not have an advantage over the Tequila survivors in terms of strength. The more than 100 perfect gods punishment soldiers did not seem to be a lot, but when faced with ordinary troops and witches, their combat effectiveness was almost overwhelming. In addition, they had fought fiercely with the demons for decades, so they could be said to be rich in actual combat experience. Moreover, they had inherited the magic relics of the underground civilization, so they could be regarded as a force that could not be ignored. If the seats were arranged according to strength, they would definitely occupy a seat in the decision-making group. After that, as long as they maintained communication with other witch organizations and strengthened the natural sense of identity, they could ensure the interests of the Tequila. They might not have any other plans, such as restoring the dominant position of the witches, or turning against the human kingdoms and so on. It was just a cautious act of self-preservation, which was the demand of almost any organization before joining a large group. If it were the new Roland, he might have agreed, but now he was no longer the prince who had just taken over the position of lord and only governed a small border town. Interesting proposal, but the United Front will not implement a joint governance system. It will only have one leader, and that's me. Roland said in an indisputable tone, this is the most efficient and the most stable way. Modesty was a virtue, but now was definitely not the time for modesty. The 3-leader co-governance might be a good choice for the Union, but it was definitely not the case for him. In this world, he was the only one who understood what was needed for industrialization and how to bring out the greatest potential of the territory. In order to build this framework, all the departments had to become a unified machine, a qualified screw. The orders from City Hall had to be sent to every citizen unimpeded, and the resources had to be coordinated and allocated. If all the policies had to be explained to the other seats, or if the participants whose interests were at stake were to be persuaded, industrialization would not be able to take a big step forward. Probably because his refusal was too direct, the scene became silent for a while. Even the ancient witches were stunned and did not say a word for a long time. Roland cleared his throat and said, a united front is indeed a guarantee against the demons, but I didn't ask you to join in the first place. Moving to the western region is just a basis for building trust. Compared with these verbal agreements, I hope you can see it with your own eyes. Look, at what? The strength and determination of Neverwinter to fight against the demons, as well as the organizations that have joined us or not, their interests and current situation. On the basis of a full understanding, you can make a free choice, Roland said frankly. Even if you can't make up your mind, we can carry out the most basic cooperation, such as looking for the chosen one, providing experimental materials, and so on, as long as we don't interfere with each other's policies. It's the same even if we don't give you the relics and magic course? Celine interrupted. It's the same. Roland nodded. In fact, I never intended to defeat the demons with the relics. As for the relics of the gods, as long as they are placed in a place where both sides can ensure their safety, I can accept it. As I said before, looking for the chosen one and ensuring the safety of the relics is the most basic trust. As for the other things, we can cultivate them slowly. I admit that you're extraordinary, mortal. The cold voice from before once again appeared in everyone's mind, but have you ever thought that if one person is in charge of the united front, it means that there is no room for succession? If the battle of divine will last for decades, when you're exhausted, will your descendants still be able to follow your will and continue to lead the people forward? Only a joint governance system can effectively avoid these problems. I don't think you need to worry about this. Let's not talk about whether the demons can hold on for so long. I'm afraid my lifespan will be longer than all of you combined. Roland did not know whether Zero's lifespan would be inherited by him. After all, her magic power was not preserved, but at this moment, he felt that it was necessary to bluff. Rather than using a system that he had never heard of to convince the other party that the successor's will would not change, it was better to directly explain everything with an unimaginable ability. After a brief description of the characteristics of the soul battlefield, coupled with the unanimous approval of the witches, the living room fell into a long silence. He saw the tentacles of the sarcoma entangled again, and the scales on its body changed from grayish-brown to brown with a hint of red. Obviously, the debate had entered the most intense stage. After a long time, the tentacles dropped down. I see. Pasha's voice became much more serious. But there are too many things to move in the ruins, which can't be accommodated by any random cave, so this process will take about a month. In addition, we also need to rebuild the underground palace and laboratory in the western mountain range. I hope you can provide some materials for us. Wait, how are you going to do this? Roland was a little surprised. At first, he had planned to let Lotus connect the countless holes in the underground and give them a simple shelter. After all, it was dark and damp underground, and the bodies of the tequila survivors were not in the category of human beings, so they should not have too many requirements for the living environment. However, it seemed that the other party had amazing construction skills and was planning to build a new palace in the mountain rocks. Wait a minute, Roland thought. Why does this thing sound like the giant demonic beasts near the Great Snow Mountain? Similar to wild beasts? Before he could ask, Agatha said, "Are you the ones who entered Devil's Town and swallowed the Blackrock Tower?" Devil's Town? Apart from repairing the ruins and opening up the passage to the City of Glow, we didn't let the devouring worm go anywhere else. After all, it consumes too much food, and we can't afford it. Roland briefly explained the visions the witches had encountered in the misty forest and the west of the western region, and asked Scroll to fetch the picture of the giant beast drawn by Soroya. The traces of the two monsters point to a huge snow mountain, which is much larger than the wild beasts. It is indeed the devouring worm. Pasha took a deep breath after looking at the lifelike picture. I'm afraid that the snow mountain you mentioned also has a relic of the underground civilization. According to the literature, they once spread all over the land of Dawn, and wherever there were mountains, there were traces of the worms. This could be seen from the inside of the mountains that were full of holes. This record was not exaggerated. But you think that the underground civilization has completely disappeared? Yes, but the worm is just a body. It can be used in the same way as the original carrier. As long as you transfer a part of the soul, you can control it. Hearing this, Roland's heart sank. He looked around and found that the witches in the room also looked serious. Obviously, everyone thought of the same thing. The worms had attacked twice, once against Agatha's research tower, and the other time against Devil's Town. After eliminating the three forces, the only remaining possibility was that race that had yet to show up. Did they find the relic in the snow mountain and possess the worm's body? If that was the case, it was not a big deal. Thinking along this line of thought, what if there was also a magic core and central carrier in the snow mountain relic? Would the other race greatly improve their magic theory and create an instrument of divine retribution for the witches? In addition, according to the records, the grander the mountain, the larger the city built by the underground civilization. Although the snowy mountains were not as undulating as the impassable realm and Dragon's Pine Ridge, the main peak was the highest in this area. If there really was a large number of bodies there, he would definitely not leave them alone. Your Majesty, please help us explore this snowy mountain. Celine suddenly said anxiously, if the finished instruments are stored there. There are also the various carriers mentioned in the documents. If they fall into the enemy's hands, I'm afraid they will bring us great trouble. Pasha's voice sounded calm, but judging from her twitching tentacles, her emotions weren't any lower than Celine's. At the same time, there was a clamor of discussion behind the sarcoma. Obviously, this news had caused an uproar among the tequila survivors. Roland quickly understood why they were so excited. Compared with the senseless bodies of the gods' punishment army, the carrier was much better in this respect, although it had completely lost its human form. At least it could feel cold, hot, sore, and had a certain sense of smell. After being locked in a cage of nothingness for hundreds of years, it was no wonder that they were so concerned about the news of a new carrier. Your concerns are indeed very reasonable. He pretended to ponder. I've been planning to explore the snowy mountains of the western region, but I lacked an effective means of transportation. I didn't want the witches to take risks alone, so I had to postpone it. If we can cooperate with the devouring worm, it will be a good opportunity. We'll start the migration as soon as possible, Pasha replied solemnly. They had been discussing ways to cooperate, but they didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. In fact, even without the other party's request, Roland would have launched an internal investigation into the snowy mountains. In addition to the need to eliminate the possible threats around Neverwinter, he was also very interested in this carrier that could easily open a large underground tunnel. With a little imagination, he could understand how extensive its uses were. Previously, he had planned to turn the impassable mountain range into a natural barrier against the demons, but it was not easy to achieve this in engineering. The road between the mountains was rugged and steep, and the climate changed greatly. Just the transportation of cement and bricks was a headache. In addition, if he wanted to station the troops for a long time, in addition to the stronghold battery, the barracks, roads, and other necessary living facilities had to be built near the fortifications, which was a great challenge for Hummingbird, Lotus, and the others. However, with the devouring worm, he could completely open a straight tunnel from the back of the mountain and directly connect the defense points on each mountain to the hinterland of Neverwinter. The ammunition storage and barracks built underground could effectively avoid the attacks of the snowstorm, and the flat tunnel could be paved with rails, which could be used to transport soldiers and supplies by steam trailers. The reinforced concrete blockhouse above was the true meaning of the natural moat defense line, and the living area and transportation lines were below. In addition, the underground pipelines and sewage network, which were indispensable for the construction of the city, were not a problem for the devouring worm. He could even claim that in this era, Neverwinter already had an underground drainage system that could allow people to pass through unimpeded. It could be said that before the shield tunneling machine was invented, this thing was simply a divine tool in the civil engineering field, and its function was no less than the instrument of divine retribution and the biological computer. I hope this is the beginning of building trust between us. Roland stood up, walked to the light curtain, and reached out his right hand to the other party. Your Majesty, this is. A handshake means that both sides have reached a preliminary consensus, he said calmly, looking at the giant creature that was several meters taller than him. The latter hesitated for a moment, and then stretched out the thickest tentacle on its head, which spiraled down and touched his palm. Unfortunately, Soroya is not here, Roland thought. Otherwise, this scene would probably be recorded in history. When the illusion connecting the two places began to distort, he suddenly asked, By the way, you said that there may be traces of the underground civilization in every mountain. What about the mountains under the sea? There are mountains under the sea? According to the historical records, their range of activities is limited to the Land of Dawn, and there are no signs of them going to the sea. Because most of the carriers are extremely heavy, it is not convenient for them to move in the water. Why do you ask this? Nothing, I'm just a little curious, Roland shook his head. They only appear in the Land of Dawn. It seems that the strange underwater spire and telescope have nothing to do with them. However, the giant stone gate that the old telescope was staring at, as well as the continent that could only be reached at high tide, whose territory was it? Is it a third party that has been hiding in the dark? I hope Thunder can find the answer. While he was thinking, the purple light curtain distorted and disappeared without a trace. After nightfall, Vendi came to the door of Scroll's bedroom. She reached out her hand and was hesitating whether to knock on the door when the door was opened. It was Scroll standing behind the door. I knew you would come to me. Scroll smiled. Because I also want to talk to you, just like in the past. Scroll had obviously finished her bath early. Her long wet hair was not tied up as usual, but casually fell on her shoulders. To prevent her robe from getting wet, she also put a towel on her shoulders. The ends of her hair covered her forehead and also hid the wrinkles left by the years. Coupled with the increasingly comfortable life, her skin became plump, and at first glance, she looked much younger. The only thing that did not change was her pair of wise eyes that belonged to an older person. Vendi could not help but smile. In your room or mine? Yours. Nightingale will come back later than Leaf. Okay. You pay for the chaos drinks. Oh. Of course, the one who asks first is responsible for the drinks. Old rules. That's why you were waiting for me at the door. Yes, patience is very important. This is also one of my life experiences. Have you learned it now? Okay. The two returned to the bedroom and cleaned the desk. Vendi took out 2 cups and a bottle of chaos drinks from a drawer and filled the cups. The orange-red liquid reflected a flame-like luster under the reflection of the magic stone. You actually drew this? Scroll took a sip. Good luck. Drinking it in winter is not much worse than drinking fire dragon wine. That's why I said you earned it, Vendi said, spreading out her hands. Don't say that. We all owe it to Miss Evelyn. His Majesty distributed such a variety of drinks to the members of the Witch Union in an interesting way. Every month, everyone had the opportunity to draw a bottle of chaos drinks made by Evelyn. Since they could only see the number before the answer was revealed, no one knew which flavor they would receive. Therefore, exchanging or freeloading food and drinks became an important part of the distribution day. For some reason, Maggie always got the most popular drink, which made people think that Evelyn had leaked it to her. The two of them slowly savored the heartwarming fiery red sweet drink while listening to the howling cold wind outside the window. Compared to the room that was filled with heating, this feeling was undoubtedly intoxicating. They rarely spoke. Sometimes, they could understand each other's thoughts just by looking at each other. In fact, Vendi didn't have anything specific to say. She was just happy from the bottom of her heart. Even now, when she closed her eyes, Roland Wimbledon's words would appear in her mind. There can only be one leader, and that is me. Before this, although she felt that His Majesty was very approachable, she was worried that he would hesitate on some key issues or show weakness that was not suitable for a king. Now it seemed that he was even better than she had expected. Judging from His Majesty's tone and expression when negotiating, the experience of the past 2 years had made him more stable and decisive. What was even more incredible to Vendi was that although Roland had become more mature as a leader, his attitude towards witches and ordinary people was still the same. It was as if it was an instinct of his. Compared to the former, this was the most unimaginable point, especially for a noble of the royal family. She knew that Scroll had also felt this change, which was why she was waiting for her at the door. This was also a habit passed down from the time of the Witch Cooperation Association. When they encountered something good and wanted to share it, Vendi, Scroll, and Kara would always get together, drink a few glasses of poor quality ale, and talk for a whole night. Later, as the conditions became more and more difficult, they could not even drink wine often, so they switched to drinking wild fruits. Unfortunately, as Kara gradually drifted away from them, the good things that could be shared or the beautiful plans for the future gradually turned into worry and confusion. In the end, only Vendi and Scroll were left, encouraging and supporting each other. As the 2 oldest among the sisters, and also the founders of the Witch Cooperation Association, once they fell, everyone would lose confidence in finding the Holy Mountain. During those extremely difficult days, the 2 of them had walked all the way. At this moment, it was as if the past had reappeared. By the way, Vendi drank the drink in one gulp and let out a long breath. After the meeting, I gave the test results of the witches in the Kingdom of Wolfheart to His Majesty. Oh? What kind of abilities did they have? Scroll leaned back on the bench and replied casually. Vendi roughly described the abilities of the 4 witches, and deliberately kept Scroll guessing when it came to Broken Sword. Guess who he assigned Broken Sword to? Well, it should be Nightingale or Ashes. Only the two of them can give full play to Broken Sword's power. Scroll thought for a moment and said, although Anna and Leaf have powerful magic power, they are not suitable for fighting the enemy head-on, and the other sisters are almost the same. There are not many real combat witches in the Witch Union. I think the same as you, but His Majesty doesn't think so. Vendi showed a gentle smile. He didn't assign Broken Sword to anyone. Scroll was slightly startled and asked, why? Because he said that weapons generally have to be carried with them, which is tantamount to restricting Broken Sword's freedom. Moreover, the enemy can't always arrive during working hours, and sword energy is not necessarily more powerful than guns. So, instead of becoming a weapon, it is better to cooperate with each witch to test the superimposed effect, and then determine the work according to whether it is interesting or not. According to the degree of interest? Yes, that's what His Majesty said. Compared to considering the use of witches, His Majesty first cared about the other party's feelings. It was probably because of this that Nightingale chose to support him unreservedly. Now that they thought about it, it was fortunate that they finally believed in Nightingale's judgment. Thinking of this, Vendi could not help but grin. She filled up her cup and raised it in front of Scroll. I hope we find a good king. The latter smiled and gently clinked her cup with hers. Yes, to the Holy Mountain. Ah. It's empty. After taking a sip, when Vendi wanted to pour more, she found that the bottle of chaos drink had been emptied by the two of them. Should I go back and get my bottle? Scroll also seemed to want to continue. No, since it's an old rule, we have to abide by it. She waved her hand and took out a new bottle of chaos drink from another drawer. But next time, I won't knock on the door so quickly. Wait, this is Nightingale's, isn't it? Yes, she won't mind. Roland wiped the sweat off Anna's forehead and held her in his arms. In the dim light, he could see the alluring blush on the girl's face. Since the last time they talked about the dream, Roland felt that Anna had become more proactive in this aspect. She would also work hard to learn some new skills, but compared to the knowledge in books, her progress in this area was much slower. Looking at Anna's clumsy and serious expression was a completely new experience for him. The visual enjoyment even surpassed the sensory experience, and a sense of superiority welled up in him. Of course, after the pleasure, there was always a time to tell stories. Sniffing Anna's fragrance, Roland told her the new news brought by the Tequila Witches, as well as his speculation about the Battle of Divine Will. Although I knew that we were only in a corner of the continent, I didn't expect that there was a civilization that was completely different from ours under the mountains. This world is really full of unknowns. Anna sighed. Maybe one day, we can also set foot on that faraway land and see what kind of secrets are hidden in the world across the sea. There will definitely be such a day, I promise, Roland replied with a smile. Even if they couldn't travel by sea, they could still fly over and use binoculars to see the land, so it wouldn't be too far. Once they had the internal combustion engine, large airships would have a place to use. But, is there really a god in this world? Leaving behind a relic that urges us to kill each other. Maybe it's watching us from somewhere. Are you afraid? Roland could not help but tighten his arms and pull her closer. No, I have to think it. Why? He was slightly stunned. Because it sent you to me, Anna raised her head and said softly. Roland saw the rippling blue light in her eyes. It was her undisguised feelings. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart. I will always be with you. But you can't always be by my side. Before he could finish his sentence, Anna covered his mouth. You're the king and the future commander of the demon army. How can you stay in Neverwinter all the time? I can't occupy all of you for my own selfish desires. The soldiers fighting on the front lines need to see your figure, and the people of other cities also hope that you can be with them. She said softly, Roland, I'm already very satisfied to be able to listen to your stories like this. Roland was silent for a moment. You're right, but no matter where I am in the future, you'll be able to hear my stories. I can guarantee that. Anna blinked as if she understood what he meant. Not relying on the sigil of listening? That's right, he nodded. If the words of love between two people had to be conveyed through the sigil of listening, then how could they be spoken? How do I do it? You'll know tomorrow. Roland turned over and pressed Anna under his body, then kissed her neck. Then slid down from her neck to her collarbone, leaving a shallow mark on her fair and tight skin. But now, it's my turn. The two of them kissed again, and the sound of their sweet breaths echoed for a long time. After breakfast the next day, Roland walked into the backyard of North Slope Mountain with Anna in high spirits. "Good morning, Your Majesty." Lucia, who had come earlier, put down her work and bowed to him. "Good morning, Your Majesty." "Good morning, Sister Anna." "Sister Nightingale." Belle also imitated her sister, bowing cheerfully and shouting. Roland smiled and waved his hand, indicating that they did not need to be so polite. He then walked to the workbench, took out a piece of white paper, and started drawing a design. He intended to take advantage of the time when the tequila survivors had not migrated to the western region to fulfill the promise he made last night. A communication tool that did not require magic power to communicate with Anna at any time. That was the wired phone. The principle of the telephone was very simple, but it was the most basic application of the electromagnetic induction phenomenon. Sound waves caused the metal reed in the microphone to vibrate, causing it to change the magnetic flux in the magnetic field, and finally produced an induced current that fluctuated between large and small. The receiver, on the other hand, used the electromagnetic coil to produce a magnetic force that fluctuated between large and small, causing the diaphragm to vibrate and restore the current to sound. In other words, it was essentially the same as an electric motor, except that the latter turned vibration into rotation, and the power was much greater. When he explained his idea and design plan, Anna immediately understood how this unprecedented communication tool worked. "I'll call Mystery Moon and Soroya over." Her eyes lit up. "Electric current? And sound exchange?" Nightingale was still confused after hearing this. She looked at Lucia as if she was looking for a sense of identity, but found that Lucia was lost in thought. "Electricity and magnetism coexist, and magnetism is converted into force." "I see." Even the little girl Belle exclaimed, "Sister, are you talking about the second chapter of elementary physics?" Nightingale was immediately shocked. She held a piece of dried fish in her mouth, turned around, and disappeared into the mist. Looking at this scene, Roland could not help but laugh. Having said that, it was not so easy to make a practical telephone. The problem lay in the signal transmission. Electric signals would be attenuated. This was why the telephone was not put into use on a large scale after it was developed in the early years. Once the distance was too long, it was difficult for the other side to hear what was said. It was not until people discovered the vacuum tube that could amplify electric signals that it quickly became popular. Electricity was not Roland's strong point. The books he wrote at the beginning basically did not touch on this aspect. Now, even with the help of the dream world, it was still quite troublesome for him to make the vacuum tube. Since he did not intend to amplify the signal, he could only start by reducing the attenuation. For example, increasing the size of the wire and reducing the route loss. The former was very easy to achieve. Anna's black fire could precisely process the required copper wire. According to the information in her memory, using a wire with a diameter of 4 mm could maintain a non-repeater communication for about 50 to 60 km, while the general telephone wire was only 0.4 to 0.6 mm. Although it was somewhat wasteful to do so, it could effectively avoid the trouble of signal amplification. Together, they should be able to make a non-repeater communication range of about 100 km, which could basically cover most of the residential areas in the western region. It would also allow Neverwinter to know the situation of the impassable mountain range defense line at any time. If they wanted to extend the range, they would have to use a signal amplification device. The reason why Roland chose to use a landline phone was not only that Anna's words had aroused his ambition, but also that the telephone itself was indeed a very versatile tool. Whether it was to control the political situation, strengthen the centralization of power, or help in commanding a war, it was of great significance. Another more important point was that the current industrial projects in Neverwinter had reached a saturation point. The new immigrants needed to go through primary education before they could be absorbed. The four giant industries, civil construction, mineral smelting, mechanical processing, and chemical production, had already occupied more than 90% of the qualified workers. Judging from their size and estimated scale, it would not be difficult for them to swallow up the 60,000 to 70,000 new immigrants in the western region. Since these industries were closely related to the future war, no one could suffer but the four giants. The most typical example was the bicycle factory, which Roland had built in high spirits at the beginning, but the number of bicycles produced so far was not even enough for the First Army. When there was a shortage of power, it would be the first to shut down. When there was a shortage of manpower, all the workers had to go to the steam engine factory to work overtime, which could be said to be a difficult life. Even after the Kingdom Avenue and Route 67 were built, the roads were basically filled with horse-drawn carriages from the Longsong area or other cities, because the border area did not raise horses, nor did it have supporting facilities such as stables. Even though the railway had begun to be laid, the scene of citizens happily riding bicycles between the two places still did not appear. Of course, Roland would never admit to Berev that it was his mistake. But now, when he was considering new facilities, he would first take into account the production potential of Neverwinter. The telephone happened to be a good tool that didn't require any production potential, and it didn't require manual maintenance. First of all, it would not be put into the civilian market. Whether it was for military communication or to connect the border area and the Longsong area, Roland only planned to use a one-to-one method to lay the cable. In this way, the wiring process could be saved, and there was no need to set up a complicated network. Second, the small number of telephones meant that Anna, Mystery Moon, and Soroya could make them in their spare time, and there was almost no need to use the city's production capacity. It wouldn't be too late to develop civilian communications after the electron tube was invented. Therefore, the wired phone was the most suitable project to research before the tequila survivors explored the Great Snow Mountain. The development of the telephone prototype was smoother than Roland had expected. In the afternoon, two simple magnetic telephones appeared in the backyard of North Slope Mountain. It didn't have a shell and looked like a combination of naked coils and magnets. It was equipped with a hand-cranked motor and a magnetic induction battery, Mini Dawn. Since he didn't need a lot of power, the finger-thick magnetic battery could last for at least a month, so he didn't plan to work on a dry battery alone for the time being. How do I use this? Mystery Moon asked curiously. Is my ability really so magical? Roland automatically ignored the latter half of the other party's sentence. It's very simple. Look carefully, this hand-cranked motor is responsible for the call signal. When the user shakes it, he grabbed the handle and turned it hard, and the magnetic bell on the other end suddenly made a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. At this time, it means that there is a call. Then he winked at Anna, who nodded and picked up the handset and the microphone. When the handset leaves the base, the switch pops up, which means that the voice line is connected, and then we can talk. The electric current for the transmission of the electric signal is provided by the Mini Dawn, so without Mystery Moon's copper rod, the phone can only ring but not transmit sound. Yes, yes. Mystery Moon stuck out her flat chest and nodded hard twice. Your Majesty, can I try to use it to speak? Soroya asked eagerly. Me too. Belle raised her hand high. Of course, no problem. As its creator, you are naturally qualified to be the first to experience this epoch-making communication tool, Roland said with a smile. There was no need to explain the significance of the telephone. It had completely changed human communication habits and closely connected the distant world. It was not an exaggeration to praise it too much. But the yard is so short, and the signal will hardly be attenuated. Just connect it with ordinary copper wire. Therefore, in this quiet place surrounded by the white forest, the crisp sound of the bell rang continuously. They could have talked directly, but everyone insisted on starting from scratch, starting from the handheld flashlight. There's really a sound. It sounds like Lucia's. What should I say? Let her guess who you are. Separated by the wall, the witches scrambled to shout into the microphone. For a moment, the sound of laughter echoed from both ends of the yard. Roland also tried it twice. To be honest, the prototype was not ideal. The sound was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, and there was a lot of noise. It could not be regarded as a qualified finished product. But he knew that the next step was to repeatedly adjust the size of the reed and the distance between the electromagnets to reach the best quality. Not long after, the handset was passed to Roland again. He smiled and shook his head, put the handset to his ear, and habitually said, "Hello?" But there was no reply except for the faint sound of the electric current. Almost as if their hearts were connected, he subconsciously guessed the person on the other side of the phone. "Anna," Roland said softly. After a while, a slightly distorted answer came from the other side. "I like you, Roland." After a day of protection, Nightingale went back to her bedroom, a little depressed. This was not the first time she felt like she did not understand anything. Every time this happened, the only thing that could comfort her was dried fish and ice cream bread. Well, now there was one more chaos drink. Seeing the intimacy between Roland and Anna, she felt a heartfelt envy, as well as a faint sense of sadness. She thought she would get used to it sooner or later, but the process was harder than she thought. The deeper the relationship, the longer the thorns would be. She now somewhat understood the meaning of Wendy's words. Walking to the table, Nightingale opened the drawer, but found that the bottle was empty. Did she take the wrong one? She opened the other drawer, and there was still an empty bottle. "Wendy? My chaos drink." As soon as Nightingale turned around, she was hugged by her roommate. That proud chest almost made her breathless. "Nightingale, how long have we known each other?" "Ever since you left the Quinn family in Silver City, we've been together, right?" "Yes, it's been almost 4 or 5 years, but my chaos drink, we've experienced so many dangers and hardships along the way to get to where we are today. Nothing can destroy the friendship between us, right? Of course, I've always treated you as half a sister. But my chaos drink." "I finished your drink, sorry." Wendy hugged her tighter. "I'll make it up to you next month." "What? Finished it?" Nightingale touched the empty bag of dried fish. The only thing that could comfort her was dried fish, ice cream bread, and chaos drink. Now, it was all gone. She heard a cracking sound in her heart. When Iron Axe closed his eyes, he could feel the smell of yellow sand surrounding him. It was the 4th day since he entered the desert and the 3rd week since the First Army left Neverwinter. At the end of this week, 2/3 of the winter would be over and the coldest period would be late winter. However, compared to the snowy western region of Grey Castle, this place was much less affected by the months of demons. Although the sky was always grey, at least there was no biting north wind or ice and snow that could freeze the whole desert. Since Silver Stream did not converge with any river and most of the water flowed underground, the army could only move forward on foot. Iron Axe did not act according to the original plan, which was to wait for the 500 new recruits stationed in Steep Cliff City to be ready to march, and then mix them into the main force and move together. Instead, he left them to Brian and went ahead himself, striving to reach Iron Sand City as soon as possible. The new recruits might be able to stand still and pull the trigger, but marching on foot would only make them die in the desert. Even if there were 500 more people, they would not be of much help to the situation. Iron Axe knew that to achieve His Majesty's goal, they could not rely on artillery. The First Army was the capital to ensure the fruits of victory, not a means to conquer the Sand Nation. The Majans had a set of traditional solutions. As for the 500 new recruits, they only needed to occupy the Silver Stream Oasis and ensure that the vanguard troops would not be attacked from both sides. In the southernmost region, the oasis was a lifeline. No matter if they attacked or fled, they could not leave the oasis. Facing the neatly marching veterans, the Sand Nation tribes could feel the power from them even though they had never seen the power of guns. Along the way, no one stood up to question the army from Grey Castle. Only when they filled their water sacks and replenished their food supplies did the Sand Nation people whisper behind their backs. At this speed, the First Army should be able to reach Iron Sand City before nightfall. I don't quite understand. Can the so-called holy duel take place at any time in any season? A beautiful blonde woman walked to Echo's side. Her fair skin formed a sharp contrast with the Osha clan princess. Even if it's an honor challenge between aristocrats, it's also allowed to refuse. After all, everyone has times when they're not in their best condition. In such cold weather, who wouldn't want to come out and fight all day and sleep by a warm stove? What I mean is, what if they don't agree to the holy duel? Iron Axe remembered that her name was Andrea, a combat witch who often followed Her Highness Tilly. According to His Majesty, Ashes, a mortal, was supposed to be the only foreign aide, but for some reason, she also came. When someone rushes into your house with an axe and kicks over your stove, you won't be able to do anything even if you don't want to. Ashes curled her lips. Do you think that this kind of contest that determines the life and death of a family will follow the hypocritical rules of the nobles? That's called a sneak attack or a massacre, not a duel, Andrea said disdainfully. Even if the Majans are barbarians, they should be able to distinguish this. Do you think everyone is as ignorant and incompetent as you? To say this in front of Huiying, you really are a knowledgeable person. Don't misinterpret what I mean. Iron Axe did not care about the barbarians. His Majesty had told him that border town did not care about one's family background. Compared to the Majans, he had a more important identity, which was that he was a resident of Neverwinter. When Huiying looked at him for help, he coughed twice and took the initiative to explain, Miss Andrea, you're not worrying too much. Although the holy duel can't be refused and both parties must be well prepared to be recognized by the three gods, a duel can't be started at will. First of all, the challenger must be qualified for the duel. What kind of qualification? First of all, it must be a complete Majin clan. Iron Axe briefly explained, one person can't represent a clan, even if he's the chief or the princess. This rule was made to prevent the victors from occupying 1/6 of the territory of Iron Sand City with only a dozen or so people. In addition, it also excludes foreigners from the scope of the duel. Iron Sand City allows foreigners to fight on behalf of the clan, but it doesn't allow them to occupy the core power. Doesn't that mean we're not qualified at all? Ashes raised her eyebrows and said, Huiying has been exiled for several years and the Osha clan no longer exists. Or should we start by looking for her surviving clansmen? No one can survive in the Endless Cape. Iron Axe shook his head and said, but we can try another way. For example, let Lady Silvermoon become the chief of a new clan. That's possible? Andrea was stunned. The Majans don't value bloodlines as much as you do. Compared with bloodline inheritance, strength is the most important thing. The commander-in-chief of the First Army said calmly, after the first condition is met, the clans that can stand firm in the small oases around Iron Sand City will be qualified for the duel. There are a total of 4 small oases, and the newly rising clans will usually fight around them. There are no rules or restrictions, so these 4 small oases are also called the Bloodstained Land. They're equivalent to admission tickets, right? Ashes said indifferently. You can think of it that way. In fact, these clans are generally divided into 2 categories. Iron Axe paused and said, challengers. And watchdogs. Watchdogs, the golden-haired witch asked curiously. They're the obstacles set up by the top clans who don't want to see the order of Iron Sand City change greatly. This time it was Echo who answered her. With their huge resources and influence, they recruit a large number of warriors to form a mixed clan and take root in the small oases. Watchdogs don't challenge their masters to the Divine Saint duel, but they occupy the position of challenger. Although they can't enter Iron Sand City, they can live well with the water and food provided by the small oases. It sounds no different from a hound that is willing to gnaw on leftovers, Ashes sneered. This description is actually quite appropriate. Because the holy duel is full of variables, the big clans will try to win over or bribe the potential challengers stationed in the Bloodstained Land. At that time, my father didn't want to be a watchdog and insisted on the holy duel with the Iron Whip clan, but in the end. Echo's voice trailed off, obviously thinking of something sad. They'll pay for their treacherous behavior, Lady Silvermoon, Iron Axe comforted her. Now, death is not far away from them. So we have to find a challenger first, let Echo take over the position of chief, and then challenge the 6 big clans to a duel? Andrea asked. Thurum's favorite thing to do was to sit on the 2nd floor of the tavern and enjoy the endless flow of customers downstairs. This was his tavern and his territory, so Thurum named it the Skull Wine Cup according to his own preference and redecorated it. He also hung a series of incomplete skulls at the entrance as a sign of the tavern. Even though 5 years ago, it wasn't called that. What was it called at that time? Fairy Forest? Or Fairy Garden? Anyway, it was not important anymore. Thurum took a sip of the strong wine filled with fire lantern fruit and let the hot taste fill his tongue. Such a weak name was not suitable for the Bloodstained Land. There were no fairies or fairies here, but there were as many bones as one wanted. After every battle, there would be a pile of corpses left on the outskirts of Iron Sand City. Compared with the easily rotten flesh, he preferred the bones buried in hot sand, especially the skulls. First of all, it could intimidate those who came to drink and make trouble and let them know what kind of place this was. Second, it could really hold wine, so he could buy fewer wine cups. After all, the former did not work for everyone. There were always some idiots born with deformed brains who thought that everywhere was like their own backyard and their opponents were no different from crying women. Fragile crockery and glass were not ideal containers in a place where troublemakers often roamed about. Thuram had developed a habit in recent years to look at each customer. The people who came and went could generally be divided into three categories: the half-dead, the moribund and the dead. Compared with their identities, he preferred to distinguish them in this way. The half-dead came for a very simple purpose: drinking, gambling, and playing with women. As long as they maintained their current behavior, they could basically finish the remaining half of the journey. Most of the moribund were watchdogs or challengers who came to inquire about the situation. They had already put their heads under the sword and might move away at any time. As for the dead, they were, of course, the troublemakers. Thuram's main target of observation was neither the half-dead nor the dead, because the former was boring and the latter could only bring a little joy when they were dead. He liked to look at the moribund the most. In them, Thuram could see himself when he was young. At that time, he was just like them, holding a sharp knife in his hand, in the blood-stained land envied by many clans, but his eyes were always looking at the Iron Sand City from afar. As he waited, his courage, hot-bloodedness and strength left him bit by bit until someone took his place and became the new master of the little oasis. He wagged his tail and begged for mercy to survive, becoming a part of the blood-stained lands. In the end, he turned from a dead to a half-dead. Even if one's life was placed under the blade of a knife, it was still possible for the dying to soar into the sky, like breaking out of a cocoon and spreading its wings, rising from the ashes. On the other hand, the half-dead would never have this opportunity. They could only find some entertainment as a form of comfort in the latter half of their lives. For example, passers-by who admired these oases, or died in the yellow sand, or became the new master of this place. At this moment, a subordinate pushed open the door and walked in, whispering a few words in his ear. "Oh? Are you sure you didn't miss here?" Thuram was startled. That's what he said, and from the appearance of the woman beside him, it's very likely that she's a goddess. Thuram pondered for a moment before revealing a malicious smile. "Bring them in. Remember to put away your weapons. This guy isn't easy to deal with." "Yes. Look, now there's a big fun coming to the door." There were two visitors. Although their bodies were hidden under loose robes, he could still see that they were a man and a woman. When the tall man took off his hood and revealed his face in front of him, Thuram could not help narrowing his eyes. "I didn't expect to see you again, Iron Axe. There are more things you can't imagine than the stars reflected in the oasis. There's nothing strange about it." Iron Axe first helped the woman sit down, and then calmly sat opposite him. "But at this moment, you should know why I came." "Probably." Thuram shrugged. As an old Sand Nation, he was familiar with every holy duel in the Land of Fire. Some of the dying could rise from the ashes, but most of the dying had become completely dead. The Osha clan was one of them. Although he heard that some accidents happened during the duel, the result would not change. "It's just that you shouldn't have come back. The Iron Whip clan is no longer what it used to be." As a mixed-blood warrior of some renown, he had once thought of recruiting him. Even though he had become a subordinate of the watchdog, his initial ambition had not been completely extinguished. He imagined that one day, the clan could once again occupy the small oasis, and then take a step further and walk onto the sacred dueling ground. However, that was several years ago. As for now, he just wanted to have some fun. "Really?" "That's exactly what I wanted," Iron Axe said disapprovingly. "I was worried that they had been driven out of Iron Sand City by other challengers and died in some corner. Now it seems that the three gods haven't completely fallen asleep yet." Thuram frowned. In his impression, the mixed-blood warrior was not a person who talked big. "I understand your desire for revenge, but without the strength to match, it's tantamount to courting death." At this point, he looked at the silent woman. Even if the Osha clan has a divine lady, it's still difficult to reverse the gap between you and the Iron Whip clan. Most of the exiles are already dead. What can the two of you do? That's why I came to you, Thuram. Iron Axe's expression was very natural, but his words made Thuram's heart skip a beat. Is your clan still in this oasis? 8 years ago, you and the Osha clan were also challengers. You clearly had the opportunity to enter Iron Sand City, but in the end, you became a watchdog, and later. You were not even a watchdog. Seeing your clansmen become slaves of other clans, didn't you feel a trace of remorse? Now, a new opportunity is in front of you. Swear allegiance to Lady Drow Silvermoon, and you can touch the wall of Iron Sand City again. After being stunned for a while, Thuram finally laughed. Ha 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 ha. This was indeed a rare entertainment. There was nothing more interesting than watching a crazy Avenger walking towards destruction. But he did not expect that Iron Axe would try to divert the fun to him. So you want this little girl to become the new chief of the clan, and then launch a sacred duel? Even her father is just an equal to me, but now you want me to worship her as my master? Maybe you found some good helpers and can play some tricks in the duel, but what good will it do me? Gather the slaves, fight with the watchdogs, and then send you to Iron Sand City? However, Iron Axe did not fly into a rage as Thuram had expected. In fact, it was difficult to see any change in his expression, which made Thuram slightly surprised. In the past, this mixed blood would never allow anyone to threaten the Princess of Osha, not even verbally. He could not help but turn his head to look at Drow Silvermoon and found that the Divine Lady did not react either, as if she did not care about her own safety. What on earth are they thinking? Thuram touched the god stone of retaliation in his bosom, and the fierce expression on his face inevitably became a little stiff. In fact, I didn't expect you to defeat the watchdog. You didn't fight 8 years ago, so I know how bold you are. At least, you're much more timid than you are, Iron Axe said slowly. And this time I didn't come back just for revenge against the Iron Whip clan. The first half of Iron Axe's words touched his sore spot, but the second half made him slightly startled. Not just for revenge? I will challenge the 6 clans and make Osha the leader of the clans, Iron Axe said word by word. Although the clans of Iron Sand City jointly managed this oasis, there was still a difference in status between clans. It was a matter of course that the strongest had the best area in the city. To climb to this position, one had to challenge the clans ranked at the top. For Osha, who had nothing, naturally, they had to defeat all 6 clans in order to occupy the core area of Iron Sand City. This was an idea only a madman would have. The road to the top could not be interrupted. The physical exhaustion of fighting 6 battles in a row was enough to make people desperate, not to mention facing the first-class Majin warriors. Generally speaking, after a holy duel, the warriors of the clan needed more than half a year to recover. As for those who had died in the battle, they had to be trained or recruited again. In other words, the more resources they had, the stronger their foundation. Wildflame, the leader of the clans, had not given up the first position for decades. The Avenger is a difficult breed to categorize. Some of them rose to the sky, some lost everything. As for those who hesitated or simply gave up during the preparation process, there were many who hesitated or simply gave up. Therefore, they could be half dead, or dead. But there was no doubt that the madman would be the last. There was nothing to talk about. Thuram found that even his interest in having fun had disappeared. Revenge against the Iron Whip could be said to be overestimating one's own strength, but to become the enemy of the entire Iron Sand City? Just the thought of this news made him restless. In order to avoid getting himself into trouble, he shouted, "Kids, catch this guy, along with the woman." There were a total of 4 clansmen in the room, plus the 2 guards outside the door, all with sharp blades and god stones. Even if Iron Axe was strong, it would be impossible for him to escape in a battle of 6 against 2. In addition, their weapons had already been taken away before they entered. If he killed the mixed bloods and handed over the Osha descendants to the Iron Whip clan, he should be able to get a lot of rewards. He thought that maybe he could become the watchdog of this small oasis again. Just then, the Osha princess also stood up. She let out a sarcastic chuckle, then lifted her hood and removed the thin veil on her face. Her black hair was loose and beautiful. Her subordinate was right. She was indeed a divine lady, but not the drow silvermoon that Thurum was familiar with. No Sand Nation woman could have skin as white as snow as hers. His long black hair spread out like a waterfall, and his golden eyes shone with a dangerous light. "You are," Thurum opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, the woman had already easily dodged the incoming slash and punched one of her clansmen in the face. The black-haired goddess did not use any weapons, but her fists were more powerful than iron hammers. With a muffled sound, the clansman who was hit was sent flying, smashing through the wooden wall and falling from the second floor to the first floor. Who? When he asked this question, the second person also made a hole in the wall. The tavern was in an uproar. The cold wind rushed in, making the fire flicker. The divine lady did not stop. Every move she made seemed to be dancing with the wind, but the shadow magnified by the firelight sent a chill down Thurum's spine. Why? Shouldn't they all be wearing god stones of retaliation? This kind of gemstone bought at a high price from the kingdom of Greycastle should give ordinary people a chance to fight against the divine lady, but why did it seem to be nothing in front of her? The fourth clansman also fell, vomiting blood. The divine lady went around to his back and kicked his spine, almost breaking his body in half. Even the diving force of a four-winged eagle would not be as strong as this. No one could survive one round in front of her. After a few breaths, only Iron Axe, the divine lady, and Thurum were left in the room. "Come over here. Someone is making trouble on the second floor of the tavern." "Where's the chief?" "Damn it. How did you guard the door?" "A guest was smashed to death." Hurried footsteps came from the staircase. Apparently, many people were rushing to the chief's room, but the tip of a long knife was already at Thurum's neck. Don't come in." A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Ignoring the stinging pain of the knife cutting through his skin, he shouted toward the door. "Chief? Get out of here, all of you. Now." Thurum sadly found that Iron Axe was right. He was indeed much more timid than he was arrogant. Faced with the threat of death, the first thing he thought of was to compromise rather than fight back. Perhaps from the very beginning, he was not a dying man with the hope of resurrection, but a half-dead man who was overcautious and indecisive. "Can we have a talk now?" Iron Axe's tone did not change much. "What's the use of my promise? The watchdogs here are supported by the Iron Whip clan and the Cut Bone clan. Do you think you can hide such a big commotion from them? Tomorrow, Iron Sand City will know the news." Thurum growled. "And I can't even gather all my clansmen in such a short time. Most of them have become slaves of other clans. Even if they're willing to come back, they can't stop the warriors trained by the big clans. If you don't want to die without a burial place, it's not too late to escape from the oasis. As I said before, I don't expect you to defeat the watchdogs." Thurum gritted his teeth. What did Iron Axe mean? If he really had such great strength, he could have directly become a challenger. Why did he do this, unless the force behind him was not from the southernmost region? As soon as this idea came to his mind, the old chief felt a sense of fear rising from the bottom of his heart. Was that why the other party needed to use the clan's name to initiate a holy duel? Suddenly, two muffled thunders came from outside the window. The sound was not loud and seemed to come from a very far place. Strangely, Thurum did not see the lightning that cut through the night sky. Normally, it should have come earlier than the thunder. At the same time, Iron Axe's expression finally changed. The light of the explosion flashed like a firefly in the night sky. Vanna raised his telescope and looked at the oasis in the distance. The twinkling torches became the best indicator of the target. The closer they were to Iron Sand City, the more torches there were. Thousands of leaping torches outlined the camp of the Sand Nation, which was also the main target of the artillery battalion. After a while, a rumble came from the depths of the oasis. "The landing point seems to be a bit off," muttered Cat's Claw, who was also observing. "There's nothing we can do. It's not easy to set up the cannons in the sand, so we can only use the first few shots as test shots." Job took advantage of the conversation to load the next shell into the barrel. "Anyway, let's hit further away. If it falls on Sir Iron Axe's head, we'll all be finished. Don't worry, the tavern is far away from the camp. If we can hit it, the shooting manuals compiled by the sages will have to be rewritten." Rodney pulled the firing rope and said, "Ready." Fire. Banner nodded. The two Longsong cannons once again produced a deafening roar. The flames spurted from the muzzles briefly illuminated the ground in front of them. The raised sand and dust slapped on their faces, causing them to involuntarily squint their eyes. The small oasis mentioned by the Sand Nation could not be regarded as a real town. It was just a camp formed by the clans outside Iron Sand City. None of the houses were made of bricks. Except for a few low-rise buildings and sentry towers made of wood, most of the rest were tents made of leather and cloth. Therefore, the killing effect of the Longsong cannons was surprisingly good. Danner noticed that no matter where the shell fell, the surroundings would instantly darken, but soon light up again. The former was caused by the blast of the explosion, which overturned the tents and torches, while the latter was caused by the mixture of torch grease and flammable building materials, which formed a more dazzling pillar of fire. This was the first time that the artillery battalion of the First Army had used pre-distance measurement to arrange the artillery position according to the firing table. The result was not very ideal, but fortunately, the fragile and flammable targets more or less made up for this shortcoming. After several rounds of bombardment, the camp of the Sand Nation had already been set ablaze. Several balls of bright flames were spreading outwards, and with the help of the whistling night wind, it looked like the entire oasis was going to be set ablaze. Although he could not experience the shock brought by the bombardment at close range, Danner could completely imagine what kind of predicament these so-called watchdogs were currently in. Unstoppable and unavoidable. This was the god of war that His Majesty had mentioned. Praise the cannon, praise the large-caliber cannon. He proudly glanced at the gun battalion and machine gun squads lying in ambush in front of the camp, and once again rejoiced that he had made the right choice. In the future, the war would be dominated by the cannons. As for the flintlock, it would only be used to cover up the gaps and clean up the battlefield. It took Thuram quite a while to recover from the earth-shattering explosion. His ears were still ringing as if someone had slapped him in the face. Is that the thunder that Iron Axe mentioned? After the low thunder and sharp whistling sound, a sentry tower not far from the tavern was suddenly engulfed by a fireball, and the entire tower was instantly torn apart. At the same time, the violent explosion in his ears made him temporarily lose his hearing. Through the holes in the wall, he could see that many tents had been ignited by the splashing bonfire debris, and soon became bigger bonfires. People screamed and ran out of the bonfires, fell to the ground, and struggled, trying to put out the flames on their bodies. Unfortunately, only a few lucky people could do this. Some of the Sand Nation people near the sentry tower collapsed on the ground. Although they did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries, they could not stand up again. Damn it, this is not thunder at all. It's simply a heavenly fire that fell to the mortal world. Only Father God in the sky could have such terrible means. Thuram had thought that such a fierce attack would not last long, but he soon found that he was wrong. The thunder would be heard every quarter or so, followed by the fireballs and explosions. He also noticed that the fireballs were scattered at first, but it did not take long for them to gradually gather at the center of the oasis, where the watchdogs gathered. Compared with the vassal clans, the watchdogs naturally occupied the most fertile territory in the oasis. However, at this moment, it had become a hell. Columns of fire rose up, as if the sky was burning. The way he looked at Iron Axe had completely changed. By the three gods. This is not the power you should have. Thuram said in a hoarse and trembling voice. Who did you seek refuge with? Those northerners? A benevolent king, Iron Axe replied, who will bring the oasis and order to the Majin Sand Nation. This can't be. Thuram subconsciously wanted to say the word impossible, but when he saw the spreading sea of fire in the oasis, the last syllable seemed to be stuck in his throat and could not be uttered. Unfortunately, not everyone will be willing to accept such order. The oasis breeds the Sand Nation, but it also imprisons their thoughts. Killing and framing are all because of the struggle for survival, but the oasis that breathes life is soaked in blood. I have to say that it's ironic. As for the watchdogs, which are obviously used to maintain the power of the big clans and let the clansmen suffer in the yellow sand and dry land, it's even more stupid and short-sighted. I wouldn't be surprised if these words came from the northerners, but Iron Axe. Thuram shook his head with difficulty. You're obviously a mixed blood born in the desert. How can you have such a naive idea? It's impossible that you don't know that if we don't kill and plunder, the limited oasis can't accommodate our growing population. Unless the Majans have the power to overwhelm Grey Castle, it's impossible for them to break out of this desert. Cooperation and allegiance will only lead to death. The Northerners will never really trust us. The Blackbone clan and the Sandstone clan are the best proof. For a fertile territory, the two clans that had the opportunity to settle in Iron Sand City turned to the Queen of Clearwater, Xianxia. But what was the result? It was said that all of them were fed a strange pill, and in the end they turned into rotten flesh and blood. The land promised to them as a reward became empty words in the end. There's no real trust? Iron Axe showed a trace of emotion. I thought so at first. But the fact tells me that there are always some people who are born to break the rules. Suddenly, there was a rapid sound of hooves outside the tavern, and it became more and more frequent. Thurum did not need to look to know that it was the Watchdogs' counterattack team gathering. They may have lost the courage to advance, but they did not lose their skills and horsemanship. As long as the enemy appeared near the oasis, they would pounce on the target like bloodthirsty sandworms. When he was about to warn Iron Axe grabbed his collar and pulled him to the window. Not far away, he saw more jumping torches running toward the desert outside the oasis. It seemed that this group of watchdogs had already smelled the scent of their opponents. However, both Iron Axe and the black-haired divine lady looked particularly at ease, as if they did not care about this cavalry team at all. Night was not a good time to fight. Neither the sun nor the moon could be seen in the months of demons. The dim, cold light shone on the uneven desert. The side facing the light could still vaguely see the outline of the desert, but the side facing the light could not even see the fingers of one's hand. Therefore, torches were indispensable for both offense and defense. When scattered sparks appeared in the direction of the oasis, Danny carefully wiped a clip clean, then inserted it into the loading port, pulled the bolt, and loaded the gun. The enemy is coming. Watch out. I can see it. He first imitated the Malt's voice, and then answered to himself. In this way, it was as if Malt was still with him, acting as a protector and fighting side by side with him, even though he was no longer a member of the precision shooting team. Danny returned to the gun camp after his confinement, but Brian soon found him and brought him a brand new gun. It was the one he was holding in his hand. Although it looked no different from the bolt guns used by the precision shooting team, Danny realized that it was not an ordinary gun as soon as he held it in his hand. It was like a longsword with a similar shape, but some were just casually made by blacksmiths for practice, while some were precious swords that could cut a hair. The metal part of the gun gave off a unique dim light, and its surface was as smooth as a young girl's skin. All the joints were so smooth that they seemed to be carved by a knife or an axe. It felt natural and did not sting at all. What surprised Danny the most was that a monocular telescope could be installed on the top of the gun. The surface of the telescope was engraved with two straight intersecting lines, and the center of the lines was where the bullets would land. He did not know how this was achieved, but through the telescope, the blurry and small long-distance targets became much clearer, which, in a sense, extended the shooting range of the gun. The subsequent shooting training also proved his feeling. The shooting accuracy of this new gun was much higher than that of the common bolt guns. In windless or breezy conditions, he was 90% sure that he could hit the head of a human-shaped target within 500 meters. Danny was so touched that he almost shed tears on the spot when he learned that this weapon was specially made for him by His Majesty. Although he had made a disciplinary mistake, His Majesty had not given up on him and had given him the right to freely choose his firing position in the position. There was no other way for him to treat His Majesty than to kill himself. However, when Brian asked him if he had any protectors he wanted to pick, Danny rejected him without hesitation. He already had his own protector. This gun. And Malt. More and more flames appeared in their field of vision, like stars reflected in the sea of sand. This was within the commander's expectations. Before every battle, the superiors would explain the battle intent and objectives in detail to each platoon so that they would know how far the battle would end. For example, the bonfires on the cannons and the firing rate of once every 7 minutes were all to lure the enemy to launch a counterattack, thereby weakening the combatants of the Watchdog clan as much as possible in preparation for the general attack after dawn. The brightly lit position would allow the enemy to notice any abnormalities, and controlling the firing rate would prevent the rapid and fierce bombardment from directly scattering the enemy. Of course, Danny knew that the artillery battalion could not do that. They looked down on others all day long, but they did not know how much resources they occupied. The firearms and ammunition carried by the gun battalion could be carried by one soldier, but what about the artillery battalion? Without the help of the witch named Hummingbird, they could not even transport food into the desert. There were more than a dozen carriages, and more than half of them were loaded with artillery shells and machine gun ammunition. Only 2 howitzers could be placed in such a large wooden box. If they were to fight as they did in the drill, the 2 Longsong cannons would be able to use up all the ammunition they carried in less than an hour. What would happen after that? They could only watch helplessly. Although Danny admitted that the drill showed unparalleled power, he always felt that every shot was like a golden dragon. However, those people regarded this power as their own. They were simply too arrogant. Without the support of His Majesty's rich treasury, they could only eat dirt in front of the gun battalion. Therefore, the fear of scattering the enemy was just a nice-sounding excuse. Ultimately, they wanted to keep some stocks in case of accidents. After all, it would take a week or 2 for the new recruits to open the Oasis supply line and deliver new ammunition. When the first group of firelight entered the ambush circle of the First Army, Danny put the cross-shaped telescope in front of his eyes. Wind direction. To the north, strong. Target, about 700 meters away. Thank you. You're welcome. He murmured and put his finger on the trigger. Considering that the accuracy of fighting at night would be greatly reduced, he did not leave the position too far this time and chose to shoot head-on. In this way, even if the enemy rode fast on horses, they would not be able to move too far in his field of vision. The Sand Nation was indeed a barbarian tribe that was good at fighting on horseback. At first, there were only scattered firelight, but when they charged, they had already formed a neat front line. The horses' hooves sounded in unison, like a gradually accelerating drum beat. At the same time, they dropped the torches in their hands and pulled out their dull sabers. At this distance, the intermittent roars of the artillery position were the most eye-catching target. The backlit sand dunes on both sides suddenly flashed with continuous light spots. Tut, 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 the crisp sound of machine guns blended with the charging drum beat, announcing the official start of the ambush. Without the field artillery, the heavy machine guns became the weapon with the longest range. Bullets swept toward the charging line like a stream of water, and the desert suddenly boiled. Unexpectedly, screams, curses, and shouts broke out in the crowd. The shadows in the night seemed to move a little faster. And Danny was oblivious to it. He only focused on the first enemy that rushed forward 500 meters. I got you. It was not easy to find a target on a moonless night. He could only vaguely distinguish the charging figure of the enemy. But this was not a shooting show, and he did not need to hit the head to score a point. Whether it was the horse or the rider, being shot in any part of the body could kill them. Danny pulled the trigger, and the gun trembled slightly. He smelled the hot smell of gunpowder. He could not see the point of the bullet, and there was no blood. The enemy just trembled and fell off the horse. This was his hunting ground, Danny thought, and this was where he should be. Did you see that, Malt? Don't get distracted. The next target is coming. The darkness of the night had become a big obstacle for both sides. It turned out that the accuracy of the machine gun squad would be greatly reduced if they could not see where the bullets landed and the effect of the shooting. Although the number of machine guns used in the ambush was not as many as in the battle at Coldwind Ridge, it was not enough to completely stop the cavalry charge. When the enemy abandoned their torches, there were always dozens of people in the front line who could break through the crossfire net, howling and rushing to the artillery position, and then became Danny's targets. The enemy also could not tell where the real threat was. They could not see their companions being shot to pieces in the fire net, and they did not know what kind of weapons were set up on the sand dunes on both sides. When they realized that there were fewer and fewer people around them, it was already too late. Without the guidance of the torches, the cavalrymen who formed the new front line did not know what happened to their companions in the front. They could only see the roaring cannons and the flashing light spots on both sides. No matter how they thought about it, the thunder-like bombardment was more threatening than the sand dunes on both sides where they could not even see the shadows of people. It was in this kind of obstacle that the watchdogs did not collapse immediately. Instead, they formed multiple lines and rushed to the position like waves. In the eyes of these battle-hardened clans, the continuous charge of sharp blades was the best way to destroy the enemy's will to fight. Speed represented power. In the face of the tide-like attack, the slaves and mercenaries could not hold on for long. No matter how sturdy the front line was, once the cavalry broke in, it would not take long for them to become a pile of loose sand. This created an excellent hunting opportunity for Danny. Soon, he took down his 20th prey. But at the same time, he also noticed a strange phenomenon. Several times when he aimed at the enemy in the front, there was always a bullet that hit the target before he did. It was as if someone was competing with him. If that was all, it would not be a big deal. What made Danny excited was that the shooter hiding in the night was definitely a top hunter. Because the direction of the enemy's fall was always the same. If the target was shot in the upper body, the target would fall backward. If the target was shot on the horse, the target would fall forward. Danny could not explain the specific principle, but it was most likely the case. The target falling to the side could only mean that the position of the hunter was on one side of the sand dunes. And the target was shot in the torso, not the horse. What did this mean? Not only could the enemy capture a rider galloping in the dark night, but he could also predict where the target would arrive before firing. Coupled with the unpredictable cold winds of the desert, this skill could almost be considered as divine. Was there such an expert in the army? Was it a member of the precision shooting squad, or a soldier from the firearm battalion who was selected by His Majesty and given the new bolt gun? Just like himself, Danny suppressed his excitement and sped up the movements of his hands. He didn't want to lose to his opponent. Especially in front of Malt. There's one left on the right, 250 meters away from the defensive line. He's mine. In the latter half of the night, the thunder gradually subsided, but Thuram never heard the cheers of the returning warriors. Even though they were caught off guard, judging from the number of torches, the watchdogs had gathered nearly 2,000 men. Regardless of victory or defeat, there had to be some news, right? But after the thunder subsided, there was no more movement in the night. Like the mouth of a giant beast from the abyss, the more than 2,000 people were all swallowed up, not even spitting out a bone. The fire in the oasis also gradually subsided. All the clansmen who came to save their master were sent to put out the fire, which was what Iron Axe had asked him to do. Thuram didn't know whether he should be happy or sad at the moment. The watchdogs had never stopped oppressing his clansmen. Even in his dreams, he imagined that one day, they would meet with great misfortune, such as angering the big clans in the city, or being utterly defeated by a rising challenger. In short, the most pleasing thing for him was that the other party suffered a disaster. But the new challenger was Iron Axe. Iron Axe also intended to drag Thuram into the storm of fighting for the throne of the clan. Perhaps Thuram should persuade him to occupy the blood-stained land first, and then carefully consider his next move? The golden-eyed divine lady behind him was indeed very powerful, but the divine lady of the Wild Flame clan was also not to be trifled with. Especially as the first clan, they could choose the way of duel. In a one-on-one duel, Thuram was not optimistic about the divine lady brought by Iron Axe. Although the holy duel was known as the fairest way of competition, in fact, it was also a competition between the clans behind the duel. Not only could they set up traps before the duel, but they also might not be able to avoid the tricks of the other party in the duel. The tragic exile of the Osha clansmen was proof that only a few warriors who could fight could not guarantee the final victory. But what puzzled him the most was why the king of Greycastle was suddenly interested in this desert. In the eyes of the northerners, this place had always been synonymous with barbarism and backwardness. They did not allow the Sand Nation to enter the kingdom's territory, nor were they willing to intervene in the disputes between clans. The only people who traveled between the two places were merchants, and their commodities were slaves. In addition, what did Iron Axe mean by bringing order and oasis? It was said that only the three gods' emissary could make oasis grow in the desert and stop the storm. In other words, the southernmost region was originally a lush land full of fragrant grass, green trees, and gurgling water. It was not until the emissary died that the land became what it was today. When the three gods sent a new emissary, the southernmost region would return to its original state. But except for that illusory rumor, no one had ever been able to realize this. Otherwise, the Sand Nation would not be fighting for water and food all day long. Just as they were waiting anxiously, a white light finally appeared on the horizon. Then, Thurum faintly heard a strange horn sound. It was not as deep and dull as the horn, but slightly sharp, as if it was repeatedly ticking. Not long after, a strange team appeared at the edge of the oasis. They lined up in an unstoppable manner and approached the blood-stained land. Then, a fierce battle broke out with the remaining watchdogs. Perhaps it was not as fierce as he had expected. A group of clan warriors raised their sabers and rushed forward. Then, after a series of crackling explosions, they all fell to the ground. The rest of the people scattered, no longer caring about their fallen companions who were moaning on the ground. After entering the oasis, they quickly took control of several sentry towers and surrounded the tavern. Thurum knew he no longer had a choice when the brown-skinned woman with bluish-gray hair walked into the room. Although it had been 7 or 8 years since they last met, he could still see some of her mother's features on her face. As soon as Rebecca Bloodwhip got out of bed, he heard the news that the small oasis in the northwest had changed hands. Really? He frowned. Although he had seen the oasis on fire last night, he did not expect that the Howling clan could not even hold out for one night. Was there a new clan with such a powerful force in the Silver Stream recently? Why don't I remember anything about it? Rebecca patted his concubine lying beside him and asked her to wrap herself up in a blanket. After that, he turned to his subordinate and said, "Tell me more." Yes. According to the report of those guys who escaped, the fire in the oasis was not set by the challengers, but by God-Father's heavenly fire. Bullsh*T. Rebecca spat. Those cowards. Whenever they encounter something they can't solve, they blame it on the 3 gods. I'm going to hang them all at the gate of Iron Sand City. But... The subordinate hesitated for a moment. My men went to the camp in the small oasis this morning and found that the scene there was quite similar to what they described. There were many pitch-black pits on the ground, and corpses and house fragments were scattered everywhere. It didn't look like a simple arson. House fragments? Yes. It looked like a giant sandworm or an earth-drilling scorpion ran over the camp and tore them into pieces. The subordinate chose his words carefully. Most of those who stayed in the camp were unlucky, while those who had fun outside organized a counterattack. But they were defeated before they could even see their opponents. In other words, those idiots were ambushed and fled in panic before they could approach their opponents? Rebecca began to doubt whether he had been too kind to the watchdogs. He had spent a lot of effort to win them over, but this was all they could do? Or was it that a long and stable life had eroded their strength more than he had expected? And then? So far, they don't even know which clan occupied the small oasis. My men are still asking around. We should be able to get the news soon. The subordinate paused and said hesitantly, but some of the refugees said that they saw many northerners. Northerners. This news made Rebecca take it seriously. Naked, he walked to the window and looked towards the northwest. The fire had long been extinguished, leaving only a few wisps of black smoke. Although the Howling clan was the watchdog that Ironwhip and Chippedbone had recruited, he did not really care about their lives. The Challenger system was not so much a qualification test, but rather a protective wall set up by the 6 clans for themselves. He only understood this after he settled in Iron Sand City. The Holy Duel was only a small-scale fight, but the battle for the small oasis was an all-out war between the 2 clans. It was not uncommon for both sides to fight to the death. After all, even if they did not enter the Iron Sand City, the oasis was a place that every clan had to fight for in order to grow stronger. No matter which side won, they would usually have to pay a heavy price and would need a long time to lick their wounds. During this period, it was not difficult for the big clans to turn the challengers into watchdogs, especially those clans who believed that the compromise was only temporary and that sooner or later, they would challenge each other to a duel. In the end, none of them managed to ring the sacred bell of Iron Sand City. At that time, a new challenger would appear and sweep the watchdogs out of the game. The large clans used this method to ensure that they wouldn't fall into a predicament where they would be badly hurt. Now that Ironwhip had climbed to the 4th place, even if the challengers challenged him to a duel, they would not come to him. Therefore, it was not a big deal for the small oasis to change hands. However, it was different for the northerners. For example, the Queen of Clearwater had caused a lot of chaos in Iron Sand City. Many people yearned for the evergreen land in the north even though they had been reduced to slaves and thugs. The departure of the two potential challengers had emptied the small oasis, so the other challengers could easily challenge each other. Taking advantage of the chaos, Rubaka seized the opportunity and successfully became the fourth big clan. Now, what tricks did they want to play? Keep an eye on those people and find out what's going on. He turned around and ordered his subordinates, which city did the northerners come from? How many of them are there? What kind of weapons they have and what they're planning to do? Yes, chieftain. Perhaps he should have a discussion with the other big clans. According to the rules of the southernmost region, outsiders were not allowed to interfere. In the afternoon, one of his subordinates brought back a piece of news that Rubaka Bloodwhip could not believe. What did you say? The Osha clan? That's what they said. All the flags in the oasis have been replaced with the Osha clan's war patterns. I also saw the Osha princess who was sold as a slave. She has become a divine lady and is recruiting new clansmen. It seems that many of them have responded. How? How is this possible? Rubaka was not ignorant of the Northern Kingdom. In the eyes of the people of Grey Castle, the divine lady was completely regarded as an evil existence. If the Sand Nation slaves were already miserable enough, then a divine lady slave would never have the slightest chance to make a comeback. But now, how did she win the support of the northerners and lead them back to the southernmost region as an avenger? He felt an indescribable sense of absurdity and panic. The Majans had been suppressed in the desert not because they liked the desert, but because they had never been able to confront Grey Castle head-on. If the Majans wanted to harm Iron Sand City, the clans might unite to fight against the outsiders. But if the Osha clan, who had the support of the northerners, only targeted his family, would the other clans still be closely allied with Iron Whip? This was a question that almost did not need to be answered. Damn it! He smashed the wine glass on the table onto the ground and stomped on it, turning it into a pile of crystal fragments. If you want to avenge your father's death through a holy duel, come on. Rubaka thought fiercely. The northerners may be well armed and numerous, but in a duel, the Sand Nation of the Majans are the bravest warriors. I'll let you know the taste of despair. Just then, another subordinate entered the hall and said, Chieftain, the Osha clan has sent a gift. What? Rubaka felt the blue veins on his forehead throbbing. A gift? Yes, it's in the garden outside. Take me to see it, he said through gritted teeth. It was a huge wooden box, about the length of a man and half the width of a man. It looked as if it had been pieced together by several ordinary wooden boards. There were iron nails at the four corners, and nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. Where's the person who sent it? Rubaka asked. He's gone. How many of them? Only one person. One person? He raised his eyebrows and stepped forward to kick the box. The wooden box suddenly rolled several times and made a clanking sound. It seemed that there were other things inside. But judging from its weight, it was almost hollow. Are they broken limbs, flesh, or skin peeled off? Other than threats and bluffs, he couldn't think of anything else the other party would send over. Move to Stone Castle, Rubaka said coldly. I'd like to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit. His subordinate opened the wooden box and revealed the gift inside. It was a coffin. A fine coffin. Both the gold foil and the lacquer were exquisite. The pattern on the cover was a pitch-black short whip, which was the war pattern of the Iron Whip clan. Rubaka Bloodwhip was startled at first, but then he could not help sneering. That's it? I thought they would put something more frightening. He shook his head. Skulls, ears, human skin. That's what Iron Sand City does. Coffins? The southernmost region doesn't need such superfluous things. All the dead people here would be thrown into the desert and then turned into bones under the high temperature. No matter what their status was before, it would be the same after death. Only northerners needed such a coy wooden box. Even if they were dead, they still had to imprison themselves in it like an eternal cage. Osha bitches think they can frighten me like this? He breathed heavily. She had been a slave in Grey Castle for so long that she had probably forgotten the Sand Nation's way of threatening. But this insult still made Rebecca's blood boil. "Bring me my axe," he shouted. Immediately, a clansman came with a cast-iron axe. The handle was as tall as a man, and the dark axe head was as big as a head. Although he was the chief of the Iron Whip clan, his favorite weapon was this heavy battle axe. Whether it was fighting with the wild beasts in the desert or beheading the challengers, it was very convenient to wield it. In the face of absolute power, all resistance were meaningless. As long as the axe hit the target, even if he was wearing a northerner's armor, he would be killed in one blow. Of course, it had also drunk the blood of Osha clansmen, including women and children. He forgot to tell Drow Silvermoon that the exiles had not arrived at Endless Cape. Because he had taken a detour and arrived in front of the escort team, then hacked them to death one by one in the yellow sand. He wasn't worried that they would come back for revenge one day. He simply enjoyed the pleasure of killing. "Coffins? Fuck them." Rebecca spat and shouted. He raised the battle axe with both hands and swung it at the cover with the iron whip pattern. Crack! A large number of sparks appeared on both sides of the axe, as if it had struck some sort of iron or stone. The coffin did not split into two as he thought. The feeling from the handle told him that this exquisite wooden box was not empty. It was stuffed full of things, but it was too late. After the sparks, an even more dazzling light bloomed from the inside of the coffin. Then, it instantly filled the entire hall and quickly expanded outwards. However, Rebecca didn't see it. When the light swept past his body, his eyeballs and tongue had already been crushed and torn apart by the rapidly expanding wave of air. After that, his head, limbs, and internal organs, with an earth-shattering boom, all the residents of Iron Sand City saw this incredible scene. Raging flames and thick smoke gushed out from the bottom of the rising sunstone castle like a raging underground fire. The garden wall was razed to the ground by an invisible giant hand. The entire stone castle seemed to shake violently and then fall apart in the thick smoke. First, the walls fell down, then the pillars and the roof. The falling stones accelerated the eruption of the smoke. Finally, the collapsed stone castle sent a column of smoke into the sky, connecting with the gray sky. It was as if a Tower of Babel had appeared in Iron Sand City. Thuram, who was in the Oasis Tavern, also saw this scene. It was not until this moment that he realized what the story Iron Axe had told him was about. The coffin filled with snow powder, the weight reduced by the Divine Lady, the flint stuck to the cover, and the fuse connected to the top of the cover. No matter if the coffin was destroyed by brute force or the cover was opened normally, it would lead to an unparalleled thunder. Although he did not know what snow powder and the fuse were, he knew what thunder was. The muffled sound that could spread for miles and the column of smoke that could be seen in the bloodstained land showed how powerful the unbridled heavenly thunder was. If Iron Whip didn't lie to him and the scene in Iron Sand City was really caused by that coffin, the chief of the Iron Whip clan would probably die. However, Thuram did not expect that Iron Whip would really attack the Iron Whip clan, which ranked the fourth, before the duel, and retaliate in such a blatant way. "You." Thuram looked at Iron Axe, whose expression remained unchanged, and could not utter a complete sentence for a long time. Years ago, Rebecca Bloodwhip sullied the holy duel and failed the three gods' expectations. How could I have a fair fight with a man who had lost the right to duel in the land of fire? Iron Axe said calmly, Rebecca and his clansmen were just a bunch of cowards. I never regarded them as my opponents from the very beginning. But Iron Whip is a big clan after all. Because of this kind of ending is more suitable for them, rather than a glorious death in the ring. Iron Axe shook his head. Besides, the Osha clan will not violate the rules set by the three gods. Once the opponent surrenders, we'll put away our weapons and spare the duelists' lives. He paused for a moment. Think about it. If you were the chief of the Iron Whip clan and you knew that the Osha clan had come back, what would you do? Thuram immediately understood what Iron Axe meant. Indeed, if the rules were broken once, they could be broken again. A trespasser who did not abide by the rules set by the three gods would bring them endless trouble. Even if they wanted to reverse the defeat 8 years ago through the holy duel, they would still be harassed and framed by their opponents before and after the duel began. Therefore, it was better to crush them completely from the very beginning than to be tired of guarding against them later. But if Rebecca didn't open the coffin or destroy it, your plan wouldn't work, would it? Thuram had only one question left in his mind. The chief of the Iron Whip clan is violent and likes to destroy and kill. It's not much harder to guess what he would do than to tease a monkey. Iron Axe slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Besides, the snow powder coffin is just an appetizer. Even if Rebecca luckily escapes, there are still many gifts waiting for him. But now it seems that the three gods will not protect a traitor who has turned his back on them. Hearing this, Thuram could not help shuddering. When he swore loyalty to Drow Silvermoon and the new Osha clan, he had also sworn in the name of the three gods. Iron Axe's last sentence was also a warning to him. Now we can talk about business. The half-breed patted Thuram's shoulder as if nothing had happened. Another reason why I chose you is that you know Iron Sand City like the back of your hand. People in the Oasis say that there's nothing in the desert that you don't know. It's just that I've been here for a long time and heard more stories. After defeating the Watchdog and easily killing the Iron Whip clan, Thuram became much more respectful to Iron Axe, the Princess of Osha, and the Grey Castle force behind them. But if I know something, I'll definitely tell you in detail. Good. If you want to win the holy duel, you have to carefully understand your enemies. You can start with the warriors and divine ladies of each clan. Iron Axe nodded. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit. At present, everything is going well in the southernmost region. The Iron Whip clan has been destroyed. Echo asked me to express her gratitude to you. It takes time to prepare for the holy duel. I predict that the clans of Iron Sand City will go to the Land of Fire in a week. During this time, I've hired some of my clansmen to mark the location of the underground Styx River. I believe that we'll soon be able to find a Blackwater River that's relatively close to the coast. Also, what do you plan to do with the goddess of the clan? Greetings. Iron Axe. Your Majesty, this is the message from the southernmost region. The sigil of listening flashed a faint red light. Countess Spear's voice paused after the report, obviously waiting for Roland's reply. Then, Nightingale handed the other talisman over. Since she was sitting on the table, the seal was placed right next to her slender thighs. Although it was not summer, she was still wearing tight black trousers, showing off her perfect figure. If Roland wanted to talk to the sigil, he had to get close to her legs. It had to be said that this was a difficult choice. He didn't know whether he should look at him openly or pretend to glance at him casually. Ahem, well done. I mean Iron Axe. Your Majesty, are you all right? The Earl replied, I can hear your voice is a little hoarse. Please keep warm in the winter, your body is not as strong as a witch's. I'm fine. Roland cleared his throat and said, tell Iron Axe that if there are no major deviations, let him continue with the plan. As for the goddess, we can fight for her, but if she doesn't want to leave the southernmost region, don't force her. Is that all? All right, I'll let you know if I have any other requests. I understand. Then allow me to take my leave, Your Majesty. The red light on the seal was extinguished. Roland turned around and exhaled softly. What's with this feeling of loss? Nightingale chuckled and put away the sigil. She returned to the recliner in a flash and continued to munch on the dried fish while reading the comic strip of the witch story. Roland pursed his lips and focused his attention on the matter at hand. In this desert operation, they had invested all their sigil of listening and used Countess Spear Passy of Fallen Dragon Ridge as a transit point to achieve instant communication between Neverwinter and the advance troops. Although communication was still a little inconvenient, compared to the initial delivery of letters that took 10 to 15 days and the daily flight of messengers, this method of communication was already considered as fast as lightning. He finally had the feeling of being able to survey the entire situation without leaving the territory. Unfortunately, the sigil of listening required a witch to inject her magic power into it to take effect. Moreover, in order to achieve a conversation between two parties, at least 2 sets of sigil and 2 witches were needed. This meant that it was destined to be unable to replace the telephone and other communication tools that ordinary people could use. Now, the first telephone line in the western region had entered the stage of laying. It would directly connect the office of the castle to the city hall of the Longsong district. the second and third lines were also being planned. It was expected that the two city halls would be connected so that orders would only need a phone call. Considering that it was time-consuming and laborious to erect electric poles, and that it was prone to be damaged by ice and snow, Roland decided to lay the cable along the mountain range and sink it into the ground through Lotus, which was both convenient and safe. After the mountain defense line was established, he was bound to increase the line of communication with the front line. At that time, he was afraid that he would have to put more than 10 hand-cranked telephones in his office. In addition, the migration of the ancient tequila witches was also the focus of Roland's attention. Maggie and Lightning took on the role of early warning and expanded the scope of investigation to the area 10 kilometers north of the mountains in order to detect large-scale demonic beast attacks in advance. After all, the relics of the gods were likely to determine the survival of the tribe, so it was not too much to handle it carefully. He had many conversations with Pasha in the past 2 weeks. Their plan was very simple. First, let the worm carrier open up a mountain passage to the western region, and then choose a place with stable rock strata and fewer forks to build a palace. Next, the ancient witches would move the carrier, the documents, and the bodies of the gods' punishment army to the new residence. Finally, it was the turn of the instrument of divine retribution and the relics of the gods. The one who was most enthusiastic about the relocation was a witch named Fran, or rather, the devouring worm. She opened her bloody mouth, twisted her plump body, and squeezed in front of the phantom instrument. When she excitedly expressed her gratitude to Roland, he was really shocked. Later, after Pasha explained it to him, he understood that the witches who had devoted themselves to the carrier could no longer be stored in Scourge's body. Their perception and consciousness were consolidated with the new body. The advantage was that they did not need to go through a long period of practice to use the carrier, but the disadvantage was that once the body was damaged, they had no spare carrier to replace it. Come to think of it, if the witches did not use this method of joining, perhaps they would not be able to move the carrier even if they practiced for a lifetime. How could a person who was used to 4 limbs and 10 fingers control countless tentacles or move forward like a worm? On the contrary, once they adapted to this strange carrier, it was estimated that there was no way to return to the previous way of life. Because the devouring worm consumed a lot of food to feed, when not in use, the ancient witches had to transfer Fran back into the soul container and put her into eternal sleep. This was obviously not a good experience. It could be said that Fran sacrificed her own future for the continuation of the Tequila tribe. The price she paid was even heavier than that of Pasha, Aletheia, and the others who had been transformed into the original carriers. At least the latter could always observe the world and feel the changes and replacement of the outside world. Therefore, it could be imagined how grateful she was to Roland. The key point was that he had boasted that there was endless work waiting for Fran in Neverwinter, which meant that he had to spend a lot of food to keep her energetic. Fortunately, the worm was an omnivorous carrier, so it could accept both grain and meat. I want to eat hot meat porridge sprinkled with spices and a whole cow roasted until its skin is shiny. When Fran said these words, she was basically drooling. Although the worm looked a little ugly, like the sarcoma, it could sense the outside environment in a unique way, including taste, pain, and temperature. Roland could only accept her gratitude with a smile and tears in his heart. It seemed that no matter in which world, the construction industry was a huge gold-devouring monster. He also asked Pasha what the original and central carriers relied on to fill their stomachs. The answer he got was soil and high temperature, which was also the reason why they liked to soak in magma. This answer made Roland feel a little relieved. Compared to the devouring worm, the sarcoma probably absorbed energy more like a plant. In this way, he did not have to bear the food expenses of these people who were close to an infinite life. Just as he was thinking about how to plan the defense line in the mountains so that the military facilities built underground could better connect with the existing crossroads and even the ancient witch's palace, he suddenly heard an explosion outside the window. Surprised, Roland turned to look at the French window and saw a plume of black smoke rising from a corner of the town, mixed with some faintly visible flames. The smoke came from the direction of the school near the stone inner wall. Nightingale. I'll ask Sylvie and Phyllis to go and have a look. Your Majesty, don't leave the office. I'll be back soon. While speaking, Nightingale had already disappeared into the mist. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Lily, have you heard? Mystery Moon rushed into the bedroom and put her face in front of Lily. Something happened in the college district. Go away. You're blocking my light. She pushed Mystery Moon's face away and continued to adjust the focus of the microscope. She sighed inwardly. Today's replication test was probably going to fail again. There was not only an explosion, but also a big fire. Who do you think did it? The church or the demons? The church has been defeated by His Majesty. The demons are thousands of miles away from us. Lily raised her head impatiently and rolled her eyes at her. I guess some idiot stole the waste from the chemistry lab and brought it into the classroom. Similar things had happened before. For example, half a month ago, a researcher casually brought a failed piece of pyrocotton back home, wanting to use it as a kindling for the stove. In the end, it was accidentally set on fire by a child, almost burning the house to the ground. His Majesty was furious after the incident. His voice could even be heard in the castle reprimanding those responsible. After that, the regulations of the chemistry lab were increased several times. The new regulations, which Lily had seen in scroll, were changed from a thin piece of parchment to a book as thick as an index finger. But there was an explosion this time. How can you be so indifferent to what happened in Neverwinter? This is also our home, Mystery Moon said plausibly. Stop bluffing. You're just too curious and want to know the answer as soon as possible. Lily said angrily, that's why it should be handled by more professional people. Besides, what I'm doing now is also for the development of Neverwinter. She paused and said, but you've been interfering with my experiment and idling around all day. Oh? Mystery Moon gave a strange smile. Then what have you achieved? Lily suddenly felt suffocated. No, right? You've been staring at the microscope for more than a year, but you haven't helped His Majesty. My electromagnetic power has brought light to His Majesty at night, so that people can continue to work even at night. Mystery Moon raised her nose and said, oh. But I don't despise you, my old friend. Finding out the truth of the problem is also a help to His Majesty. Please don't mind me, Lily said hatefully. She did not know why it was difficult for her to transform the broodmother into a specific species of tiny insects. She could control the shape of the broodmother and try to get as close as possible to the target she wanted to assimilate, but she could not break through this obstacle. The little girl faintly felt that something seemed to be missing between the two, but she couldn't find a specific clue. So after her ability evolved, other than treating some cold plagues, she spent the rest of her time dealing with microscopes. She could not promote the production of Neverwinter like Anna and Soroya, nor could she bring happiness to the people like Evelyn. She had always been brooding over this. Lily really liked to observe the complicated world that was invisible to the naked eye, but she did not want to waste His Majesty's food for nothing, although she would never admit it verbally. Now, even the stupid Mystery Moon had gone ahead of her. This kind of unhappiness really made her heart ache. No, I was wrong. Just take it as me accompanying myself. Seeing that she couldn't pull Lily away, Mystery Moon immediately resumed her pleading look. She held Lily's arm and cried, there's no harm in going out for a walk. You'll be bored to death if you stay cooped up in your room all day. Every time this happened, it was difficult for Lily to refuse the other party cleanly. She impatiently pulled Mystery Moon's arm away, looked at the latter and sighed. I know, but don't cause trouble for His Majesty and Sister Nightingale. I promise. How come she did not realize that Mystery Moon would become so clingy after they became familiar with each other? If she had known this, she would have insisted on asking Leaf or Scroll to be her roommate. Then. Are we going on foot now? Wait for me here for a while. There are a few sisters who also want to find out the truth. I'll call them all here. Mystery Moon said and hurriedly ran out. A quarter of an hour later, she returned to the room with several witches. Everyone is here. Let's go. Lily was stunned to see the 5 witches behind her. You're going to take so many people with you? We also want to help His Majesty. The one who raised her hand to answer was Amy, who was just as friendly as Mystery Moon. She even looked more lively than Mystery Moon. If His Majesty allows it. The one who said this was Maggie, who was a little timid. Well, Vanilla did not need to see. He must have been dragged here by Mystery Moon. Mystery Moon's theory is very interesting. I'll go with you. My God, even Evelyn was here. Didn't she have a winemaking task today? I just need to do what I did last time when I secretly read the test paper. If there are people watching, I won't use my ability. The last one was Xianxia. She looked quite nervous, but she was more eager than last time. Oh no, these guys have all been bewitched by Mystery Moon. She asked you to come just so that one more person can share the responsibility if His Majesty blames her in the future. However, seeing Summer's appearance, Lily felt a lot more relaxed. Neither Nightingale nor the Ministry of Justice took Summer with them, which meant that what happened in the academy was not a big deal. Perhaps, as she had guessed, there were several witnesses when the incident happened, so the consequences were not too serious. Forget it, I'll just accompany them for a stroll. Maggie summoned the magic ark, which carried them to the academy area. Through the roof of the ark, Lily could clearly see the scenery on the ground. It was a wonderful feeling. It was as if they were sneaking under the ground, but it was like swimming in the sea. When they looked up, they could see the blue waves on the surface. A cordon had been pulled up near the academy, and black uniformed policemen were guarding at every intersection to prevent residents from approaching. However, this symbolic blockade was meaningless to the ark. They went straight through the streets and walls and entered the academy. This was originally a mansion of a noble in Stronghold. Later, it was further expanded by His Majesty and became the primary academy of Neverwinter today. However, most of the houses were still made of wood, instead of the red bricks and cement used in the residential area. At this time, the fire had long been put out. Judging from the blackened outer wall, the location of the fire should be on the second floor of the main teaching building. Part of the wall had fallen off, and a pile of glass debris was scattered on the ground, probably caused by the explosion. They waited underground for a while to make sure that no one came in or out of the academy and the whole building was empty. Then, they asked Maggie to control the ark and float to the ground next to the teaching building. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit. A group of people crept into the building and climbed up to the second floor. The smell of burning wood still lingered in the corridor, and scattered books and papers could be seen everywhere, probably left by the students who fled in panic. Following the smell of burning wood, they soon found the scene of the accident, a classroom near the end of the corridor. Walking into the room, Lily noticed that one corner of the room had become pitch black, and the entire wall was cracked, and the cracks extended to the floor. The fire area was not large, and the range of the fire was obvious. The blackened wood spread like ripples from deep to shallow, which did not seem to be caused by natural arson at all. However, what she was most concerned about were the cracks. They were almost as if they had been cut by an axe, and the gaps had been completely carbonized. When she put her fingers into them, she could still feel a faint residual heat. It should be here. Mystery Moon walked around the corner and said, "Summer, I'll leave the rest to you." Well. If someone comes, remember to interrupt me. Summer walked to the center of the classroom and displayed her backtracking ability. Since the time of the explosion was determined, and it had happened less than a day ago, she quickly found the key point before the accident. As magic power gushed out, the damaged wall became as good as before, and the crooked chairs were restored to their original positions. Many students appeared in the empty classroom. Some of them were sleeping on their desks, and some gathered together to chat. There was no teacher on the podium, so it should be the lunch break. Seeing this scene for the first time, Maggie and Vanilla could not help but exclaim. Then, as if afraid of disturbing Summer, they hurriedly covered their mouths. Especially when they saw a student walk towards them as if nothing had happened, but pass through their bodies like a ghost, the two of them stepped back in panic and almost fell to the ground. "Don't worry, these are just illusions," Evelyn explained enthusiastically. "Summer can backtrack time and make things that have already happened reappear. This is really an amazing ability." It was also the first time for Amy to see this, but she did not show the slightest fear. Instead, she said with admiration, "Haha. It's not that amazing." Summer touched her head with some embarrassment. "Compared to Sister Nightingale, my ability is nothing." "Nightingale? Are you talking about the golden-haired big sister who is always by His Majesty's side and rarely shows herself?" "Yes, she's the most powerful witch in the entire western region, maybe even in the entire kingdom." "Impressive." Aime's eyes sparkled. Wait, Mystery Moon suddenly interrupted them. Look. Lily frowned. This is bullying? Evelyn said softly. 5 to 6 teenagers surrounded two girls in a corner, arguing fiercely about something. The two girls who were surrounded had completely different reactions. One of them stood in front of the crowd with her arms outstretched, shouting loudly without flinching, while the other hugged her head and hid behind the former, looking quite frightened. Since the elementary class did not have a uniform enrollment age, the oldest of the group looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. He was taller than the two girls combined, and his posture was overwhelming. However, the stubborn short-haired girl was not intimidated by the large number of people. Even though she was alone, she was not at a disadvantage at all. From the movement of their lips, it could be inferred that the content of the dispute was related to their birthplace, such as telling them to go back to the eastern region and become the traitor king's lackeys. Soon, the dispute turned into a shoving. The tall boy took the lead and tried to push the girl to the ground. Unexpectedly, as soon as he grabbed her shoulder, he was kicked in the knee, and his whole body suddenly tilted. The scene became chaotic for a while. Like a slippery loach, the girl slipped out of the encirclement and kicked a fat boy to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. No one cared about the poor girl who was sobbing with her head in her hands anymore. The crowd swarmed toward the short-haired girl, while the latter wandered in the back half of the classroom, using other students as cover. Her movements were as flexible as a cat's. Due to her inferior height, every time she kicked the opponent's knee or ankle, she could make the opponent kneel on the ground with one blow, unable to get up for a long time. This kid is so strong, Mystery Moon said in astonishment. Come on, beat them to the ground. Amy could not help but clench her fists, as if she was there in person. But she's too weak, Vanilla said worriedly. And if she only attacks one part, it's easy for her opponent to guard against it. It's not good for her to fight. Hey, how do you know that? Mystery Moon looked at her in surprise. I'm sorry, I just used to. The church has taught you this, right? Evelyn comforted her. It's okay. Since you can pass His Majesty's inspection, it means that you're not the same kind of people as those vicious pure witches. Lily frowned and did not say a word. She also agreed with Vanilla's opinion. Although the students who were kicked to the ground looked very embarrassed, they could still get up with a limp after recovering and continue to encircle the short-haired girl. Moreover, this time they were much more cautious in protecting their legs, so it was not so easy for the opponent to succeed. Suddenly, the tall man grabbed a chair and swung it down from behind her while her attention was distracted by the other two. Watch out! Amy yelled. But the illusion only recorded what had happened, so her warning could not alert the girl to the sneak attack from behind. The chair leg hit her head and knocked her to the ground. The moment she fell, she rolled away from the attack of the two people in front of her and squatted on the ground, covering her head with her teeth. It could be seen that the girl's fingertips were stained with blood. Blood slowly flowed from the hair near her ear and dyed half of her face red. The tall boy was also a little stunned, probably because he did not expect the other party to take the hit. He hesitated for a while, then threw the chair to the ground and walked toward her step by step. Just when everyone thought the situation was over, the girl suddenly showed a painful expression and opened her mouth to scream. Although the witches present could not hear her voice, they could tell from her expression how much pain she was suffering at the moment. Even when she was hit in the head by the chair, she did not look like this. Then, a bolt of lightning leaped out from her fingertips, followed by a second, a third. The lightning spread along the floor, leaving a twisted orange trail behind it. When it came into contact with the window, it suddenly exploded with a bright flash. In an instant, sparks flew in all directions, like iron and stone colliding. The glass was shattered and a big hole was blown in the wall. Everyone turned around and fled in panic, no longer caring about the short-haired girl who was shrouded by the electric light. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Is This an Awakening? Evelyn asked in surprise. Most likely. Lily nodded. During the first awakening, the magic power gathered in the body, which was equivalent to a backfire, and the pain was far more painful than a scalp cut. Many witches would unconsciously display their abilities at this moment, and it was also the moment when they were most likely to be exposed. If this happened 2 or 3 years ago, the only outcome for an awakened in public would be death. The electric lights soon disappeared, but the floor and the outer wall of the classroom were ignited by the thunderbolt. The orange-red trail gradually rose into the air, and thick smoke billowed out. The girl forced herself to return to her friend, who was already petrified. She yelled twice, grabbed her friend's wrist, and dragged her out of the danger zone. Lily raised her eyebrows in appreciation. Although the first backlash was not fatal, it was still an unprecedented experience. After the backlash, one would often feel weak all over and break out in cold sweat. It was very rare for a 10-year-old girl to be able to control her body in such a state without forgetting her companion behind her. The fire did not spread quickly. After all, the source of the fire caused by the electric discharge was very small. By the time the second half of the classroom was gradually engulfed by the fire, everyone had already left the teaching building. Seeing the truth, Summer ended the backtracking. Very good, we have another sister. Lily raised the corner of her mouth. She could foresee that Mystery Moon was quite a good girl. Regardless of her ability, at least she was brave and strong-willed. Only after seeing her would she realize that not all witches were as bad as Mystery Moon. At this point, she deliberately glanced at Mystery Moon, only to find that the latter was still in shock, apparently not paying attention to what she had said. What's wrong with this idiot? We have to tell Sister Vendi quickly. Amy suggested. There's a new witch in Neverwinter. Agreed. Evelyn nodded. Let's go to the castle now. Vendi probably already knew. Lily shrugged, but she did not say her thoughts. After all, after wandering around, she planned to return to her bedroom to continue observing those tiny insects, and it was on the way. Mystery Moon? When they walked to the door, they found that Mystery Moon was still in a daze. I'm here. She shook her head and followed the others in a daze. Are you okay? Evelyn touched her head. I'm fine. Mystery Moon replied in a low voice, completely different from her previous excitement. What a strange fellow. Lily curled her lips, held her hand, and injected the queen insect into her body. Although an idiot wouldn't catch a cold, but, what if an accident happened, they took the magic ark back to the witch building and reported the matter to Vendi. As expected, Vendi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do I still need you to find out the truth? When Sylvie was in the castle, she discovered the magic reaction in the academy area. She went there and asked, and then she found out everything. Vendi stretched out her hand and knocked on each of their foreheads. Sneaking through the cordon and breaking into a potentially dangerous place without permission, you're trying to get closer to lightning. Do you want to be locked up and do 3 sets of comprehensive tests? Everyone's expression changed drastically as they shook their heads repeatedly. I almost forgot. Evelyn suddenly clapped her hands. Before dinner, I have to check the tavern's inventory. I also have a difficult question to ask Isabella. Maggie bowed deeply. I'll leave first. Me too. Vanilla hurriedly ran out after her. Huh? Amy racked her brains for a while, but still couldn't come up with a suitable excuse. In the end, she was directly dragged out of the office by Summer. Lily sighed. If Vendi really wants to punish you, do you think you can escape like this? Besides, 3 sets of test questions will only take you 1 night. It's not a bad idea to consolidate the knowledge you've learned. After apologizing to Vendi with her hand on Mystery Moon's head, she also returned to her bedroom. Can you tell me now? What happened? Closing the door, Lily looked at her sorrowful roommate and rolled her eyes. Don't you want me to care about you like this? Lily. Mystery Moon's nose twitched. New witches can discharge electricity. So what? Electricity is magnetism, magnetism is electricity. In other words, I'm her and she's me. Mystery Moon said worriedly. What if she's stronger than me and His Majesty doesn't need me anymore? Pfft, Lily almost choked on her saliva. How can you say that? Even if you two have the same ability, His Majesty won't deliberately not use the other one. But there will always be comparisons. Then you'll always be different. Lily suddenly froze. Always. Different? Wait. What did you say before? Electricity is magnetism? A little behind. She's me. I see. Lily only felt a bang in her head, and a new idea appeared in her mind. She no longer cared about Mystery Moon. She ran to the desk, picked up a drop of water from a cup, put it under the microscope, and focused on adjusting the focus. What do you mean by I see? Mystery Moon protested. Hey, can't you comfort me a little more? Don't bother me. She waved her hand. If you don't want to be outdone by her, you'd better start to study hard from now on. That way, you may have a little hope. Yes, comparisons were always different. No matter how many tiny worms she drew to make the parent as similar as possible to the target, the parent could never become the target. Because of the limitations of observation, she could not see every detail of the worm. As long as she magnified the microscope a little more, or the worm moved, the parent she made through comparison would become very different. If she wanted to transform it into a specific worm, the two should be one. Lily soon found a target, a transparent worm that looked like a rotten grape. This kind of worm was very common in the water, and she often used it as a comparison. She gently touched the glass and summoned an invisible parent worm. She restrained its impulse to assimilate the target, and used its tentacles to approach the grape worm little by little, gradually overlapping with the target. Then the parent worm began to infiltrate the body of the grape worm, occupying every corner of its body until its whole body turned light purple. The parent worm was the worm, and the worm was also the parent worm. When she released the restriction, for the first time, the parent worm did not instantly change back to its original form as usual, but began to swim in the form of a grape worm. All kinds of worms around it turned into rotten grapes, and this process soon spread to the whole water drop. After a quarter of an hour, Lily could no longer find any tiny worms except for the grape worm. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit Your Majesty. The statistics of the accident treatment are out. Berev and Scroll walked into Roland's office together. Oh? Roland asked with concern. How's the situation? Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. The reply from the city hall director made him feel relieved. 3 people suffered fractures, all of which were caused by falling down while escaping. 2 people lost their hearing, which was probably caused by the explosion. 1 person was burned, but after Miss Nana's treatment, everyone has recovered. At that time, the teachers who were taking a lunch break in the lounge immediately organized an evacuation after hearing the loud noise. Phil and Eltec claimed that the First Army was practicing, simulating the enemy's raid on the school, and asked the students to cooperate and not panic. This statement helped to maintain the order at the scene, except for the 6th class who witnessed the witch's awakening. Scroll added, so the patients with fractures and hearing loss were all students from the same class. As expected of the light of dawn, Roland could not help but praise. Using the First Army's great prestige in Neverwinter not only made it convenient to maintain order, but also to reduce panic. In this way, the impact was reduced to a minimum. As long as appropriate remedial measures were taken afterwards, most people would not realize that the awakening of witches was actually a very dangerous process. Of course, it was also crucial for the awakened to control their abilities within a very small range. The loud explosion was caused by the electric current breaking through the air and forming an arc path with the metal bolts on the window. The principle of the explosion was the same as the sound of thunder. It sounded earth-shattering, but it was not very harmful. As for putting out the fire, Agatha was good at it. When she arrived at the scene, it only took her a few minutes to freeze the source of the fire, so the main teaching building was spared. Although Roland had already considered whether to replace the buildings with brick and concrete structures to prevent similar things from happening again. Your Majesty, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Berev asked. Do you have any ideas? Roland knocked on the table and did not answer directly. I think it should be divided into 2 parts. The steward pondered for a moment. The fight between the children isn't the main point. The main point is the conflict behind it. According to the current situation, one side of the conflict is from the Southern Territory, while the other side is from the Eastern Territory. The cause of the conflict is a dispute over whether the Eastern Territory is the home of the rebel king. As you know, Timothy's territory happens to be the Valencia of the Eastern Territory, which has yet to surrender to you. So, He paused and hid the second half of his words, probably because he did not want to talk too much about the struggle of the royal family. In short, if not for the adults announcing it behind their backs, the children would not have known about these things. Severely punish the parents of the instigator of the conflict and make it clear that it is forbidden to discuss the matter of rebelling against the king. This will put an end to this kind of conflict. Please continue. The second point is that the awakening of witches may cause harm to the people. My suggestion is that no matter what sentence you decide, it should be written into the law so that disputes can be effectively avoided. Roland glanced at the old steward with great interest but did not express his opinion. In fact, the fact that he could notice the root cause behind the fight proved that he had a relatively broad vision, which was obviously not something that the former Assistant Minister of Finance could perceive. During his more than 2 years in power, he had also made great progress. However, the limitations of the era still existed in Barrett's thinking. He believed that everything would be fine as long as the decree was written into the law. However, the law still had to be enforced by people, especially in a centralized system of government that eliminated the power of the local nobles. After all, the more power one had, the more responsibility one had to bear. If the law conflicted with the demands of the majority of people, the hidden dangers would sooner or later erupt, and it would not be easy to deal with it at that time. What about you? Roland looked at Scroll. Your Majesty, I have some different views. Now that the subjects of Neverwinter come from all over Grey Castle, there will always be various kinds of conflicts. If we ban one after another, I'm afraid that the law will become quite bloated. I suggest that we guide them in the direction of their discussion and clearly tell them what is right and what is wrong, which may be more appropriate than banning all of them. Scroll paused for a moment. As for the second point, I think you can first ask Miss Agatha for her opinion. Tequila has many awakened witches, so they should be very familiar with this kind of situation. Roland picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. Indeed, compared to a one-size-fits-all policy, he preferred to use public opinion to control people's minds. This matter did not involve the conflict between nations or kingdoms, so it was much more relaxed than the complicated situation caused by the awakening of nationalism in later generations. It was not difficult to spread propaganda that all the people in Grey Castle, or even the Four Kingdoms, were the same kind of people. The conflict this time was just the simplest regional conflict, so there was no need to treat it as a model and deal with it severely. It was far better to write the argument that everyone was the same kind of people, that the traitors were just a small group of people with ulterior motives, and that the majority of the people should not be responsible for it in the textbooks. It was far better than forbidding people to discuss this matter and increasing the gap between different regions. The difficulty lay in the relationship between ordinary people and witches. He did not want to make the witches special, but the existence of witches itself was very special, and there was a certain degree of irreconcilability between the two. Alleviating this contradiction as much as possible was undoubtedly a very long-term task, and it was very likely that it would affect the future of all human beings. Since there was no immediate solution, he might as well follow Scroll's words and look at the way Tequila handled it, then slowly adjust it. Fortunately, this matter had a very small impact, so it could be handled in a relatively easy way to start the implementation of the integration policy. Thinking of this, Roland ordered, "This matter will be handled as an ordinary fight. The student who hit the witches with a chair will pay for their medical expenses and verbally reprimand them. The Witch Union will pay for the medical expenses of the injured students of Class 6. City Hall will be responsible for the repair of the school, and the Academy will resume normal classes as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty," the two responded in unison. In addition, as for the follow-up preventive measures, follow Scroll's words and try to use public opinion to guide the people. I'll make a specific draft for you to perfect and implement. Roland let out a long sigh. By the way, that witch, her name is Sharon. Your Majesty, do you want to see her? Scroll asked. There's no need. Let her rest for a few days first and calm down. If possible, ask Vendi to accompany her and tell her some basic information about the Witch Union. I understand. After the two left, Roland immediately called Agatha and Phyllis into his office. Your Majesty, I also have something to discuss with you. Before they sat down, Agatha said with a serious expression, There seems to be something wrong with the awakening of the witches in Neverwinter. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit. Roland was startled. Is there a problem? It's like this. Phyllis hesitated. I heard that only one witch awakened in your territory last year. Is that true? He took out a list from the drawer, which was given to him by Vendi. It recorded each witch's awakening day and adulthood day so that he would not miss the witch's second rebirth. That should be it. Roland looked through the list and nodded. Although 2 new witches joined in the Months of Demons last year, Paper had already awakened 3 years ago. Summer was the only one who awakened that year. And the day of her awakening happened to be the day of her adulthood. That shouldn't be the case, Your Majesty. Phyllis frowned. How many people were there in your city last year? 20,000 or 30,000? About 50,000. Speaking of population, Roland could not help but feel proud. This year, the number of people in Neverwinter has exceeded 100,000. 100,000 is almost the same as the number of Arietta in the early days. Before they withdrew from the fertile plains, the number of Tequila was only about 250,000, but... Do you know how many people awaken in these 2 holy cities every year? Phyllis said in a low voice. Even during the period when magic power was at its lowest, there were no less than 10 people in Arietta, and nearly 3 times that number in Tequila. Period when magic power is low? Yes, the magic power that fills this world fluctuates, just like the tide. Agatha explained, the 2 years after the Bloody Moon is also the time when magic power is the most abundant, and new witches will appear almost every day. Then, the free magic power will gradually weaken, and the period between the 2 bloody moons can be regarded as the period when magic power is low. Only during the Months of Demons will there be witches awakening. Roland had heard Agatha mention before that the stronger the magic power, the easier it was for witches to awaken. However, he had thought that the magic power would have a peak every year, but he did not expect that it would fluctuate greatly in a cycle of hundreds of years. But we're not far from the 3rd battle of divine will. This is the most worrying problem, Phyllis said worriedly. The appearance of the fearful beast of hell means that the bloody moon is coming and the magic power should be more active. According to Celine's test, this is indeed the case. But why is the number of witches awakening so low? Even if no witches awakened in the city, there should be many witches born in the towns and villages in the suburbs. For example, during the Tequila era, the surrounding territories provided more witches than the Holy City. Generally speaking, the greater the total population, the more witches there will be. This is the law that the Union has concluded for hundreds of years. At first, I thought that Neverwinter deliberately abandoned women when recruiting people. Later, I thought that the influence of the church made the new witches not dare to easily reveal their identities, so they didn't immediately join Neverwinter. It turns out that it wasn't the case. Agatha said slowly, Pasha has also discussed it, and the final conclusion is that there may be some factors affecting the awakening of new witches, and the trend is gradually expanding. Roland pondered for a while before saying, assuming that this guess is correct, do you have a way to find out what exactly caused this? The 2 looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Since we can't find a solution, let's take it as a temporary rest for the gods. Roland spread out his hands and said, anyway, no matter how the awakening rate changes, we have to drive the demons out of the Land of Dawn, right? Fortunately, once the foundation of industrial production was established, the demand for witches was far less than that of the gods' punishment army or the plan of the Chosen One. Otherwise, it would really be terrible news. What you said is right. Phyllis probably did not expect that Roland's confidence in fighting against the demons was not affected at all. She was stunned for a while and then came to her senses. In any case, we have to defeat the demons. That's right, Roland said with a smile. By the way, I called you here to ask something. He told them about his concern about the possible harm caused by the awakening of witches. How did the Union deal with this kind of thing in the Tequila era? It's very simple, Your Majesty. Phyllis's tone became more respectful. She no longer looked directly at Roland but slightly lowered her head. Everyone in that era knew the rule of half an hour. The rule of half an hour? Yes. Before a witch awakens, there are signs. The process of magic power drifting from the state to gathering in the body of the awakened will last about half an hour, Phyllis replied. At first, there will be a faint tingling and burning pain in the abdomen, and then it will become more and more intense until the first backfire occurs. The specific degree of pain varies from person to person. Those who are strong won't even be affected much, but they can still feel the slight tingling. She paused. The rule of half an hour is that as long as a witch loudly announces that she is about to awaken within this time, the people around her must immediately leave her side. If there is any injury or death caused by failure to evade, the common people can't ask for compensation from the union. If there is any damage to a fixed place, the union will pay for it. This is a new method, Roland thought. The premise is that everyone is very familiar with witches, especially underage girls. When they encounter a sudden tingling pain, their first reaction is to announce it, instead of suspecting that they have eaten something bad. What if the victim is also a witch? If they don't announce it in advance, the newly awakened will face punishment such as whipping or money, depending on the consequences. If they announce it in advance, the union will take full responsibility. However, this situation is not common. After all, combat witches are already a minority, and there are even fewer witches who can cause harm at the early stage of awakening. In other words, in the era of tequila, if the common people did not avoid it in time, they could only blame themselves. In that special era where witches were superior to others, it was understandable for them to do so. Obviously, Roland could not copy this method, but he could use it as a reference to a certain extent. There was no doubt that, apart from the punishment part, the rule of half an hour had its advantages. It at least promoted the idea that witches were born within the human race, and that every underage girl could awaken as a witch, regardless of whether they accepted it or not. This was just like the red light in the future, and the green light in the future. The only thing everyone could do was to abide by the rules to avoid damage. Of course, it was impossible to completely exempt witches from liability. Roland thought, if we take a step back from this rule and treat witches and ordinary people the same, and the city hall will be responsible for the harm caused after the announcement is made, and if there is no announcement and serious consequences, they will be tried as negligent wounding. Or we can make a special law to regulate the behavior of witches, just like the traffic laws in the future. Maybe this kind of contradiction can be alleviated to a certain extent. For the fastest updated novel reading, please visit. When Vendi walked into the hospital with a box of dinner in her hand, she saw Nana's father, Sir Pine, talking with a man and a woman. Then the two men bent their knees, as if they wanted to kneel down, but were stopped by Viscount Pine. After a moment of stalemate, the two of them could only bow a few times before leaving while turning their heads back every few steps. When they disappeared at the gate, Vendi curiously walked over and asked, "Who are they?" "Who else could it be?" "That little devil's parents." Sir Pine shrugged. They were worried about the child staying alone in the hospital, so they asked if they could take her home. However, when he found out that it was His Majesty's idea to let her stay here, he immediately changed his mind and thanked His Majesty profusely. When he reached the latter half of his sentence, his tone was a little regretful, but also a little proud. Vendi could not help but laugh. "Do you think everyone can be like you, daring to break into the Lord's castle for their daughter?" She knew what he was regretting. Probably in the Viscount's eyes, even if it was His Majesty's request, he should not easily hand over his daughter. When Nana awakened, Sir Pine did not even prepare a letter of visit, and directly went to Roland's castle. Fortunately, the fourth prince himself was generous and merciful, and he didn't have any intention of persecuting the witches, so this story became a well-told story. Otherwise, if it had been the mansion of Duke Ryan or one of the great nobles of the western region, Mr. Pine would have suffered a lot. Although this had happened before Vendi's arrival in Border Town, she had already heard Nightingale's story many times, so she naturally understood why Sir Pine was so proud. Compared to Summer's parents, they are much better. Thinking of this, Vendi sighed. Summer's family had also awakened as a witch, but the only thing they could think of was the Golden Dragon. Not only did they eagerly send their daughter to Roland, but they also ordered her to do whatever His Majesty and the Witch Union asked. They completely regarded Summer as a commodity to be sold. If it weren't for the fact that the Golden Dragon was directly handed over to them, it was estimated that the family would not allow Xianxia to return home. Because of this completely different attitude, after Summer became familiar with her sisters, she gradually got used to living freely in the witch building and went back less and less often. For a witch, she was lucky. But as a girl, her parents had abandoned her. That's also true, Mr. Tiga nodded. One of them works in the furnace area and the other is a handyman in the construction team. They only heard the news after a busy day, so they didn't even have a meal before coming here. At least from their expressions, I can tell that they still care a lot about that kid. It seems that I didn't bring this box of dinner for nothing. Vendi smiled. Can you take me to see Sharon? Of course, please come with me, Sir Pine said while stroking his beard. According to His Majesty's request, the expanded medical hospital had set up a residential area for patients, but very few people actually needed to stay in the hospital for treatment. Nana and Lily almost took care of all the diseases in Neverwinter. Most patients only needed to wait in the hall for a while before they recovered and left. The main reason why Sharon stayed overnight in the medical hospital was to prevent accidents. After all, the influence of the church had not completely disappeared. It was still unknown whether the immigrants from all over Grey Castle had accepted the idea that witches and ordinary people could coexist in a friendly manner. But now, at least Sharon did not have to worry about being killed by her family or becoming homeless. When they arrived at the door of a ward in the residential area, Sir Pine pushed open the door and waved to his daughter, who was lying on the bed. It's time to eat. I'll talk to my friend later. Aren't we eating together? Nana asked in surprise. Then she saw Vendi and said, Sister Vendi, you're here too. Yes, Vendi smiled and patted the box of dinner. I brought her dinner. I see. The little girl suddenly understood. You guys talk first. I'll come back later. She said goodbye to Sharon and followed her father out of the room. Vendi walked to the bedside and put the box of dinner on the cabinet. She turned around and looked at the patient who was looking at her curiously. How does it feel to be a witch? The girl had very bright short hair, like a rose that had just sprouted. It was a rare hair color in Grey Castle. Her facial features were still not fully developed and looked somewhat immature, but with the awakening of her magic, a witch's appearance would gradually improve. Vendi could already imagine how outstanding she would be when she became an adult. I feel like there's something in my body. Miss Nana said it's magic power. Sharon pursed her lips and said, Are you also a witch? Does it always hurt for the first time? Yes, you can call me Vendi. Although it sounded a little ambiguous, she knew what Sharon was referring to. As for the second question, the answer is not necessarily. But it's not important. As long as you learn how to use it, magic power will be part of your body, just like your limbs. Vendi opened the iron box and put the hot food on the bedside table. Sharon swallowed hard, and her stomach made a series of growling sounds. She blushed immediately. Hungry? Vendi smiled and brought the fresh soup made from bird's kiss mushrooms to Sharon. There were a few green onions floating on the pale yellow soup, and the circles of oil sparkled under the light of the stove. Compared to the bland vegetable soup, one could almost smell the aroma of meat and the fresh and fragrant soup. It was especially tempting. Based on His Majesty's practice of holding a banquet whenever he met a new witch, she had also learned to use delicious food to calm people's hearts. Sharon nodded her head vigorously. Have some soup to warm your stomach first, then eat something else, Vendi said softly. Seeing the little girl wolfing down the food, even Sharon felt a little hungry. Where's your friend? Has she gone back? I don't know. I think so, Sharon said while eating. She didn't come to see you? Vendi asked in surprise. No. The girl shook her head. After all, I'm from the Southern Territory, just like those people who bullied her. She probably doesn't fully believe me, right? Wait. Vendi could not help but be stunned. You're from the Southern Territory? Yes. Sharon put a piece of bird's kiss mushroom into her mouth. Mapletown, a small town near Eagle City. But now it's uninhabitable. I always thought that you and she both moved here from the east, Vendi said in surprise. That's why you helped her. Can't I help her if we're not from the same place? Sharon blinked and replied seriously, the disputes between the nobles obviously have nothing to do with her. Those people were just looking for trouble. It has nothing to do with where she was born. Wrong is wrong. If I hadn't stood up at that time, no one would have been able to correct this mistake. Vendi was stunned for a while, and it took her a while to come to her senses. Maybe you're worrying too much, Your Majesty, she thought. This child doesn't need my comfort. The look in her eyes was unmistakable. She was sure of her choice. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Did Your Parents Teach You All This? Well, it's mainly because of my father, Sharon nodded. He always said that there are a lot of mistakes in this world, but because no one stood up to correct them, the mistakes were allowed to continue. Over time, people got used to it. Common things don't equal to right things. Everyone is just repeating the same mistakes. The more such situations occur, the worse the world will become. Unfortunately, as long as they don't endanger themselves, most people won't stand up, Vendi said slowly. Just like the persecution of witches by the church, the people only focused on the 25 golden dragon bounties, but they never cared whether the children who were hanged were really evil or not. That's wrong, Sharon replied. If the world becomes bad, it's everyone's business. Some mistakes that seem to have nothing to do with themselves will one day spread to themselves. Vendi could not help but be a little interested in her parents for raising such a child. When she pretended to ask casually, Sharon's answer greatly surprised her. They're not my parents. They're not? Yes, my parents have passed away. The girl's eating speed also slowed down as she said these words. After Eagle City was destroyed in the war, the order of the Southern Territory was broken. Homeless refugees and beggars could be seen everywhere, and the number of robbers also increased. My parents were members of the patrol team. When they resisted the robbers, they couldn't come back. After the Lord fled, the townspeople had to leave the town one after another. Maplewood Town should have become a deserted territory now. In other words, this tragedy was caused by the order for the selection of the Crown Prince. In a sense, it also proved her father's words that seemingly unrelated mistakes would eventually spread to everyone. Vendi touched Sharon's head apologetically and said, "Sorry to mention these things." "It's okay." The little girl's expression quickly returned to normal. It was obvious that she was not immersed in the grief of losing her family. In fact, when they set off, they were already prepared. My father often said that instead of paying the price for a mistake, it's better to put the price on correcting the mistake. The former is a crime, the latter is an honor. Honor, huh? Vendi immediately sighed with emotion. For most of the patrolmen in a town, their rule of survival was similar to that of a rat, which was to absorb benefits while maintaining a special order. When there was a conflict between order and benefits, there was no doubt that order would be the one to make changes. It was truly surprising to see people like Sharon's parents. After a long silence, she asked, "Then the person who came to see you is?" "A friend of my father's. He helped me before." Sharon licked her fingers. "I've been living with Uncle Cormac for the past 2 years. They don't have any children, so I'm like their own." "So that's how it is." Vendi was silent. To be able to do this was a very rare thing for an ordinary family. She stopped asking questions and watched the little girl finish her dinner. Sharon heaved a sigh of relief after swallowing the last piece of fried meat. Her expression was full of satisfaction. "Thank you. This is the best thing I've ever eaten." Although Neverwinter was now rich in resources and people no longer had to worry about filling their stomachs, meat was still a scarce commodity. For an ordinary person, putting a piece of jerky in their oatmeal was already an unimaginable luxury. As for this kind of semi-lean meat fried in hot oil, only high-paid people such as alchemists and city hall managers could afford it. Vendi took out a handkerchief and wiped Sharon's glossy lips with a smile. "After you join the Witch Union, you'll be able to eat this kind of food every day." "Really?" Sharon's eyes lit up. "Can I eat meat every day?" "Of course. And it's not the marinated meat sold in the convenience market. It's fresh wild boar," Vendi said while cleaning up the lunchbox. "His Majesty likes the part with a mixture of fat and lean meat, but not every boar has it. Only the very fat ones can be found. They're very suitable for steaming or frying. The first one is soft and tender and melts immediately in the mouth. The second one is burnt and crispy, which can whet people's appetite just by smelling it. By the way, he likes to call this part 5 flowers. Although I don't know which part has anything to do with flowers. Thanks to Lightning and Maggie, they were able to eat these. Their favorite pastime was to cook game when they were patrolling. In the past, they could only bring back some roasted rabbits or bird eggs. Since Maggie could transform into a 2-winged devil beast, the efficiency of catching game had doubled. Now, she could bring back whole boars and snow wolves. Especially when His Majesty was in need, he could often fill the basement of the castle with prey in a day. His Majesty had always said that the Misty Forest was a great treasure trove. Now she was starting to believe it. At least in terms of providing delicious food, the forest played an important role. Why do you know this? Could it be? Sharon covered her mouth and exclaimed. Vendi could not help but smile. Yes, it's because of that. As long as he's not too busy, His Majesty always eats with the witches. About the golden dragon reward. It's also true. I can also. The girl pointed at herself. Join the witch union? Vendi chuckled. Of course. In fact, the union not only teaches witches how to use their abilities properly, but also looks after and protects them. As long as they're willing to serve His Majesty and Neverwinter, they're all our sisters. Do I have to live in the castle after joining? That's up to you. If you want to spend time with your family, you can live in your own home. Although Sharon was not related to Uncle Cormac by blood, they obviously regarded each other as family. What about the classes in the academy? There are special courses for witches because we have a faster ability to accept and learn more things. The knowledge used to promote universal education is not suitable for us. Vendi paused. But considering your age, you'll still focus on ability training at the beginning, and the classes will be arranged at night. As long as you can take care of both, you can still go to the academy for a while until you graduate. Sharon no longer hesitated. She nodded vigorously. I want to join the witch union. I want to be like Nana. Even if she did not answer, Vendi could see the answer in the girl's eyes. Just like before, Sharon knew every choice she had made. It seems that the ability test and contract signing can be brought forward, Wendy thought. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit the next afternoon. Roland received Sharon's ability report. So soon? He raised his eyebrows and took the test form from Vendi. Has she accepted herself as a witch? Yes, and she's even calmer than we expected. Vendi smiled and told him about their meeting last night. I have to say, her parents have taught an excellent child. So that's how it is. Roland couldn't help but feel a little moved. In this era, someone who could think so far ahead was already considered a pioneer. Perhaps history was driven in this way. When the belief was passed on to the later generations, more and more people would pursue it until it reached a certain level, and the world would be turned upside down. It was the same principle that a single spark could start a prairie fire. Perhaps this was how human beings moved toward civilization. He carefully read the test process and the magic power judgment. As a 15-year-old witch who had awakened, Sharon's magic cyclone was above average. The report even indicated that her level was comparable to some adult tequila witches. It seemed that Phyllis was also present during the ability test. Whenever a new witch appeared, she would be the most enthusiastic one in Neverwinter. Sharon's ability was to generate electricity, but Vendi's description of this part was vague. Obviously, electricity was still a difficult part of elementary physics. When she increased the intensity of the electric current, the magic power consumption would increase rapidly. However, the current was as powerful as thunder and could easily pierce through wood and melt iron. When she switched to a weaker current, she had to touch an object to be effective. She could light a light bulb, but the filament could easily be burned. Since Sharon had just awakened, her control of magic power was very unstable. Vendi concluded that she was a combat witch with the potential to assist in production. Roland did not intend to do the test again. After all, he did not have any tools to judge voltage or current. Even if he knew these parameters, he could not get an accurate value. Moreover, releasing high-voltage current consumed a lot of her magic power. Obviously, the continuity of power transmission was not as good as Mystery Moon's Dawn Eye, let alone the electromagnetic gun. Most importantly, whether it was Anna's black fire or Sharon's electric current, they were all transformed from magic power and did not necessarily conform to the relevant theory. Only when the ability was transformed into another effect would he be able to match the knowledge he was familiar with. All in all, this was an ability with great potential. What kind of evolution would occur after understanding the nature of electricity, as well as how much magic power would increase after reaching adulthood, were all questions worth looking forward to. As for now, according to Vendi's suggestion, she should practice on her own and study hard at the same time, so that she could catch up to everyone else's progress as soon as possible. Considering Sharon's strong sense of justice, it seemed like a good idea to let her join the Ministry of Justice. A little girl who could discharge electricity, constantly patrolling the streets, and ready to arrest criminals at any time, this feeling was really, exceptionally familiar. However, Roland did not say what he was thinking. He nodded to Vendi and said, "Let's do it." "Thank you." "It's my pleasure, Your Majesty," Vendi said with her hand on her chest. After dinner, when Roland returned to his office, he found that in addition to Nightingale, Lily, and Mystery Moon were also in the room. The three of them surrounded the desk and seemed to be arguing about something. "Come and look at this." Nightingale waved at him. "Oh my God, it's exactly the same as the real thing." "What's exactly the same?" Curious, Roland walked to the desk and noticed that there were 2 pots of birdbeak mushrooms on the desk. What's wrong with these mushrooms?" It was not true that they looked the same. One of the mushrooms was slightly shriveled, like the stock in the kitchen, while the other was much more juicy. He pinched the stem of the mushroom, which was relatively plump, and the juice inside immediately gushed out. "It's quite fresh. Did lightning just pick it?" Nightingale and Mystery Moon both turned to look at Lily. The latter shrugged and said, "I used magic power to accelerate it." "Oh, it's magic power," Roland replied casually. Then he suddenly froze. "Wait a minute, what? You used magic power to accelerate it?" "Your Majesty, the form of her condensed magic power is somewhat different from before," Nightingale said. "If the first evolution was a purple reptile, now it has more patterns on its body, and the total amount of magic power has also increased." She paused for a moment. "In other words, Lily's ability has undergone a second evolution. But it's still a worm," Mystery Moon added, and of course, Lily rolled her eyes. "Is that so?" Roland happily picked up the mushroom and carefully looked at it. Soon, he understood what Lily meant by accelerate it. "You can now make the magic worm swarm into the form you want?" "Yes, it's only limited to what can be seen with a microscope, and I have to find a target that can be fused before I can proceed to the next step of assimilation." Lily nodded. Although she pretended to be very calm, the light in her eyes betrayed her pride. "Since the tiny worm seedlings produced by the birdbeak mushrooms are easier to observe, I chose it for the experiment." She was probably referring to the fungal spores, which were the basis of the formation of fungi. Roland could not help but be excited. Perhaps for Lily, any living creature that was invisible to the naked eye, or even the smallest worm, would be under her control. "Good job." He stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Unexpectedly, Lily did not avoid it, nor did she roll her eyes. Instead, she lowered her head and accepted Roland's praise. "Not good at all," Mystery Moon complained. "You don't know, the bedroom is completely uninhabitable now. There are birdbeak mushrooms everywhere, and even the bed is covered with big white umbrellas. It's like the misty forest after a rain." Lily's cheeks suddenly became a little red. She stared at Mystery Moon and said, I don't know why it became like this. At first, the worm seedlings couldn't turn into birdbeak mushrooms no matter what. I thought it was a problem with the mother, and then I changed to another one. I didn't expect that suddenly the whole room would be filled with mushrooms." After understanding the whole story, Roland could not help but laugh. Based on his pitiful biological knowledge, he vaguely remembered that unlike a seed that could grow into a tree, a single mushroom spores could not grow into a mushroom. No matter how much it assimilated, it was still a spore. It was only after the mother had changed and combined with another spore that it quickly grew into a mushroom. As for why it was everywhere, it was very likely that the mother that was left floating in the bedroom had assimilated all the bacteria in the room into the birdbeak mushroom spores. Let's have a mushroom feast for lunch tomorrow, he said excitedly. Without a doubt, Lily's ability after her second evolution was not limited to sterilization. As long as it could be observed, it could be transformed on a large scale. The cost was almost zero, and it could also multiply and expand like normal microorganisms. It could be called a perfect miniature army. Whether it was used for food production or to prepare for future wars, she could play a great role. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit. Flames erupted from the ground like giant trees baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The moving flame tips were its branches, and the billowing smoke formed its leaves. They were intertwined to form a vast black canopy. Walking under the orange-red cinder tree, Thuram felt the temperature around him rising. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his back became sticky. This place was like a different world from the cold desert outside. The cold wind of the months of demons could not corrode the core area of the Mother Earth. Is this why it's called the Land of Fire? The golden-haired divine lady looked around curiously. I didn't expect there to be such an interesting place in the southernmost region. After a week of getting along, Thuram had a preliminary understanding of the people brought by Iron Axe. For example, the divine lady who spoke was called Andrea. She was good at archery, and even the most experienced hunter of the Sand Nation could not compare with her exquisite archery skills. There was no doubt that she would participate in the upcoming holy duel with the powerful divine lady Ashes. Interesting? Ashes twitched the corner of her mouth. I just feel like this place is like a steamer. If an ordinary person stayed here for 2 days, he would probably become a human jerky. I'm not surprised that you would say such a thing. Andrea shrugged. You lack taste and style, so you naturally can't appreciate the customs here. Don't you want to dry your sweat before you praise? You can't see any style when you're sweating all over. Go away. Thuram could not help but agree with the golden-haired divine lady. The most beautiful place in the entire southernmost region was not the Silver Stream Oasis, which brought the Majin clan a place to live and multiply, but the Land of Fire and the Endless Cape, where the earth fire never ceased. Although full of danger, they also symbolized great power, were the residents of the gods, and were where the Sand Nation's faith was. One was used to compete for status and power, and to show the Mother Earth the bravery and tenacity of the clan. The other was used as a sacrifice, hoping that the Son of the Sea could bless the clan and inject more blood into the Silver Stream, so that new oases could grow in the desert. Especially the Land of Fire, the whole area was sunken and slightly raised in the middle, like an upside-down basin, which could almost contain several iron sand cities. The never-ending fire had caused the surrounding sand to harden and solidify. Walking on it was like stepping into a palace covered with stone bricks. Apart from the wide and solid road, there were black abysses and shafts on both sides. The underground fire was spurting out from these shafts, constantly roasting this piece of land. But the most shocking thing was the color. Any Sand Nation would be attracted by the gorgeous colors when they first entered the sacred land. Starting from the abyss, the rock walls on both sides showed a gradually changing crimson luster, and the closer it was to the surface, the darker it became, like a piece of red and translucent charcoal that was continuously cooling. However, when it reached the ground, the color suddenly turned into a bright green. It was as if the sand was covered with a layer of crystal-clear jade. It was a glass-like object formed by the crystallization of the melted gravel, reflecting a dazzling brilliance against the background of the flames. Further up was the eternal theme of this place, the orange-red flames. Dozens of fire pillars spewed out from the basin, surrounding the high platform in the center, as if welcoming the arrival of new challengers. It was also the core of the Land of Fire, the venue for the holy duel. The alternating red and green, together with the black water underground and the golden sand dunes in the distance, at first glance, it seemed that all the colors in the desert had been concentrated in this area. If it were not for the months of demons, they could still see the sunlight through the thick smoke. Only the burning Endless Cape at the bottom of the sea could be compared to such a marvelous scene. I also think it's beautiful here. It would be better if there were no killing and bloodshed. His new master, Princess Drow Silvermoon of Osha, suddenly said, just like His Majesty said, if it's only for appreciation, it will definitely become famous. National Nature Park? Another short divine lady hummingbird interrupted. Yes, that's what he said when he checked the Devil's Town behind the Snow Mountain. No wonder he's the king of a country. He's thinking exactly the same as me. Andrea raised her chin. Come on, have you seen what he said? Ashes said sarcastically. Can't you use your brain if you haven't seen it? Just from the literal meaning, it must be referring to a place with magnificent scenery. Of course, people with shallow knowledge and experience will definitely not understand. Tisk. Whether it was Iron Axe or the Divine Ladies, they would inadvertently mention the name of the King of Greycastle during their conversation. Thuram was very curious about what kind of person Roland Wimbledon was that he could win the trust of the Sand Nation and the Divine Ladies, especially the latter. He remembered that the traveling merchant had once mentioned that the highly respected Divine Ladies of the Majin clan were merely evil targets hunted by the Church in the Four Kingdoms. However, their attitude toward the king was obviously different from what the merchant had said. When they reached the platform, the warriors of the Cut-Bone clan, who had been waiting for a long time, hissed. The onlookers from the other clans looked on coldly. The earth-shattering thunder in Iron Sand City had undoubtedly shocked them. Later, Thuram learned that the stone castle where Rebecca, the chief of the Iron Whip clan, lived had collapsed in the explosion, along with his blood relatives and subordinates. As a result, the 6 clans had been reduced to 5, and it would be a long time before they could replenish their numbers. However, revenge was a matter of course for the Sand Nation. The blood feud between the Iron Whip clan and the Osha clan was not a secret. Moreover, the foreign warriors did not invade Iron Sand City, so Drow Silverman's revenge was impeccable. Therefore, the other clans were shocked and fearful, and all that was left was indifference. Unfortunately, they did not know that the purpose of the Osha clan this time was beyond everyone's imagination. Thuram thought that the Cut-Bone clan was just the beginning. Sooner or later, the other clans present would step down from the spectator seats and become Drow Silverman's opponents. They would either be defeated or become Drow Silverman's stepping stones. The chief of the Wildflame clan, as the arbitrator, walked to the front of the crowd and said, "The chief of the Osha clan, please step forward." Drow took a deep breath, took a step forward and said slowly, "Yes, I am." The other party nodded expressionlessly and said, "Very well. This is not your first time participating in a holy duel, so you should understand the rules. The Cut-Bone clan will send a total of 22 warriors to participate in the duel. Now, choose weapons for your warriors. You are allowed to give up or surrender, but you must not violate your oath to the 3 gods. Until there is no one left standing on the platform, the winner will win the right to enter Iron Sand City. Let's begin when you're ready." For the fastest and most up-to-date novel reading, please visit weapon racks were placed on both sides of the high platform for the 2 dueling parties to choose from. From swords to whips, all common weapons were included. The reason why they were not allowed to bring their own weapons was to ensure as much fairness as possible. For example, the big clans were fully capable of forging more sophisticated blades, while the challengers were basically poor, so it was easy to imagine the quality of the weapons they were used to. If the disparity was too great, the duel would lose its original meaning. However, Thuram knew that there was still a way out. The Iron Whip clan had defeated the Osha clan with the stolen Blackwater whip. Although the arbiter had severely punished the weapon keeper, the defeat of the Osha clan was already a foregone conclusion. No one would compete with the big clans of Iron Sand City for a declining clan that had fallen apart. It was just that no one had expected that this person, who was about to die, would one day be reborn from the ashes. It was so powerful that even the capital of the clan felt the pressure. It was the first time he had seen the Wildflame leader treat a new challenger with such a serious expression. "Is there a rule that one person can only bring one weapon?" Ashes suddenly asked. There's no such rule." Thuram came to his senses. "As long as you can carry it, you can take as many as you want." "Very well, I'm ready." She first sheathed the 2 scimitars at her waist, then grabbed a long-handled iron hammer and weighed it in her hand. Finally, she put on a square wooden shield. "These should be enough for me to use until the duel is over." Thuram swallowed. Although he had long known that this black-haired, golden-eyed divine lady was extraordinarily strong, it was still too outrageous for her to be this strong. Ordinary people had to go through many years of training to use a 2-handed hammer, but she could actually hold it with one hand and wave it as easily as a rapier. Such an opponent was simply a nightmare for the enemy. Apparently, she had not used her full strength during the conflict in the tavern. Otherwise, it was possible that she would have broken the skull wine cup with her bare hands. Me too. Andrea randomly picked a short bow and deliberately reduced the number of arrows in the quiver to 22. Then get on the stage, Iron Axe said in a deep voice. Wait. Thuram could not help but be stunned. Only 4 of you are participating in the duel? He glanced at the Greycastle warriors behind him. The 50 of them were spread out around the weapon rack with their backs facing each other. They stared at the other onlookers with vigilance. They had no intention of choosing their weapons. The holy duel doesn't stipulate that the number of people must be the same, right? Ashes said indifferently. 4 people are enough. According to the rules, the number of warriors participating in the duel should be between 15 to 30. This was the limit set in consideration of the high platform. However, there was another rule that the number of challengers could not exceed the number of the challenged clan. In other words, if the opponent only sent out 15 people, then Osha could only send out 15 people at most. This consideration was based on a cruel fact: no matter who won or lost the duel, the warriors on the field would face heavy losses. It was common for more than half of the warriors to die or be injured, and even the situation of fighting to the last man would occasionally happen. Obviously, the more people that participated in the duel, the more the clan's strength would be weakened, to the point that it was relatively rare for the clan to send 30 people to a duel. Unless the clan knew beforehand that the challenger couldn't gather 30 powerful warriors, only then would they use this method to obtain an advantage in overall combat strength. Therefore, the Cutbone clan set the number of warriors at 22, no doubt planning that even if they lost the duel, it would not have too much impact on the clan. Falling from the ruler of Iron Sand City to the challenger did not mean that the clan was completely finished. As long as there were still brave warriors in the clan, there was a chance for a comeback. The correct way for Osha to deal with the duel was to send out an equal number of people. Although the Greycastle warriors looked short, thin, and not brave, as long as Ashes was there, Osha would still have a great advantage. Her innate strength, which was not affected by the god's stone of retaliation, was more than enough to control the outcome of the duel. However, the situation would be completely different if there were 4 people on the field. The Divine Lady's advantage was that she had led the clan to survive in the cruel desert. She was the object of people's admiration, but she was not necessarily suitable for combat. Moreover, the duelists usually wore god's stones of retaliation, which could easily suppress the Divine Lady's ability and make her even weaker than ordinary people. Once Drow Silvermoon and Andrea lost their combat strength, only Iron Axe and Ashes would be left on the field. No matter how strong Ashes was, it would be impossible for her to deal with more than 20 people at the same time. After all, if the other side fought with their lives on the line, even if they had extraordinary strength, they would only be able to punch and kick. How could they defend all sides? Thuram had thought that Iron Axe, who had participated in a holy duel, would be familiar with such common sense. Moreover, they did not ask him to sit in on the discussion of the duel, so he did not pay too much attention to this matter. He did not expect that this group of people would be so careless. He stared dumbfoundedly at the 4 people walking up to the high platform. He could not help but shiver. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, but he still felt like he was standing naked in the cold desert. It was as if the blooming fire trees around him could no longer shelter him from the raging cold wind. After all, he was now a member of the Osha clan. If this group of people were defeated, would he still be able to stand in the small oasis? He was afraid that he would not even be able to stay in the southernmost region. If he had known this would happen, he would rather throw all his clansmen to them than get involved in this muddy water. The appearance of the 4 people also brought a strong shock to the others. It was a symbol of confidence and bravery to fight the majority with only a few people, but to fight against 22 battle-hardened tribal warriors with only 4 people? This was no different from suicide. The booing instantly disappeared. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. The indifference on their faces gradually turned into surprise and solemnity. "Are you sure there are only 4 of you in Osha?" Faced with such a strange scene, the chief of Wildflame could not help but ask. "Yes." Ashes raised the corner of her mouth. "Let's get started. By the way, you should have written your wills in advance, right?" The audience was in an uproar. "Who is this guy? She's too arrogant." Even if she's a divine lady, it's impossible for her to block the Godstone arrow, right? Wait, why do I feel that she's serious? I feel the same way. This guy's hands are stained with no less blood than mine. Are you sure? I'm a warrior, I can understand this. You're telling me that she's very scary. But there are only 4 of them. Won't we know the answer after a while? In less than a quarter of an hour, the situation on the sidelines had changed dramatically. All the clansmen focused their attention on the high platform. Their previous indifference had melted away. Regardless of whether they were courting death or not, their courage alone was commendable. The people of the Sand Nation would never be stingy with their respect for true warriors. Listening to the discussion from the platform, Thuram could not help but hesitate. Were they really confident of winning in the face of such a huge disadvantage in numbers? Just as his heart was filled with mixed feelings and thoughts, the arbitrator rang the gong hanging in the corner of the high platform. Then I hereby announce that the sacred duel between the Osha clan and the Cutbone clan begins now. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit as soon as the order was given. The warriors of the Cutbone clan immediately drew their weapons and surrounded them from both sides of the platform. No matter how confident Osha appeared, there were only 4 of them in the end. With such a small number of people, they could not even control the territory of their own half of the field. When the 22 people completed the encirclement, Osha would fall into the predicament of being attacked from both sides. As warriors who lived by dueling, they had no scruples in such a life-and-death battle. From the moment they stepped onto the platform, they had already dedicated their lives to the 3 gods. This was a fight for power, but also a fight to please the gods. Then they heard a melancholic song. Drow Silvermoon's song instantly drowned out the roar of the ground fire and the roar of the Styx River. The song was ethereal and sweet, as if it came from the distant sky. However, it contained a strong sense of loss, pain, and mourning. Anyone who heard it could not help but want to cry. The Cutbone warriors could not help but stop in their tracks. No, stop. What are you doing? Stop. You're desecrating the Holy Land. Traitors! I'll kill you. The expressions of the onlookers suddenly changed. Some pointed at the Cutbone clan and shouted abuse, while others covered their faces and cried, as if they had encountered something extremely sad. Thuram could not believe his eyes. He saw the Cutbone warriors turn around and kill their own clansmen. In the blink of an eye, the platform was splashed with hot blood. Scimitars pierced through intestines, and heads rolled off the platform one by one. Their faces were still full of shock and disbelief. Together with the melancholic song, it was as if they were narrating the shocking massacre. However, it was only for a short moment. When he blinked again, the tragic scene in front of him disappeared without a trace. The 22 warriors were still moving forward, but their steps were much slower. They could not help it. The clansmen behind them were supposed to be their strongest support and spiritual sustenance. They had risked their lives for their clans and won power, and their clansmen had cheered for them and regarded them as heroes. But now, the situation was completely reversed. The cries and curses of their clansmen made them feel bewildered. Even the other clans in charge of Iron Sand City glared at them, as if they had committed some unforgivable crime. Warriors were not afraid of powerful enemies, but they could not ignore the reprimand of their brothers and sisters. Was this the power of Osha Princess? But how was that possible? It was not that Thuram had never seen a power that could manipulate people's minds. For example, Kaba of the Sandstone clan was a powerful divine lady with a similar ability. However, he had never heard of a divine lady being able to make this kind of illusory power go beyond the range of 10 steps. He touched the god stone of retaliation hanging around his neck and looked at the place where his new master, Drow Silvermoon, was standing far more than 10 steps away from the platform. Was it really because of her singing that those half-naked people, who were obviously not wearing god stones, were crying bitterly? He believed that the Cutbone warrior had the same question. In a duel, this hesitation was fatal. Everything happened in an instant. The moment they slowed down, Andrea made the first move. She did not take off the short bow on her back. Instead, she pulled out an arrow and threw it at the nearest duelist. Perhaps it was because they were affected by the situation outside the arena, or because their opponents did not have bows and thus lowered their vigilance, the cut-bone warriors did not immediately block the arrows. When they saw the arrowheads, which were no different from arrows leaving the bowstring, flying straight at them, it was too late to dodge. The 4 arrows were no less powerful than a shot from a fully drawn bow. Each arrow pierced through the right side of the target's collarbone and lodged in the bone, rendering the dominant hand that held the sword unable to exert any strength. As a result, the 4 duelists completely lost the ability to fight. A gap suddenly appeared in the encirclement. The song that reverberated on the high platform suddenly changed from the previous mournful tune to an impassioned and sonorous one. Every beat of the drum seemed to be pounding on the heart, making people's blood boil uncontrollably. Ash's figure was like a dark shadow. She once again demonstrated her unreasonable strength. Even though she was carrying a giant hammer and a wooden shield, her footsteps were still as smooth as flowing water. She blocked with her left hand and swung the hammer with her right. No one could withstand a single blow from her. Moreover, she did not use the hammerhead to smash people into pieces. Instead, she held the hammer handle horizontally and dashed around the stage. Soon, 6 or 7 people fell to the ground at her feet. The cut-bone warriors, who had the advantage in numbers, were in a dilemma. If they continued to split up and surround the encirclement from both sides, they would not be able to bypass Ashes and fill the gap on the other side. Just this process alone would make it difficult for them to catch their breath. Even if they blocked their bodies with shields, their feet would still be pierced by the arrows that seemed to have grown eyes. As for the godstone arrows that they hurriedly shot out, not only did they not pose a threat to Andrea, but the godstone that fell to the ground would also be crushed by Iron Axe, who was acting as a bodyguard. After all, the godstone was a precious object that was worth dozens of golden dragon coins. If they stopped surrounding the cut-bone warriors, they would lose their advantage in numbers. "Everyone, gather around me." Seeing that they could not go on like this, one of the warriors roared and gathered the remaining dozen or so people around him. At this point in the battle, everyone could see that although Ash's declaration was extremely arrogant, so far no one had died. If she wanted to kill someone, no one would be able to stop her hammer. Every warrior was a valuable asset to a clan. Her decision had won the respect of all the spectating clans, including the cut-bone duelists. They were not afraid of sacrifice and were willing to give up their lives for the sacred duel. However, it had to be meaningful, not mindless deaths. Mother Earth was not a murderer. She praised courage and strength, but she did not want to see fearless deaths. The warriors sheathed their weapons and lined up in a row. They stretched out their hands in front of them. Their intention was self-evident. Heh. With a relaxed smile, Ashes dropped her wooden shield, raised her long-handled hammer, and rushed toward the crowd. The 2 forces collided fiercely. "Oh! Come on! Hold on!" There was a cacophony of shouts from the spectator stand, but no clan was mentioned. It was as if the outcome of the duel was no longer important. All people wanted to see was a battle of courage. The spectators, who had been crying a moment ago, now clenched their fists and stared unblinkingly at the center of the high platform. Thuram, however, did not find it strange at all. The drumbeats on the stage were getting louder and louder, like a horn urging the crowd to march forward bravely. Every audience was excited, as if they were not spectators but participants in this sacred duel. At this moment, Ash's upper body was stretched into a straight line, and her legs were bent forward and backward. She was in a deadlock with the dozen or so cut-bone warriors. The muscles on her arms formed a perfect arc, which was the best interpretation of strength and beauty. However, this was not a duel between one person and the entire clan. When Iron Axe, Andrea, and Drow Silvermoon joined the duel, the balance was broken. The 4 of them slowly pushed the dozen or so people forward, approaching the edge of the high platform step by step. Every step they took caused a commotion among the spectators. Thuram could not help shouting and waving his arms. After a period of climbing, the music finally reached its climax. The forward footsteps finally merged with the drumbeats. The cut-bone warriors were no longer able to resist. The 4 of them roared in unison and pushed the dozen or so people behind Iron Axe off the high platform. The music stopped abruptly at the same time, but the stirring aftertaste continued to reverberate in everyone's ears, lingering for a long time. "The winner is the Osha clan." For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit. As soon as Guel's burn flame approached the training ground of the clan, he heard the bang-bang sounds coming from inside. The noise was so loud that it sounded like a heavy blunt instrument was repeatedly hammering a sandbag. "Sir Chief." The guard at the door bowed his head and saluted. Is Lorgar practicing?" He pointed to the half-closed door. "Yes, she came early in the morning and said not to disturb her if there's nothing important." "I'll go and have a look." "But Chief." Guels glanced at him. "No, please come in." The guard could not help but tremble. It seemed that his daughter was becoming more and more dignified. Guels was not dissatisfied with the guard's obstruction. Instead, he raised his eyebrows with great interest. In this way, when he could no longer step onto the burning platform, the Wildflame clan would have a new successor. When he opened the door, a training hall made of thousands of cowhides, hemp ropes, and wooden poles appeared in front of him. No one could build such an indoor training ground in Iron Sand City, except for the chief clan with the largest stone castle. The hall was not paved with mud or stone bricks, but with fine yellow sand. Walking on it was like walking in a desert. Although the sand was fine, it was not soft. There were many things hidden in it, most of which were teeth or weapon fragments left behind by trainers. Of course, there was also a lot of blood, so some of the yellow sand had a faint dark red color. Guel's father's father had said that if they could dye all the yellow sand here red, the Wildflame clan would always be the chief clan, and no one in the southernmost region would be a match for them. Therefore, he had considered that if the clan was defeated and had to leave the stone castle, not only would they have to carry the cowhide tent over their heads, but also the yellow sand. Even if they could not build another training ground like this, at least they would not have to start staining the sand again after they won the first place. At one end of the training hall, there was a row of iron bars. His daughter was barefooted, rolled up her trousers and sleeves, and threw a heavy punch at the hanging sandbags. Guels had no doubt that if such a punch landed on a human body, it would definitely split the internal organs into pieces. "What? Are you excited after seeing the Osha clan's performance?" he asked with a smile. Lorgar spun her body and swept the sandbag with a roundhouse kick. Her slender legs were as fast as lightning, and the sandbag, which was as tall as a person, was sent flying. The hemp rope, which could not bear the heavy load, finally snapped in the great swaying. The sandbag spun twice and fell heavily on the ground, spilling the sand inside. Phew! She let out a long breath, and her beastified hands gradually returned to normal. "Don't say it, father. You know what I'm thinking. You've taken a fancy to the goddess named Ashes, right?" Guels laughed out loud. "After all, in terms of one-on-one combat, it's hard to find an opponent who can match you in the whole of Iron Sand City." Lorgar pouted. "It's a pity that they've just won the right to garrison in Iron Sand City. They probably won't be here for a long time. Even if we send them an invitation to a competition, Osha probably won't agree. Of course, as a newly promoted clan, there are still many trivial matters to deal with if they want to gain a foothold in Iron Sand City. I'm afraid that by next spring, they will have new challengers. No one would waste their energy at this time. So I can only chat with the sandbag." Lorgar sighed. "Did you call me just to talk about this? You'd rather chat with the sandbag than talk with father?" Not really." Her ears, which were perked up on the top of her head, trembled and drooped down as if admitting her mistake. "Ahem, your expression." Guels resisted the urge to reach out and stroke his daughter's soft, fluffy ears, and reminded her with a straight face. Although she looked quite cute, it was not suitable for a clan leader to show an expression. As the future leader of the clan, she should always be serious, so that her subordinates would feel reverence and obedience. "Oh." Lorgar immediately straightened her ears and responded seriously. Guels nodded in satisfaction. Since his daughter had awakened as a divine lady, she had become more and more fond of fighting, and her strength and ability had become stronger and stronger. In the eyes of the Mahjins, this was not a bad thing. However, as she grew older, the abilities bestowed by the three gods gradually showed side effects. In the beginning, Lorgar looked no different from an ordinary person. She would only transform into a huge desert wolf when she used her ability. Later, she mastered the skill of transforming individual limbs in battle, and thus gained some means to restrain the God's Stone of retaliation. After all, the range of influence of the God's Stone was only 2 to 3 steps. She only needed to slightly increase the distance between them to make her arms shapeshift, and ordinary people would not be able to block her slash. This made her invincible in duels. Originally, in order to protect the number 1 position, the samurai team had suffered heavy losses, and their foundation was somewhat unstable. But after she joined, they became incomparably powerful again. In the past 5 years, no one dared to challenge Wildflame's position. However, the long years of fighting had caused parts of her body to become wolf-like, such as her pointed ears and half-exposed tail. Even if she withdrew her ability, these parts would not change back to their original shape. As a result, Lorgar had become a half-human, half-wolf monster. It was not hard to imagine that she would never be able to live the life of a normal divine lady. At least, no handsome warrior would fall in love with a body like hers, and Lorgar, who was too weak, would never fall in love with her. Perhaps only the father, Gwels, would not care whether his daughter was a human or a beast. Therefore, she had to become the chief of Wildflame. Only by standing in a position that everyone had to look up to could she cover up these controversies. What do you think of this holy duel? It seemed to make people's blood boil, but in fact, it was just a trick of the chief of Osha, Drow Silvermoon. Apart from ashes, there was nothing special about it. Lorgar wagged her tail. But I have to say, this is really a beautiful move. She used her ability to involve the people outside the duel, and avoided the restrictions of the rules. She almost completely controlled the direction of the duel. Gwel said while stroking his beard, "It's been many years since a winner was decided without a single death. I guess that even if the Cut Bone clan thought of this, they wouldn't hate Osha." "This trick can only be used once at most," Lorgar said disapprovingly. "I bet that in the next holy duel, the bystanders will also be required to wear God's stones of retaliation. Besides, although Osha's method can win the opponent's respect, it's tantamount to asking for trouble. Respect can't fill one's stomach." After the short period of recuperation, perhaps their first challenger will be the Cut Bone clan, who has made a comeback. Gwels patted his daughter's shoulder in relief. Being able to see this and putting the clan's interests as the top priority, she already had the qualifications to be the clan leader. Perhaps she wanted an evenly matched and hardy battle, but she would not deliberately look for such an opportunity and ignore the threat. At this moment, the guard outside the training hall suddenly walked in quickly. After saluting the two, he reported, "Chief, we just received news that the Osha clan has once again issued a request for a holy duel." "What?" Gwels was startled and could not help but change his expression. It had only been a day since they won the right to enter Iron Sand City. To whom? To the 4th-ranked Sandstorm clan. They didn't move from the small oasis to Iron Sand City? Yes, and some people said that they refused the Cut Bone clan's arrangement to move out. Damn, what the hell are these people thinking? Could it be that Osha's goal is not simply to enter Iron Sand City? It seems that we've all guessed wrong. Lorgar was silent for a while, then she chuckled. Perhaps the opportunity to fight with ashes isn't as far away as I thought. What do you think, Father? For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit. After nightfall, the Skull Wine Cup became the liveliest place in the small oasis. I saw the battle between Osha and the Sandstorm clan with my own eyes. A customer drank up his fire lantern wine in one gulp and said loudly, that black-haired divine lady was unstoppable. As soon as the gong sounded, she rushed to the opponent's divine lady and knocked her out with a shield. Isn't the divine lady of the Sandstorm clan Sandra Sandstorm? She can turn sand into armor and manipulate sand to attack. How could she be defeated in one blow? Someone questioned. Even if she couldn't react in time, the sand armor is usually wrapped around the body in advance. It's even harder than the armor of the Northerners. How can you say that it couldn't block the shield? Why would I lie to you? I wasn't the only one who saw it. The customer shouted unhappily, the sand armor may be hard, but I didn't see it work at all. The moment the Osha divine lady rushed over, all the sand on her body fell to the ground. She took a heavy blow with her face. You all know how the Osha divine lady withstood more than 10 Cut Bone warriors alone in the first duel. With that kind of strength, she was already merciful enough not to be killed on the spot. All the sand fell to the ground. Is she wearing a god stone of retaliation? Maybe, I'm not sure about that. But the duelists of the Cutbone and Sandstorm clans must have worn god stones. Maybe this thing doesn't work on her. A divine lady who isn't afraid of god stones. How is that possible? Can you stop interrupting? Someone said unhappily, give him another glass of wine and let him continue. Thank you. The customer took a sip of his freshly refilled beer and said, the Sandstorm clan probably didn't expect their divine lady to be the first to fall. Their formation immediately fell into chaos. They only sent half of their maximum number of people, so the divine lady must be the core of the battle. Once the divine lady fell, there was no suspense about the outcome of the battle. Still no one died? That's right. All 15 of them survived. They were either shot in the shoulder or knee, or knocked out by the divine lady. The crowd immediately started whispering to each other. But that's nothing, the customer said excitedly. He stood on the bar counter and attracted everyone's attention. The duel the day before yesterday was unforgettable. Xianxia challenged the Black River clan, a large clan known for their bravery and brutality. You should have heard of the name of Blackwater. Very few duelists can survive if they encounter them. They didn't have a goddess, but all of them were first-rate warriors, and they even sent out a total of 30 people. Compared to the previous 2 matches, this is a completely bloody battle, but silenced the discussion in the tavern. Everyone was waiting for him to finish his sentence. However, not a single person has died on the Land of Scorching Flames high platform. The customer said loudly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible. I even went to Iron Sand City to do business today. Everyone in the city was talking about the heavy loss of the Black River clan. They even hung a black flag in front of their stone castle. Obviously, they were mourning. But you said that not a single person died? Hey, listen carefully to what I'm saying. The customer waved his finger. What I'm saying is, not a single person died on the duel platform. I can testify to that, someone soon shouted. I was there at the time. That's right. Although I didn't make it to the second round of the holy duel, at least I didn't miss the one the day before yesterday. At that time it could even be said to be a river of blood. It's incredible that they could do this. Another person echoed. What do you mean? Hurry up and tell us. Maid, give him 3 more cups. In fact, it's easy to understand. It's not that the black-haired divine lady didn't give the Black River clan a chance. But even if they broke their arms or legs, they still wanted to bite off a piece of meat with their teeth. Under such circumstances, she could only make them unable to fight back. The customer deliberately paused here. The divine lady used a long knife to cut off their arms and legs, and then kicked them off the platform one by one. If they broke an arm or a leg, they could still survive if they were bandaged in time. But to break both their arms and legs? It's almost impossible for them to make it back to Iron Sand City. The bleeding alone could kill them. But can you blame the Xianxia clan? He gulped down a mouthful of wine and asked repeatedly, do you think it's possible? It can't be. They didn't do this before. They were forced to do it this time. At least they didn't die on the platform. It's enough to prove that the divine lady didn't mean to kill them. That's right. In my opinion, the Black River clan deserved it. They didn't know who their opponent was. They thought their desperate appearance could scare the Xianxia clan. Well said. Boss, give everyone a glass of fiery lantern. I'll pay for it. Someone looked at the second floor of the tavern. Thuram, who had been leaning against the window on the second floor, clapped his hands. No need. I'll pay for this round. Everyone gets a glass. To Xianxia, to Xianxia. A burst of cheers suddenly broke out downstairs. Thuram drank the wine in his glass in one gulp and let out a long sigh. In the past week, the number of customers visiting the Skull Wine Glass had increased. The originally spacious first floor had become crowded, and there was only one thing people were talking about, the holy duel. In fact, not only the tavern, but the entire small oasis had become overcrowded. Wherever he went, he could see the dying or half-dead from various clans inquiring about the news of Xianxia. This was something that would never have happened in the past. Because an excessive population would be a great burden to the manager of the oasis. It would consume the little food in the granary, and at the same time, it would easily attract malicious challengers. According to the watchdog's practice, the small oasis only accepted Sand Nation people who could bring benefits to the oasis, either merchants or warriors who wanted to seek refuge. It was the new Master Drow Silverman's order that the clans scattered in every corner of the Silver Stream oasis were allowed to gather here. If he was still the old Thurum, his daily work would be to earn some golden dragon for the watchdog and save some for himself. He would have been more than happy to encounter such a situation. But now his fate was firmly tied with the Osha clan. He was exhausted just letting his subordinates control the order of the small oasis. Fortunately, the new master had also taken this into consideration. After the first duel, Drow left him in the oasis and focused on controlling the situation in the rear. In order to ensure an adequate food supply, Iron Axe not only brought a batch of food from the Cut Bone clan, but also took out Golden Dragon to buy from the other two small oases. The one that refused was swept out by Greycastle's army the next day, and its territory was directly traded to the Silver Stream tribe, which had a relatively abundant supply of food. In fact, at this point, he had no idea what the Osha people were planning. They let an unharmed tribe become the challengers, and then let the warriors of the Cutbone clan and the Sandstorm clan go, so that they could recover their full strength after a short rest. Even if they wanted to be the leader of the clans, it was meaningless to do such a thing. The only thing that comforted Thurum was that the goddesses brought back by Drow Silvermoon were indeed extraordinarily powerful. Every time they fought, there were only 4 of them, and they had defeated 3 clans in a row. Now, there were only 2 clans left standing in their way. Tonight, he would wait for the news from the Land of Fire. In the middle of the night, a messenger ran into the tavern, panting. "We won. We won!" He shouted in a hoarse voice, not bothering to take a sip of wine. "Sir, the Osha clan won." It would take about a day to return to the small oasis from the Land of Fire on foot. If 2 horses were exchanged, they could arrive on the same day. Obviously, as soon as the winner was decided, he hurried back to the oasis without stopping. The whole Skull Wine Cup was in an uproar. "Ha, I knew they would win." "What about the process? Tell us, how did they win? Was there still no casualties?" Everyone's questions instantly surrounded the messenger. The high-quality fruit wine passed through the layers of people and was delivered to him with tacit understanding. Thurum also felt relieved. No matter what, the stronger Osha was, the more comfortable his life would be as a member of the clan. Although he did not do it with his own ability, but so what? It was not a heavy price to pay for taking his clansmen away from the status of half-dead and dead, and moved to Iron Sand City. He clapped his hands at the clansmen. "Take a breather first, then tell everyone what happened in the duel." "Yes." The messenger moistened his throat with the fruit wine, took a deep breath, and said, "Both sides did not fight. The Wildwave clan and the Osha princess reached an agreement and voluntarily gave up the second position." "What?" The tavern was quiet for a while, then burst into a heated discussion, as if the roof was going to be overturned. "The 2 sides didn't fight? Voluntarily gave up. Is this a surrender? Doesn't that mean that Osha is only 1 step away from becoming the leader of the clans? Completing 4 holy duels in a row without killing a single person is something that has never happened before. I also heard the news and rushed over. Haha, just like me. If it wasn't so sensational, who would want to leave the Silver Stream oasis in such a cold winter? Damn, I didn't come in vain. A toast to the 3 gods of Osha. To Lord Drow Silvermoon." Thurum was also stunned for a while, but he was not surprised by the news that the Wildwave clan had taken the initiative to retreat. It was easy to understand why they would temporarily stay in the 3rd place to preserve their strength. When Osha and Wildflame fought each other badly, they would then look for an opportunity to return to the 2nd place. It was even possible that they would covet the position of the 1st clan. After all, if they could retreat, it would be difficult for Wildflame to do so. What shocked him was that the discussion in the crowd made him vaguely understand the purpose of his new master. That group of people was quickly accumulating reputation. There had never been a holy duel that attracted the attention of so many Sand Nation people. The revenge of the Osha princess, the storm-like continuous challenges, no matter how many opponents there were. They always fought with 4 people, and the legendary battle record of not killing a single person. All of this seemed so incredible, and at the same time, it aroused people's curiosity to the greatest extent. Although the Holy Duel was an important ceremony that determined the status and rights of the big clans, it was still a very distant thing for most of the Sand Nation. Some clans had never left the Silver Stream Oasis from their establishment to their demise, so naturally they would not care about the battle between the challenger and the big clans. After all, there were always very few clans that could stand out from the numerous clans. A normal succession of power was not even as attractive as the news that Osha had been framed by Iron Whip. However, this time was different. A clan that had once been exiled and the daughter of the chief had been sold as a slave could still usher in an opportunity to make a comeback. This alone made most of the weaker clans unconsciously stand on the side of Osha. What happened after that was even more bizarre. Within a short span of a month, Osha had transformed from an unknown challenger to the center of discussion among the Sand Nation. The densely packed heads in the tavern were the best proof of that. Whether they held expectations or ridicule, or simply wanted to see how far Osha could go, at least Drow Silvermoon had become a household name. It was conceivable that when the last holy duel came, many people would go to the Land of Fire to witness Osha's battle to the top. Of course, Thurum understood what such a reputation meant. The previous clan leader who had spread his name throughout the southernmost region had almost unified the entire desert. Although he had fallen in the war with Grey Castle, he had already vaguely assumed the posture of an emissary of the 3 gods. Was this also the purpose of the new master? The only difference was that this time Osha no longer had to fight against Grey Castle. The power behind them was the northern kingdom that suppressed the Sand Nation. His Majesty Roland Wimbledon will bring an oasis and order to the Majin clan. Thinking of what Iron Axe had said, he suddenly realized that when Osha really became the leader of the clans, something earth-shaking might happen. That might change the fate of the entire Sand Nation of the Majin clan. 2 days later, in the outskirts of the small oasis, at the camp of the First Army. "Your injury, is there no problem?" Huyin looked at Ashes worriedly. The battle with the Blackwater clan had left her covered in blood, although most of the blood was from her opponent, she was not unscathed. "Don't worry, it won't affect the next operation." Ashes carelessly untied her long ponytail. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Coupled with her loose robe, she did not look like a soldier who had experienced many life-and-death situations. Instead, she looked more like a graceful and peerless beauty. Leaf herbs are also very effective. Most of the deeper wounds have already scabbed. They're just superficial wounds. An extraordinary's physique is better than ours. After all, nutrition doesn't need to be supplied to the brain, muscles grow very fast, and skin is especially thick. Andrea shrugged. You don't know what she went through when she hunted the church alone. She hid in a place where even rats wouldn't want to stay. She lived on rotting animal carcasses. She didn't die even then, not to mention such a small wound. Ashes rolled her eyes and did not argue with her as usual. Instead, she leaned on the recliner and closed her eyes to rest. This is what a mature soldier should do, Iron Axe thought. Apart from eating and fighting, the rest of the time should be used to rest, recover as much as possible, and face the next challenge with full spirit. The other witches in Neverwinter may also be strong, but only a few can do this. No wonder His Majesty delayed the plan to wait for the candidate. "What should we do next?" Echo asked. "We've done our best according to His Majesty's instructions." Iron Axe recalled Roland's instructions before they left. Although some of the words were very difficult to pronounce, such as hype is the most important, create a topic as much as possible, create a legend of the duel, let the whole desert hear your voice, and so on. In short, it was to attract as much attention as possible. Now that there were more and more people coming from various Silver Stream oases to watch the holy duel, this requirement should be met. What's left is to defeat Wildflame, and then you can say His Majesty's words in front of everyone in the Holy Land. "I understand." Echo was silent for a moment, then clenched her fists as if to cheer herself up. "Don't worry, Lady Silvermoon. His Majesty doesn't require everyone to understand this immediately, so you don't need to feel too much pressure." Iron Axe comforted her. Just spread your voice throughout the land of fire as usual. No matter how many people respond to us, the new order will eventually spread through the silver stream to the entire southernmost region. Just then, Thurum opened the door and walked in. After saluting the four of them in turn, he took out a letter. The Wild Flame clan has responded to Osha's challenge request, but they require a designated person to participate in the duel. What do you mean? Andrea frowned. The holy duel between the Osha clan and the Wild Flame clan began as scheduled. The Land of Fire had never been as lively as it was today. People who came on foot to watch the duel almost surrounded the high platform. In order to attract as many people as possible to enter the Holy Land and to ensure the publicity effect, Iron Axe rented a box of God's Stones of Retaliation. As long as the number of people in a clan did not exceed 50, the other big clans would have nothing to say. Moreover, they could not stop it even if they wanted to. The Osha clan was now the second most famous clan. As long as it did not violate the law set by the three gods, every word of the Osha clan carried great weight and every request should be fully considered. Ashes slowly walked onto the high platform and was immediately welcomed by the cheers of the crowd. The Irons and people of the Majin clan were always full of respect for true warriors, and her performance in the past half a month was enough to win everyone's respect. Some people even called her the strongest fighter in the Northern Kingdom. Therefore, this duel had become a contest between the strongest in the Northern Kingdom and the strongest in the southernmost region. Ashes was dressed as usual. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, hanging down to her waist. She was wearing a black robe, neither was she wearing armor, nor was she carrying any weapons. She did not mean to be arrogant. One of the requirements of the Wild Flame clan was to fight naked. Thurum explained that this did not mean fighting naked, but did not mean carrying any weapons, armor, or auxiliary items, including the God's Stone of Retaliation. Obviously, this made up for the lack of ability of the goddess to a certain extent, and at the same time, inadvertently weakened the fighting strength of the extraordinary. Inadvertently, Ashes found that through this month's understanding, they did not know the classification of witches' abilities. All awakened witches were regarded as goddesses, and they did not know the existence of the most special type of witches, the existence of the extraordinary. Probably the other side just wanted to have a good fight. In the end, she agreed to this request because she considered that the ability of the princess of the Wild Flame clan was also of the hand-to-hand type. In addition to Thurum's description, this was confirmed by the information collected from various channels. The ability of the strongest goddess in the southernmost region, Lorgar, was similar to that of Maggie. She could transform into a giant beast and obtain strength and agility far beyond that of ordinary people. This made her very interested. Was the witch or the extraordinaire stronger after the transformation? If it was an opponent like Anna, Ashes would never agree. The unpredictable black fire could be used for both offense and defense. It was impossible to guard against it. Without the protection of the God's Stone, it was impossible to get within 10 steps of the black fire. In addition, an evenly matched battle was also beneficial to her. Ever since Ashes knew about the realm beyond transcendence, she had always wanted to improve her abilities. According to Agatha, if one wanted to become a transcendent, in addition to training hard day after day, they would also have to constantly fight against strong enemies. They would also have to have an epiphany between life and death to welcome a higher level of advancement. This was also the main reason why she agreed to the other party's request. At this moment, a deafening cry suddenly erupted from the crowd. A woman wearing a hooded cloak lightly leaped onto the platform and walked in front of Ashes. It seemed that the people of the Sand Nation had more respect for their clansmen. Without a doubt, she was the opponent he had to face today, the divine lady of the Wild Flame clan, Lorgar. "You are Ashes?" She took off her hood, revealing a head of reddish-brown curly hair, and a pair of furry ears that were raised high. Ashes was stunned. "Are these dog ears?" "They're wolves." Lorgar corrected her, her face a little flushed. "Oh, don't you wear shoes? The ground should be very hot, right?" She lowered her eyes and glanced at the other party's bare feet. The Majins are never afraid of hot sand. She took turns standing on her tiptoes and took off her cloak at the same time, revealing her fluffy tail behind her. "Judging from her expression, it's obviously very hot." Ashes shrugged. Maintaining the form all the time to adapt to the consumption of magic power? That's a good way to practice. I don't know what you're talking about. Lorgar swayed her tail. This is the price of the ability granted by the three gods, not a way to practice. I can't restore my human form, so I can only live in a half-human, half-beast form. So that's how it is, Ashes suddenly realized. It was because she didn't want to expose her appearance, that's why she wore a cloak in such a hot place. And after getting on the stage and showing her beast form, it would make people misunderstand that she had entered a state of battle. It seemed that the giant beast mentioned in the intelligence was a giant wolf. She just didn't know if using bones to lure her would cause her to instantly change her target, thus greatly reducing her combat power. At least for Maggie, this method was very effective. What are you laughing at? She frowned. Are you looking down on me? No, nothing. Ashes suppressed the smile on her face. I just thought of an interesting friend. Since you're ready, let's start. That's what I was thinking. Lorgar raised her hands, and the smooth arms that originally belonged to a woman suddenly swelled up and instantly turned into a pair of thick wolf claws. Father, please sound the gong. This is partial beastification at will? Ashes raised her eyebrows. It seemed that although she knew nothing about the mystery of magic power, she still followed her instinct and mastered the way to use magic power. This was difficult even for Maggie, and she only showed it in an emergency. As the chief of Wild Flame hit the gong hard, Lorgar stomped on the ground and rushed toward her. Although the wolf girl was very fast, in the eyes of Ashes, she was not much different from an ordinary person. Ashes could even judge the opponent's next step and occupy a position in advance to attack first. But she didn't do so. Lorgar obviously didn't use her full strength, but intended to use this form to test her strength first. Ashes intended to use a head-on method to let the opponent understand that there was no chance of defeating her without transforming into a complete form. She stretched out her hands and grabbed the wolf girl's claws like iron pincers. Then she twisted her body, lifted the wolf girl over her shoulder, and smashed her hard on the ground with the momentum of the opponent. This was the advantage of transcendence. If partial beastification only had great power in the corresponding body part, then every finger and every tendon of hers was always maintained in the strongest state. The magic power strengthened the body day after day, never stopping. She could feel the surging power in her body at any time. With a punch, the place where Lorgar was lying was smashed to pieces. The latter used a roll to avoid it, and then with both hands on the ground, she stood upside down and bent her legs to kick at her. The kick that could break the internal organs of an adult was caught by Ashes with one hand, and at the same time, she tightened her grip. The skin on Lorgar's calf was suddenly torn, and it was about to be broken. At this moment, the wolf girl also realized that the situation was not good. She endured the pain and lifted her other leg to sweep at Wendy's head. Halfway through the kick, it changed into a wolf's leg as thick as a waist. Ashes loosened her 5 fingers and lowered her head to avoid the sweep. Lorgar, who had struggled to break free, didn't dare to try again. She transformed her right leg, which had 5 bloodstains, into a wolf's leg. In this way, her limbs had been completely beastified. Not only did she grow a lot taller, but her speed and strength had also been greatly improved. Unfortunately, for Ashes, the wolf girl's situation was not much better. Any part of her body that was not beastified was her obvious weakness. For example, her head and abdomen. The extraordinary swung her fists, forcing Lorgar to raise her claws to parry. Then she grinned, and before the wolf girl could react, she slammed her forehead into Lorgar's face. Woo! Princess Lorgar couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Tears and blood splashed out at the same time. The huge impact broke her nose, and the intense pain forced her to close her eyes. The noise on the field suddenly quieted down. No one expected that Lorgar would fall into a disadvantageous position in just a few seconds. Judging from the muffled sound of the kick, the third princess of the Wild Flame clan was definitely badly injured. Only Ashes knew that she did not use her full strength in her straight kick, and at the moment of hitting the wolf girl, the other party had already kicked back at full speed and slightly curled up her body at the same time, so the blow was not completely absorbed. When the face suffered a heavy blow, she was still able to consciously withdraw from the enemy's attack range, indicating that even if Lorgar had not experienced a real life-and-death battle, at least she had put in enough hard work and training. After the girl fell to the ground and rolled twice, her body suddenly swelled up. The clothes on her body were torn to pieces, and what was revealed was no longer her smooth skin, but a fluffy light yellow mane. Well, it looked different from Maggie, Ashes thought. If the fat pigeon wrapped itself in hair and then transformed into a bird, then this was a pure physical change. It was no wonder that she chose to fight barefoot before. If she had to break a pair of shoes every time she shapeshifted, even the big clans would have a headache. In contrast, Maggie was much more economical. Not only did she not damage her clothes, but she could also roll the package on her body into her hair. Most of the time, it was equivalent to carrying an extra luggage. Ow 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 ow. When Lorgar stopped rolling on the ground, her body had changed into a completely different appearance. A huge desert wolf appeared on the high platform. Ashes had seen these wolves with yellow fur on her way to and from the Land of Fire. Compared with the snow wolves in the western region, their fur was not only thick and hard, but also thinner. After sunset, their eyes would occasionally emit a green light, and they always looked hungry. Obviously, their lives were far less than those in the concealing forest. In addition to not having rich food, they had to face the threat of other fierce predators. But the wolf in front of her was too big. Even a horse would be dwarfed by her. Just by standing on all fours, she was half a head taller than Ashes. If Lorgar stood up on her hind legs, she would probably be as tall as 2 adult men. And her seriously injured nose was also reflected in her shapeshifted body. The middle of the raised nose bridge collapsed, and in addition to hot air, there was a trace of blood. Lorgar raised her head and let out a long howl, causing the onlookers of the Sand Nation to gasp. Ashes was not the only one who was shocked. It was probably the first time for most of the people present to witness the complete transformation process of the strongest goddess of the southernmost region at such a close distance. It was normal for them to feel great pressure and fear when standing under such a burly wolf body. Without waiting for the sound of breathing to subside, the wolf girl dashed forward and pounced on Ashes again. This time, Ashes' expression became much more serious. Her opponent's speed was already comparable to that of a god's punishment warrior. Furthermore, with such a huge body, her strength must not be underestimated. She dodged to one side to avoid Lorgar's attack, and immediately realized that something was wrong. That was, after shapeshifting, the wolf's attack range was too large. Compared with the god's punishment army, which was no different from ordinary people, she often only needed to move 1 step to dodge, and 2 or 3 steps could put her in a favorable position to fight back. But for a giant beast, this number of steps had to be increased by at least several times. Just like now, after Ashes dodged the attack, the wolf swept her right claw, which smashed toward her like a wall. Bang! Unable to dodge, she could only raise her arms and block the opponent's attack head-on. Although the force of the collision was exactly the same, the advantage of the body size showed at this moment. Lorgar just trembled, but Ashes had already flown backward. Under the high platform, Echo could not help but grab Andrea's wrist. Is Ashes all right? Since transforming into a giant beast, the situation had been reversed. The princess of the Wild Flame clan had been suppressing Ashes and chasing her. The latter could only use most of her energy to defend and dodge, and could hardly fight back. Although both of them were barehanded, at this level, each of their punches and kicks was no different from a hammer or a sharp blade. Several wounds appeared on Ash's body, and the blood gradually dyed her robe red. Don't worry, this level of attack won't kill her. She hasn't used her full strength yet, Andrea said indifferently. Andrea said nonchalantly, Ashes doesn't have any other strong points, but her ability to withstand attacks is top-notch. She hasn't used all her strength? Echo was startled. But she's obviously panting heavily, and she doesn't look relaxed. Do you know the extraordinary training method of the Tequila era? Andrea asked. What's that? A method used to speed up the consumption of magic power, so that one is always in a state of training. According to His Majesty, it's ancient and inefficient. If one has the time, one might as well read a few books and study how muscles and bones convert chemical energy into mechanical energy. She chuckled. But I think with Ash's brain, she may be particularly suitable for this stupid method. After all, asking her to read books is simply making things difficult for her. Is that so? Echo's mouth opened wide. Of course, Andrea elegantly stroked the ends of her hair. Look, she's going to fight back. Taking advantage of the distance between her and her opponent, Ashes reached into her arms and took out a black cloth belt. What's that? Lorgar stopped and growled. A weapon? There was also a commotion in the crowd. The agreement reached. Before the holy duel was recognized by the three gods, and those who broke it would be despised for eternity. Therefore, even if no one checked, no one would break it. Ashes smiled and casually threw the cloth belt on the ground. It looked like a belt that was tied around her waist, but when it fell to the ground, it unexpectedly made a dull sound, as if what she had thrown down was not a soft cloth, but a piece of heavy iron and stone. The wolf girl's pupils suddenly contracted. However, this was not the only thing that she carried. Then she squatted down and took off the 2 pieces of black cloth tied to her ankles. They looked ordinary, but they were made by Soroya herself. If they were made of ordinary cloth, even the strongest canvas, they would not last a week. The cloth belt was divided into 3 layers. The innermost layer was hollow and filled with specially made iron bars. A short section weighed more than 10 kilograms. For example, the one around the waist. It was equivalent to carrying an adult on one's back when moving. When she stood up again, she felt full of strength and a long-lost sense of relaxation returned to her body. Transcendence wore these things to practice. The faster the magic was consumed, the more thorough the strengthening of the body. Ashes still remembered what Agatha said at that time. Many people even brought them to the battlefield. At the most critical moment, people could always burst out with unimaginable power. If everything went well, as long as you could persist for 5 to 6 years, you would have the hope of breaking through the shackles of the body and becoming a transcendent. This was the first time that Ashes had taken the initiative to attack since the 3rd princess of the Wild Flame clan had completely transformed. Lorgar did not flinch either. She lifted her body and pounced on her opponent. But this time, she found that her pursuit could no longer be coherent. It was difficult to force her opponent to block with a wide sweep. It was as if she was always a beat slower. She could have been hit by Ashes's attack before, but she could only tear off a piece of her clothes. And most of the time, she could not touch anything. After fighting for a while, Wolf Girl had to use the same trick again. After her right claw attack failed, she used her remaining strength to spin her body and swat her opponent with her thick tail. This kind of move allowed her to instantly attack half of the platform. No matter how fast she was, it was impossible to retreat unscathed unless her opponent had no intention of getting close to her in the first place. Her iron whip-like tail could easily scrape off flesh and blood. Most of the wounds on Ashes's body were caused by this move. However, the expected impact did not come. There was a cry of surprise from the audience. Oh no, Lorgar suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. At the same time, she caught a figure falling from the sky from the corner of her eye. She flew up, all the onlookers widened their eyes. They saw Ashes jump up and jump over Wolf Girl, who was half a head taller than her. She landed right on Wolf Girl's head that had turned around. No matter how large the attack range of a tail was, it could only sweep close to the ground. It was no threat to the target in midair. However, it was extremely difficult for an average person to jump such a high distance. In addition, once the body left the ground, it was easy for the opponent to judge the landing point, making the following attack unavoidable. Therefore, few people would jump at will in a duel. Unfortunately, after Wolf Girl turned her body and swept, her tail became her blind spot. Ashes did not choose to show mercy anymore. She punched Lorgar's eye socket, and the eyeball, which was as big as a bowl, immediately burst open. Blood splattered all over Lorgar's upper body, and the intense and unbearable pain made Lorgar let out a hoarse scream. No matter how tough her body was to take a beating, organs like the eyes were still extremely fragile. After losing an eye, the balance of the duel quickly tilted in favor of the extraordinaire. However, just as Ashes was about to withdraw and give her opponent a chance to surrender, she found that Lorgar had closed her eyes fiercely. Her upper and lower eyelids, as well as the muscles of her face, were tightly clamping her right hand. At the same time, a giant claw slapped at her like lightning. There was no doubt that if this claw hit her, it would aggravate the injury to the Wolf Girl's eyes. His opponent had clearly displayed his will to fight. Normally, this level of imprisonment would not be able to trap an extraordinary. At most, it would slow her down a little, but at such a critical moment, even a breath's delay would be fatal. Ashes knew that she could not avoid it, so she did not hesitate to raise her other arm and take the hit. The huge impact made her seem to hear the sound of her own bones breaking. She spat out a mouthful of blood. This was probably the first time she had been hit since the duel began. When the two separated, Ashes noticed that her left arm had been folded into a strange shape. Roar! Lorgar roared and opened her mouth to bite her. Ashes did not move forward but retreated. She rolled forward, avoided the bite, and drilled into the dead angle below the wolf girl's neck. Then she supported herself with one hand and kicked her opponent's forelimbs with both feet. With a loud bang, the door-like forelimbs folded outward. At this point, the wolf girl, who only had 3 legs left, had almost lost the ability to attack quickly. Lorgar, enough! Gwels, the chief of the Wild Flame tribe, shouted anxiously. No, I can still fight. Lorgar replied, panting. Her condition is not much better. Just hold on for a little longer, just hold on for a little longer. Ashes licked the blood at the corner of her mouth and could not help but laugh. The other party's guess was right. Her condition was not very good. The heavy blow just now had made her sore all over, and her internal organs seemed to have shifted positions. One of her arms was also broken, and it hung weakly by her side. She looked as pathetic as the one-eyed wolf standing on 3 legs. However, humans could move on 2 legs, but wolves could not. Plus, losing an eye would further hinder the wolf girl's movements. If she could not hit the enemy, no matter how powerful she was, it would be meaningless. This was the experience she had gained from fighting with Scourge. Another thing that could be confirmed was that she was much stronger than she was a year ago. This was especially obvious when she was facing the heavy palm. Ashes could clearly feel the magic in her body flowing faster than ever before. Time seemed to slow down in an instant. She could even see the claws and pads of her opponent approaching. Most of the magic was concentrated in the front of her arm, giving her unprecedented strength. In the past, she was afraid that this blow would not only break her blocking arm, but also crack her ribs and internal organs. But now, she only felt pain, not numbness and weakness. Was this the feeling of life and death that Agatha had mentioned? She faintly felt that she was standing in front of a heavy door. If the she-wolf could partially animate her body by controlling her magic, could the extraordinaires use the same method to make every attack surpass their own limits? This might be a direction worth practicing. Of course, the most important thing now was to solve this duel. If her other eye was also broken, she would have no choice but to admit defeat, right? Anyway, with Leaf's herbs, it was not difficult to keep her alive. As long as she dragged her back to the western region, Nana's healing spell could restore her to her original state. Ashes took a deep breath and bent down slightly. Lorgar also put on a forward posture and showed her fangs at the same time. Both of them knew that the next blow would be the last fight between the two sides. No matter the result, only one person could stand on the high platform. The solemn atmosphere infected all the bystanders. The scene was silent, only the sound of the burning ground fire could be heard. Just as Ashes was about to step forward, Echo suddenly screamed behind her. Be careful, above you. She suddenly raised her head and saw a huge monster swooping down. Its spread wings were almost wider than the high platform. Its claws were like open sharp blades, and each claw was as thick as an arm. It was not until it was close to the ground that the hissing sound of the airflow passing over the wings reached her ears. Ashes used her greatest strength to jump to the side, out of the monster's diving attack range. She saw from the corner of her eyes that Lorgar also wanted to dodge, but because of her broken forelimbs, she could not exert force. Her body tilted, and the enemy pounced on her. With a loud bang, the high platform was smashed by this meteor-like impact, leaving several cracks. 3 gods above. That's a 4-winged eagle. This beast dares to break into the holy land of scorching fire. Help, help. Guards, guards, where are the guards? There were panicked and incredulous cries from the crowd. Some Sand Nation people pulled out their weapons and climbed onto the platform to save Lorgar, while others wanted to escape. The scene became chaotic for a while. Ashes, on the other hand, had seen it clearly. The big bird that had revealed its true form from the smoke was actually a giant demonic beast. It looked like a hybrid between an eagle and a beetle. Its back, lower abdomen, and head were all covered with striped carapaces. It had 6 claws, each of which was clearly segmented. The front pair was the thickest and held Lorgar firmly to the ground like a pair of iron pincers. Its 4 pairs of wings, which should have been as thin as cicada wings, had turned into thick feathers, which was also its most striking feature. It was absolutely impossible for such an ugly monster to be bred in a natural environment. The demonic beast pressed the wolf girl down and pecked at her head. The latter's claws could not be blocked at all, and she could only move her head left and right to avoid the attack. Her immobile body limited her dodging range. In just a few breaths, the wolf girl's cheeks were hit several times. Blood gushed into her body and dyed her fur red. If this went on, she would be killed by the demonic beasts in no time. Ashes naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. She assisted Iron Axe in the desert operation for Tilly's sake. Using the holy duel to decide the winner was also because of Iron Axe's choice. Coupled with Leaf's herbs and Nana's treatment, she had to deal with it seriously and respond to Iron Axe's expectations. But Lorgar was still a witch. As long as she did not do evil things like the pure witches, she could not sit back and watch her own kind die in the hands of demonic beasts. Echo! Ashes shouted and then rushed towards the hybrid. Taking advantage of the time when it was about to peck again, she hugged its long curved beak. The sharp corners of its mouth cut her arm and blood dripped on the wolf girl's face, but she still did not move. The wolf girl raised her head weakly and looked at her with her remaining eye. There was a complicated look in her dark pupils. At the same time, Huayi's soothing melody rang out just at the right time. The spirited melody gradually dispersed the people's panic, and the crowd that was pushing and shoving each other also eased up. Without the interference of the crowd, a series of gunshots came from the direction where Andrea was standing. Unlike the First Army, which was worried about accidentally injuring the witches, her accurate shooting ensured that as long as there was a gap, she would be able to hit the target perfectly. Ashes clearly saw the claw that was pressing down on Lorgar shake violently. Several bullets hit the same joint, directly breaking the 4-winged eagle's insect claw into 2. After losing the clamp, Lorgar turned over and kicked the demonic beast's abdomen, sending it flying. The latter flapped its wings and soared into the sky again. Only now did the First Army squad start firing intensively. Unfortunately, it was not so easy to hit a flying target that could nimbly hover or undulate up and down. Rather than saying that it flew like a bird, it was more like an erratic insect. "Are you okay?" Ashes took off her black robe and covered the rapidly shrinking body of the giant wolf. "For the time being, ahem, I won't die." Lorgar, who had returned to her human form, coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and struggled to sit up. She tried several times but failed. "Don't move. It will worsen your wound." Ashes searched her body and found that one side of her chest was sunken and she could feel the protruding bones. Apparently, several of her ribs had been broken in the previous violent impact. Fortunately, the giant wolf form was more resistant to beatings. If she had been in her human form, she would probably have died. The warriors of the Wildflame clan also surrounded her. They held short bows and shot arrows at the demonic beast hovering in the sky. However, guns could not effectively threaten it, let alone arrows. "Be careful. It's coming again." Huayi's warning sounded again. "Get out of the way." Ashes held Lorgar and rolled on the ground to avoid the demonic beast's sweeping attack. Several warriors of the clan who could not dodge in time were knocked into the air. A large part of their chests was dented and it seemed that they would not survive. The 4-winged eagle obviously had high intelligence. It seemed to realize that the only thing that could hurt it was the spear in Andrea's hand. When it swooped down to attack Lorgar, it tried to face the blonde witch with its abdominal armor. It swayed left and right and flew in a zigzag line. When Andrea reloaded, the demonic beast would throw the captured people at Hummingbird and Huayin beside her to hinder her reloading action. At the same time, the demonic beast would change its direction to attack her. Andrea dodged several times, but she was surrounded by danger. After all, in addition to paying attention to the movement of the demonic beast, she also had to take care of her other 2 companions. If she had not mastered a new evolved skill that could burst out a strong airflow at close range, the demonic beast would have already pounced on her. Ashes could not help but frown. No matter how she looked at it, this four-winged eagle seemed to be specifically targeting the witches. If it was purely for hunting, there were people everywhere around the platform. No one would be able to stop it from randomly grabbing one or two people and taking them away. However, it repeatedly swooped down, either to attack Lorgar or to stare at Andrea and the others. It almost turned a blind eye to ordinary people, which was completely different from the rumors of its brutality and bloodthirstiness. There were only 50 people in the First Army who entered the Land of Fire, so they had no way to deal with a flexible target in the air. Ashes thought that she had to lead it to the top of the army and use more intensive shooting to have a chance of shooting it down. But, how exactly should she do it? At this moment, Lorgar grabbed her hand. "Throw me up," the wolf girl gasped and said word by word. "What?" "Ahem. Throw me up," she repeated. "When it's coming for us, this is the only chance to catch it. I can't move on my own, so I can only rely on you. If you don't succeed, you may die here," Ashes said in a low voice. The best ending for a warrior is always to die on the battlefield. Lorgar's ears drooped down. "In this way, at least I persisted until the last moment. You're the most powerful warrior I've ever met." "Ahem. Thank you for letting me experience such a wonderful duel." Ashes saw the determination in her expression. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "I understand. But you're wrong about one thing. This is not our last battle. Even if I survive, I won't be able to stand like a normal person again. You don't have to comfort me." She laughed at herself. With such an injury, even if she recovered, she would still be disabled. For her, this might be worse than death. In the city of Neverwinter in Grey Castle, there's a witch called Nana. Ashes slightly grinned. She has the ability to heal any injury. Even if you're on the verge of death, or if your hands and feet are all broken, she can still restore the injury to its original state. The wolf's ears stood up in the blink of an eye. "What you said? Is it true?" "Of course. I've experienced more than 100 battles like this, and there are even more powerful enemies there. If you want to hone your skills, you can find an opportunity at any time. So as long as you survive." Ashes paused here. There was no need to elaborate on the latter half of her words. She saw the wolf's remaining eye emit a new brilliance. "I'll survive. I'll definitely survive." "Well, then let's go." Ashes no longer hesitated. She grabbed one of Lorgar's feet with one hand and took advantage of the four-winged eagle rushing toward the center of the platform. She spun around with herself as the center and then threw Lorgar out. Hiss 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 hiss. The four-winged eagle let out a strange high-pitched cry, probably not expecting the other party to take the initiative to attack it. It couldn't wait to open its beak, not dodging, and directly bit Lorgar. Then, everyone saw this shocking scene. Lorgar instantly transformed into a huge desert wolf and slapped the strange bird hard in the face. The force of the slap was like a muffled thunder. The eagle's head tilted to one side, and its curved beak, which was big enough to pick up an adult, suddenly changed shape. The front half of its beak even broke and flew away. At this time, it was too late for the hybrid to adjust its posture, and the two giant beasts fiercely crashed into each other. Lorgar spat out a mouthful of blood again, but her 3 feet firmly held on to the other party, and her sharp teeth fiercely bit into the demonic beast's flesh. Suddenly feeling a weight on its body, the demonic beast obviously realized that the situation was not good, and desperately flapped its wings, trying to regain its altitude. But to fly while carrying a wolf girl as heavy as itself was undoubtedly far beyond its ability. No matter how hard it flapped its wings, the two giant beasts kept falling. "Andrea!" Ashes shouted to her companion. "I knew you'd have to rely on me to end this." Andrea threw the rifle to Echo, jumped to the platform with the help of running, and summoned her magic longbow at the same time. At this time, the wolf and the bird also fell heavily on the platform. With a flash of white light, the desert wolf on the four-winged eagle suddenly disappeared without a trace. Ashes knew that Lorgar had either exhausted her magic power or lost consciousness. But being able to do this, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. She directly tore off the outer robe of a dead Sand Nation warrior and rushed toward the demonic beast. When she got closer, she noticed that there were many scattered wounds on the carapace of the demonic beast's back and abdomen. Some were abrasions, and some were small holes, from which green mucus and blue blood flowed out. These wounds were probably left by the First Army, but none of them could cause fatal damage to the demonic beast. Ashes found the motionless third princess, who was stuck in the gap between the wings, and carried her down the platform. From the corner of her eye, she saw that the longbow in Andrea's hand was already releasing a dazzling golden light. The demonic hybrid shook its head and staggered to get up from the ground, only to find that there seemed to be a golden sun shining beside it. "Hey, where are you looking at?" Andrea sneered. "Fly again." Roar. Only then did it come back to its senses. It spread its wings in panic, wanting to escape, but it was too late. A ball of dazzling light shot out from the magic bow and entered the demonic beast's body with a thunderous roar. In an instant, countless rays of golden light emerged from the demonic beast's body, like a blazing sun breaking out of its shell, engulfing the demonic beast in its brilliance. When the rumbling sound faded, a several meters wide circular opening appeared in the center of the high platform. Only a small part of the tall and sturdy four-winged eagle's torso was left lying at the edge of the opening. Flesh scattered everywhere like raindrops. And in this rain of flesh and blood, Andrea stood proudly, the flowing golden bowstring reflecting a dazzling brilliance against her long hair. "Why are you still holding on to the longbow? Are you wasting your mana?" Ashes, who was in the audience, stood up in annoyance. "Of course, to let the people here remember my powerful appearance." "Ah, bah, she suddenly covered her mouth halfway. "It's all your fault for luring me to talk. What if the flesh fell into my mouth?" Other than rolling her eyes, Ashes could not think of any other expression. Gwels, the patriarch of the Wild Flame tribe, took his daughter from Ash's hands with a heavy expression. His shoulders slightly trembled as he said, "Lorger, she's still alive, but the situation is not optimistic. With this kind of injury, even the best herbs can only delay her death." Ashes shrugged. "Unless she can be treated immediately." "You have a way to cure her?" "Yes, and it can be as good as before the duel." Gwels opened his eyes wide in disbelief. After staring at the extraordinary for a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Then, what's the price?" "You'll know soon enough." Ashes spread out her hands. "But what I want to ask is, do you recognize the result of the holy duel? Wild Flame isn't an iron whip. We won't deny the victory that was won with blood and honor." And Gwels let out a long sigh. At this point, no one can deny the title of the chief of the clan. "If you don't believe me, listen." Of course, Ashes had heard it. Whether it was under the high platform or on the path of fire, as long as there were people standing, they would shout a name in unison. "Osha! Osha! Osha!" Amid the cheers of the crowd, Echo stepped onto the dual platform. "I'm the chief of the Osha clan, Drow Silvermoon. But I also have another name, Echo of the Grey Castle Witch Union." Her voice drowned out all the noise and clearly reached everyone's ears. "Ever since I was framed by the Iron Whip clan, I lost everything. Not only were my clansmen exiled, but I was also sold as a slave from the port of Clearwater all the way to the king city of Grey Castle. There, I was lucky enough to be rescued by a witch organization. Then, I went to a small town in the western region and changed my name to Echo." She paused and then continued, "Compared to Drow Silvermoon, I prefer this name. Although I've gone through a lot of suffering, I've gained much more happiness than I did in the desert. It was once an inconspicuous border town, but now it had become a bustling and wealthy city. Most of the changes during this period were brought about by a lord. He is Roland Wimbledon, His Majesty the King of Grey Castle. He is also the one who ultimately changed my fate." Ashes was stunned. This doesn't seem to be what she said during the rehearsal. "Yes." Andrea chuckled. "But it should be what she wants to say the most. No matter what, we just need to applaud her from below." At first, Echo seemed a little nervous, but after talking about her experiences and interesting life in Neverwinter, she became more and more relaxed. "I know you're all curious why I'm saying this. After all, that's the territory of the Northerners. No matter how beautiful it is, it has nothing to do with us Sand Nation. That's right, maybe it used to be like this, but now it's different. Great Chief. What's that? It sounds like he's the chief of all the clans. Isn't that the same as the three gods' emissary? There was a lot of discussion. Just then, the chief of the Blackwater clan, who had dropped to the 4th place, jumped onto the stage and questioned loudly, "But you said that Roland Wimbledon was the king of the Northern Kingdom. If he wasn't a Majin, how could he rule the entire desert?" Here it comes, Ashes thought to herself. This was one of the key problems in bringing the southernmost region into Grey Castle. Now, it was up to Echo how to deal with it. Echo looked at him and asked calmly, "So the three gods' emissary who once ruled the desert were all Majins?" Her voice was not loud, but it reverberated in everyone's ears through the transmission of magic power. The chief of the Blackwater clan was no exception. He could not help but be stunned. This. We all know that the answer is no. Seeing that he was speechless, Echo looked at the crowd again and said, "The three gods' emissary was a real giant. In the legends, they didn't look the same. Some had 4 legs and 3 hands, and some had many heads. But there's no doubt that they were not Majins." At this point, she suddenly raised her voice a lot. The few words left by the emissary became a common rule for the Majin Sand people to abide by. These laws engraved on the stone slabs happened to record the ruler of the desert. One was to receive the blessings of the three gods, and the other was to open up a vast and boundless oasis so that all the people could avoid hunger, thirst, and death. As long as one could do one of them, he should be the master of the southernmost region. The discussion suddenly quieted down. No one would object to the laws left by the three gods' emissary in the Land of Fire. In fact, even the holy duel was based on the distribution of power in the laws. But the three gods' emissary did make the desert evergreen. The chief of the Blackwater clan was unwilling to be ignored. He pointed at Echo and said loudly, "It's said that thousands of years ago, this place itself was an oasis. Can the king of Grey Castle also do that? Don't be blinded by false interests. With that kind of power, what's the difference between him and a god? So as long as he can bring a new oasis to the Sand people, you'll recognize his majesty as the master of the southernmost region, right?" Echo raised the corner of her mouth. "That's right. And it's not just me, I'm afraid the other clansmen also think so." The chief of the Blackwater tribe did not mention the first condition at all, and tied the opinions of most of the Sand Nation people to himself. It's true that His Majesty couldn't turn the southernmost region into a green land, but he was willing to take us into Grey Castle and let us live by the lake and the forest, where we would never be threatened by thirst and sandstorms. Echo walked to the front of the stage and said word by word, "This is the promise given by His Majesty. He will bring a new oasis. And the vast and fertile north is the boundless oasis that will never fade." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and almost couldn't believe their ears. Thuram was equally shocked. So that was the real purpose of the Osha clan. This was the meaning of the new oasis and new order that Iron Axe had mentioned. It was the dream of all Majins to have an evergreen land. For those small clans who were unable to compete for the Iron Sand City, this temptation was even more unimaginable. Even if the big clans were hesitant and unwilling to see the order of the southernmost region change dramatically, they could not stop the spread of the news. Perhaps in less than half a month, this amazing news would be spread throughout the desert by the clansmen from the Silver Stream Oasis. No, this is simply nonsense. It's a lie, a deception. The chief of the Blackwater tribe shouted loudly, "Have you all forgotten the tragedy of the Blackbone clan and the Sandstone clan? It was because they believed the words of the Queen of Clearwater, Garcia, that they were killed and their clans exterminated. Give them an oasis and a water source? The cunning northerners won't do that. They'll only give you a pond, a fist-sized territory, and let you fight for it endlessly like in the southernmost region, and you'll have to work for them with your lives." Thuram sighed imperceptibly. If it had been before the holy duel, this speech would have indeed played an excellent deterrent role, but now it was too late. The benevolent image of the Osha clan had already spread throughout the small oasis. With a little guidance, it would not be difficult to make people form the same benevolent image of the king of the Northern Kingdom behind the Osha clan, and obviously, a benevolent person would not oppress the Sand Nation like the Queen of Clearwater. Moreover, challengers like Blackbone and Sandstone were willing to sell themselves to Garcia cheaply, which was enough to show the attraction of a place to live. Even if they knew it might be a trap, there would still be clansmen who went there with the mentality of giving it a try. If the king of Greycastle sincerely wanted to bring the southernmost region under his jurisdiction, this group of pioneers would inevitably become an example for more clans. As long as this was started, the whole clan's northward migration was almost a foregone conclusion. From creating a momentum to attract the attention of many clans, to creating a benevolent image by not killing a single person, to becoming the head of the clans through the indisputable holy duel, and at the same time, to making the other large clans who had been pardoned unwilling to turn against Osha in public, all these steps had obviously been planned long ago. He had thought that he would play a pivotal role in the Osha clan settling in Iron Sand City, but only now did he realize that he had only provided the clansmen that Osha needed, as well as information about the clans in Iron Sand City. As for the real plan, he was completely kept in the dark. The other side did not take settling in Iron Sand City seriously at all, and revenge would be a piece of cake for them. He had to admit that he was a little disappointed. But the disappointment only lasted for a moment, and Thuram soon cheered up again. If everything was as his new master said, Osha would undoubtedly become the head of the clans. Then, as a member of Osha, he would obviously benefit greatly from it. Compared to the bright future ahead, this little disappointment was nothing. As expected, Echo shook her head lightly. "You're wrong, Chief. What Garcia needs are mercenaries, not citizens. This is the biggest difference between her and His Majesty Roland." Because of this, she chose Blackbone and Sandstone, who were stronger in combat. But His Majesty is different. He sees all Majans as his people, so any clan can go to the Kingdom of Greycastle. It has nothing to do with the number of young men in the clan or the strength of the clan. He doesn't need the Sand Nation to work for him. No merciful king will sit by and watch his people die needlessly. But what's the price? We have to pay something, don't we? Chief Gwells of Wildflame stood up. He won't help the Sand Nation for no reason, and I don't believe that there is such a thing in this world that doesn't care about rewards. He clenched his teeth. Tell me, I'm willing to accept. What His Majesty wants is very simple, that is, work, Echo said frankly. Echo said calmly, just like his millions and millions of people, work for the kingdom, work for themselves. Receive a salary, improve their lives, receive education, raise their children. This is all he wants. Just like this? Gwells could not help but be startled. That's right. A way to survive without fighting and struggling. Echo's tone rose again. Everyone knows that the Silver Stream Oasis is becoming fewer and fewer. When I was a child, I could occasionally see traces of oasis at the southern end of Endless Cape. But now, the white wasteland in the northwest is constantly expanding, and the oasis is turning into sand. Even the small oasis around Iron Sand City is smaller than before. Do the Majans plan to fight for survival by killing and dueling, soak their blood in the yellow sand, and finally disappear from the southernmost region with the oasis? Tell me, are you willing to accept this result? No, Your Majesty. I want to go with you, Your Majesty Silvermoon. Please take me with you. There was a burst of noise from the crowd, like a wave, spreading from the center of the high platform to the surroundings. Looking at the beautiful woman on the platform who had gathered the attention of many clans, Iron Axe could not help but kneel on one knee, a line of hot tears welling up in his eyes. This scene had appeared in his dreams countless times, especially on the night when Osha became a challenger. However, when he woke up from his dream, the clans no longer existed, and the princess became a slave. He had thought that he would never see such a day again. But now, what Echo had achieved was one step closer to his dream. This feeling made his eyes water, but his heart felt incomparably full and proud. Osha had finally received the three gods' favor. I know there are still people who have doubts, but the truth will prove everything. Echo raised her right hand and said loudly, those clans who are willing to go with me to the southern region of Greycastle can now pack up and set off for the small oasis. Those who come later, don't worry. I will leave some people in the oasis to guide any clans who want to go to the northern kingdom to a suitable place to live. As long as you abide by the laws of Greycastle, you will be people under the protection of His Majesty. Grey Castle will always be open to you. No one knew who made the first cheer, but it was like a drop of ink falling into water, quickly creating ripples that quickly spread to the entire land of fire. The big clans were still silent, but compared to the others under the high platform, they seemed insignificant. For the first time, the voices of the clans from every corner of Silver Stream overwhelmed the voices of Iron Sand City. A crack appeared in the primitive and old-fashioned order. A new order was taking shape in the boiling cauldron of voices. It looked young and immature, but it exuded infinite vitality. People knelt down one after another, cheering for the new head of the clans, and bowing their heads to pay respect to the birth of the great chief. Not everyone had the courage to be a pioneer, but there were always some people who would give everything for the evergreen land in their hearts. That day, people's cheers spread endlessly in the land of fire. Through the sigil of listening, Roland received the result of the last holy duel and everything that had happened in the land of fire that afternoon. He immediately called Maggie, Lightning, and Nana to his office. A witch in Iron Sand City is seriously injured and needs your help. Roland looked at the three little girls in front of him, who were holding their heads high and chest out. Get ready tonight and set off tomorrow. You don't have to fly too fast, just arrive at Fallen Dragon Ridge before dark and arrive at Iron Sand City the next day. Ashes will meet you there. Are we both going? Lightning pointed at herself and Maggie. Yes, I'll be relieved when you two are together. He nodded and said, and Maggie alone can't tie Nana to her back, can she? Remember to wear more clothes. It's not easy to fly in this weather. Nana looked at the falling snow outside the window and could not help shivering. Got it. I'll deliver it on time, Coo. Maggie raised her hand and said. It's not a problem to fly there. Lightning pouted and said, but you have to wait for me to come back to explore the snow mountain. If I miss such a great adventure, I'll cry. Well, the appearance of the greatest explorer crying. That's a moment worth recording. Looking at the little girl's serious eyes, Roland could not help laughing. He knew that Lightning had been looking forward to it for a long time since the news that there might be relics in the Great Snow Mountain spread. Of course, you're all indispensable members of the exploration team. I can promise you that. Then it's a deal. She was relieved and patted her chest. Leave the injured sisters to us. You can treat the other Sand Nation people on the way, but don't stay too long, Roland finally ordered. After Nana uses up her magic power, set off on the same day and take the same route as when we left. Do you understand? The migration of the tequila survivors was coming to an end and the exploration of the snow mountain was about to begin. However, if Nana was not in Neverwinter, he did not dare to let the witches go to that unknown place rashly. Yes, Your Majesty. All right. Go. The three of them answered in unison. When they left, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. So you've successfully conquered the southernmost region? Nightingale poked her head out from behind. I can only say that I've taken the first step. Roland smiled. There are still many things to do. At this point, after more than a month of fighting, the desert operation had finally come to an end. However, the upcoming migration was the highlight of the show. He spread out the map on the corner of the mahogany table and set his eyes on the southern border of Grey Castle. He had told Iron Axe everything about giving the Sand Nation a new oasis before he set off, and his first choice was the borderland which had lost its lord and a large population. After the continuous civil war between Timothy and Garcia, the port of Clearwater, Eagle City, and other major cities had been reduced to ruins, and many of the surrounding towns and farmlands had also been destroyed. As more and more refugees moved into Neverwinter, the Southern Territory became more and more deserted. Instead of leaving it there to grow grass, it was better to let the Sand Nation enter the Southern Territory to reclaim the land and rebuild the port of Clearwater along the border between the desert and the green land. In this way, the workers who mined the Blackwater could set off from the port of Clearwater and go to the southern end of the desert by sea. According to Iron Axe's report, most of the underground sticks were located in the south of the Land of Fire, and the most common ones were in the Endless Cape. There was a tributary of the Blackwater that flowed close to the surface and the coast. Compared with the dangerous land route, sailing along the coast was obviously much safer. With the current technology of Neverwinter, it was undoubtedly the most suitable place to collect the Blackwater. It might take a long time for the news to spread in the southernmost region, and the clans who heard the news might not necessarily go to the southern territory immediately, but it was not a big problem. The oasis was almost irresistible to the Sand Nation. It did not matter if only 1 or 2 clans or hundreds of people were willing to go to the oasis at the beginning. With a pioneer, the others would sooner or later follow and become subjects under his rule. In this way, there were many advantages. In addition to obtaining a large number of laborers, the land would not be completely deserted, and the recovery of settlements could also prevent the spread of roving bandits. Roland did not need to transfer a large number of people from Neverwinter to work in the desert, and those who did not want to leave the southern territory could also find a place to live. Of course, there were also hidden dangers. That was the integration of the people of the kingdom and the Sand Nation of the Majin Kingdom. But Roland was not too worried about this. Not to mention that nationalism had not been awakened, the gods in this world were quite thought-provoking. They did not have a strong religious atmosphere, but were more like pure worship of nature. Both sides spoke the same language, and some of the customs of the Sand Nation were not so much a special culture as they had to change to adapt to the desert. Iron Axe and Echo were the best examples. The two wandered all the way to Border Town and did not seem to be out of place. Therefore, as long as the law was strictly enforced and the rewards and punishments were clear, Roland believed that the Sand Nation of the Majin Kingdom could also be transformed into qualified laborers. Even if there was a rebellion, the first army stationed in the Southern Territory and Fallen Dragon Ridge would not just sit there and watch. In fact, compared to the integration problem, Roland was more concerned about the legends that Iron Axe had mentioned and the hybrid demonic beast that had attacked the witches during the duel. If the former was not wrong, it sounded like an irresistible accident had led to the desertification of the southernmost region. Geographically speaking, this protruding corner of the continent was not too far from Grey Castle, so such a drastic change should not have happened. Unfortunately, he did not have enough people to explore the southernmost region, so he had to put this doubt aside. The behavior of the hybrid was even more inconceivable. Roland had already known that this kind of abnormal creature had a certain degree of intelligence, but why on earth did it take the risk to attack the witches? If the demonic beasts in the inland besieged the human cities under the influence of the relics of the gods, then the four-winged eagle obviously did not attack the witches alone for this reason. Just as Roland was pondering, Vendi and Phyllis knocked on the door and came in. "Your Majesty, the last batch of tequila facilities will soon arrive at the third border city. Pasha invites you to meet her in the underground world." Roland felt refreshed and thought, finally. The so-called third border city was an underground cave at the foot of the impassable mountain range. Its function was similar to that of an underground city. In essence, it was a huge hidden fortress. The last facilities were the instrument of divine retribution and the relics of the gods. In order to ensure their smooth arrival, the First Army in Neverwinter had also participated in the transportation. What about the demonic beasts? Any movements? There are no signs of large-scale gathering for the time being. The entrance to the cave was located in the north of Neverwinter, at the junction of the city and the mountain range. Halfway up the mountain was the never-ending mine and furnace area. As they approached the foot of the mountain, a sturdy concrete wall appeared in front of them. There were sentry towers at the 4 corners of the wall, with barbed wire hanging from the top and 2 machine gun pillboxes at the entrance. Although some facilities were still under construction, this had become the most heavily guarded area in Neverwinter. Under the saluting gaze of the guards, Roland walked into the courtyard. Although it was only a wall, he suddenly had the illusion that he had traveled more than 1,000 years. The scene inside was definitely not something that could be seen in this era. It was a huge hole covered with concrete, more than 10 meters wide and more than 5 meters high. On both sides of the hole were 2 magnificent iron gates, which not only exceeded the size of the hole, but also reached an astonishing 1 meter thick thickness. Although it was not solid cast, but made up of several layers of steel plates, the total thickness of the armor was more than half a meter. It was completely a heavy partition door that could only be found in modern military fortresses. Due to the heavy weight of the iron gate, the hole had to be reinforced and a slide track was installed on the ground. Even so, it was impossible to move it by manpower alone. Therefore, there were also 2 steam engines on one side of the courtyard wall, one of which was responsible for providing power to open and close the gate. Once the demonic beasts broke through the defense lines set by the tequila witches, after the relics of the gods were withdrawn, this gate would block any demonic beasts that followed behind. In order to build it, Neverwinter had consumed almost 1/3 of the entire winter's steel output. The square shape did not seem to have any technical content, but the huge size of the project itself meant that it was very technical. Standing in front of the partition door that was as big as a building, Roland could feel the vigorous power contained in it. On the day when the gate was installed, he saw the scene of the iron gate opening and closing with his own eyes. The dull roar of the steam engine, the harsh friction of the wheels, and the huge object that was slowly approaching, almost seemed to be in charge of the entrance to the end of the world. There was a line of twisted words on both sides of the iron gate, which, when put together, meant the third border city. The group of people walked into the hole, and the light instantly dimmed. Phyllis took out the stone of lighting and walked to the front of the team, leading them into the underground cavern. "Your Majesty, I don't understand why you call this place the third border city." Vendi was puzzled. If the border area outside is the first city, then where is the second border city? "Because 3 is more appropriate," Roland replied. "Ah? Anyway, don't you think the number 3 matches the stronghold? Besides, the name isn't important, as long as people remember it." He spread his hands. "All right, if you like." Vendi curled her lips. After the conversation, there was only the echoing sound of footsteps and dripping water in the cave. Due to the lack of concrete spraying tools, only the ground of this passage had been hardened. On the left and right sides were drainage ditches and mine tracks. When it was necessary to transport materials and food, the steam engine installed in the cave would pull trailers to transport them. Roland had heard from Phyllis that some gods' punishment witches were interested in the strength of this machine. In the end, they found that even if 5 of them held a hemp rope together, they could not stop the steam engine from pulling them to the destination step by step. Since the walls and the top of the cave could not be covered with concrete, water seepage was inevitable. Fortunately, the temperature in the mountain was not too low, so the road would not freeze. Wherever the devouring worm crawled, it would also leave a trail of mucus. When it dried up, it would stick the soil together like a layer of paste, so they did not have to worry about the risk of the cave collapsing. After walking for about half an hour, the cave gradually became brighter. "We're almost there." Phyllis slowed down. "Your Majesty, do you need to?" Roland knew what she wanted to say. "It doesn't matter. Take me there now." The gods' punishment witches looked back at him deeply and said, "Yes, I understand." Walking out of the cave, their field of vision suddenly opened up. A spacious vaulted hall appeared in front of them. The area was about the size of a football field. Above their heads, they could see dozens of beams of light shining into the cave, reflecting light spots on the ground. With the help of the light well, even though it was deep in the mountains, it did not seem to be oppressive. There were not only witches guarding here, but also many soldiers of the First Army. Each of them had been examined by Nightingale and were the most loyal to Roland and the team. But even they were as far away from the hall as possible at this moment. In the center of the vast open space, there were only a few diamond-shaped magic cores and 3 senior tequila witches, or rather, the original carriers. He smiled and walked toward the 3 witches, reaching out his right hand to the leading blob monster. "We finally meet. You're Pasha, right?" In an instant, Roland felt the breathing behind him quicken. A hand was already on his shoulder. If anything went wrong, Nightingale would undoubtedly pull him into the mist. The blob monster was silent for a moment, and then a familiar voice sounded in his mind. "I'm surprised, Your Majesty. Before, when we talked with the illusory cores, the imaginary scenes were not so daunting. But now, the calmness you show at this moment is incredible. To be honest, you're the first person who has seen this body with his own eyes and can remain calm. Even the tequila witches were not as calm as you when they first saw the original carriers that had not been activated. I'm very curious. Aren't you afraid at all?" She paused, then stretched out a tentacle and gently wrapped it around his palm. "But you're right, I'm Pasha. Thank you for your support of the tequila witches." "He hasn't supported us yet. Just sending a team of mortals to escort the relics is not a help or a surveillance." Another cold consciousness also came in. It's not too late to talk about this after exploring the snow mountain. Alethea. We've made a deal before. A third voice interrupted him. Fine, I won't mention it. It seemed that the other two were Alethea and Celine, who often appeared beside Pasha. Roland didn't mind her tone. Firstly, these ancient witches lived in an era where witches were revered, so it wouldn't be easy for them to change their mindset. Secondly, compared to their attitude on the surface, he was more interested in substantial gains. The most famous explorer in the fjords once said that fear comes from the unknown. No matter what you look like, your soul belongs to the tequila witches. Roland smiled. And I'm no stranger to the latter. Agatha has become an indispensable member of the Witch Union and is deeply trusted and loved by everyone. The tentacle felt quite rough, and its surface was not as dry as it looked. It was slightly moist, probably because it had been drilling in the soil. He could clearly feel the temperature under the skin. There was no doubt that the huge blob in front of him was a living creature. I see. Pasha sounded a little emotional. You're right. We've been working together for a long time. In the face of the threat of demons, everyone should put aside their prejudices and try to unite as much as possible. Roland said a few polite words and then got to the point. By the way, the relics of the gods should have been moved here, right? Can you show me what the thing that determines the fate of human beings looks like? Roland curiously looked at the moving senior tequila witches. The tentacles on their bodies had a clear division of labor. The short ones twisted like snakes to provide support and walking power, the long ones were constantly inserted into the soil above their heads or under their feet to correct the direction. Some tentacles were obviously amazingly long. Judging from the height of the dome of the hall, they were probably more than 100 meters long, and they could shrink and contract freely like arms. To be able to support such a long tentacle, even the strongest muscles would not be able to do so. He guessed that the magic contained in the sarcomas gave them the power to move freely, just like those giant demonic beasts whose bodies were obviously beyond the limits of gravity. Bypassing the two magic cores and walking dozens of steps, Pasha stopped in front of a cube that seemed to be made of gemstones. That's a god's stone of retaliation. I can't get too close. Nightingale reminded him. Roland nodded calmly and asked Pasha, is the relic stored in this box? Yes, this is the only way to limit the range of its summoning. If there is no god's stone of retaliation around, I'm afraid that the residents in your city will be inadvertently affected by the relic. Pasha stretched out several tentacles and put them on the box of god's stones, but she did not immediately open it. Before touching it, I have to explain something to you in case of an accident. Is this thing dangerous? Vendi took a step forward and subconsciously stood in front of Roland. Don't worry too much, as long as you don't stay alone with the relic. Celine interrupted. What do you mean? Roland raised his eyebrows. As I said before, when you open your heart in front of the relic, you can see some incredible scenes. Whether you are a witch or a mortal, you can feel this kind of summoning. Pasha's tone became a lot more serious. But please remember, the scenes you see are not completely imaginary. Unlike the phantom instrument, the things in the picture can affect reality. This is the first point I want to make. Never accept the summoning of God alone at any time. The scenes in the picture can affect reality? Roland suddenly felt a little creeped out. Isn't this like Sadako climbing out of the TV? Why wouldn't it be dangerous with a few more people? Because once one was trapped in the divine realm, the body would show obvious reactions, such as sluggishness, ravings, and so on. At this time, the person next to you would need to drag you out of the range of influence of the relic. In the history books, there were many records of people who came into contact with relics alone, and their souls could not return to their bodies in the end. If 2 or 3 people took turns to touch the relics, this risk could be effectively reduced. I see. Roland glanced at the tequila witch. In other words, there are at least 5 people here, so there's almost no danger, right? If not, we wouldn't have dared to let you observe it up close. Celine nodded. As for the second point, let me explain it to you. Alethea's cold voice sounded. You should know that the huge picture scroll in the relic shows alien civilizations. If you have the chance to see them, they may. No, they will definitely try to hurt you. We can help you forcibly break free from the call, but we cannot help you resist your fear. she paused and said with a hint of sarcasm. Don't say I didn't warn you if you are scared and lose your composure. That's it? Roland was unmoved. Is there anything else you want to say? You. Alethea probably did not expect him to be so indifferent. She could not help but feel a little suffocated. If not, open it. Roland sighed in his heart. For modern people who had seen all kinds of monsters, aliens, thrillers, and horror movies, there was a huge difference in the degree of acceptance between people in the ancient times and people in the modern times. If he was unprepared, he might be scared out of his wits. However, Alethea's words, in a sense, were equivalent to a high-energy warning. As long as it did not cause real harm, he did not think he would give up exploring the mystery of the divine realm because of this degree of intimidation. I know. Pasha retracted her tentacles and opened the door of the god's stone box, revealing the spindle-shaped red crystal inside. After leaving the container, the relic floated naturally, like the magic cores, quietly suspended in the air about a meter above the ground. It can't leave the restricted area of the god stone, so you need to get close to it, relax your mind, and then you can go to the divine realm. Your Majesty. Dendi grabbed Roland's hand worriedly. Don't worry, with you watching, nothing will happen. He patted the back of the red-haired witch's hand comfortingly. I know what I'm going to face. Not all of the information he obtained came from the Tequila witches. Whether it was Isabella's memories or his investigation of the pivotal secret temple of the church in the dream world, he could confirm that there was indeed such a thing that could bring people into the incredible divine realm. Roland walked to the relic, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. At the same time, Pasha also stretched out her tentacles and connected with the other two companions. Their consciousness quickly flowed between the three of them, mapping what they wanted to say to each other in their minds. How could he be so arrogant? I really want to see him tremble in fear and pee in his pants. Otherwise, he would never realize what a terrible enemy he was about to face, Alethea said indignantly. Let's see what he has to say when he is so scared that he pees himself on the spot. What good would that do us? Celine glared at her angrily. Mortals care a lot about their dignity and prestige. If we make him lose face, I'm afraid he will hate us too. If we lose his support, how can we explore the snow mountain and find the chosen one? What's worse, if he becomes afraid of the demon, the world will be over. He is not afraid of anything. Anyway, I have already reminded him. Can you still stop him? Bringing him to the relic is a mistake, Celine muttered. I didn't suggest this from the beginning, at least not until both sides have a basic trust. And then hide it from him? Or stop him from getting close to the relic? That way, we will never get his trust. Pasha sighed softly and put herself in his shoes. Would you trust an ally who did not even want you to get close to the key thing that determined the fate of mankind? No matter how nice you said it, the other party would not appreciate it. Therefore, some things must wait for him to experience personally to understand our sincerity. But don't worry too much, the demon and the giant I will not appear every time. Pasha seemed to be comforting Celine, but also comforting herself. Even if he is frightened and loses his composure, as long as we promise to keep our mouths shut and let this scene never be known to the world, he should be able to understand our difficulties. What about the two witches he brought with him? Will they also keep this a secret? Alethea asked maliciously. There was no doubt that in her opinion, it was quite a pleasant thing to make a mortal lose face in front of a witch. That's not something we can control. The starry sky dome, the bloody moon, the huge painting. Just as Pasha had described. No matter what it was, it gave people a feeling that it was incomparably grand. Only when one was in it could one truly feel its vastness. It was no wonder that they called this place the realm of gods. Is this the teleportation spell? Or the sea of consciousness? Roland squatted down and gently touched the floor. It looked like it was made of polished stone, but its surface was as smooth as a mirror. His fingertips accurately felt the cold and hard touch, as if what he saw was not a fantasy, but a real thing. However, after experiencing the dream world that was so realistic that it was exaggerated, such a scene could no longer scare him. Roland looked up at the dome. The huge crimson moon was like a round pancake covering the giant painting. If he looked closely, he could even see the surging lines on its surface. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be the sea. It was not as dazzling as the sun. Although it was red all over, it did not seem to be glowing or heating up. The red ripples were like waves or whirlpools, densely covering his entire field of vision. The only problem was that this circle was a bit too round. It was not like a sphere at all, but a large flat circle. Perhaps the bloody moon was too close to him. Roland carefully looked at it for a while, but he could not connect it with the red flying star observed by astrologers. It was neither like a planet nor a star. If the battle of divine will was really caused by it, how could it come to the world? Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. If the chief astrologer of Dispersion Star was summoned by the relic, could he confirm that this thing was indeed the bloody moon from the faintly shining stars on the dome? Of course, it was more likely that the poor old man was scared to death. Roland shrugged, stood up, and looked around at the 4 huge paintings surrounding the bloody moon. The throne, the sea, the black screen, and himself. Except for the scene in the underground hall of the third border city, these records were all read in the library of the pivotal secret temple. There was nothing special about them. The relic was probably like a recorder that could feed back the scene around it in real time. According to Pasha, the completely black painting belonged to the eliminated underground civilization. Roland called out to himself and Vendi in the painting, but the latter two did not respond. Obviously, they could not hear him. What happened to influencing reality? He walked closer to the throne scroll and reached out to touch the scroll itself. It felt like a soft and smooth cloth. The texture was very fine, and the image on it was just an image. He could not cross the border and enter the world of the painting. Roland didn't find anything new after walking around. He was about to head out of the palace to see if this place was really boundless when the scroll behind him suddenly made a noise. In this quiet environment, the sound was exceptionally clear, like the friction between steel, or the echo of a hard object hitting the ground. In that instant, he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Damn it, no one mentioned that these giant paintings could make sounds. He stopped and turned around abruptly. A pitch-black armored warrior had appeared in the painting of the throne. It was sitting on the throne, and a pair of scarlet eyes were looking down at him. Meanwhile, the other painting also started to move. A large number of bubbles surged up with a muffled sound, and then a huge eyeball stretched out from the dark bottom of the sea and approached the edge of the painting, as if it wanted to poke out of the frame. 3 triangular eyes stared at him at the same time, which made him a little uncomfortable at first glance. "Did you make an appointment?" Roland couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't hide and play tricks, he was not afraid of these 2 monsters who didn't look scary at all. They were just senior demons and the guardians of the relics of an unknown civilization. He raised his head and walked to the center of the 4 giant paintings, looking at the 2 alien creatures. "Good afternoon. Are you also here to participate in the battle of divine will? Do we have to fight this life and death war? Can't we just sit down and talk? Can you understand what I'm saying? Even if you don't understand, you should squeak. Hey, is this a game to test your willpower? Whoever closes their eyes first loses?" Roland tried to communicate with them, but he didn't get any response. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to feel that the demon's chest was rising and falling more rapidly, and the huge eyeball was gradually trembling. Was this the side effect of staring at him? Could it be that they could only stare at him and see whose eyes would ache first? How could this be considered dangerous? Even if he came here alone, it wouldn't be a problem. He rolled his eyes and was about to stop this boring staring contest when a group of black tentacles suddenly appeared in the painting, like snakes. They pounced on the demon and the eyeball and tied them up tightly. What the hell is this? Roland couldn't help but be stunned. The demon finally moved. It grabbed the throne tightly and let out a series of strange sounds. Flames and transparent sharp blades suddenly appeared around it, fighting with the tentacles. However, the number of tentacles was astonishing, and the seemingly soft little hand at the end could easily break the weapons summoned by the opponent. The demon seemed to be fighting with an invisible strong enemy, and its screams became more and more intense. Even Roland could feel the tension in its tone. As a bolt of lightning burst out from the armor, the tentacles finally stepped back and loosened their grip on the demon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the demon staggered up from the seat and ran out of the scope of the huge painting without looking back. In its panic, it even broke a part of the armrest of the throne. The giant eye was not any better. Several tentacles had already pierced into its eyeball, and just looking at it was painful. Light blue liquid trickled out of the pierced part, as if it was crying. Instead of making strange sounds like the demon, the giant eye constantly shot out dazzling light from its 3 pupils, blocking most of the tentacles. Suddenly, all the pupils of the giant eye opened at the same time, and a looming wave suddenly rushed towards the huge painting. Roland suddenly felt a stinky smell on his face, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. The tentacles also loosened their entanglement on the eyeball, and the eyeball quickly slid back to where it came from, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the blue waves of the sea above his head were rapidly darkening, and it seemed that the view was sinking. After a while, he couldn't see any light at all. That's it? 15 minutes have passed. Celine breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he didn't encounter anything. What a pity. He's lucky. Alethea said with flagging interest. I don't want to pin the result on probability at all, she complained. Please choose a more secure method next time, okay? Let's not talk about what happened. Alethea changed the subject. Guess how long a mortal king can stay in there? In the records left by mortals in the Land of Dawn, the longest time was less than a quarter of an hour, right? Witches are no better. The time they can stay in the Divine Land has nothing to do with magic power. Even the Union has a group of mortals who take turns to monitor the relics. But considering the age and experience of the king, he should come out soon. According to all the records Celine had read, warriors who had personally experienced the battlefield and fought with demons would generally stay longer, regardless of whether they were witches or mortals. The highest record was set by Lady Alice, who lasted for almost 2 hours. As a king who was behind the scenes, it was already very good to have such a performance. Maybe he will want to stay longer. After all, it is the first time he has seen such a magical place. Then he will feel dizzy or even pass out. Celine suddenly realized something and looked at Pasha. Did you forget to tell him about this? Passing out is not a loss of composure, and it won't cause any real harm. Pasha waved her tentacles. On the contrary, this uncomfortable experience of spiritual exhaustion can reduce his impulse to touch the relics of the gods, which is a good thing for everyone. So, you didn't forget? Pasha did not deny. Some things are better left unsaid. If it were us, we wouldn't want to be restricted too much when exploring the Divine Land, right? Now I understand why Lady Natalia chose you to be one of the 3 seats candidates. Alethea smacked her lips. Celine could not help but have the same feeling. Compared to being frightened to the point of losing his composure, fainting out of spiritual exhaustion could be seen as an exit without side effects. It could reduce the curiosity of mortals and not destroy the relationship between them. Obviously, Pasha thought more deeply than either of them. But after waiting for a while, she frowned slightly. It has been more than a quarter of an hour. Is he okay? Pasha glanced at Roland Wimbledon, who was still sitting upright, and said, It looks like there's nothing unusual. Sure enough, this mortal king was full of surprises. A new record has been set. Should I say congratulations? Alethea shrugged her mane beard. Celine did not answer. She felt a little uneasy and felt that something was wrong. What happened next seemed to verify her guess. After another quarter of an hour, Roland was still motionless. She felt more and more anxious. Towards the flow of time, a person who had lived for more than 100 years should feel extremely vague, but this body's almost constant heartbeat could accurately tell her the changes of every moment and every breath. 3/4 of an hour of exploration was a little too long no matter how one looked at it. The other party was not an extraordinaire, nor was he a warrior. He should have exhausted all his energy a long time ago. Could it be? There was an accident in the god realm that he had never noticed before. Vendi couldn't help but step forward as if she wanted to wake the king up, but Pasha stopped her. If you get too close to the relic, you will also be affected by it. Then let me enter the god realm and bring his majesty back. She insisted. Even if you go in, you can't bring the king back. No matter how many people are inspired by it at the same time, the god realm they see is unique. Celine noticed that the other witch, who had been hiding, also moved. Judging from the vague magic reaction, the witch took out something from her bosom. According to the information Phyllis had gathered, it should be a unique weapon of Neverwinter. After conveying her concern to the other two witches, Pasha nodded and immediately took action. She stretched out her tentacles to entangle the mortal king and pulled him back to Vendi. Although it was not ideal to end the exploration in this way, nothing was more important than Roland's safety. If there was a conflict between the two sides, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the relic was put back into the god's stone box, Roland suddenly opened his eyes. "Your Majesty. Are you okay?" Vendi helped him to stand up and asked anxiously. "I'm fine. I'm fine." He rubbed his sore legs. "I saw the foreign monsters guarding the other two relics and talked to them. Unfortunately, they couldn't understand me." What did you say?" Celine was shocked. Did you meet the demons and a huge eyeball? It seemed to be in a ship that could sail underwater." Roland said. "Of course, I'm not sure whether it was a ship or something else." Even though Celine couldn't see her companion's expression, she could feel the shock of the other two witches, especially Aletheia. Among the survivors, Aletheia stayed in the illusion for the longest time. As a member of the Blessed Army, Aletheia could stay in the illusion for about an hour, but that was only when there was nothing in the scroll. If she encountered demons or enemies of another race, her energy consumption would be doubled. Then, what happened? Pasha continued to ask. "I don't know. Anyway, some black tentacles suddenly appeared in the scroll and attacked them." Roland briefly described the situation. Those tentacles were very difficult to deal with, so they had to withdraw from the scroll. The whole process took only a few minutes. No, about 3/4 of an hour. Did he mean that he encountered the guardians of the other two civilizations at the same time, and not only was he unharmed, but he also forced them to retreat? Celine felt as if she was listening to a fairy tale. She was not surprised by the appearance of the black tentacles. As the energy consumption continued to decline, the influence of the relics on the explorers would increase. Auditory hallucinations, tentacles, or something else would appear one by one. They were not simple mental disturbances, but they would cause real damage to the body, which was why Pasha emphasized that they were not illusory. Before these influences caused real damage, as long as the summoning was stopped, the explorers would be fine. Of course, if one wanted to forcefully resist this kind of spiritual erosion, it was not something that ordinary people could do. Even a witch who had experienced hundreds of battles would quickly feel tired and eventually lose control of her body. But why was the situation completely reversed for Roland, and even the black tentacles were rushing toward the enemy? This was the first time she heard of such a thing. Celine suddenly had an inconceivable thought as she looked at the king, who seemed to be disapproving of her actions. Could it be that the mental strength of this ordinary person was on par with the head of the three chiefs, Alice, the queen of Starfall City? However, the king obviously did not feel this way. He stretched his limbs and smiled. "But thank you for pulling me out. I wanted to see if there was a boundary to that place, but it turned out to be too far. I really don't want to go back the way I came." Ahem. Is that so? The three of them were speechless for a while. Pasha broke the silence. "So do you want to continue exploring the relics?" Yes. He had always been interested in the central carrier that was mentioned in the previous meeting. It had fused with the souls of numerous witches and sacrificed its consciousness in exchange for the ability to decipher the documents left behind by the underground civilization. Furthermore, it could only answer yes or no. Other than that, it was no different from an inanimate object. All of this gave it a mysterious and tragic aura. However, when Roland saw the central carrier imprisoned in the secret underground chamber of the hall, he could not help but gasp. A sarcoma much larger than Pasha and the others was bound by layers of chains. A few of its thick tentacles were even pulled apart and nailed into the walls or ceiling. Its damaged skin was riddled with scars and many of its tentacles were broken. It was obvious that this was not the first time it had been treated in such a manner. If he remembered correctly, the central carrier was like the original carrier and had sentience. It could feel cold, heat, sweetness, bitterness, and pain. Why? Roland could not help but frown. Aren't the souls fused with witches? And one of your three chiefs, Lady Eleanor, your Majesty, Pasha sighed. There is no other choice. The carrier's power is not much lower than Scourge's. Our tentacles can drill through the soil and dig a light well above the dome. Naturally, we can attack our enemies and tear our prey in half. If we do not do this, an unconscious carrier that can move freely would probably cause more trouble than a hybrid demonic beast. So that's why. Roland immediately understood her helplessness. The tentacle sarcoma was probably the basic combat unit of the underground civilization. Once an unconscious carrier within the base lost control, it would pose a great threat to the relics of the gods and the magic power core. The survivors of Tequila were obviously unable to accept such a risk and had no other choice but to imprison it. Unfortunately, even though he knew, he still sighed in his heart. After all, the witches who had willingly fused with Tequila had given up everything, but now they could only be trapped in this dark corner, unable to move. We've tried to ask them how they feel, but we never got an answer. The fused souls can no longer be extracted through the magic core, so we don't know if they feel the stimulation from the outside world. Roland thought. But we didn't get an answer. The fused souls can't be extracted through the magic core, so we don't know if they feel the stimulation from the outside world. Becoming one with Lady Eleanor is the ultimate goal of every Tequila witch. We are no exception, so you don't have to worry about it. Alethea, who had been silent all this while, spoke again. However, Roland didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the other party's voice wasn't as cold as before. It should have leveled up from ice to ice water. However, when we asked if we wanted to imprison the central carrier, the three main tentacles all answered yes. Celine added, otherwise, we wouldn't have fixed her so thoroughly. Roland nodded. There's a painter named Soroya in the Witch Union who can draw extremely flexible fabrics. There's also a little girl named Softfeathers who can make objects sticky. If the two abilities were used together, they would be able to produce an even stronger binding force than the iron chains. Using this method to tie her up, at least she wouldn't be covered in injuries. If you don't have any objections. No, it would be great if that's the case. The main beard on Pasha's head drooped slightly. Please accept my gratitude. It doesn't matter. It's just a piece of cake. Roland waved his hand. But what does it mean when all three main tentacles say yes? Is it possible that one of them says yes and the other says no? Then who should we listen to? Let Celine explain this question for you. It's like this. Celine was quite excited to be able to help reduce the pain of her fused companions. She immediately said, the biggest difference between the central carrier and us is that she has three main tentacles. She can transmit more complicated messages without using conscious communication, just like I am now. As soon as she finished speaking, the main tentacle on her head emitted a faint red light. Oh? This can also emit light? Before we completely mastered conscious communication, we often used it to express our feelings and emotions, but we didn't use it much after that. Celine moved to the center of the secret chamber and pointed to the three main tentacles of the central carrier that were firmly nailed to the ground. But they can't do that because they have lost their consciousness. They can only answer through the red light. If it's bright, it means yes. If it's not, it means no. However, when we were deciphering the documents of the underground civilization, we realized that a simple yes or no could not help us find the correct answer quickly. She continued to explain, for example, a sentence that means I am a tequila witch, if translated to I am a witch or I am a tequila witch, it will be displayed as no. As such, even a simple sentence will require a lot of time to confirm. So you used three answers to express the degree of closeness? Roland immediately understood their thoughts. Your comprehension ability is indeed extraordinary, Celine praised. That's right. The closer you are to the real answer, the more red light will light up. When all three main tentacles light up, it is equivalent to being completely correct. Of course, it also means special recognition. So, with Eleanor as the leader, the fused souls did not reject their companions from imprisoning them underground? Roland could not help but be moved. Although he did not know if they made the judgment based on the safety of the base, or if they answered based on their own feelings, this decision made him sigh with emotion. He took a deep breath. Can I ask her some questions? Of course. Celine moved away. Just ask the question directly. Of course. Roland walked in front of the central carrier and said slowly, suppose I have 2 baskets with 2 apples in each. After pouring them out, there will be 4 apples on the ground, right? The 3 tentacles instantly lit up. Is that what you wanted to ask? Celine asked in surprise. Your Majesty. Vendi also felt a little awkward. What did you think of? Just a test. Roland asked again without changing his expression. Then I have 12,345 baskets with 54,321 apples in each. If I pour them all out, how many apples will there be on the ground? He took out a small piece of paper from his pocket. I guess it will be. Right? That was the answer he had prepared in advance. The result was a 9-digit number, which was considered a complicated calculation in this era. Those who had not received mathematics education in Neverwinter would not be able to come up with the answer in a short time. This could be seen from the silence of the senior tequila witches. She really can figure it out. Regardless of whether the central carrier used the additive method or the linear multiplication method, the fact that she could get the answer in an instant showed that her calculation ability was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Even if she could only answer yes or no, it would still be of great help to the Arithmetic Academy. At least she could use it to verify the result and reduce the error rate of large-scale complex calculations. Roland squatted down happily and patted the main tentacle. You're amazing. The red light went out. Your Majesty, she can't communicate with you, Pasha reminded him. She can understand what I say and answer yes or no. This is already a kind of communication. The essence of communication was receiving and giving back. At most, she could only say that she was limited by the output and could not talk like a normal person. Roland waved his hand carelessly. Maybe it was time to try to see if she could really only give a yes or no expression. Think of 1 glowing tentacle as 1, 2 as 2, and so on. Can you use the red light to represent 3? Roland thought for a while and asked. This question was much simpler than the multiplication of 5-digit numbers, but the meaning behind it was very different. If she answered yes, it meant that she could use more complex expressions to expand the feedback content. With her super calculation ability, she might even be able to display the result directly. However, the central carrier did not give an immediate answer like before. After a few seconds, one of the tentacles glowed red, another glowed faintly, and the last one remained silent. According to Celine, 1 glowing, 1 weak, and 1 extinguished meant that the answer was 30% correct. Unfortunately, the answer did not last long. The glimmering one was quickly extinguished, and even the tentacle that glowed red at first also dimmed after a while. No, the answer was no. Your question is beyond her ability, Celine sighed. If she answers yes, it means that she needs to give an answer beyond yes or no, which will aggravate the confusion in her mind. She paused and then continued, in fact, we've tried to let the central carrier express simple meanings or even short sentences. But once it exceeds a simple judgment of right or wrong, her response speed will be greatly reduced, and she will easily fall into confusion like now. In other words, is there a logical obstacle? Roland frowned and said, is it okay for her to be like this? She'll recover after some rest. Celine waved her tentacles. At that time, I asked her some contradictory questions. As a result, she ignored us for half a month. It seemed that the biological computer was not that easy to learn, he thought to himself. Since the central carrier could determine the result of the calculation, it meant that she knew the answer. The key was how to display the answer in its original form. Perhaps he had to find a way to answer with yes and no, but also to express it in a complex way. Only then would he be able to achieve this. However, this idea was beyond the scope of his knowledge. Coding and engineering were hostile to each other, and there was almost no overlap in their professional content. After thinking about it for a while, Roland gave up on the idea of doing research on his own. By the way, I remember you said that the carrier needs soil and heat to maintain its vitality. Is there magma here too? Fran hasn't dug that deep yet, but we found a boiling river. There should be a lava zone nearby. In addition, there is a smell of sulfur in the river, and it feels good to soak in it. If you want to ask about the central carrier, We draw a lot of hot water to give her a bath every few days, so you don't have to worry about this. In other words, magma was not a necessity, and hot water could make do with it. This was undoubtedly good news. If he wanted to lure her to the Computation Academy, he only needed to provide a boiler to boil water to meet her daily needs. Of course, it was far from the time to mention this matter. The Tequila Witches had just moved and had not officially joined the United Front. At this time, it would undoubtedly be difficult to ask for her. Moreover, when those astrologers saw such a huge tentacle monster, they might not be able to maintain their sage demeanor in the past. Everything had to wait until the exploration of the Snow Mountain was completed and both sides had established basic trust. After leaving the secret chamber, the tour of the third border city came to an end. At present, the outline of this underground city had been excavated, and at best, it was just an underground residence. When all the passages connecting the impassable mountain peaks were opened, it would be like a real hidden stronghold, connected with the turrets and camps on the ground as a whole, becoming a part of the impassable mountain defense line. When Roland returned to the castle, he immediately summoned the directors of the major departments in the city hall to the reception hall. Then, as everyone gasped, a purple light curtain slowly opened and enveloped the entire hall. Even though they had been warned in advance, when this unimaginable illusion really appeared in front of everyone, all the managers' expressions changed drastically. The younger Minister of Agriculture, Sirius Daly, even accidentally knocked over the teacup on the table. Berev kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, while Kalsichi and Astrologer of Dispersion Star widened their eyes. If it were not for the fact that His Majesty was still sitting in the main seat, they would have fled. The only one who could still be considered calm was Edith. Although this woman from an aristocratic family in the northern region had also shrunk back, her eyes were still mixed with excitement and curiosity. Moreover, Roland unexpectedly noticed that there was a trace of reverence in her eyes when she looked at him. Well, he had to admit that women's thoughts were really hard to understand. Except for Edith, the reactions of the others were basically within Roland's expectations. However, since they wanted to form a united front against the demons, it was impossible to keep the existence of the tequila survivors a secret forever. They would show up on the stage sooner or later. Rather than asking the city hall about the strange phenomenon at the foot of the mountain in the north of the border area, it would be better for him to introduce the ancient witches to everyone first. After more than 2 years of training, this group of people should have seen a lot of things, and their ability to accept new things had also greatly improved. However, after Roland finished explaining the origin and purpose of the tentacle sarcoma, as well as the cooperation plan to explore the Snow Mountain, most of the managers showed considerable resistance. If it were not for the fact that the ancient witches had some relations with the Witch Union, they would probably have regarded them as alien creatures like the demons. Director Berev said that the finance department had now entered the year-end final settlement stage, so it was not convenient to make new logistical plans. Moreover, the months of demons had not yet ended, and a team had already been sent to the southernmost region. If they sent more troops to the Snow Mountain, it might lead to a shortage of defense forces in the border area. Chief Knight Carter frankly said that the joint operation was not safe, and that the danger might come from within. His distrust was obvious. Sirius, the Minister of Agriculture, stammered that the food reserves might be tight because of the troop deployment plan, and if the news spread, it would easily cause panic among the residents. Carr, the Minister of Construction, was worried that if the ancient witches were allowed to hollow out the mountain, it would cause instability in the upper mining area and lead to collapse. In short, there were all kinds of strange reasons, but the main idea was basically the same: Your Majesty, please think twice. The discussion reached an impasse for a while. If this was a parliamentary discussion, it was obvious that it would be difficult to carry out the cooperation plan. However, Roland did not forget that he was the final arbiter, the Lord of Neverwinter, and also the King of Grey Castle. At this time, it was time for him to forcefully implement the plan. Roland knocked on the table, and the hall instantly fell silent. After the months of demons, next year will be the most important year for Grey Castle. He stood up from the main seat and walked to the back of the crowd. I'll unify the whole territory, hold an enthronement ceremony, and become the rightful king of Grey Castle. And all of you will be my first batch of ministers, assisting me in governing this country. If it had been 2 years ago, These lofty words would have been regarded as the arrogant words of Prince Roland, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it had been a year ago, it would have been a distant goal to strive for. But today, no one doubted Roland's words. The crowd stood up, put their right hands on their chests, and bowed their heads to him. "It's my honor, your majesty." Their grumbles and weariness disappeared in an instant, and a hint of excitement appeared on their faces. The longer they stayed in the city hall, the more they understood the power of Neverwinter. There was no doubt that as long as he made this decision, it would be indisputable that the whole territory of Grey Castle would be under his rule. And they could also follow his majesty and become the most powerful group of people in the kingdom. Roland pressed his palms together and motioned for everyone to sit down. Not only that, the territory of Grey Castle will become unprecedentedly vast. The barbarian land in the west, the Fjord Islands in the east, the Endless Cape in the south, and the Hermes Plateau in the north will all be under my command. To achieve this, the First Army will undoubtedly be the busiest department next year, and Neverwinter can only leave a small number of garrison guards. Therefore, exploring the Great Snow Mountain is a necessary measure to eliminate hidden dangers. I don't want our backyard to be on fire and King City to be attacked by unknown enemies. Your Majesty, perhaps we can rely on the First Army and the Witch Union to enter the Snow Mountain. Carter suggested in a low voice. In a cave with no light and an extremely complex terrain, guns and cannons can only play a limited role, Roland interrupted him. There are neither preset locations to attack nor a reference map. If we encounter hybrids, how many casualties do you think the First Army will have to pay to repel those monsters? The Chief Knight was silent for a moment. This is the reason why we have to cooperate in this exploration. The gods' punishment witches of Tequila and the Witch Union can complement each other. The First Army will be responsible for bringing up the rear and setting up sentry posts at the explored entrances to ensure the smooth retreat route. This is the safest way. Roland paused and suddenly raised his voice. Listen up, all of you. Don't tell me how difficult it is to implement this plan. You are sitting here to solve the problem. If you can't do it, City Hall doesn't need someone who can't meet my requirements. At this point, he looked at the City Hall manager. Bear of Mons. Yes, Your Majesty. The latter shuddered. Are there any problems with the final accounting and logistics? I think, that's all. The old director wiped the sweat off his face. I'll come up with a plan in 5 days. 3 days, Roland said in an unquestionable tone. He then shifted his gaze to the Minister of Agriculture. Serious Dolly. Here. If you don't have enough food in stock, transfer some from the Longsong area. We have plenty of cement boats. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty. Car Van Bait. Your Majesty, I'll carefully check the stability of the mine and the furnace group to ensure that there will be no collapse, the Minister of Construction hurriedly said. Very good. Roland smiled. Next. This time all the problems were easily solved. When the ministers realized that Roland had made up his mind, they quickly assigned the tasks. No one dared to delay any further. After deciding who would be in charge, the next step was to determine the team to set off. As Pasha's voice sounded directly in their heads, everyone panicked again. Fortunately, the scene of Roland talking to the tentacle monster calmly comforted the ministers, and they did not make the embarrassing move of jumping out of the window and running away. Perhaps they felt that they had already promised His Majesty, so they just closed their eyes and listened. The ministers lowered their heads and pretended to be in deep thought, but in fact, they were avoiding eye contact with the tentacle monster. It was as if the voice was not an ordinary conversation, but the language of hell that could steal people's minds. Roland did not know whether to laugh or cry at this situation. Edith, who was the only one looking at the light screen, became the most eye-catching person in the crowd. Sometimes, she even tried to talk to the senior tequila witches like Roland did. Berev also raised his head several times, as if he did not want his opponent to steal the limelight, but he could not say a word in the end. Fortunately, Roland had already planned in this regard and did not need too much involvement from City Hall. In the end, Tequila agreed to send 50 gods' punishment witches to fight side by side with the main fighters of the Witch Union. The First Army, under the command of Brian, would send 500 people to participate in this operation. The rest of the troops stationed in Neverwinter would be temporarily taken over by Carter, who would continue to guard against sporadic demonic beasts harassing the border. After reaching an agreement on the exploration plan, Roland was about to end the bilateral meeting when Edith suddenly raised her hand. Your Majesty, I applied to join the Snow Mountain exploration team and go to the Great Snow Mountain of the Western region with the First Army. Berev twitched the corner of his mouth. You're neither a witch nor a soldier of the army. Don't make trouble for His Majesty. I once served as a swordsmanship instructor in the Night Battalion. It's difficult for an average person to last more than 5 rounds in my hands, and demonic beasts are no exception. I am fully capable of protecting myself. She remained unmoved. Roland asked curiously, what's the reason for your application? The Battle of Divine Will is getting closer and closer, but few of the ministers here can tell what the demons look like and what the underground races look like. How can I help you manage the city hall if I don't even know the enemy? Some people may think that it's the First Army's business and that the department I'm in charge of has nothing to do with the Battle of Divine Will. But the fact is, when the war starts, both the Ministry of Construction and the Ministry of Agriculture will be involved and serve the war. Therefore, only by knowing the characteristics of the enemy and who I'm fighting against can I better share the workload for you, Edith said with fervor and assurance. You. The old director wanted to refute but did not know where to start. Roland could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. This was an interesting way of putting it. Although it was a bit unreasonable, it suddenly made him have an idea. If he could turn her way of doing things into a tacit rule, that if he wanted to go further on the road of power, he must be transferred to the front line or a war-torn city to gain the qualification for promotion, it might be a good idea. In this way, at least the officials in the city hall would not belittle the battle of destiny, nor would they issue some outrageous and unrealistic decrees. In addition, Edith did have the ability to fight, so there was no harm in letting her follow the First Army. Thinking of this, he nodded to the Pearl of the Northern region. Then, get ready to go. Sister, are you going on a long trip? Colcont's voice came from behind. Edith continued to tidy up the clothes in her hands and said without looking back, it's not far. I'll just wander around the western region. How long will it take? The younger brother walked up to her. I don't know. You didn't pick out a gown or a corset. You didn't even bring your favorite bra. Cole looked at the pile of clothes on the bed. Aren't you going to visit the nobles and attend a banquet? Your observation skills have improved, but there are some things you don't have to say. Edith glanced sideways at him. The latter immediately flinched and said, You taught me that. Then I'll teach you one more thing. When facing a lady, you must always be elegant and think carefully about your words. Do you understand? But you're my sister. If it wasn't for that, you would have already suffered. Cole shuddered and said, I understand. Good. Edith shrugged and said, How does it feel to work in City Hall? It's okay. I did as you said and didn't reveal my noble identity. I just wrote and recorded. It's not difficult. But I don't understand. The younger brother hesitated and said, Why don't you put me in your department? After watching the artillery drill, Colcont finally gave up the idea of returning to the city of Evernight. They moved from the Foreign Affairs building to a spacious house near the castle and became official residents of Neverwinter. As a noble who had received a traditional education, it was not difficult for her to find a clerical job in the city hall. In addition to the nearly 100 scholars and attendants that her father had transferred from the northern region, she now had her own staff in the city hall. Although these people would not stay here forever, His Majesty would never refuse the knowledgeable people from the northern region who were constantly sent here to learn the new system. She knew how much the young king craved talents. Currently, only the northern region was willing to provide him with managers. As long as there were replacements, she could always have a foothold in His Majesty's new regime. Because it's not necessary, and it's easy to make mistakes. Edith smiled slightly. The director usually keeps an eye on me. If I transfer you here and he finds something wrong with you, whether I help or not, I'll be in a passive position. And if the Comte family's honor is damaged, it will affect His Majesty's opinion of me. She paused. No matter how distant our relationship is, to outsiders, we're still a whole. So no matter what you do in the future, you must understand that you don't just represent yourself. Cole lowered his head, a pensive expression on his face. Edith did not know how much he could understand, but she could not help him understand this kind of thing. Even if the feudal nobles no longer existed in the new regime, the influence of bloodlines and surnames would still last for a long time, and in the short term, they would even attract more attention than before. Just like after the sun sets, the moon becomes the brightest celestial body. After a while, he nodded. I'll be careful. Her father's evaluation of his second son was that he was timid, indecisive, not good at fighting, and not suitable to lead the family. Especially the first point, in the era when the lord had to lead the knight to defend his home or go out to plunder, a timid way of doing things would easily cause dissatisfaction among his subordinates. Edith knew there was one more point that her father did not mention. That was, Colcant was like her. If Timothy had not broken the order of the northern region and been eager to support the weak nobles as allies, the Comte family would probably still be in a corner of the northern region and would not be where it was today. That was why her father had such high hopes for her. But for Neverwinter, these shortcomings became insignificant. On the contrary, to a certain extent, they became advantages, such as being cautious, not showing off, and learning fast, all of which were suitable for working in City Hall. From the moment a group of civilians with snow powder weapons took only one day to conquer King's City, individual strength and courage were no longer important. This was also the reason why she insisted on leaving her brother in Neverwinter from the beginning. By the way, sister. Cole casually picked up a long dress and compared it with his body. Where are you going? I don't want to stay alone in such a big house. It's boring. You were the one who asked me to buy a big house. 500 gold royals is not a small amount even for me, but now you think it's too much? Edith asked coldly. No. I'm satisfied. Cole was so scared that he almost dropped the dress. Next summer, my third brother will also come to Neverwinter. Then you'll have company. She looked at him and was surprised to find that the dress covering Cole's chest matched him very well. She could not help but have an interesting idea. As for where I'm going, it's a secret of Neverwinter. It's not that I can't tell you, but according to the old rules, you have to pay a certain price. Cole hesitated for a moment. He was no stranger to this little game of exchanging rewards for information and had been teased many times. But in the end, his curiosity still overwhelmed the trace of fear in his heart. I want to hear it. Edith raised the corner of her mouth. The Great Snow Mountain of the Western region will act together with the First Army. He asked in surprise, you mean the source of the Redwater River? What's there? Unknown hybrid monsters or alien enemies. Anyway, it's not surprising to encounter anything. She briefly told him about the information provided by the tequila survivors during the meeting. And we have a group of tentacles as allies. Monsters against monsters, it's really exciting. Wait. Cole opened his mouth and stammered, aren't you afraid at all? His Majesty is actually dealing with monsters. Even if it's a demon, it won't look like what you said. So? Edith spread out her hands carelessly. Isn't this a good thing? A good thing? Cole could not believe his ears. Sister, are you all right? No, I mean, she sighed. Do you still remember why we pledged our allegiance to His Majesty? Because of a higher power? Cole replied cautiously. Not exactly, but not wrong either. Edith looked at him with burning eyes. Power comes from the vast land and people. If even the ancients, alien races, and even the demons are on His Majesty's side, doesn't it mean that the power we can share extends beyond the human territory? Cole sucked in a breath of cold air, clearly stunned by the statement. A small noble who manages a village can call out the name of every squire, but it's difficult for a lord of a town to do so. The more complicated the residents of a territory are, the broader the territory is. As for a king who has brought alien races under his rule, there has never been such a case. Since the reason why we left the northern region in the first place was that the Duke's land was too small, why should we worry about this now? Cole stood there for a long time before he came to his senses. But they're different from us, aren't they? Edith curled her lips. As long as His Majesty is the leader, he can do whatever he wants. Cole felt a chill in the heated room. It was a long dream. A dream that Lorgar knew was a dream. The moment the four-winged eagle fell to the ground, her body had already deeply remembered the reaction and pain of that moment. Her legs were crushed, and her bones were like grains of wheat under a stone millstone. Although she had never planted wheat, she had seen how her clansmen dealt with the food they bought from the north. There was no doubt that she would not be able to stand up for the rest of her life, let alone fight. But now, she was still standing. So it was a dream. Only in a dream could she change reality. Lorgar took a deep breath and looked forward. There was an endless sand road under her feet. Every once in a while, she would meet an opponent. Yes, the opponents she had defeated in her life were now walking towards her in turn. There was no ridicule or sarcasm. They passed by her one by one and then disappeared into the endless yellow sand behind her. The first one was a sandworm. It was the result of her first hunt when she was 12 years old. When it sneaked in the sand, it would leave a clear track, which was the easiest time to find and kill it. Once it quietly lurked, it was difficult to find its position. However, in fact, the Sand Nation was the most cunning hunter in the desert. She disguised herself as a bush, and when the sandworm approached, she stabbed her spear into the hot sand and directly pierced its head. This record was better than her brother and sister. Even among the big clans in Iron Sand City, it was considered excellent. It was this hunt that made her enjoy confrontation and the pleasure of fighting. This time, the sandworm did not dive into the ground. Instead, it raised its head and slid slowly on the sand like a snake. For a moment, Lorgar even thought that it would spit acid at her and corrode her beyond recognition. But in the end, nothing happened. It just quietly passed by her. Next was the scorpion and the wolf of the desert. Her second and third opponents. The former left her, but the latter stopped. The wolf of the desert hesitated for a moment, then wagged its tail and walked to her side. It sniffed her bare feet full of calluses, then turned around and walked side by side with her. Lorgar remembered that it was an extremely cruel challenge. If a Majin woman wanted to become a qualified duelist, she had to put in a lot more effort than a man. After hunting a large number of sandworms and scorpions without stopping, she set her eyes on the wolves. However, a pack of wolves moving together was far more terrifying than she had expected. A sandstorm scattered the team, and when the storm subsided, a dense pack of wolves appeared on the horizon. The besieged Sand Nation tried to fight back, but they were no match for the sharp claws and fangs that came at them from all directions. Her clansmen fell one by one. She thought that she would be buried here, but she didn't expect that at the last moment, a tearing pain would take over her. Then, she awakened and became a goddess. An incomparably huge wolf king. She stood in the yellow sand that was dyed red with blood and looked down at the pack of wolves. Everywhere she looked, the wolves fell to their knees, as if they were kneeling to pay their respects to the god who controlled their fate. After awakening, the road suddenly became much wider. The best of her age, the clan's warriors, the battle-hardened warriors, they came one by one and disappeared one by one. Lorgar's heart gradually tightened. Perhaps when the last opponent passed by her, this dream would also end. There was not much time left for her to walk. She wanted to slow down a little more, but it didn't work. Not long after, the ground became dark, as if a huge monster was passing over her head. Lorgar looked up and saw the figure of the four-winged eagle. The last moment, it was here. At the same time, the wolf of the desert beside her let out a roar, its body suddenly expanded, and it pounced on the ruler of the sky. The two giant beasts fiercely collided, blood and feathers splattering everywhere, as if they wanted to finish the duel on the burning platform that had not yet been decided. Lorgar held her breath and stared at the end of her battle. Every time she fought, her body would faithfully record all the feelings she felt. This was also the reason why her growth rate was far faster than that of ordinary people. If she fought with this monster again, she firmly believed that she could last longer, and even before Ashes could intervene, she could bite off the other's head. Unfortunately, she couldn't wait for this opportunity. The battle quickly became white-hot. Lorgar wanted to rush up and fight side by side with the giant wolf, but she found that her body was completely unable to move, and even her feet began to lose feeling. She realized that she was about to wake up from the dream. This fear clutched her heart and made her tremble all over. No, she didn't want to spend the rest of her life lying in bed like a useless person. She wanted to stand up, she wanted to continue fighting. However, the feeling of confinement was getting stronger and stronger. It had already spread from his legs to his neck. At this moment, he could not even move his neck. Suddenly, the desert wolf's abdomen was pecked open by the eagle's beak. It let out a mournful cry. It staggered 2 steps with its intestines and fell weakly in the direction where Lorgar was standing. Even though it had lost the ability to fight back, it still used its broad back to block all the enemy's attacks for her. Every peck was like a knock on her heart. No. Lorgar suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. In an instant, the sand road and the giant beast disappeared without a trace. The maid beside her exclaimed, "Your Highness, you're awake." That's right. She was in a daze for a while and woke up from her dream. The last time she was standing was also. Wait, Lorgar couldn't help but be stunned. She clearly saw the maidservant run to the bed in a panic and wipe the cold sweat off her body. The roof of the old tent, the weapons hanging on the wall, and the burning brazier, all of them were extremely clear. How could it be possible to do this with only one eye? She subconsciously reached out to touch her left eye and felt that it was intact. No, not only her eye, both her arms were also fine. There was not a trace of soreness on her body, and even her feet. Lorgar suddenly lifted the quilt, turned over from the bed, and then stood firmly on the ground. This is. She looked at the maid, who was shocked out of her wits. That group of northerners brought a new divine lady and healed all of your wounds. The maid stuttered as she explained, she didn't even use any herbs. With just a touch of her hand, your wounds healed again. In the city of Neverwinter in Grey Castle, there's a witch called Nana. She has the ability to heal any injury. Even if you're on the verge of death, or if your limbs are all broken, she can still heal your wounds. Ash's words suddenly came to Lorgar's mind. She didn't say those words to comfort her, but there really was such a magical witch. Where are they? Lorgar quickly put on her coat. I have to go and thank her. They've already left. What? She frowned. What about Ashes? She's not in Iron Sand City either. 2 days ago, the Osha clan took the first group of Sand Nation to the southern region of Grey Castle. Really? The wolf girl's movements slowed down. How many days have I been in a coma? The maidservant timidly stretched out 3 fingers and then added 3 more. 6 days. What a long dream. She sighed. Did anything else happen in Iron Sand City during this time? Yes, the Wildwave clan annexed the heavily damaged Blackwater clan, and then issued a holy challenge to us. The little girl's expression was a little downcast. Lord Patriarch, he didn't accept the challenge, but directly admitted defeat. Wildflame's ranking has fallen to the 3rd place. We can't continue to live in this stone castle. Really? Lorgar raised her eyebrows. I'm going to see my father. Wait, Your Highness, your hood and cloak. The maidservant ran to the door with a stack of clothes in her hands. There have been a lot of outsiders in the castle recently. Some are here to discuss matters with the chief, and some are. Her voice suddenly became as thin as gossamer as she spoke. They're here to drive us away, aren't they? Lorgar reached out to touch the pointy ears on the top of her head and then smiled at her. Keep them. I don't need them anymore. Huh? But, before becoming the chief, she had to hide her inhuman features as much as possible. Even if she was a divine lady, her unusual appearance would arouse rejection and suspicion. This was a warning from her father. But after walking through the long sand road in her dream, she had already understood what she wanted. Half human and half beast? Monster, that didn't stop her from continuing to fight, right? Along the way, she saw many frowning clansmen walking back and forth with luggage on their backs. Obviously, they were sad and reluctant to leave the stone castle. Once they fell to the 3rd rank, not only would their assigned rooms be much smaller, some of them would even have to move to the outer street camp area. Although it was still within the territory of Iron Sand City, living there was obviously not as convenient as in the core area. After all, the limited territories around the oasis and the lake were all occupied by the stone castles of the big clans. Lorgar memorized the expressions of these people one by one. When she arrived at the door of her father's bedchamber, the guard immediately showed an irrepressible joy when he saw her. "Your Highness, your injury is really healed." "Yes, I'm as good as before." Lorgar smiled. "Is father in the room?" "The chief has always been there, but..." The guard was a little hesitant. "There are other people in the room." She didn't need to ask who those people were. She had already guessed a thing or two. Through the door, she could clearly hear the argument inside. "Didn't we agree to leave in 3 days? Why hasn't the main castle been vacated until today?" Someone shouted. "Do you want to violate the oath of the 3 gods? Watch your attitude, Kabucha." The one who replied seemed to be her eldest brother Rohan. "Since you've annexed the Black River clan, you should first ask them to give up their territory so that we can move in. Now the stone castle is still covered with mourning cloth. Do you want us to move in now? You can send your men to tear it apart. The chief only wants to see the result, not to hear your explanation." "You. Oh, since you've admitted defeat in the holy duel, don't put on your high and mighty face. Your chief hasn't said anything yet. Who do you think you are? Get out of the way." "That's right. If you don't agree, we can fight again." The others echoed. Shing, then came the sound of swords being unsheathed. The guard also drew his weapon and was about to go in to help, but was stopped by Lorgar. "Leave it to me." "But..." The guard's lower lip squirmed. Finally, he lowered his head under her unquestionable gaze and swallowed the rest of his words. "I understand, Your Highness." Lorgar pushed the door open and walked into the room with a sullen face. The few warriors of the Wildwave clan stood fearlessly with their arms crossed. They didn't care about the shiny tip of the blade on their necks. They were obviously sure that Kuang Yen wouldn't dare to make a move. In fact, whether it was Rohan or his father's guards, they only dared to point their weapons at each other's vital points. As a result, Wildflame was at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Guel's Burnflame sat behind a square table. The fire reflected in his eyes was dark and uncertain. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. "Put your things away." Her voice broke the tense atmosphere of confrontation. Guel's immediately smiled. "You're finally awake. Third sister, this is great." Rohan's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched her walk towards the crowd. His words were somewhat incoherent. It was hard to tell from his expression whether he was surprised or pleasantly surprised. Lorgar suddenly understood something. It seemed that her father had not completely revealed the news of the goddess of the north. Except for those who took care of her and her father's guards, most people were probably still in the dark. Even Rohan was so surprised, not to mention the warriors of the Wildwave clan. Lorgar? Didn't you get seriously injured in the holy duel?" "That's impossible. I clearly saw her legs being crushed into a pile of mud when she was dragged off the platform." "What's that, wolf ears and tail?" "She's a monster." She walked step by step to the side of the Wildwave warrior, who was obviously not as calm as before. "No matter what, Kuang Yen has already admitted defeat to the Wildwave clan on the burning platform. This is the result witnessed by the 3 gods. Even if you want to challenge again, you'll have to wait for 6 months. In order to avoid deliberately admitting defeat and preserve their strength, those who surrendered were not allowed to challenge the winner within 6 months. This was a rule recognized by all the Sand Nation people. We will abide by this result, just like we believe in the 3 gods." Lorgar's reply made the warriors slightly relieved. However, before they could completely relax, the second half of her sentence made the atmosphere tense again. "So, who's Kabucha?" "I am." The leader of the Wildwave warriors braced himself and took a step forward. "Why?" "Since you abide by the result of the duel, you should move out as soon as possible. You're no longer the leader of the clan. Do you still want to occupy the stone castle?" What answered him was a straight punch to the face. Although Kabucha was also a good fighter, he was still defenseless in the face of the wolf's claws that had suddenly enlarged. His whole body was sent flying, directly smashing through the door of the bedchamber, and fell outside like a piece of rag. The others glared at him, but no one dared to rush forward. Even if the Wildflame clan is reduced to the 3rd clan, the dignity of the chief is not something you can offend. Moreover, this is the hinterland of the clan. Who allowed you to be so presumptuous? Lorgar shouted. This punch is just a lesson. Get out of here. The moment she stepped into the room, the situation had been reversed. The Wild Wave's previous provocation was based on the great increase in strength after annexing Blackwater. Whether it was a holy duel or a private contest, they were confident that they could defeat the Wild Flame clan. However, when the third princess of the Wild Flame clan appeared in front of them in good condition, this confidence was gone. Even if the other party could not initiate a holy duel within 6 months, the loss caused by a giant desert wolf from time to time to harass the Wild Wave clan was unacceptable. After all, they were the ones who offended them first. For the Sand Nation people, revenge was equally sacred. The Wild Wave warriors supported Kabucha, whose face was covered in blood, and left without saying a word. Father, since third sister is safe and sound, we can return to this stone castle in 6 months, right? Rohan clenched his fists excitedly. Or you can negotiate with the chief of the Wild Wave clan. Maybe you don't even have to move. Anyway, there's no chance of winning. He should do you a favor. The other guards were also excited. Yes, the prince is right. I'll go and ask everyone to stop. Also, don't forget to drive out the Wild Wave clan members who are staying in the stone castle. Also, ask them to move the things they brought with them. Everyone was talking at once. Gwel's Burnfire coughed twice and looked at his daughter. What do you think? The room suddenly became much quieter. Everyone was waiting for the third princess's answer. Rohan bit his lips lightly, and there was a touch of sadness in his eyes. As soon as he said that, everyone present was stunned. Sister, no, what are you talking about? Rohan was the first to recover from the shock. Leave here? What about the clan? What about the holy duel? Where do you want to go? Lorgar did not answer. She just looked at her father quietly. Gwels could not help but smile bitterly. He let out a long sigh and waved his hand at the others. Leave us. Let me talk to her alone. Father. Rohan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed the second half of his words. Although the guards were also very surprised, Lorgar was the daughter of the chief after all. With puzzled expressions, they faithfully carried out the order. Soon, only the father and daughter were left in the room. Do you want to go to the Northern Kingdom? Gwels asked directly. Yes. Lorgar did not hide her thoughts. I'll go to the southern territory of Grey Castle first. After I find Ashes, I'll follow her to Neverwinter. What about the Wild Flame clan? They'll settle down in the southern territory. There are oases everywhere, and there's no need to fight each other for water and food. She paused for a moment. In fact, you've already planned to do that. That's why you didn't accept the challenge from the Wild Wave clan. Gwels raised his eyebrows and did not comment. Lorgar continued, the strength of the opponent is not a reason for you to give in. Before I awakened and became a divine lady, the Wild Flame clan had been the leader of the clan for decades. Even if the Wild Wave clan, which has swallowed Blackwater, is indeed powerful and even stronger than the Wild Flame clan, you'll definitely make them pay a price. We've always relied on this momentum to gain a foothold in the largest stone castle in Iron Sand City. Therefore, the only reason why you didn't accept the duel is because the holy duel for the position of Iron Sand City's leader is meaningless. The clansmen can fight for the future of the clan, but you can't bear to let those young and brave warriors bleed and die because of a meaningless battle. Am I right, father? Gwel stared at her for a while with a straight face. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. I really don't know if you're born smart or as sharp as a wolf. Maybe it's both? In fact, I've been delaying the relocation because I wanted to ask for your opinion after you woke up. I don't understand these things, and I have nothing to do with the intelligence and sharpness you speak of. I just believe in my fists. Lorgar shook her long ears. Fist? Yes, as long as I fight with him once, I can feel what kind of person my opponent is. When I was young, you were the one who personally taught me how to fight. From fists and kicks to swords, I've endured them all. Naturally, I can guess your intentions. What a comforting statement. Gwels laughed. What about Ashes? Can we trust her too? She is like a mountain, so tall that it makes people despair. But mountains have always been silent and disdain to lie. And from her, I can feel the faith of protection, Lorgar said slowly. Those who are protected by her must feel very warm and secure. Hearing you say that, I feel much more at ease. Guel seemed to have made up his mind. Since we're going to the Southern Territory, why don't you wait a few more days and travel with us? I don't want to wait a moment longer, father. As long as I face the north, I can feel my heart beating fast. Lorgar pressed her chest and said, it's urging me to leave as soon as possible. Besides, if we get there before the clans, we can also see if they're really like what they say, that every Sand Nation can enjoy an oasis. Weren't you completely convinced just now? Guels laughed. I believe in Ashes, not the great chief behind the scenes. Just because Ashes can't lie doesn't mean she can't be deceived. Lorgar raised her fist. If the king of Grey Castle dares to lie to us, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. What if what Zal Silvermoon said is true? The great chief treats the Sand Nation of Majin like the people of the Northern Kingdom. Will you be loyal to him? Or will you serve him like your mother? Guels asked with interest. If you just want to fight with his subordinates, I'm afraid he won't welcome you. I won't. Who would like a half-human, half-beast monster? The short hair on Lorgar's tail suddenly stood up, and she unconsciously looked away. And I heard from Ashes that there are extremely powerful foreign enemies there. That's why I'm going there. It has nothing to do with serving him. Even if I need the help of a healing witch, I'll pay for it. The chief of the Wild Flame Chief did not tease her anymore. Instead, he waved at her and said, come here, let me take a good look at you. Lorgar walked up to her father, bent down as usual, and rested her head on his legs. The latter lovingly stroked her hair and furry ears and whispered, you'll come back, won't you? Yes. Lorgar closed her eyes. Since the people of Grey Castle can come to Iron Sand City, so can I. If we move to the Southern Territory, it'll be closer. I'll go back to my clan often. As for the chief's position, if you don't want it, you can give it to my eldest brother. In fact, he's more suitable for this position than I am. If we don't have to fight for the oasis with bloodshed, he'll be an excellent leader. Don't mention that now, Guel said. Even if you don't have time to come back, don't forget to write. Since we've moved to the Northern Kingdom, it's not bad to learn from them. Don't you think my handwriting is ugly? Fool, he snorted. When people leave their homeland, they always leave something behind. If you don't want to write, just leave your hair. Well, I'd better write, Lorgar said, wagging her tail. After nightfall, she walked out of Iron Sand City with a bag much taller than herself on her back. No one saw her off, and few people even knew that the goddess of Wild Flame was about to embark on her journey. Passing through the small oasis in the periphery, she walked into the silent and deserted desert. She looked around to make sure there was no one nearby, and then she took off her clothes. After folding her clothes and stuffing them into her luggage, Lorgar slowly stood up and stood naked against the cold wind. She didn't feel cold, but there was an inexplicable feeling flowing through her body. It was as if an invisible giant hand was caressing her, and the things that bound and covered her no longer existed. In this cold wind, she became a new person. Then the fluff grew out of her body, and her body continued to expand. After a few breaths, a huge desert wolf appeared in this vast desert sea of sand. She raised her head and let out a long, carefree howl. Ow 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 ow, ah 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 ah, woo 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 woo. Her howl echoed over the desert. Lorgar believed that the Wild Flame clan must have heard her howl. On the last day of the winter, a mixed expedition team composed of Neverwinter and Tequila survivors finally set off for the west of the western region. Roland stood by the dock and watched as the cement boat slowly left the dock. This expedition could be regarded as the most complicated one in history. The First Army, the Witch Union and the Tequila Witches would cooperate with each other to thoroughly search the Great Snow Mountain. If everything went well, they would arrive at the source of the Redwater River in 3 days and then choose a leeward harbor to set up camp. At that time, the vanguard team would use Maggie's magic arc to find the location of the ruins, and then Fran, who controlled the devouring worm, would open a passage on the mountain wall for the main team to enter. This plan was just like digging a thief's hole to sneak into the tomb left by his ancestors. Roland was very curious about the possible ruins of civilization in the Great Snow Mountain. Unfortunately, since the last time he was pierced through by a demon's spear, Vendi and Scroll would never agree to go with him. Of course, this didn't mean that the investigation team would lower their level of vigilance. Considering that there might be invisible demonic beasts that had appeared in the concealing forest in the vicinity of the snowy mountain, Roland also sent Nightingale out. After all, if the team was too long, Sylvie would not be able to take care of the whole team, especially if they had to split up. The tequila also took out the last 3 5-colored stones to detect any units with magic power. According to Pasha, as long as there was magic power, there would be a beam of light above their heads. The demons and demonic hybrids were no exception, but their beams of light were very small. 50 gods' punishment witches, 500 soldiers of the First Army, and a large number of high-level awakened witches, this force was absolutely invincible on the continent. If everyone could successfully return from this operation, it would undoubtedly lay the foundation for the mixed warfare between ordinary people, extraordinary warriors, and various witches in the future. Let's go back. Roland touched the snow on his nose and said to Anna. The latter raised her head and smiled. During Nightingale's absence, the task of protecting the king was handed over to Anna. But for the two of them who were already very familiar with each other, staying together to protect each other at all times wasn't uncomfortable at all. Instead, it became a rather natural thing. Roland took her hand and walked towards the castle. When he entered the hall, he was surprised to see Phyllis. You didn't follow them to the Great Snow Mountain? Roland raised his eyebrows and asked. I thought you'd be more interested in exploring the underground ruins. You're right, but Pasha wants me to stay. Phyllis shrugged. I'm the most familiar with the situation in the castle, and your subordinates have a basic impression of me. I'm indeed the most suitable person for the job of protection. It was Tequila's request to leave a god's punishment which to guard the castle. Although Anna's ability was powerful, it was completely useless in the face of the god stone of retaliation. At the same time, her fighting talent was far inferior to her learning ability. Once she lost her ability, both of them would be in danger. Considering this, Pasha insisted on arranging a god's punishment which to be the frontline protector. They could control the anti-magic area at will, so they were the nemesis of almost all witches. Their bodies were immune to pain, and they could fight under extremely harsh conditions. Even if the enemy was an extraordinary, the god's punishment which would not be at a disadvantage. Then I'll have to trouble you, Roland replied habitually. It's my duty. She nodded. Usually, I'll stay in the hall. If anything happens, I'll come to your side as soon as possible. He knew that Phyllis did this to avoid arousing suspicion. There was enough buffer space between the first floor and the office, so there was a delicate balance between the protector and the protected. If Tequila insisted on arranging the protector in the office, even if it was for his safety, it would only cause more displeasure. Pasha's final decision to leave Phyllis, who had spent more time with the witches, should be based on this consideration. Of course, although the god's punishment witches were the most powerful insurance, Roland would not put his own safety in the hands of his allies. Guards and the First Army were arranged to guard the stairways and the bedroom doors on each floor of the castle. They would rotate every 8 hours to ensure that the defense was foolproof. When he returned to the office, Scroll was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, waiting for him. Your Majesty, she bowed meticulously and handed him a report. Lily's derivative ability has been confirmed. Oh? Roland's eyes lit up. He took the report and carefully read it. Winter was about to pass. Although the months of demons had not yet ended, most witches had safely passed their day of awakening. Among them, Lily was the most special. She had ushered in her magic power adulthood a week ago. Like Lucia, Roland personally accompanied her to undergo the baptism on her day of adulthood. Apart from the great progress in her magic power, what was more gratifying was that she felt that her ability had gained something. Lily was undoubtedly a lucky girl. On the day of adulthood, she had awakened her own derivative ability. However, she was not able to quickly comprehend the usage of her derivative ability. Unlike her main ability, derivative abilities were more difficult to detect, and the connection with witches was not as strong as the main ability. For example, Scroll had gradually mastered the usage of the Book of Magic after 2 years of adulthood. but this was not a big problem. According to Agatha's experience, she only needed to repeatedly use her main ability and then slowly explore it. Few witches would awaken a derivative ability that had nothing to do with their main ability. In other words, if the main ability was the root, then the derivative ability was the branch and leaf, which could supplement and strengthen the main ability to a certain extent. For example, Sylvie's magic power recognition and Soroya's paintbrush were all the same. After reading the report, Roland was surprised. She can now absorb the mother body into her body and keep it there? And not just one. Scroll nodded. This was accidentally discovered by Lily during an experiment. After the assimilation, the mother body drilled into her body through physical contact and lurked. She thought that summoning the mother body again would make the former disappear, but in fact, it could still drill out of her body again under Lily's consciousness and continue to assimilate other small creatures. Roland quickly realized what this meant. After the second evolution, although the little girl could turn the mother body into a specific microorganism, the premise was that she could see it. On the other hand, the derivative ability simplified this process, turning seeing it live into having seen it before. In other words, now she could collect the transformed mother bodies in advance, and when needed, she could release the corresponding swarm of insects. The degree of convenience was greatly improved. It was conceivable that as the precision of the microscope continued to improve, the variety of mother bodies carried by Lily would also become more abundant. It could simply be called a mobile, living biochemical bomb warehouse. After Scroll left, only Roland and Anna were left in the office. Roland opened a half-written textbook, intending to finish it. He picked up the quill but hesitated for a long time. He found that he always unconsciously looked at Anna, as if his eyes were attracted by her figure. What's wrong? Anna also noticed his gaze, put down the parts in her hands, looked up and asked with a smile. No, nothing. Roland gently shook his head. If you feel bored here, let's go to the backyard of North Slope Mountain. She pursed her lips and said, It's not boring at all. I can finish the work at hand here. Most importantly, as long as you're with me, it doesn't matter where we are. This kind of slightly embarrassing words, only she could say it so matter-of-factly. Okay. Roland responded with a smile and did not insist. He knew that Anna would not say anything against her heart. As the first witch he met after coming to this world, Roland already knew her temperament well. Except for academic discussions and bed whispers, most of the time Anna was quiet and calm, especially when she was focused on business. But he did not feel bored at all. For the two of them, silence was also a kind of communication. In particular, the occasional eye contact between them had already revealed what they wanted to express. Roland simply put down the quill and enjoyed the serious look of the other with a peace of mind. Her silhouette was a beautiful sight at any time. Her flaxen hair had grown a lot longer and almost covered her fair neck. Her blue eyes were still as clear as a lake. She wore a fluffy light yellow sweater and a pair of comfortable black flannelette straight trousers, looking youthful and lively. This set of modern clothes and accessories was naturally made by him. In order to work in the office, Anna had cut the metal ingots into palm-sized cubes in advance. She only needed to ask someone to transport them to the castle and then process them with the black fire. Roland could not help but be amazed as he watched the metal ingots being quickly turned into full plates of spare parts. To a certain extent, the skills and level of processing she demonstrated were no different from art. These seemingly unremarkable components would eventually be sent to factories and become a vital part of many machines or weapons. It was not easy to do this. He knew that the length and width of the black fire were controlled by magic, and summoning multiple black fire to cut from different angles was more difficult than using both hands to write different content at the same time. It required a high degree of concentration. Perhaps only someone as serious as Anna could devote herself to this job day after day. Compared to the girl who had painstakingly practiced controlling flames in the castle's garden, everything had undoubtedly changed a lot, yet it was as if nothing had changed. Just like that, a day quickly passed. Night fell. After Roland fell asleep with Anna in his arms, the other world had just woken up. He yawned and tilted his head to look at the calendar on the short cabinet beside the bed. The clock was pointing to Saturday, October 14th. Although time passed much faster in the dream world than in the real world, he did not enter this world every night. As long as he was not dreaming, time stood still in this world. He walked into the living room, where breakfast was already on the table. "Why did you get up so late today?" Zero asked while chewing a fried dough stick. "It's a holiday. Adults have a lot of nightlife, so it's normal to sleep late." He walked into the bathroom and picked up a cup and toothbrush. "Are you going out later?" "No, I have to do my homework," the little girl replied, and then muttered as if she was talking to herself. "Nightlife? He came back earlier than me. At first glance, I know he's a frustrated uncle who has neither friends nor a career." Her voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for him to hear. It was obvious that she did it on purpose. Roland almost choked on his mouthwash. It was already too much to call him uncle before, but now he had become an uncle? He looked in the mirror and found that his appearance was not much different from the real world. No matter how he looked, he was still 23 or 24 years old. Even if his singlet and shorts were a little shabby, it should not be that bad. It could only be attributed to the poor taste of children. He decided not to argue with a silly little girl. "Then open the door for me later. I'm going out, so I won't bring the key." "Got it." When he finished washing up, Zero had already finished her breakfast and returned to her room. Roland slowly sat at the dining table, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Xianxia. After several months of effort, he had basically collected all the professional teaching materials and materials he could buy and piled them up in his bedroom. Later, he just needed to copy them. However, his plan to explore the memory fragments had run into a wall. No residents in the apartment of souls were willing to rent a house easily. So far, he had only succeeded twice, and the fragments in the gate of memory were not valuable. There were more than 2,000 residents in this building, and he was afraid that selling armors alone would not be able to provide such a large amount of money. After all, he could not sell the armors as real antiques, and the probability of attracting the attention of the police was not much lower than the probability of directly breaking into someone's house to search. After thinking about it, there were only two reliable ways: to increase the source of income, or to expand his reputation. If he could become as famous as Xianxia in the tube-shaped block, it would be much easier for him to rent or persuade people to move out. Or he could earn enough money and buy the entire tube-shaped block. Regardless of which one it was, the most likely way to achieve it was to join the Martialist Association. According to Xianxia, as long as one participated in the task of hunting fallen evils, he would be rewarded handsomely. And if a powerful martialist was willing to appear on the stage, the association would fully support him. However, when it came to the matter of the reward, Xianxia looked a little disdainful, as if what they were doing was to protect human beings from the fallen evils, rather than for money. Roland expressed his admiration for Xianxia's righteousness and asked about the specific rules of the reward in detail. In the first place, he was not willing to work for this eccentric organization, which emphasized responsibility and dedication, but whose behavior was somewhat similar to the masterminds behind the scenes, let alone work for free. He would not have decided to join the Martialist Association if he had not made little progress in the past few months. At 10 o'clock sharp, he put on a suit and went out. Although the meeting place was room 0827, he could not be too casual as he was submitting an official application to the association. However, before he took 2 steps, he suddenly heard a childish scream behind him. It was from Zero. Roland was stunned for a moment. As soon as he turned around, he saw the little girl running out of the apartment with a panicked expression. "What's wrong? Is there a mouse?" There's a person in the room," Zero stammered, pointing at the door. "A person?" Roland frowned and went back to the door of room 0825 to take a look. He was immediately stunned. She had long, brownish-yellow hair, and her bangs parted to one side, revealing half of her forehead. Her facial features were very soft, giving people the impression that she was a gentle and moving woman. But in this case, the more beautiful she was, the weirder she looked. Female ghosts were usually gentle and elegant. Moreover, the robe she was wearing was too old. Not only was the thread rough, but the cuffs and corners of the robe were also tattered, as if they were picked up from a junkyard. I heard the sound of you going out, so I wanted to check if you had closed the door properly. When I turned around, I saw that there was one more person behind me. Zero's face was pale, and it was obvious that she was quite frightened. The woman seemed to notice the movement here. She looked up at the door, and her expression suddenly changed. Roland subconsciously clenched his fists, ready to receive the attack. Unexpectedly, what she said next surprised him. "Roland. Your Majesty?" "What, Your Majesty?" You are." He tried to sound her out. "I'm Phyllis." "Your Majesty, what's going on now?" The woman was as confused and puzzled as he was. "Phyllis?" Roland's mind raced, and a series of questions emerged one after another. The god's punishment which guarding the castle hall? Why was she brought into the dream world? Was this world changing from closed to open? Where was Anna? Why didn't she show up? Wait, you know each other? Zero found something was wrong. What's Her Majesty? Are you role-playing? Ahem, she's a distant relative of mine. Roland suddenly realized that it was not the time to be in a daze. As for Her Majesty, it's just a joke. She grew up with me, so it's not strange for her to be called anything. Relative? Seeing that it was not a ghost, the little girl quickly regained her courage, and at the same time, she became more suspicious. You just asked who she was. Did I? His expression did not change as he said, I only saw a coward wailing in fear, almost wetting his pants. Zero's cheeks suddenly turned red. You're talking nonsense. Didn't that scream come from you? She was already in the room, but you were doing your homework in your bedroom and didn't notice. Sorry, that. I didn't mean to scare you. Roland was also amazed by the strange woman's comprehension ability. When His Majesty left, I happened to go to another room. I came out to say hello, but you ran out screaming. I guess that's probably the case. She asked what was going on, but she was actually frightened by you, Roland added. If I saw a kid screaming as soon as I stepped out of the house, I would also be confused. I. Zero was at a loss for words. The scream was the truth. She couldn't deny it, and she didn't have the habit of lying. She suddenly fell into a dilemma, and tears gradually welled up in her eyes. Well. It seems that I went too far. He bent down and touched the little girl's head. Anyway, this is a misunderstanding. Go back to your studies. You can't win in this contest between adults, Roland thought without any sense of guilt. Just take it as a baptism in the process of growing up. A life without being deceived by adults is incomplete. He thought Zero would run into the bedroom while sobbing, but he did not expect that she would take a deep breath and wipe away her tears. She then lifted her foot and kicked him in the leg. Uncle, you bastard. She then stormed back into the room. Roland could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Although the process was slightly different from what he had expected, at least the result was the same. The woman who called herself Phyllis could not help laughing. It seems that you're not the supreme king here. But here, I'm the ruler of the world. Roland made an inviting gesture. Let's talk in my room. I also have a lot of questions to ask you. Half an hour later, Roland was finally convinced that the woman was Phyllis. She told him not only what had happened in Tequila, but also what she had seen and heard in the castle, as well as her experience of disguising as maid number 76 of black money. She even told him in great detail about some things that he did not know clearly, and could even link them together. At least based on this, he could rule out the possibility that she was a self-born consciousness of this world. It was impossible to achieve this by reading his memory. And the body that Phyllis had now was the appearance of her original body when her soul was extracted. Then the next question was obvious. Why did she enter the dream world? I don't know. Phyllis shook her head. It was very late at that time, and the First Army had just changed shifts. I planned to cut off the control of my body and use deep sleep to quickly recover my energy, but I didn't expect to be here when I opened my eyes. She paused. You called this place the dream world? Yes, a world that only works when I'm dreaming, but I don't know if this rule is still valid. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. The most urgent thing was to find out why Phyllis had connected to the dream world. Although he had long known that this complicated world did not exist in his mind, it was still quite frightening to suddenly see an outsider break into his mind. After all, one thing was for sure, the dream world was constructed according to his memory, which was equivalent to someone entering his memory without permission. Roland unfolded the ladder behind the door and placed it beside the bed. Maybe we can test it to find out why you came to the dream world. What's this? Phyllis asked in surprise. When I fall from the top, the dream world will end. You can try it first to see if you can return to the real world. Then I'll interrupt the dream world. If you can get out of it successfully, wait for me in the hall. I'll come down immediately, Roland explained. Wait. Your Majesty. Phyllis suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Roland was quite surprised by this behavior. If they were in Neverwinter, this would undoubtedly be considered a rude behavior. She could not possibly forget the customs of the past hundreds of years just because she suddenly came to a strange environment, could she? Can you pinch me hard? She asked in a low voice. What? Roland was stunned. Please pinch me as hard as you can, okay? Phyllis rolled up her sleeves and put her snow-white arm in front of him. Pain won't wake you up from the dream. I've confirmed that. I just want to feel. Please. Feel? Thinking of Agatha's description of the gods' punishment witches, Roland immediately understood what she was thinking. After a moment of silence, he stretched out his right hand and twisted Phyllis's wrist. Phyllis clenched her teeth and let out a satisfied moan from her throat. Her whole body trembled like a traveler who had been thirsty for a long time and suddenly drank sweet nectar. After a long time, she opened her eyes and let out a long sigh. God above, I can feel pain again. Phyllis seemed to have become a different person at this moment. She looked at Roland with her eyes almost shining. You can do it yourself. He spread out his hands. Roland could not help but fall silent. That's right. For him, the five senses were just an inherent attribute of the world, not something rare. He also regarded the dream world as a fictitious fantasy land because it was weird and incomplete. However, for Phyllis, this was the perfect world she had been dreaming of. The significance of this world was probably no less than that of a lamp suddenly appearing in a pitch-black abyss. No matter what kind of difficulties and obstacles she would encounter, she would still move forward in the direction of the light regardless of her own safety. If her intrusion was really just an accident and she could not enter again once she left, what she would lose would probably be far beyond his imagination. It was too cruel for Phyllis to come to the long-lost perfect world, only to relive the pain in the end. Roland sighed softly and reached out to pull her up. I see. Let's do the test tonight. 2 days in the dream world was almost equivalent to a whole night in the real world. It was not a big problem to postpone the test to the evening, but she could use this time to enjoy this new world. Thank you, Your Majesty. Phyllis stood up and raised her elbow to her chest to salute him again. Which was a special etiquette that members of the Union performed to their superiors. Now I somewhat understand why you could win the support of the Witch Union. Just when Roland was about to say something, the bedroom door was suddenly knocked on and Zero's voice came from outside. I've made tea. Do you want some? This girl. What the hell is she doing? According to her usual habits, she would definitely not want to see me for most of the day after being provoked, let alone boil water to make tea. What was she doing by constantly knocking on the door and forcing me to drink tea? He frowned and opened the door, but the little girl's hands were empty. She first glared at Roland, then poked her head in and looked at Phyllis from head to toe, her eyes full of vigilance. Hey, where's the tea? It's in the living room. Go and get it yourself. Zero snorted coldly. By the way, don't make any strange sounds and disturb me from doing my homework. Then she swung her hands and left. So that's the reason? Roland didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. Kids nowadays know too much. If it were me in the past, I wouldn't have thought about it in such a strange way. They would only ask him where he was feeling unwell and if he needed to go to the hospital. Closing the door again, he shrugged and said, "Don't worry about it. Children born after 2000 are like this. After all, times have changed. Millennials? Different times? Phyllis looked confused. Her relationship with you is. I'm just a lodger. Roland waved his hand and did not elaborate. Although he told her about the battle of souls between him and the Pope, he did not tell her that this kid was once the pure witch Pope. Zero had been reborn in the dream world and had nothing to do with her past, so there was no need to connect her with the other world. I understand. She bit her lip. Then, please continue. You can use other methods as well. This time I will try my best not to make any noise. Roland could not help but hold his forehead. You're addicted to it. There are so many fun places in this world. Why are you so fixated on pain? Ahem. He cleared his throat. Since we're in the dream world, I'll take you out for a walk. Can I go out like this? Phyllis asked in surprise. This place is obviously different from Neverwinter. Won't it bring you trouble if others notice me? It turned out that she had not noticed the dramatic changes in the surrounding environment. She probably thought that this place was the same as the four kingdoms that discriminated against witches. People who were obviously different would be discriminated against and persecuted. If you're really a witch, you'll only be a star in the dream world. Roland laughed. I said, this is a new world. It's not harmful to be unique. Instead, you'll be sought after, provided that you don't violate the law. Is that so? Phyllis suddenly looked excited. There are taverns and hotels outside, right? Do you want to taste the wine and food? Roland raised the corner of his mouth. Of course, and there are more kinds than you can imagine. In other words, she had planned to stay in the room for the whole day and constantly savor the taste of pain. Although the lethality of torturing a gentle woman's face was extraordinary, he always felt that it would pull him into a highway of no return. That was close. I didn't make a big mistake. By the way, since you've changed back to your original body, can you still use magic power? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Phyllis exclaimed in a low voice. Please let me have a try. She closed her eyes and held her breath, but there was no movement for a long time. Can't I? No. I can feel the magic cyclone. It's just that I haven't used it for a long time, so I'm not used to it, she said with some embarrassment. Please wait a moment, it'll come out soon. As soon as she finished speaking, two black claws rushed out from her back and raised to both sides of her shoulders. At first glance, it looked like a pair of ghost hands or a pair of wings without feathers. Roland touched his chin and asked, What's this? I call it the blade claw. Phyllis let out a long breath. The claws can be extended and retracted freely within the range of my ability, and they're much sharper than ordinary ironware. When I was fighting with the army of demons, they could protect me from sneak attacks from the rear, and they could also fight with me against powerful senior demons. So you used to be a combat witch? Yes, in the Tequila era, I served as the guard of the three chiefs. She paused. But there's one thing I don't quite understand. According to the research of the Quest Society, magic power should come from the Bloody Moon. Why does magic power also exist in the dream world? Although this world was built according to my will, I'm afraid it's also inseparable from the Bloody Moon. I'm still trying to figure it out. Let's talk about it later when we stroll around. Roland spread out his hands and said, Since we've decided to postpone the test to the evening, let's not waste time now. Yes, Your Majesty. Phyllis said excitedly. Since it's Saturday, I'll take Zero with me. Otherwise, I don't know how long this little devil will be angry. Also, don't call me Your Majesty in the dream. Just call me Roland. There's no king in this era. Then, please forgive my rudeness. You're not coming? Hey, what do you mean? You're late for so long, and now you're telling me? Roland could not help but turn his head to the other side of the phone. Even through the loudspeaker, he could feel Garcia's anger. There's a guest in the house, and it's the kind that I have no choice but to receive, he quickly explained while she was panting. I have no choice. You know, other than me, there's only a 14-year-old kid in the house. I can't let her serve the guest, can I? You live at 0825, right? I'm here to talk to you. I'm not in the tube-shape department right now. Roland squinted his eyes as he said this, ready to receive a sound wave attack. As expected, Garcia raised her voice again. Do you know that I've made an appointment with a senior member of the association? I thought you finally took responsibility. What's the big deal about running away? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Come back now. What the hell does she mean by taking responsibility? Roland thought to himself. Seeing the taxi driver's expression of "good lad, I understand your difficulties," Roland knew that it was impossible for him to explain. Hey, what did you say? The signal seems to be bad. I'm entering Oriental Road. Hey, are you still there? Hello? Hello? After his self-directed performance, he hung up the phone. Just in case, he turned off the power of his phone. He was afraid that he had completely offended this martial arts star. He did not expect that Garcia would be so concerned about his decision to join the Martialist Association. Garcia's reaction once again confirmed to him that her cold attitude was just a facade to strangers. Once he became awakened with the force of nature, her true nature would be revealed. What an old-fashioned trick, Zero snorted behind him. Do you think we're staying in the deep mountains and forests? How can we have a signal problem if we haven't left the city? You talk too much. Roland glanced at the back seat and saw Phyllis standing in front of the window, staring at everything outside in astonishment. Her posture had not changed since she got in the car. It was no wonder that she was surprised. Skyscrapers, dense traffic, huge billboards, and wall-hung screens were all things that could shock an ancient person. Just thinking about it was enough to know how shocking these things were. In fact, the progress of productivity had caused the rapid changes of the times. A city could undergo earth-shaking changes in just 20 years. Even the people living in the city might not be able to accept it, let alone the tequila witches. For this trip, Roland had changed Phyllis's ragged robe, according to her, it was a tequila uniform, into his own clothes. The short-sleeved shirt and sweatpants were gender-neutral, so Phyllis didn't have any problem wearing them. On the contrary, the cheap clothes made her look casual and fashionable. Roland had to admit that beauty was indeed a magical thing. The only problem was the chest binding. In the end, he could only ask Zero for help and solve this problem with the bandage. Therefore, the purpose of this shopping trip was very clear. In addition to taking the god's punishment which to eat and drink, the rest was to buy a set of clothes for her. What if she could enter the dream world again? She couldn't always wear his men's clothes and move around wrapped in bandages. Here we are. Green Valley Park. The driver pressed down the meter. $25. This park was not far from the apartment. It was also a high-quality green space that Roland had discovered when he was exploring the city. Not many people wandered here. There was a commercial street around it, and most importantly, there were Kaifeng Cuisine and Lon Lon Road chain stores. Yes, this was Roland's first choice. The environment of a roadside restaurant was too low and the taste was not up to standard. After all, this trip was to bring a wonderful experience to the guests from another world. Naturally, there were the most basic requirements for taste and environment. At the same time, it could satisfy the condition of letting the guests eat their fill. Those star-rated restaurants were obviously better, but if they ate as much as they wanted, Roland felt that his wallet would probably not be able to support such consumption. Therefore, a moderate fast food restaurant was obviously the most suitable choice. Besides, Zero had been clamoring to eat this for a long time. It was probably the doll toy that came with the children's meal that had a great attraction to the little ghosts. Leading the two into the Kaifeng Cuisine restaurant, Roland found a seat by the window and went to the counter. He directly ordered 2 family buckets and a children's meal. Why did you buy so much? Zero was surprised when she saw Roland holding a large plate of food on the table. Uncle, even if you have a job, don't waste it. Since it's rare for me to be generous, why don't you eat obediently? Oh. After the little girl took the set of toys, her pouting mouth finally relaxed a lot. You eat too. Tell me if it's not enough. Roland handed a piece of fried chicken to her. The skin of the chicken, which had been fried under high temperature and pressure, was a tempting golden color. Just the smell of it was enough to make people want to eat it. The chicken meat prepared with modern methods not only maintained its original tender and smooth texture, but also completely permeated the meat fibers with the freshness of black pepper, thyme, garlic salt, and other seasonings. The effect was completely incomparable to the white meat of that era. Fast food was often criticized for its high calorie content and the same taste, but in ancient times when food and seasoning were lacking, it was undoubtedly the best in the world, not to mention that Phyllis had not tasted it for hundreds of years. Along the way, she perfectly carried out Roland's instructions. No matter how novel the things were, she never asked and tried her best to imitate the behavior of others. But at this moment, she could no longer control herself. The moment she took the fried chicken and bit into it, 2 lines of tears burst out of her eyes and flowed down uncontrollably. "Sister, this is..." Zero could not help but be stunned. It's nothing. She just hasn't eaten for a long time. Phyllis's family doesn't treat her well. They always wanted a boy, but they never got what they wanted. In short, you won't understand even if I say more. You only need to know that she's had a hard time over there. So that's how it is." The little girl's expression instantly softened, probably because she empathized with Zero. Roland did not care why Zero called Phyllis sister but called him uncle. He could not help but sigh in his heart as he watched the ancient witch gulp down the fast food while crying. In his eyes, it was a very ordinary enjoyment, but for them, it was a dream that they were willing to give up everything to pursue. The huge difference between the two inevitably made people feel sad. Fortunately, Phyllis had finally touched the edge of her dream, although she did not know whether there would be a next time. "This is so delicious." After a long time, Phyllis finally slowed down her swallowing. Every time other diners passed by, they would look at them in surprise. There were all kinds of lunch boxes on the table, from hamburgers to egg tarts. The amount was enough for 5 or 6 people to enjoy, but there were only 3 people sitting at the table. For this reason, Roland received a lot of disdainful looks. Compared to the 2 slender and attractive women in front of him, it was more likely that he had stuffed all the food into his stomach. "Wipe her tears," Roland said helplessly. At the same time, he felt lucky that he had taken her to a fast food restaurant instead of a high-end restaurant, otherwise, he would have emptied his wallet. Zero took out a wet wipe and wiped away the tears and oil stains on Phyllis's lips. Fortunately, witches were born beautiful and hardly needed to put on any makeup. Otherwise, this lunch full of tears would have smeared Phyllis's face. It was probably the first time that the little girl had seen such a miserable person, who was so happy that she even cried while eating kaifeng food. Her sympathy for Phyllis was overflowing, and her attitude toward her changed by 180 degrees. "There are ice cream cones here, but we can talk about the dream first." Seeing that Phyllis was almost done eating, Roland took a sip of Coke and went straight to the point. "Did you notice anything strange or unusual before you entered the dream?" "But..." She glanced at Zero beside her. "It doesn't matter. It was just a childhood dream," Roland said with a wink. "I see." Phyllis immediately understood what he meant. "Indeed, it's been a long time. Let me think, there was nothing special at that time. I just leaned against the wall and cut off my consciousness as usual, which helped me recover quickly without completely losing my vigilance." "You can still sense the changes in the outside world after cutting off your consciousness?" She nodded. "I just stopped controlling my body and my consciousness sank into the darkness, but I could still sense danger around me. It wasn't something that came from sight or hearing, but an indescribable feeling. It was as if someone was reminding me of something in the dark." Celine called this phenomenon the latent connection. "If I'm drawn into a soul container, I'll be in a complete sleep without any consciousness." "What are you talking about?" Zero pouted. "Who's Celine?" "A psychiatrist. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking." Roland glanced at her. "If you're bored, go to the park and watch others fish or fly kites. Don't stray too far from us." The little girl snorted in dissatisfaction, grabbed the ice cream cone, and walked out of the store. "Are you okay?" Phyllis asked, looking at her back through the French window. "It's okay. The security level in this era is very high. Most people can't fool her." Roland shrugged. "Go on." "Yes, once I enter deep sleep, I should be floating in an endless darkness. There's no light, no sound, nothing exists, and nothing can be done." The ancient witch paused. "But this..." time, the scene that appeared was your residence in the dream world. I was so surprised that I couldn't describe it in words. Fortunately, I soon saw you. Well. Roland thought for a moment. In other words, the only difference this time is that you're in my castle. That's the only difference. Phyllis swallowed the last ice cream cone and let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Seeing the yellow tip of the cone slowly disappear into the ancient witch's mouth, an idea suddenly flashed in Roland's mind. Light pillar. What? Didn't you say that when I fell asleep, a huge orange light pillar as wide as a city wall would appear? Yes, that's right. Phyllis was slightly startled, as if she realized something. And you also have a light pillar, don't you? You mean, our beams of light have overlapped? That's right. The Lord's castle in Border Town is just an ordinary stone building. It can't connect you to the dream world. After thinking about it, the only thing we have in common is the light pillar. Roland suddenly clapped his hands. But it's not enough to only rely on the overlapping light pillar. Otherwise, Anna and Nightingale would have entered the dream world long ago. Perhaps cutting off their consciousness is the key. Among all the descriptions of the tequila witches, the word soul had always puzzled him. Whether it was Scourge's shell or the strange biological carrier, the tequila survivors could control them by transferring their souls. But, what was a soul? According to Roland's understanding, a soul was a combination of thinking and memory. It was a phenomenon generated by the interaction of neurons through electric currents. It was not something that actually existed and could not exist without the body. However, the soul core of the underground civilization had changed this concept. It not only turned the soul into a substance that could exist out of thin air, but also carried it everywhere. At first, he had generally attributed it to the magic power, but now it seemed that it was very different from what he had imagined. What if thinking and memory could be analyzed, assuming that the beam of light and the magic power came from the crimson moon, then the so-called soul might also be the same. At the moment when the soul core was activated, the person whose soul was extracted would form a complete memory in the crimson moon. The beam of light was just a transmission channel, so it caused the appearance of soul transfer. According to Pasha, because the magic power transformation was too complicated, God took over the process, which was reflected in the thickness of the light pillar. Regardless of whether it was correct or not, it was indeed much easier to simulate memories than to materialize magic power and create things out of thin air. Therefore, it was reasonable that the light pillar above the god's punishment witch's head was so small. Following this line of thought, the complexity of the dream world exceeded the ability of most witches. That was why the light pillar was as thick as the city wall. When Phyllis's consciousness was interrupted in this range, her thoughts in the bloody moon interacted with the dream world, and thus the vision of connecting to the dream world appeared. The more Roland thought about it, the more excited he became. He had been racking his brains for a long time, but now he could find a seemingly reasonable explanation from this hypothesis. If it was really caused by the overlapping light pillars, it meant that the dream world was indeed a part of the bloody moon. With the help of Zero's soul battlefield, he had left his own footprint in this god realm that controlled magic power. It's a fallen evil. Run. He's just mutated. Call the police. Help me. I sprained my ankle. He's coming. Watch out. Ah. When Roland followed the crowd out of the restaurant, he found that the neighboring restaurant was already in chaos. Diners were scrambling to escape from the scene, but they were crowded together due to the limited evacuation passage. Hearing that a fallen evil had appeared, the people nearby turned around and ran away. Some of them took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the scene while retreating. Only a few volunteers insisted on carrying those who fell or were too scared to move out of the danger. Burp. Didn't you say that the security level in this era is very high? Phyllis touched her bloated belly, her face full of happiness, which was out of place in the horrified scene around her. Ahem, it's just an accident. Don't worry about it. Roland could not help feeling a little embarrassed. He was supposed to be the master of the world, but he was attacked while he was out for a meal. It was really embarrassing. Also, the fallen evil mentioned by the assailant also attracted his attention. Roland was not sure if it was an illusion, but he had seen more and more similar reports in the newspapers and news recently. It seemed that more and more people awakened the force of nature in the dream world, but most of them had become uncontrollable monsters. Thinking of the erosion from the outside world mentioned by Garcia 2 months ago, Roland frowned. "Who's the enemy?" Phyllis asked. "Do you need me to kill him? Or go back to the park to find Zero?" Roland looked behind him and shook his head. "The park is safe for now. Let's get rid of this guy first." He remembered that when he first met the burnt-faced man, he had shown his intention to lure the martialist to hunt him down. It was not a good choice to leave him alone and merge with Zero. Roland also felt a wonderful sense of fullness when the magic cyclone of the fallen evil dissipated. It was as if the warm current flowing in his body was greatly satisfied and his body became stronger. The enemy should be a newborn fallen evil. You can think of it as a hybrid demonic beast. However, the force of nature protects it from ordinary weapons, so it has to be restrained by the same force. Force of nature? It's the magic of this world, but there's no gender restriction. Roland bent down to pick up a stone, activated the surging aura in his body, and crushed it into a pile of powder. "Just like me." Phyllis was taken aback. "You have become an awakened?" "It's a transcendent one." He was quite proud of himself, but he nodded calmly. "Unfortunately, it's only effective in the dream world. No matter which world you are in, you can no longer be considered a mortal," the ancient witch sighed sincerely. "Behind the 2 chain stores is an indoor shopping mall. There should be a walkway connecting them. Let's find a hidden place to make our move. Be careful not to let others see us." Roland took Phyllis back to the fast food restaurant and found the back door of the shopping mall from the staff area. As he expected, the violent explosion scared away most of the customers, leaving the whole area in a mess. Roland did not follow the walkway to the Lon Road store. Instead, he asked Phyllis to unfold her blade claws and release the aura of magic power. If he remembered correctly, the fallen evil could sense the power and be attracted by the smell. In this way, the burnt-faced man mistook him for a martialist. Not long after, the back door of the Lon Road store exploded into pieces with a loud bang. A man roared and rushed out of the smoke-filled staff room, pouncing at Phyllis without saying a word. Thanks to the magical power, Roland's dynamic vision and reaction time had improved greatly. He could clearly see the appearance of the target. Different from the burnt-faced man, the red cyclone in the fallen evil's left palm was much smaller and brighter than the burnt-faced man's, so it should be true that the fallen evil had just mutated. In addition, from the frequency of the warm current surging in the fallen evil's body, Roland could tell that the desire was not as strong as the last time. According to the plan, the 2 of them would drag the fallen evil into the KFC restaurant. However, at this moment, the fallen evil suddenly stretched out his left arm toward Phyllis and opened his palm. In an instant, the air in front of the tequila witches expanded rapidly, creating shockwaves visible to the naked eye. Then the shockwaves exploded like a bomb and blasted the 2 of them directly into the kitchen of the restaurant. Roland, who was standing behind the witches, naturally became the meat cushion. He had a chance to avoid the impact, but considering that Phyllis did not have a strong body like a god's punishment warrior, he simply caught his teammate and bore the impact together. Under the impact of the shock wave, the 2 of them went through the soundproof wall and fell heavily in front of the fried chicken stand. Roland coughed and moved his back a little. Except for a little numbness, he did not feel any discomfort. It seemed that not only his strength but also his endurance had improved greatly. But was this the fallen evil's special ability? Hybrid demonic beasts could not attack like this. Roland was a little surprised. Why did the burnt-faced man, who was obviously more powerful, not use this ability? "Are you okay?" Roland looked at the witch lying in his arms. "Sorry. I was careless." Phyllis slowly stood up with her head lowered. Her cheap short-sleeved shirt was torn in several places and one of the bone claws on her back was broken. Apparently, they had served as her shields at the moment of the explosion. "But don't worry, the battle will be over soon." Soon after, the fallen evil walked in, panting. Seeing Phyllis, he gave a ferocious smile and stretched out his left hand again. "Go to hell, martialist." However, he did not notice that the broken claw under his feet did not disappear. Instead, it jumped up from the ground and slashed at his neck. A dim light flashed, and the fallen evil's ferocious smile froze on his face. Then his head slowly slid down and fell to the ground like a rag bag. Blood splashed high from the cut on his neck. Phyllis then controlled the broken claw to cut off the fallen evil's left hand and cut off the entire magic vortex with a precise cut. The headless body immediately fell to the ground. As long as it's not more than 10 steps away, the blade claws will be more threatening. Most enemies will ignore this and then attack from the back. Phyllis smiled and handed the crimson vortex to Roland. Is this the force of nature you mentioned? Yes, it's very similar to the magic vortex, right? Roland noticed that the vortex had completely stopped spinning after being separated from the fallen evil. It looked like a shining gem even when Phyllis picked it up. However, when it was in Roland's hand, the vortex spun rapidly and turned from crimson to bluish-white. Finally, it turned into a dazzling light that shot up to the ceiling and slowly dissipated in the air like a silver thread. Phyllis asked in surprise, "This light is?" "I don't know. It's probably returning magic power to this world." Roland patted the dust off his hands and said, "We have to get out of here as soon as possible, or we'll be in trouble if someone sees us." "But isn't this guy an enemy?" "Yes, he's an enemy, but not everyone has the right to punish him," Roland explained. "Times have changed. Even the most vicious person can only be arrested and judged by a special department. Of course, fallen evils were even more special. Garcia had mentioned that martialists who dealt with fallen evils would be issued a hunting license by the association, which not only allowed them to kill suspicious targets, but also allowed them to legally kill normal awakened ones who tried to fish in troubled waters. If this matter was made public, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. "Strange times," Phyllis commented. When they walked out of the KFC, the chaos outside had begun to ease. The people who had not had time to escape were probably relieved to see the fallen evil suddenly leave. After a few steps, Roland saw Zero running against the flow of people all the way to him. She looked anxious, and the hairband on her head was untied. Her long white hair was scattered over her shoulders, looking very messy. Several people tried to stop her, but she dodged them with her small body and agile steps. When she saw Roland, her expression changed from anxiety to joy. But this joy only lasted for a few seconds. The little girl forcibly suppressed the smile on her face and said angrily, "Why did you run out so late? Even a tortoise runs faster than you, uncle." Looking at her panting and flushed face, Roland could not help but bend down and touch her head. "I'm sorry to have made you worry." "Who's worried about you?" "I'm worried about Sister Phyllis." Zero glared at him and said, "It's her first time in this city. What if she gets separated by the crowd?" Despite her words, the little girl obediently accepted the whole set of touching her head. After that, it took Roland a lot of effort to explain what had happened to them and why they had taken so long to get out. Of course, he made up the latter half of the story. She only calmed down when she learned that the two of them had been caught up in the attack of the fallen evils and were almost unable to escape. Fortunately, there were no more accidents during the rest of the trip. After Roland brought them to buy clothes, they went to the hot pot restaurant for dinner. As a delicacy with distinct characteristics, hot pot not only had a strong taste, but it was also relatively cheap. As long as he ordered some potatoes, vermicelli, and lotus root slices that were easy to fill, he could afford to eat until he was full. Phyllis's behavior was not much better than when she was in the KFC restaurant. The alternating stimulation of the spicy and fresh fragrance made her unable to stop her spoon. Her teary eyes were not sure whether it was because of the spiciness or because she was moved to tears. In the end, she even drank a lot of the fiery red oil soup, which stunned the people around her. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the apartment. Roland climbed to the 8th floor. When he reached the door of his apartment, he was surprised to see Garcia. She stood in the middle of the aisle with a frosty expression. She could almost feel the low pressure around her. "Has she been waiting for me here since I hung up the phone?" Roland twitched the corner of his mouth and said awkwardly, "You see, I really brought my relative out. Can we talk now?" Garcia interrupted him directly. Phyllis frowned, probably because Roland's tone was a little rude. "Burp. Please watch your attitude. She's the lord of the world." Roland hurriedly stopped her. "Ahem, it's okay. Go back to your room first. I'll talk to her for a while. I'll be back soon." After all, he was the one in the wrong. If he had been stood up like this and turned off his cell phone with a poor excuse, he would have been furious. He had thought that a proud person like Garcia would be greatly disappointed and never want to talk to him again, but he did not expect that she would still insist on waiting for him here even after being brushed off so perfunctorily. Perhaps this meant that the Martialist Association had reached the point where they were short of manpower. Roland followed Garcia to number 0827. Before Roland sat down, she turned around and asked, "Have you made up your mind? Or, is this just an excuse and you don't want to join the association anymore?" Her eyes were burning as if she wanted to see through his thoughts. "Do you have water?" Roland shrugged, walked to the sofa, and sat down. "Iced water is fine too." Under the light, he seemed to see the blue veins on Garcia's forehead throbbing. Garcia took a deep breath, gnashed her teeth, and said, "I'll get it for you." "Thank you." After taking a sip of iced water, Roland said slowly, "I want to ask a question. Recently, there have been more and more reports about the fallen evils. Even when I was shopping today, I ran into a fallen evil who suddenly mutated. Is the Martialist Association in trouble? You were in the Green Valley Park area today?" Garcia frowned. "You know about it too?" "Someone called the police, but we have to deal with this kind of thing eventually. The association will contact the nearest martialists, and I'm one of them. That monster, it's dead, but we didn't do it. The core of nature is also gone," Garcia said in a low voice. "This proves that someone acted faster than us." "Who?" Roland asked, pretending to know nothing. "This question is out of line." Garcia shook her head. "In fact, I shouldn't even tell you what I said before, because it's related to the secrets of the association. As for your question, you're right. We're indeed in trouble. The erosion of the outside world is accelerating, and this world may face a big crisis." "The erosion again." Roland's heart sank a little. "What kind of crisis?" "No one knows the answer. Maybe the world will be destroyed, or everyone will become inhuman monsters. Because of this, the association needs more people to stand up and stop the erosion. This has nothing to do with gender, race, or national boundaries. Everyone who has awakened the force of nature should bear their own responsibility." At this point, Garcia's tone involuntarily became a little higher. "Indeed, in the fight against the erosion of the outside world, we may lose our lives, but this is the duty of martialists. I completely understand that you're afraid and hesitant, but please think about it. If even we don't fight, who else can protect everyone's safety?" Roland fell silent. Garcia's frankness really surprised him. Under normal circumstances, in order to avoid raising the price, the association should try its best to hide the difficulties faced by the association. However, Garcia not only indirectly admitted that the association was indeed short of manpower, but also mentioned responsibility and sacrifice, which was a little too frank. If other martialists persuaded newcomers to join the association like she did, he could somewhat understand why some people who had awakened the force of nature would rather face the attack of the fallen evils alone than join the association. After all, in this era, people's interest in righteousness had been greatly reduced, and self-interest was the first priority. Previously, Roland had planned to join the association only for the reward and fame, but now he felt that things might not be so simple. As one of the creators of the dream world, he felt that it was necessary to use the power of the Martialist Association to find out the reason for the mutation of the force of nature and what the erosion of the outside world was. "I've answered your question. What's your answer?" Garcia could not help but ask after a long silence. Only then did Roland come back to his senses. "Ah, I'll enter." What? She was stunned. "I'm willing to join." Roland spread out his hands. "Isn't that what you're asking?" "No. I just thought you. You thought I ran away?" He chuckled. "I really went shopping with my relatives this afternoon. Why can't people trust each other more? But can I apply to join now? The senior you mentioned is the one who recommended me, right?" Garcia's expression was a little stiff. She stared at Roland for a long time as if she was considering whether she meant what she said. After a while, she shook her head and said, "He's just my teacher. I invited him here because I wanted him to guide you to better use the force of nature, but he won't see you anymore. Is it because I missed the appointment? Roland thought. It seemed that the senior was not only extremely disappointed in him, but also blamed Xianxia. As for applying to join the association, you just need to fill out a form. She took out a piece of paper from under the tea table and handed it to him. It's effective after you sign your name. That's it? Roland was surprised. After all, it's an organization that secretly protects the world. Don't you need to go through some initiation ceremony or ability test? Xianxia sneered coldly. Do you think you're joining the Priory of Antiquity or the Temple Knight group? This is modern society. Signing your name only means that your right to know is guaranteed. After that, the association will verify your identity and register you for a new social security and subsidy. She paused for a moment. As for the ability test, anyone who has awakened the force of nature is qualified to become a martialist. As for how far you can go, it all depends on your own willpower and efforts. The initial test can't prove anything. Well, I'm really not used to being talked to like this by someone who used to belong to the ancient royal family. Roland picked up the pen and was about to write down his name when he was stopped by the other party. I must remind you once again that once you become one of us, you will no longer be an ordinary person. You share the rights granted to you by the Martialist Association, but you also have to bear the corresponding obligations. You are not allowed to divulge information about the association, let alone betray the association. Otherwise, other martial artists will regard you as an enemy, and your subsequent punishment will not go through a court trial. I hope you'll think it over before you sign. She had clearly wanted him to join the association, but when it was time to submit the application, she reminded him to think carefully. This kind of open and aboveboard approach made Roland's opinion of her improve a lot. No matter how unscrupulous and ruthless the Queen of Clearwater was in the Kingdom of Grey Castle, in the dream world, she was completely different from the past. I know my choice. Roland nodded and signed his name. So, can you tell me about the erosion now? No. She carefully folded the form and put it in a wooden box under the tea table. It usually takes about 2 days to verify your identity. You've only submitted the application and haven't officially joined the Martialist Association, so this information still has to be kept confidential. Well. Then let me change my question. You once said that you can get a generous reward for killing fallen evils, right? I've already explained this question clearly. Xianxia's face showed some displeasure at the mention of working for money. I don't want to ask about the amount, but how can I confirm that I killed the fallen evils after the task is over? Roland shrugged. When you're hunting fallen evils, you can't bring your own camera or invite another martial artist to watch, right? Or do you plan to use the classical method of paying with your head? Is money that important to you? Xianxia snapped. No matter who kills the fallen evils, it means that the world will be cleaner. Why do we have to be so clear? You're a famous martial artist, and the reward you can get from a single match is equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary. 2 months ago, I didn't even have a job. In addition to supporting myself, I also had to take care of that little girl. So, you're right. Money is very important to me. Roland answered confidently. Following Xianxia's train of thought and leading her in the wrong direction was a good thing. After all, as an outsider, from the very beginning, he had only planned to use the Martialist Association to find out the cause of the erosion, instead of getting himself involved. Besides, money was indeed very important to him. Xianxia stared at him for a while and then said reluctantly, "Give the association the mutated force of nature as proof that you killed the fallen evils. I can give it to the association?" Roland was a little surprised. Didn't it dissipate when he held it in his hand? Was it not a coincidence that it was solid when Phyllis held it? Of course. This thing is not only the source of the fallen evil's power, but also the proof that they've been eroded. Once it mutates, the force of nature can't recover. If it's not collected and sealed properly, it'll infect a new host sooner or later. Ordinary people will lose their minds even if they simply touch it. You mean, it can be used by other people? That's why some people collect it, Xianxia said resentfully. It's obvious what these lunatics are up to. Aren't they afraid that the world will be destroyed? Although she wasn't willing to reveal the details of the other party, and she only mentioned it out of anger, Roland could already tell that the people who opposed the association seemed to have formed an organized and purposeful hostile group, and they were stealing the business of the Martialist Association. But the association should also store a large amount of mutated force of nature, right? Aren't you worried that these guys might find out where it's stored, or that some of the Martialists deliberately colluded with the fallen evils? That's impossible. Garcia interrupted him without hesitation. Although you don't have the right to know this now, I can guarantee that those lunatics won't be able to break into the core area guarded by the Martialist Association. Before that, they'll be crushed into pieces by the four guardians. Roland wanted to ask where the core area was and who the four guardians were, but he knew that Garcia would not answer him, so he gave up. However, he still had a thought in his mind. If he entered the place where the mutated force of nature was stored and released all the magic vortexes, what would happen to the dream world? At that time, how powerful would the warm current and the strange power in his body be? After saying goodbye to Garcia, Roland returned to his apartment. Phyllis was sitting in the living room, waiting for him. Your Majesty, that person was. The magic awakened in this world call themselves martialists. He waved his hand. You don't need to mind her attitude. No one in the dream world knows my real identity except for you. But she was created by you. Phyllis was still a little upset. Ever since he had agreed to take her to relive the experience of delicious food, the ancient witch's respect for Roland had become completely different. Not in their eyes. The people here have complete memories and thoughts, from birth to death, and they have nothing to do with me. Even the whole world has its own rules. Roland sat down opposite her and said bluntly, for now, I'm also a part of the rules. At the mention of the world, Phyllis's eyes immediately shone with dazzling brilliance. What she had seen and heard along the way had brought her an indescribable shock. It was not easy for her to endure it until now. She first looked at Zira's room and then asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, is this where you used to live? Please forgive me for being straightforward, but the Prince of the Kingdom of Grey Castle is just a cover for you, right? Roland could not help but raise his eyebrows. Why do you say so? Because your city of Neverwinter is also like this. Phyllis said excitedly. When I first came here, I didn't understand why you had to build such a wide and flat road for carriages, even in a city with limited space. Now I know that you didn't build this road for carriages at all, but for four-wheeled carriages that can come and go as fast as the wind. That's what you're aiming for. She paused for a moment. There are also machines that can boil water with infinite power, buildings that are said to be more than 10 stories high, and powerful weapons and so on. The reason why this city has become what it is today is related to that world, right? I'm indeed Prince Roland. But when I arrived in Border Town, some memories suddenly appeared in my head. Roland thought for a moment and decided to hide the fact that he had crossed over. After all, he hoped that only the witches closest to him would know about this secret. It contains the most profound and incredible knowledge, and I've only mastered a very small part of it. Then it must have been given to you by God. Phyllis did not doubt his words at all. The tequila witches often say that God doesn't love human beings, but now it seems that we may be wrong. You've received the smile of God. As long as you're here, we'll definitely defeat the demons. This time, it was Roland's turn to be surprised. He had always wanted the tequila survivors to believe this, but when she said it so firmly, he felt a little uneasy. After all, he took her to a park and a restaurant, not to the scene of a military exercise. When he tactfully asked about the doubts in his heart, Phyllis answered very readily, because of the four-wheeled iron carriages that come and go. Car? Yes, Your Majesty. In the era of tequila, if we wanted to transport war supplies to the outpost camp, we needed a large number of horses and carriages. Although many witches had the ability to move quickly, they couldn't carry things that were too heavy. Once the load exceeded a certain limit, the speed of magic power consumption would increase exponentially. You should also know this. Therefore, when the Union seized the demon's siege beasts, everyone felt a great deal of pressure. Only one witch was needed to drive a behemoth that was 100 times heavier than her own body weight. If the iron shields and crossbows were removed and only used to transport supplies, a siege beast would be equivalent to 4 or 5 carriages. From this point alone, it can be seen that the demon's mastery and utilization of magic power is much higher than ours. Therefore, the Quest Society concluded that the demon's war potential is a notch higher than that of witches. Because of this conclusion, Lady Alice pinned her hope on the gods' punishment army. You judge the strength of a race by its transportation ability? Roland asked with great interest. Phyllis nodded. It determines the range we can cover, from human carrying to carriage. There is no doubt that the farther a race can travel, the stronger it is. Speaking of this, she could not help but raise the corner of her mouth. In the dream world, those four-wheeled iron carriages that are several times longer than carriages can still run as if they are flying with nearly 100 people on them. This alone is enough to prove the power of the dream world. If your weapon is also from here, then it can definitely defeat the demons. After listening to Phyllis's explanation, Roland could not help but sigh. Although the tequila witches were limited by the times and eventually failed to defend the fertile plains, it did not mean that they had poor foresight. In fact, the fact that they could see the hidden power of the demons from a crowded bus was already more than most of their contemporaries, and even comparable to some modern people. More than once, he had seen such a discussion on the forum: when aliens invade Earth, how can we defeat these aliens? However, in fact, human beings had done everything they could and exhausted all their strength to send a few astronauts to the moon, the celestial body closest to Earth. For those civilizations that traveled hundreds of light years or even across galaxies to reach Earth, it was just a small, insignificant step. They could burn the Earth into ashes only by relying on the energy consumed during the voyage. The difference between the two was as vast as heaven and earth. If a civilization could expand its footprint to other star systems and really wanted to invade Earth, the moment they saw them would be the moment human beings perished. On this point, Phyllis, or the leaders of the tequila witches, unexpectedly saw it very clearly. At the end of her words, the ancient witch once again put her hand on her chest and saluted. Although you're not a witch and can't drive the instrument of divine retribution, I believe that you're the chosen one that God gave us. Faced with this obviously skewed conclusion, Roland did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he did not refute her opinion. It was undoubtedly a better choice for the tequila witches to join Neverwinter in the future. He took a deep breath, stood up, and said, "Time is limited. Let's start the test." Because of Zero, it was not convenient for them to do the test late at night, so they had to finish it quickly. After setting up the ladder, Phyllis turned her back to the bed and fell down, but nothing happened. Obviously, she could not leave the dream world by falling. There were only two possibilities. Either when Roland broke free, she would also break free, or she would be trapped in this world forever. When Roland climbed up the ladder and sat down, Phyllis walked up to him. "If I can stay here forever, it'll be a good home, so please don't worry about me. If I can't come back to the dream world after I leave, I'll remember everything that happened today and miss this place." Roland nodded and fell backwards with his head thrown back. When he opened his eyes, Roland felt a weight on his arm. He gently turned his head, and Anna's calm and peaceful sleeping face came into view. She was lying on her side, her head in the crook of his arm, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she was having a sweet dream. Fortunately, he could still leave the dream world in this way. Roland carefully pulled his arm out, turned over, and got up. After covering Anna with the quilt, he quietly left the room. As he walked down the stairs, the soldiers stationed at the entrance of the corridor hurriedly stood up and saluted him. He waved his hand, indicating that they did not need to pay attention to him, and walked step by step to the hall on the first floor. Then Roland saw Phyllis. Phyllis stood in the middle of the hall with a trace of disappointment on her face. She lowered her head and repeatedly looked at her clenched hands, as if she was still reminiscing the moment when her body regained its sense of touch. It seemed that the answer was the former. The dream world was still under the control of his consciousness. When he woke up, the world would be still, and outsiders who entered would be forcibly expelled. "Your Majesty," seeing Roland, she pursed her lips and tried to squeeze out a smile. "I've woken up from my dream." It was obvious that for a moment, the god's punishment which would rather be trapped in the dream world forever. She had no choice but to transform into an immortal in order to continue fighting against the demons. However, the price she had to pay had become more and more expensive as time went by. Now, faced with the temptation of a new world, it was not surprising that she was wavering. But in the end, she suppressed this emotion. Maybe it was for the sake of her tequila compatriots, or maybe it was because of her obsession with the demons, or maybe it was both. But no matter what, her strong self-discipline made Roland secretly admire her. "It's not certain yet," he said with a smile. "The test is only half done. We have to confirm the second half to know if this is a coincidence or something inevitable after the light beams overlap. Let's continue here." Phyllis was slightly surprised. "Aren't you going back to your bedroom?" "I don't want to wake up Anna." Roland shook his head. "Anyway, there's heating in the castle. Sleeping in the living room is the same." He summoned one of his personal guards and gave him a few orders. The latter's eyes widened in surprise, but he still faithfully carried out his orders. After a quarter of an hour, the long table in the living room was covered with a layer of soft cushions and bedding. In this way, a group of confused soldiers guarded the living room tightly, leaving only Roland inside. Phyllis and the others stayed in the hall, waiting for the light pillar to appear. It had to be said that falling asleep for the second time was indeed more difficult, especially when the answer to the riddle was revealed. Roland tossed and turned for a long time, and only fell asleep when the sky began to brighten. The operation of the new world instantly resumed. To his surprise, the time in the dream was not forcibly moved to the next morning. The colorful neon night scene was still outside the window, and the ladder was still placed at the head of the bed. Phyllis's eyes were gradually regaining their luster. Then, as if she suddenly woke up from her daze, she looked down at Roland in disbelief. "Your Majesty, is this true? I'm not dreaming, am I?" He could not help curling the corner of his mouth. The answer was self-evident. What was a dream and what was reality might no longer be important to the gods' punishment witches. What was important was that after hundreds of years of suffering and responsibility, she finally received her reward. This time, the two only stayed in the dream world for a very short time. Roland had thought that she would eagerly go out and take a stroll, but the first thing she did was to kneel on one knee and beg him to allow her to tell the other companions the news. The tequila survivors would always remember his kindness and do their best to serve him. In the face of this plea, Roland did not immediately respond, which was rare. It was not that he had a problem with the tequila witches, but he did not know how to feed so many witches. More importantly, Phyllis alone was enough to arouse zero suspicions. He could not say that the more than 100 witches were his distant relatives. As the second creator of the dream world, Roland did not want to involve the little girl in these things. If she found out that there was something wrong with this world, it was hard to predict what would happen. Based on the principle of precaution, the tequila witches must not stay at home. So he needed a place for many witches to live, such as an apartment, plus daily expenses, such as food and clothing, which would obviously cost a lot. After thinking for a while, Roland finally decided to let the witches solve this problem by themselves. The moment of silence probably made Phyllis misunderstand his meaning. She bit her lip, folded her other leg, knelt on both knees, and begged again. This gesture had exceeded the boundary of the tequila witches' etiquette, which was only performed by ordinary people when they met the higher-ups of the Union. Roland tried to pull her up, but she insisted, only begging him not to keep her companions out of the door of the new world. Only then did he realize that Phyllis had misunderstood him. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he slowly explained his plan. Phyllis let out a long sigh of relief. In fact, for Roland, accepting the tequila survivors was not a difficult choice as she had thought. In the dream world, they were not a group of gods' punishment soldiers with brute force, but witches with various magical abilities, and they would not be restricted by the god's stone of retaliation. With this group of helpers, putting aside the fact that his methods and efficiency of exploring Dreamscape would increase exponentially, just having them help him memorize and transcribe knowledge would benefit him greatly. In the long run, they might also be able to learn various kinds of knowledge and use modern equipment to study the nature of magic power. Of course, the most important thing was that even after the end of the Battle of Divine Will, the tequila witches could still find a place to stay in the new world. After leaving the dream world, Phyllis did not even wait for the sky to completely brighten. She hurriedly said goodbye to Roland and ran excitedly to the second border city. Roland yawned and returned to his bedroom. He crawled into the warm quilt and held Anna in his arms again. At this time, the girl also opened her sleepy eyes and mumbled, "You woke up so early today?" Yes, I went for a stroll in the dream world. He kissed her forehead. Then I encountered something unexpected, and I couldn't sleep after that. Oh? The girl's breath was like a soft feather, gently gliding on his neck. Was it a good dream? Anna stayed close to Roland and listened to the whole story of the gods' punishment witch's accidental entry into the dream world. So they can all find their lost feelings and return to normal lives? She heaved a sigh of relief. Her tone was mostly filled with happiness, but there was also a hint of melancholy and regret. That's great. If only I could see the world you once lived in. Only by turning your soul into a beam of light can you do that. It's too much of a price for you. Roland stroked her hair and earlobes. Moreover, we can build Neverwinter into the ideal city and make reality as good as the dream world, right? That's right. Anna chuckled. But don't you feel a little guilty now? Huh? Roland was stunned. No, I just. You don't have to answer. Just let me listen. The girl put her head on his chest. After a while, she said in a low voice, well. I feel a little guilty and a little worried. The guilty part is because Phyllis is a beautiful woman, and the worried part is because she doesn't want me to think too much. Am I right? Faced with this extremely correct statement, Roland did not know what to say for a moment. Anna burst into laughter. But there's still 70% honesty. So you're worrying too much. Don't worry. She paused and said in a serious tone, Roland, you made this decision to help them, just like you did to save me and the Witch Cooperation Association. How can I be bothered by such a small thing? This is the duty of a king, isn't it? Roland let out a sigh of relief. If it were Nightingale, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that she wouldn't let her imagination run wild, but Anna was different. She said that she believed him, and she really believed him. Roland could tell from her expression that she wholeheartedly supported the idea of giving the Tequila Witches a home and helping them regain their lost consciousness. Anna's kindness was part of her nature. This had never changed since the day she met her. But after this, you have to tell me everything you do in your dreams, understand? She blinked her lake blue eyes and whispered in his ear. Roland nodded. I promise. Anna revealed a satisfied smile and slowly climbed onto his body. She held his cheeks with both hands and said, then for the rest of the time, you belong to me. The girl gently bit his collar and moved downwards. The sound of their sweet panting could be heard in the bedroom. On the other side, when the shocking news brought back by Phyllis spread, the third border city was in an uproar. As long as I interrupt my consciousness within the range of the beam of light, I can regain my original appearance? That's not important at all. The key is that I can recover my sense of touch and smell. Is Kaifeng cuisine really that good? How does it compare to honey barbecue? Can you take me to the dream world to have a look? Me too. I want to go too. The crowd gathered around Phyllis and shouted at the same time. They were not as calm as usual. They were not so excited even when the demonic beasts invaded the underground labyrinth. Stop arguing. With so many of us going to the castle, people will think that we're going to seize Neverwinter. Alethea shouted and put a tentacle on Pasha's body. What do you think? Is this a trap set by the king of the common people? Even if it's a trap, I'm afraid they're willing to step into it. Pasha smiled helplessly. Until now, she had not recovered from the shock of Phyllis's story. A highly developed dream world, a place where souls could be reborn, was an almost immeasurable temptation for the Tequila survivors. They had been searching for a way to fight against the demons, and they had finally found the answer from the mortal king. When hundreds of years of suffering were ushered in overnight, this surreal feeling gave her a rare sense of dizziness. She had not had a dream for a long time. Subconsciously, Pasha hoped that all this was true, but she could not fully believe that such a good thing would happen. A common person without magic power became the savior of the Tequila Witches? No wonder Alethea was full of vigilance and suspicion. Fortunately, she still knew that whether what Phyllis said was true or not, she had to send someone to verify it before making a conclusion. It was not that she did not believe Phyllis. After the break and the escape, everyone who survived was as close as a brother. She was just worried that Phyllis had been deceived. After all, this sounded like a dream from the Arabian Nights. No matter how carefully they examined it, it would not be too much. Thinking of this, Pasha transmitted her consciousness to everyone's mind. Is His Majesty really willing to let others enter the dream world? He did say so, but not now, Phyllis explained. That world has rules that must be followed, just like the real world. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary changes, the first batch of people can only enter. They will take on the task of pioneers and lay the foundation for more people to enter the dream world in the future. Pasha was a little relieved. If it was a trap, the more people who stepped into it, the better, so that the pioneers would not have a chance to warn after discovering the flaw. What kind of requirements? Well, Phyllis hesitated for a moment. He needs witches who can act fast, sneak in, control, and attack. In other words, what he needs are combat witches? Aletheia questioned. But didn't you say that the power in that world is far above that of the demons? Isn't his request a little too contradictory? He doesn't want us to fight against the whole world, but what? Do some looting in private, Phyllis said with some embarrassment. Of course, the targets are all unforgivable people. There was a brief silence. Wait a minute, does he think we're hooligans? We are dignified. Before Aletheia could finish her words, her voice was overwhelmed by the noise of the crowd. That sounds interesting. Those guys don't have God's stone of retaliation, do they? Is there anyone who can block my continuous fireballs? You're making too much noise. What His Majesty needs is silence. My shadow-flying dagger is very good. You can only shoot for 10 steps, so don't talk about strong offensive ability. I can cover the whereabouts of my teammates. Let me go. The worries and doubts of the senior witches only lasted for about a day before they were completely dispelled by the subsequent news. Everything Phyllis had said was true. The third border city was in an uproar. In this case, even if Aletheia was reluctant, she could not stop people from yearning for the dream world. At this point, it was obvious what the tequila should do. Pasha had a meeting with Roland about the covenant through the phantom instrument. The gods' punishment witches who stayed underground walked through the light curtain one by one and raised their elbows to the Lord of Neverwinter, the King of Grey Castle, to acknowledge him as the only leader of the United Front. After that, the senior witches who had been transformed into original carriers lowered their main tentacles to show their loyalty. This was a courtesy that only the 3 chiefs of the Union could receive. It represented that after more than 400 years, the tequila had a mortal ruler. Aletheia was the last to appear in front of the light curtain. Pasha had always been worried that Aletheia, who had joined the Blessed Army at the age of 20 and fought against the demons for more than 10 years to defend the glory of tequila, would do something unexpected. But in the end, she still put the battle of divine will and the expectations of her companions first and bent her main tentacle to Roland. No matter how reluctant she was at the moment, Pasha was still gratified by her decision to focus on the overall situation. If it were in the tequila era, this would definitely be an incredible scene. However, more than 400 years was long enough to change a lot of things. The ambition and firm belief that all human beings under the leadership of witches will defeat the demons were gradually worn out. When a mortal showed his amazing potential and had the grace of redemption for the tequila survivors, some meaningless persistence was obviously not so important anymore. Moreover, Pasha believed that the 3 chiefs of the Union agreed that witches would eventually stand out from the human community. After all, there were only a few mortals like Roland, and witches would one day return to the position of leader. However, by that time, the relationship between witches and mortals was bound to be much more harmonious than in the tequila era. After all, if they could safely survive the third battle of divine will, the idea that witches and mortals could only cooperate to exert their greatest power would undoubtedly be deeply rooted in people's hearts. She did not mind seeing such a future. By the time Roland actually carried out his plundering plan, 3 days had already passed. To ensure that Zero would not notice anything unusual, he rented a warehouse near the tube-shaped apartment and used it as a temporary landing point for witches to connect to the dream world. As long as the witches gathered here before he interrupted the dream, the next time he entered, they would still appear in the warehouse. Of course, the first connection would inevitably occur in apartment 0825 of the tube-shaped building. Roland could not figure this out no matter how hard he thought about it. It was probably because of Zero that this apartment became the key point connecting the outside world and the dream world. Therefore, every time he entered the dream world, he had to calculate the time and wait until Zero left for school before he connected the witches to the dream world. During these 3 days, Roland selected 4 gods' punishment witches, including Phyllis, as the first batch of pioneers. For the first 2 days, he could still buy some fast food and drinks to satisfy their extremely strong desire to eat and drink, but on the 3rd day, he could only buy instant noodles and mineral water. But even so, they still ate with relish. Looking at their posture, they almost flipped the seasoning bag over and licked it again. In fact, it was not that they did not have this idea, but Roland stopped them. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for the United Front. As the savings in his hands were getting smaller and smaller, he had to carry out the plan. When night fell, Roland told Zero that he would be home late with the excuse of working overtime. Then he took the 4 witches to the villa area outside the 3rd Ring Road in 2 taxis. These days, they did not just stay in the warehouse to eat and drink. As a former member of the Quest Society, Faldi had a very strong detection ability. She could create a magic worm nest and connect the moths, bees, and other insects that were attracted to her consciousness. The flying insects that were released would then spontaneously search for other sources of magic. This method was extremely effective in preventing sneak attacks from demons and could also be used to search for areas that were difficult for ordinary people to enter. Although they could not provide Faldi with vision, they could allow her to sense the type and size of magic power, including the force of nature. After 3 days of searching, she found more than 10 sources of magic power, including Garcia, who lived in 0827. After eliminating the same type of magic power, there were 6 targets left. Among the 6 targets, the one who lived in the villa area was obviously the most valuable. This was Roland's plan, to search for those fallen evils through highly effective magic power detection, and then take their force of nature and property as his. These mutated monsters would not easily leave their habitats, so even if they were killed, it would not attract the attention of the neighbors. Moreover, even if the bodies were found by the police, the case would be transferred to the Martialist Association. At that time, the association would only think that this case was the work of another group of awakened with ulterior motives, and would not think that a group of superpower bandits had suddenly appeared in the city. After getting out of the car, they went to a dark corner and surrounded Donnan. Donnan summoned the lightless curtain and wrapped them up. This magical ability could make her companions disappear without a trace within the range of the curtain. It looked as if they were invisible, but its actual function was much more than that. Not only vision, smell, and magic power could also be blocked. Apart from direct contact, it was almost impossible to detect the existence of the person in hiding. In order to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, Donnan was undoubtedly a key person. Under Faldi's guidance, the 5 of them openly passed through the main gate and walked all the way to the foothills behind the villa area. This was the residential area of the city's rich. Most of the villas were built along the mountains, and the gardens were very spacious. At night, there was basically no one moving around, so it was really an excellent place to do something. "We're here. The target is inside." Faldi stopped and pointed to a large courtyard by the road. The area of the front yard alone was almost the size of a tube-shaped apartment. "These damn rich people are really enviable." Roland glanced at the flashing red surveillance camera at the entrance of the courtyard and turned to look at the robbers. "No, the last member of the pioneer group, Ling, I'll leave the infiltration task to you. Do it according to the previous practice." Ling nodded and slowly disappeared into the shadows as if she was sinking. Although there were no witches among the tequila survivors like Nightingale or Maggie, who could ignore all obstacles as if they were nothing, Ling's ability could basically meet the basic requirements. As long as there was a shadow, she could blend in and move freely like water. Especially at night, when the large expanse of shadows connected into an endless stretch, the entire front yard became her territory. Naturally, it was not difficult for her to pass through the gaps between the doors and windows. "Good job." Roland waved his hand at the rippling shadow that had entered the range of the curtain. A smiling face emerged from the dark shadow as if it was responding to his encouragement. If Roland did not know that there was a witch hiding in the shadow, he would have screamed at the sight of it. "Your Majesty, the enemy is in the hall." The reaction is very strong, and its magic power is close to that of a large demonic hybrid, Faldi reminded. Is it difficult? Don't worry. As long as it's not an enemy like a senior demon, Ling and I can handle it, Phyllis said. Then let's act according to plan. After passing through the long porch, Roland found that the windows around the villa were covered with foam boards and tape. There were only a few lights on, and the whole hall was quite dim. The air conditioner was turned on very low, as if they had stepped into winter from early autumn. The air was filled with a disgusting smell of decay. A man in a suit stood motionless in the middle of the hall. Obviously, he was their target. The moment he stepped into the hall, Roland felt a warm current rapidly expanding in his body. The feeling was several times stronger than when he met the masked man. It seemed that Faldi had caught a big fish. But what caught his attention was the huge statue of a monster hanging on the two-story wall that the man was facing. At first glance, the material of the statue looked like wood, but also like dried leather. It had a humanoid face, but it had a pair of wings. Its thick hind legs and slender front claws curled in front of its body seemed to be a complete mismatch. The monster was nearly 4 meters tall, and the patterns on its feathers and skin were vivid. It was obviously very valuable. Rich people have a bad taste, Roland muttered to himself. Just by looking at the craftsmanship, this thing was at least worth $1 million. Let's do it. He withdrew his gaze and focused on the target. Yes. Phyllis used the lightless curtain to approach the back of the enemy about 2 meters away and launched the first attack. The bone claws stretched out from her back and slashed at the man in the suit with lightning speed. The interference of magic power caused the curtain to ripple. The man seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head. But at this distance, even an extraordinary could not dodge. Almost at the same time, the bone claws cut through the man's neck and came out from his waist, slanting diagonally and cutting him into two. The enemy opened his eyes wide and fell to the ground in disbelief. Dark red blood splashed on the ground. It seemed that even without removing its natural core, a fallen evil could not survive as long as its body was seriously injured. That's it? Ling poked her head out from the shadow beside the sofa. The looting is the most important, Roland said while covering his nose. He did not know if it was an illusion, but the rancid smell in the air became stronger. Do you remember what I taught you before? Gold jewelry, red paper, and a metal box with a round plate. Ling raised her hand. The coins are worthless. Don't worry about the gemstones. That's right, especially the red paper. The more, the better. According to his experience of plundering the holy city of Hermes, the price of gems fluctuated too much and it was difficult to sell them at a reasonable second-hand price. They were far less stable than gold. Of course, cash is the best. Roland thought, I hope this guy is not an online shopping enthusiast. Just as Roland squatted down and was about to transform the force of nature embedded in the belly of the man in the suit, Faldi suddenly frowned and said, Wait. Why is the magic reaction still there? What? The other three were slightly stunned. The origin of magic did not disappear. Instead, it is growing. She looked around as if she was looking for something, and then her eyes fell on the statue. Damn, this monster is alive. As soon as she finished speaking, the statue suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a frog-like tongue, stabbing straight at Roland. Be careful, Your Majesty. Phyllis did not hesitate to block in front of him. At the same time, her two bony claws clawed at the direction of the tongue. However, Roland was no longer the same as before. He could clearly see the trajectory of the monster's attack. He grabbed Phyllis by the waist and rolled to the side, avoiding the long tongue that shot towards them like an arrow. The monster's tongue directly pierced through the corpse on the ground, then wrapped around the nature core. With a forceful pull, the red core immediately flew towards the statue's mouth. Roland noticed that the force of nature, which was originally in a frozen state, began to spin again upon contact with the monster. Following the movement of the monster, a large swarm of insects flew out from behind it and fled in all directions in a panic. It was obvious that they were attracted by the other's magic. However, as they could not share their vision, Faldi could not tell that the magic reaction in the hall came from two different targets. Huh. Look what I saw, a group of martial artists coming to me? The statue swallowed the core in one gulp and actually spoke, "You bunch of thieves who steal power, you shouldn't even exist in the holy domain. All of you, die." It raised its neck, as if taking a deep breath, and then spat out a mouthful of scarlet breath at the people in the hall. It was actually pure magic power. In an instant, the furniture in the hall was torn to pieces, and the lightless curtain was broken by this wave of attack. Donnan and Faldi, who were hiding in the hall, had several bloody wounds on their bodies and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, they had avoided the center of the area where the magic power was the most violent, so they did not fall apart like the furniture. Roland was in a much better state. When the magic power attacked, the warm current in his body spread to his whole body in the blink of an eye and protected his vital parts like armor. But what kind of attack is this? Roland was astonished. This was completely different from the witch's ability. He had never seen this kind of attack that directly turned magic power into damaging energy. Ever since he obtained this strange power, he had become more familiar with the aura of magic power. This attack was definitely not something that a fallen evil could do. The witches were also astonished, which meant that the monster's understanding of magic power was on a higher level than theirs. Its magic reaction is close to that of a senior demon. Faldi gritted her teeth. How is this possible? Demon? Is this how you address us? The monster grinned coldly. It easily broke the rivets that held its wings in place, jumped down from the wall, and squatted in front of them like a gargoyle. Stealing power from the sacred realm without permission, and now you call the pursuers demons? How stupid. Sacred realm? Pursuers? Roland could not help but frown. What was it referring to? At this moment, a black light jumped out from the shadow behind the monster and flew past its cheek. It was the figure of Ling. With a crisp crack, a dagger pierced through the monster's eye and came out from the other side, piercing through its head. Ling did not stop after succeeding. The moment she landed, she hid in the shadow again. The whole sneak attack was as smooth as flowing water. Well done. Phyllis clenched her fists. Well done? However, the monster did not collapse like the fallen evils. Cracks appeared on its wood-like face, and its dry voice sounded cold and emotionless. Do you think you can hurt me with this ordinary iron and insignificant magic power? You have no idea what the sacred realm means. Now, I'll show you the true power of my master. As it spoke, a series of cracking sounds came one after another. The cracks rapidly spread from its face to its whole body, and then the dull shell turned into pieces and peeled off from its body. A dark red light bloomed under the wooden shell, as if it was flowing scarlet blood. When it completely revealed its true body, Roland opened his mouth wide in surprise. Hidden under the shell was a body made of pure magic power. Clusters of stars flickered incessantly in its body, and finally converged into a huge astrolabe in front of its chest. Who's your master? Roland felt that this creature was much more emotional than the fallen evils, so he might be able to get more information from it by asking a few more questions. At the same time, he gestured to the wounded Faldi and Donnan to leave this place as soon as possible. If he was forced into a passive situation and needed to escape, he would be faster than these witches. It's the son of omnipotence, an existence that you can't understand. It spread its wings that were emitting a red light and pressed its hand on the ground. Playing tricks are meaningless here. You want them to escape now? It's too late. Scarlet blood flowed from its body and quickly spread throughout the room. In the blink of an eye, the floor, walls, and roof of the hall were all dyed red. Ling, who had lost her hiding place, was directly bounced out of the wall and fell beside Phyllis. What's this? Faldi's low voice came from behind. Roland turned around and saw tentacles with small claws stretching out from the red and black void, firmly trapping the witch's hands and feet. He seemed to have seen those tentacles somewhere before. But now that the situation had suddenly taken a turn for the worse, he had no time to think too much. A warm current ran wildly in his body. Roland gathered all his strength and rushed toward the strange enemy in front of him. Oh? You're not affected? The magic monster was stunned and opened its palm. What about this? A powerful force shot out from its palm and sent Roland flying. The force was so great that it felt like a hammer had hit him, and he finally crashed into the wall. With a muffled sound, he felt a burning sensation on his back, as if his internal organs had been displaced. Ahem. He could not help coughing and tasted a sweet, fishy taste in his throat. Your Majesty! Phyllis cried anxiously. At this moment, she was the only one besides Roland who could move. The blade claws on her back danced up and down, cutting off the tentacles that stretched out from the ground. But the tentacles were endless, so she could not get close to him in a short time. This was the most critical moment. But Roland's mind was unexpectedly clear. There was no fear in his heart, as if the feeling of fear had been removed from his brain. The warm current flowed faster and faster. Accompanied by a powerful heartbeat, he felt incredible changes taking place in his body. The magic of the world was closing in on him. Even the streams of light that covered the walls became sluggish, and the scarlet lines of blood that flowed past him automatically avoided his body, and the places that he touched actually had a tinge of blue appear in the dark red. This process was completely out of his control, and he had no idea what was happening. A voice kept echoing in his ears, and the chaotic shouts gradually became one. Kill it, kill it. The monster also noticed that something was wrong. There was finally a slight fluctuation in its dry voice. What's going on? What did you do to the magic? Roland did not answer. He felt that the warm current had expanded to its limit. His body almost subconsciously bent his knees and kicked the wall. The next moment, he shot straight at the enemy like a cannonball. Die. The monster used the same trick, and reached out to push him again. But this time, Roland was not knocked down by the huge force. For the first time, he saw the warm current rushing out of his body, forming a blue light screen in front of him. The two collided, and a dazzling light burst out. Then, he flew straight into the monster's arms against the stream of light. He punched. There was no expected collision. His fist felt like it had punched a ball of soft liquid. He saw his arm sink into the monster's body, just a finger away from the star jades. Roland gritted his teeth, opened his fingers, and grabbed the most eye-catching star chart on the monster's chest. The monster suddenly let out a deafening roar. No. This is the master's power, how could you touch it? The galaxy-like disk began to tremble and gradually turned from a rich crimson color to a bluish-white color. However, this process was extremely slow and repeated from time to time. Roland felt as if he was competing with a raging bull. Fortunately, more and more magic gathered around him, and the whole world seemed to merge with him. So that's how it is. I understand. A whirlpool-like eye opened on top of the monster's head. You are the culprit who created this world. You are the one who made the master unable to bear the burden. He is already known as the Omniscient, how can he still be affected by me? Roland sneered. You don't know anything. Master is omnipotent, but he can't stop all of this himself. Go back, don't come here again, your actions are destroying everything. Hiss hiss. Not only you, but all living things, hiss, will end because of you. Its voice became more and more indistinct, as if it was seriously disturbed. Roland felt that the resistance of the star chart was weakening, and the process of turning from red to white was getting faster. All living beings will be terminated? He turned back to look at the weak witch sitting on the ground and said in a deep voice, No, the only ones that will be terminated are all of you. I don't know where you came from, or what your intentions are, but without a doubt, this world will be better without you. From BZZT. Bottomless land. No idea. BZZT. This is the rule. The monster's words could no longer form a complete sentence. Furthermore, Roland noticed that it was no longer as emotional as before. Its voice had turned flat and monotonous, as though it was a machine that had a fixed answer. When it said the last sentence, the resistance in Roland's hand instantly vanished. The star chart spun rapidly, attracting the surrounding star jades before converging into an extremely dazzling white light. For a moment, Roland seemed to hear the heartbeat of the earth. The scene of magic power spewing out this time was far better than the previous 2 times. The monster curled up into a spherical body, and a silver-white pillar of light bloomed from it, shooting straight to the ceiling for a long time. Standing in front of this light, Roland felt an indescribable satisfaction. The pleasure his body received exceeded the sum of the previous 2 times. Nothing could compare to it. The witch's injuries weren't too serious. She had only exhausted her magic power and could barely walk on her own. According to Phyllis, when he was in a stalemate with the monster, the magic power of the four people had been absorbed by it. This was something that was almost impossible in the real world. However, he had already encountered so many unimaginable changes in a single night, so one more did not matter. Thanks to the craze of learning how to drive in college, Roland signed up with his classmates. He did not expect that the first time he touched a steering wheel after leaving the driving school would be in the dream world. "Your Majesty, what was that monster?" Faldi asked weakly. "Can a fallen evil also possess such great power?" Theoretically speaking, it doesn't make sense that her magic power could be greatly enhanced in such a short time. She and Donnan were the most affected when they dodged the first magic attack. Half of Roland's beautiful purple curly hair was cut off. Fortunately, none of the wounds were fatal. Most of them avoided her head and torso. In other words, she chose the most appropriate way of dodging when facing the messy magic attacks. Roland had to admit that the survivors of Tequila were all experienced fighters. Even a witch who was not a combat type could perform so well. It was also thanks to this that the first exploration operation did not end in failure. Although he did not know what would happen if he died in the dream world, Roland hoped that he would never have to test this question. Has the Union never had a similar ability? Of course. The so-called backlash is caused by the loss of magic power to the body, Faldi gasped. If a witch continuously practices to increase the amount of magic power stored, the body will also adapt to this kind of damage, and the speed of recovery won't drop too much. Whether it's us, the demons, or those hybrid demonic beasts, we can only slowly improve our magic power. I see, Roland thought. This is the first time that she has seen a living creature made of pure magic power. In her mind, all living creatures should have flesh and bones. Therefore, when she encountered this kind of enemy that she had never seen before, she was naturally puzzled. He did not have such doubts. Ever since the monster revealed its jelly-like translucent body, he had already assumed it to be a spirit or an elemental creature. Since it was constructed from mana, it would naturally not be harmed by mana. However, this question was not easy to explain, and his guess was not necessarily correct. Especially when the blue light in its body prevailed, its obviously declining emotions and consciousness could not be classified as a living creature. In the end, Roland just shook his head and said, "I don't know what it is, but one thing is for sure, it's definitely not a fallen evil." Are there many such monsters in the dream world? Ling, who was the smallest among them, was still frightened. When the shadow in the room was covered by the black and red void, I felt like my whole body was frozen, as if something extremely terrible was staring at me. I swear, even the senior demons were not so terrible. I don't think there are too many of them. Otherwise, the dream world would have been occupied by them, Roland comforted. The Darksiders could not be harmed by ordinary force, so they could only leave it to the Martialist Association to deal with. However, against such a monster, even a dozen or so Martialists working together might not necessarily be able to win, and if there were too many of them, the association would be destroyed. Now, he was sure that the external erosion had something to do with the bloody moon. The tentacles that stretched out of the void were exactly the same as what he had seen in the realm. But why did the bloody moon erode the dream world? Shouldn't this world be a part of the bloody moon? Who was the master that the monster mentioned? Was it God or the source of magic power? If it really rejected the dream world, why did it remain silent when it was connected to the relic of the gods? In addition, the bottomless land that the monster mentioned at the end also caught Roland's attention. Perhaps it was due to the assimilation of the language, but the structure of the word was similar to the Land of Dawn. Only when it referred to the entire continent would the suffix appear. It was just like the realm of gods. Although the meaning was similar, it was expressed in a different way. If the bloody moon had been watching the real world because of the battle of divine will, would the information it revealed be referring to a continent in the real world, just as he had understood? These questions could only be answered by the explorers. Of course, not all the witches were thinking about the battle that had just taken place. Phyllis, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, had completely forgotten the solemn mood after the battle. She showed great interest in operating the luxury car. Previously, when they were in the taxi, she had kept silent according to Roland's instructions. Now, she could no longer suppress her exuberant curiosity. She stared at Roland without blinking, as if she wanted to memorize his every move. "Do you want to learn how to drive?" Roland asked her with a smile, putting the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Phyllis immediately nodded her head. "Then we have to do a few more jobs." He took the opportunity to tempt her. "By then, not only will we be able to enjoy different delicacies every day, but we will also have our own bedrooms and private cars." "There's something more delicious than kaifeng dishes and hot pot?" Faldi interrupted. "That's just for beginners. When you have money, you'll find that even if you eat non-stop every day, you can't taste all the delicacies in the world." Even without looking back, Roland could feel the scorching eyes of the witches behind him. "Then when Donnan recovers, let's go to the next one. I've marked its location." Faldi's voice was still not loud, but she sounded much less weak. "I'll be fine. I'll set off tomorrow after I recover my magic power." The petite Donnan was more enthusiastic. "This injury is nothing." Even Ling, who had been a little scared, was moved by this temptation. Although she did not agree with the others, her eyes were sparkling in the rearview mirror. Roland could not help sighing with emotion. It turned out that it was so easy to improve morale. In order to avoid the police, he did not drive directly into Tongzi Street. Instead, he parked the car next to the Clover Group's construction site. The area was still under demolition and was basically a surveillance-blind area. He could easily return to the rented warehouse by taking a detour. After that, it was time to check the loot. Unfortunately, there was not much cash in the safe, only about 100,000 yuan. There were a lot of jewelry, but it turned out that they were either made of jade or jewelry. It was unknown how much they were worth. To his surprise, he also found a lot of solidified force of nature. It was because the safe was full of these small but exceptionally heavy things that he had the illusion that he had gained a lot from this trip. Did it mean that banknotes were no longer the fashion for these fellows to make transactions, and they had switched to using the force of nature as their equivalent currency? When Roland returned to 0827, it was already 11:30 at night. He opened the door quietly and found that the light in the living room was still on. Zero was lying by the coffee table, her curved back slightly moving up and down as if she had fallen asleep. There was a stack of books and a pencil case in front of the little girl. Apparently, she had been reviewing her lessons while waiting for him to come back. The two of them were clearly just tenant and landlord, but now they seemed to be a family. Looking at this scene, Roland could not help but feel a touch of tenderness in his heart. He walked forward and gently picked up Zero, put her back on the bed in the bedroom, took off her shoes, and covered her with the quilt. "Oh, and the textbook. If she forgot to bring it to class tomorrow, she would definitely blame me again." Roland smiled and shook his head. He took the books on the coffee table and folded them on Zero's desk. Just then, the bold words on the cover of the textbook caught his attention. Junior High School Mathematical Olympiad. This was an extracurricular subject that looked sophisticated but was particularly impractical. He remembered that he was not very interested in mathematics when he was in junior high school. At that time, he thought that Mathematical Olympiad was the upgraded version of mathematics, so he kept a respectful distance from it. He would rather learn drawing and calligraphy during the summer vacation than participate in the Mathematical Olympiad class. Therefore, he naturally did not know what was taught in this course. However, just now, he saw that the textbook was not blank. Roland suddenly felt his breath quicken. He took a deep breath and slowly reached out to open the first page of the textbook. A flat and spacious stone boat slowly sailed into Clearwater Bay and docked in front of Simbadi. Its size was vastly different from that of the small boats that occasionally appeared in Silver Stream. It was so heavy that it could hardly be rowed by a human. Two metal cylinders stood at the top of the boat, from which white smoke billowed out. The sides of the boat were painted an eye-catching orange-red color. Together with the flat gray deck, it looked like a red trout with its belly turned upside down. Simbadi, like most of his compatriots, had never been out of the desert and rarely seen the sea. Therefore, when he saw such a boat that was obviously not made of wood, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Crack! The OSHA watchman immediately cracked his whip on their heads. "Shut your mouths!" now line up and get on the boat. Hurry up. Somebody felt the crowd begin to move. People kept pushing and shoving him from behind. He could not stop even if he wanted to. Caught in the middle of the group boarding the ship, he suddenly felt a trace of fear in his heart. Perhaps he should not have left Silver Stream Oasis and come to this strange land. Although there was a water source here that would never be cut off, the three gods could not see such a distant place. If this boat carried them to the Styx abyss, the gods would not hear their cries for help. Hold on tight. Watch your step. Don't miss anything. Molly's voice instantly brought him back to reality. A small hand clasped his hand and guided him to the gangplank. From time to time, people around him were pushed into the water, making splashing sounds. Although there were people at the dock who would quickly pull them ashore, falling into the river in this weather basically meant that they were disqualified. Those who fell into the water begged to get on the boat again, but they were answered by the whip. Simbadi and Molly stuck close to each other and followed the crowd to board the stone boat. The moment he stepped on the deck, the expected shaking did not happen. The boat under him did not move at all, as if he were walking on the ground. When the gangplank was removed, Thuram, the big shot of Osha clan, appeared on the platform in the center of the boat, attracting everyone's attention. Do you remember what I said before? What the great chieftain valued the most was order and discipline. Look at your people who fell into the water. Everyone could have boarded the ship smoothly and got a job. They could have had plenty of food during the months of demons. But now they have to wait for their next job with an empty stomach. And all of this was caused by your foolishness. They just fell into the water. You can wait for them to change their clothes. A Sand Nation was pressed to the ground by 2 guards before he could finish his sentence. He was then dragged to the side of the boat and thrown into the water. Discipline is everything. There is no collective that accommodates individuals, only individuals that obey the collective. Thuram said sternly. What's different from the clan competition in the past is that those who were eliminated previously were your potential enemies. But now, those who will be eliminated will be your relatives. Remember this well, this is the first lesson I'm giving you. He paused for a moment. Of course, those who lost their jobs today will only starve for a while. In the future, if there are any Sand Nation or tribes who don't obey the rules, they will be driven out of this evergreen land. As his voice trailed off, a deep roar came out of the metal cylinder and rolled over the port of Clearwater. The huge iron wheels on both sides of the ship began to rotate slowly. The stone ship trembled violently and slowly left the shore, heading for the estuary of the river. Thank you. If it weren't for you. Somebody looked at Molly. Molly smiled and her eyes curved into slits. Don't mind me. I just happened to be in front of you. Really? He lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Molly and he were both members of the Fishbone clan, so they occasionally talked to each other. Somebody had always liked this girl with long black braids and light brown eyes. However, it was said that she already had a sweetheart, so he did not show his affection to her. After a moment of silence, he looked at Molly, who was lying on the side of the ship and looking at the scenery on both sides of the river curiously. He could not help asking, "Aren't you worried about the place we're going to?" She turned around. The Blackwater Valley? Yes, I heard from other clans that it's close to the Choke Swamp and the Rotten Wasteland. It's a place cursed by the 3 gods. Once you stray into it, you won't be able to come back alive. Have they applied to board the ship? This. Molly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Those people just hope that the fewer people who get this job, the better. That way, their clans can get more pay. You heard Lady Drow Silvermoon say that as long as we do things according to the chief's instructions, not only will our families not have to worry about food and clothing, but the clan will also get resources. She exhaled a white breath. Besides, do we have any other choice? Her last words made somebody shut his mouth. Indeed, most of the clans who were willing to follow Osha to the southern region of Grey Castle were small tribes in the Silver Stream Oasis, and the Fishbone clan was one of them. The oasis they occupied was gradually being swallowed by the desert, and the increasingly dried-up Silver Stream tributary could no longer guarantee the survival of the clan. If they wanted to survive, they had to either join other large clans or venture to the southern region. On the bright side, at least the chief fulfilled his first promise, now we don't have to worry about starving to death in the desert, right? Somebody could not refute this. According to Lady Silvermoon, even those who did not get the job at sea could get the most basic rations, as long as they took on the menial tasks of rebuilding the southern region, they would not starve to death. Besides, the people of Osha will also go to the Blackwater Valley with us, so you don't have to worry too much. Molly smiled and pointed to the ruins of the port in the distance. Look over there. The land that our clan got should be near that black tower, right? It'd be great if we could live here forever. Somebody looked in the direction she was pointing. The entire port of Clearwater seemed to have been divided into two halves. One half was burned ruins, with dilapidated houses and charred wooden frames everywhere. The walls and courtyards were crumbling and overgrown with weeds, as if it had been forgotten and deserted. The other half was full of vitality. The Sand Nation's tents were rising and falling, and people were moving around in the camp. Broken houses were being pulled down one by one, and newly peeled wood was being carried into the wasteland. Molly's smile made somebody's heart surge with anticipation. Perhaps when he returned to this place after 3 months of work, there would be brand new wooden houses around the Black Tower. The rebuilding town slowly receded until the ships began to rise and fall with the waves, and the endless skyline became the only scenery. Is it really okay to do this? Echo looked through the window of the command post at the Sand Nation, who were being whipped and rolling on the ground, with a trace of pity on her face. They've never known what discipline is. Their life has always been one of survival of the fittest. If we want them to be put to use as soon as possible, this is the only way except for war, Iron Axe replied respectfully. You haven't been in the southernmost region for a long time, and the chief is very concerned about you, so you may not know the nature of these small clans. This kind of lesson is not a big deal, and can even be said to be very necessary. Otherwise, they will only think that Osha has no prestige and is weak and easy to bully. At this point, he said with a rare hesitation, I think you may not be used to it because His Majesty is sometimes too kind. I totally agree. Andrea, who was lying by the window, shrugged. There's a saying among the nobles that radishes and sticks are the best way to rule the subjects. And the thicker the radish, the kinder the lord is. What's a radish? Hummingbird asked curiously. It's a kind of food, similar to His Majesty's corn. It's a specialty of the Kingdom of Dawn, Andrea explained. But no matter how sturdy a carrot is, it's still much thinner than a stick. So the implication of this sentence is that the subjects will only learn to cherish the punishment more than the reward. A lord like His Majesty will only be regarded as a wastrel in the City of Glow. This is one of the few things that I agree with you. Ashes twitched her mouth. Maybe His Majesty is very talkative? Hummingbird put her chin on her hand and thought for a while. The words he taught Thuram to say are quite reasonable. The collective strength is always greater than the individual strength. However, even Thuram only forced himself to memorize those words. Iron Axe shook his head with a smile. If you hadn't been to Neverwinter in person, you wouldn't have been able to imagine what kind of incredible new order His Majesty had established. I believe that one day, the whole of Grey Castle will become like Neverwinter, but obviously not now. The whip can make them remember the rules of the southern region better than words. Echo sighed softly and did not say anything more. Lord Commander-in-Chief, a soldier suddenly walked into the command center. There's a commotion in the Rockfall tribe and the Clear Spring tribe. Someone is confronting the garrison army. Because of boarding? Iron Axe's expression immediately became serious. Yes, those who were pushed into the water called their families, hoping to get the same amount of food and remuneration. It's not that they don't want to go to Blackwater Valley, it's just that Osha refused them. Very good. Who is guarding the camp now? 2nd Firearm Battalion. Call up 2 classes, as well as those Osha lads who want to sign up for the 1st Army. Tell them to immediately gather at the site of the commotion. I'll be there soon. Yes, my lord. Seeing that Iron Axe was about to leave, Echo couldn't help but call out to him, please don't be too harsh on them. The latter stood in the doorway in silence for a moment before placing a hand on his chest and bowing to her. I understand. Lady Silvermoon, I will act appropriately. After Iron Axe left, Echo returned to the table gloomily. The northward migration of the Sand Nation did not go as smoothly as she had imagined. Obviously, as long as they followed His Majesty's arrangements, they would be able to live a good life. However, there were always people who took her words as lies. Even though they had obtained a fertile land, they still could not completely trust her and His Majesty. She somewhat missed her life in Neverwinter. Compared to being the head of the clan, she preferred to stand on the top of the castle, overlook the mountains and the city, and sing the songs composed by His Majesty. Only when she heard a melody that she had never heard before could she feel the real freedom and happiness. Since she came here, she had not sung for a long time. She wondered if His Majesty had written a new song. When would she be able to sing again? Wretch, Simbadi felt as if his stomach was churning. As the stone ship rose and fell, a gush of acid rose up again. Ignoring the vomit on both sides of the ship, he directly lay on the railing and opened his mouth to vomit. "Hey, are you okay?" Molly patted him on the back, her face a little pale. The stone ship, which had been like flat ground in the river bend, became a floating leaf in the sea. Battered by the waves, the ship almost crashed into the beach several times and never stopped swaying sideways. For the Sand Nation, who was in close contact with the sea for the first time, it was a complete torture. Ahem. I'm barely okay. After vomiting, he weakly collapsed on the deck. Do you remember how many days we've been on the sea? Today is the 5th day. Something's wrong. Simbadi gasped and whispered, do you remember what the Clear Spring clan said? They live in an oasis by the sea, so they shouldn't be wrong. We passed by the Iron Sand City on the first evening, which proves that the stone ship is not slow. But why haven't we arrived at the Blackwater Valley? You mean? Osha's destination isn't the Blackwater Valley. Thuram lied. The place he's taking us to is much further south than the Choke Swamp. Further south? Muli also revealed a worried look. But there's nothing there. Could they have gotten the wrong way? The ship has been sailing along the coast, so it's unlikely that they got the wrong direction. Simbadi pressed his swollen forehead. If it's further south than the Choke Swamp, then it can only be. Everyone, keep your spirits up. Before he could finish, Thuram suddenly appeared in the middle of the deck and interrupted him. I have good news for you. We're about to arrive at our destination. Pack your bags and get ready to disembark. Remember, if anyone falls into the sea again, no one will come to rescue you. Simbadi propped himself up and looked out of the ship. The shore was still barren, and there was no sign of an oasis. His speculation was confirmed by the billowing water vapor and the billowing smoke column on the sea in the distance. There was only one place that could have such an incredible view. The Endless Cape, the place of exile of Imagines. More and more Sand Nations people noticed the anomaly, and the crowd on the deck became restless. This isn't the Blackwater Valley at all. Osha lied to us. Why did you bring us to the Endless Cape? Do you want to abandon us here? I want to go back. Please, let us go back. All of you, shut up. At this moment, Thuram had no intention of hiding anything. Did I say we were going to the central area of the Blackwater Valley? The tributaries of the valley are all over the south, including the Cape area. Any underground Styx River extends from the valley, isn't it? This is just sophistry. Simbadi thought angrily. If I had said I wanted to work in the land of exile, I'm afraid not many people would have applied. The new city will be built in this place? Simbadi could hardly believe his ears. The silver stream became thinner and thinner as it went south. When it reached the Blackwater Valley, it was almost completely swallowed by the yellow sand, which was also the origin of the land of exile. How can we survive in this vast desert without water and oases? Thuram's words caused an uproar among the Sand Nation people, and more than one person raised the same question. We can make it ourselves, Thuram replied loudly. But before that, the vanguard has already found a water source. You'll see it when you get off the ship. Instead of subsiding, the uproar became louder. Make it? Someone shouted. How? The silver stream is a gift from Mother Earth. How can we make it? 3 gods above, only the messenger of God can turn the desert into an oasis. If we can't do it, can we still go back to the southern region? Yes, you're not going to leave us here and go back alone, are you? Facing the doubts of the crowd, Thuram hesitated for the first time. Somebody noticed that he secretly glanced at the people of Grey Castle behind him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "The great chief is omnipotent. If he says he can make it, he can make it. You just have to obey his orders. And Lady Silvermoon has promised that if you can't make it happen, not only will you return to the port of Clearwater in advance, but you'll also get 3 months' pay." Saying this, he patted the whip on his waist. "Of course, I won't leave in advance. If anyone wants to be lazy, be prepared to taste the iron whip." So that's how it is. Somebody realized that Thuram was not the manager of this team. The people of Grey Castle standing behind him were the real masters. During the holy duel, he had heard more than once about the strength of this group of people. Unlike the Queen of Clearwater, they were not inferior to the warriors of the big clans even in a head-on battle. But this was the Endless Cape. Even if they could defeat the watchdogs overnight, they were just an insignificant part of the boundless sea of sand. Both the Northerners and the Great Chief had underestimated the power of the desert. Unfortunately, the people on the ship had no other choice. About an hour later, the stone boat slowly approached the shore. Somebody dragged his tired body off the boat. Only when his feet landed on the soft sand did he feel relaxed, which he had not felt for a long time. Finally, the world no longer shook incessantly. "Look, what's that?" Molly pointed to the depths of the land. "A sentry tower?" He followed her gaze and saw a black iron frame standing in the middle of the yellow sand. It did not seem to be far from the shore, and there were 2 flags fluttering on top of it. One was bright red, and the other seemed to be embroidered with complicated patterns. Usually, somebody would have wondered why a girl he only talked to occasionally would stay with him. But now, he had no energy to think about it. "Someone got here first? Let's go and take a look later." He shook his head. It's better to wait for Sir Thuram's instructions. Somebody still remembered those Sand Nation people who had fallen into the water. He did not want his sweetheart to be whipped in public. "Molly, I finally found you." His clansmen gradually gathered around. "Somebody, you're here too? I thought you fainted from vomiting on the ship." "Ha ha ha." His words caused a burst of laughter. Somebody lowered his head in embarrassment. He was indeed the weakest among his clansmen, whether it was in strength or courage. Usually, he was fine being talked about by others, but in front of Molly, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. In fact, during the few days at sea, he was even worse than Molly. "Look, there's an iron tower. How did they move such a heavy thing here? Maybe it's a ship? I heard that the people of Grey Castle have a direct passage to the Endless Cape. Are we going to camp there tonight?" "Probably. The Endless Cape is much more dangerous than the Oasis. Someone must stay to guard it at night." There were more than 20 people from the Fishbone clan, which was the smallest group among all the clans, but it could be said that all the young and strong people had come. One of his peers, Carlone, was one of the best. He was tall and handsome. Not only was he good at martial arts, but he was also favored by the clan chief. His words attracted everyone's attention. "I once participated in the exile of the Iron Sand City. The sandworms and scorpions here are much larger than those in the Oasis. It's even said that the giant armored scorpions, which dominate the land, are also active in this area. Therefore, we must be vigilant and try to set up tents as close to those people of Grey Castle as possible." "Do you think what Sir Thuram said is true? Can the Great Chief really create a body of water in the desert?" someone asked. "Probably not." Carlone smacked his lips. "If he really has such an ability, he can become the ruler of the desert without a holy duel. There's no need for him to do this." "Then what should we do?" Everyone was in an uproar. "Don't worry. The Great Chief won't spend so much effort just to throw us into exile." Carlone's calm voice was full of confidence. "This operation may be just a whim. When the people of Grey Castle realize that it's impossible, our work will be over. As for the 3 months' salary, OSHA will never deny it." "That's right. Otherwise, no one will believe them." "I'm relieved to hear that. As long as we can go back, everything will be fine." The clansmen all nodded, except for somebody. He agreed with the first half of Carlon's words but had doubts about the second half. The people of Grey Castle had indeed underestimated the desert, and their plan to turn the Endless Cape into a town was doomed to fail. However, looking at the solemn-looking soldiers in uniform, somebody faintly felt that the great chief was not just saying it casually. At this time, some people began to move toward the Iron Tower. The team became scattered, but Thuram was still talking with the people of Grey Castle, seemingly indifferent to all this. "Shall we also go there?" a clansman suggested. "You're right." Carlon nodded. "If they really camp near the Iron Tower, we can get a good position if we go there earlier. Everyone, follow me." He deliberately glanced at Molly and asked, "Do you need me to carry your luggage?" Molly hesitated and shook her head. "Somebody said it's better to wait for Sir Thuram's order. Didn't he always emphasize that we should obey the rules? It's not like we're staying on the ship and not getting off. Why does he have to care about this?" "Somebody, are you frightened by the Endless Cape?" "He might still be in a coma," the clansman who had laughed at him before said sarcastically again. "I'm just worried that—" Somebody raised his head and was about to defend himself when a rapid whistle interrupted their conversation. Somebody had thought it was just a bluff, but he did not expect them to be serious. When the Osha warriors began to carry out the order, a conflict broke out. More than 50 people who had left earlier were unwilling to accept such an unreasonable punishment and fought with the captors. However, without weapons, they were soon defeated by Osha's sticks and shields. Their clothes were stripped off and they were pressed to the sand. Thuram himself carried out the flogging. Seeing their clansmen suffering, some clans were tempted to take action, but they stopped in their tracks when faced with the Grey Castle warriors' iron pipe weapons. Everyone had heard of the case of the Oasis watchdogs being defeated in one night. Even the swift cavalrymen were unable to break through the Grey Castle's defensive line. What they relied on was the exquisite grey iron weapons in their hands. For a time, screams rose and fell from the shore. Fortunately, Osha did not intend to let the torturers die. Their backs, which were badly bruised and fleshy, were smeared with herbs and bandaged tightly with gauze. The cold months of demons was not the peak period for the plague. As long as they were strong enough, they should have no problem surviving. Carlon and most of his clansmen looked a little unsightly. Only Molly's face was full of joy. After watching the execution with lingering fear, they were guided by the whistle and divided into 2 groups, heading into the depths of the sand. During this period, Thuram did not say a word, but everyone consciously maintained the order of the group. When they arrived near the Iron Tower, somebody saw a disappearing oasis, or rather, a pond. It was probably the drinking water place for the vanguard troops mentioned by Thuram. There were no trees around the pond, only a few withered shrubs. The bottom of the pond was very shallow, only about the height of a person. Perhaps decades ago, it was still a vibrant oasis. However, as the water vein of silver stream gradually dried up, it would eventually turn into a handful of yellow sand. This pond was barely enough for the hundreds of people who worked here, let alone for the tribe to live and multiply. They could still see the water now, but it was only because there was only a little stream left in the underground sewer. When summer came, the water that seeped out would not be enough for the sun to shine. Even if they did not drink it, it would quickly evaporate into a dry valley. Somebody had seen many similar oasis ruins. In other words, if the people of Grey Castle could not find a new water source in the next 2 to 3 months, they would have to retreat, let alone build a new town. Thuram did not try to hide it. He walked beside the team and shouted, "See this pond? For the next few days, all the water we'll be drinking will come from here. If you want to pee, get the hell away from me. Do you understand?" "Then, what about food?" someone asked. "Someone will bring it over. If you think it's not enough, you can go fishing," Thuram replied. Now that they no longer had to worry about food and drink, the clans felt much more at ease. They spread out in 2s and 3s and set up tents according to the requirements of the Osha manager. Quickly dismantling and assembling a tent was a survival skill that every Sand Nation had to master. A small sheepskin tent that could withstand the cold could accommodate 3 to 6 people, and the necessary parts were usually carried by one person. There were only 4 women from the Fishbone clan who applied to work here, so they set up the simplest triangular tents. That was, 3 tents were arranged in a triangular formation and fastened with hemp ropes. The doors were open to the outside, which could serve as a warning to each other. In the afternoon, the whistle sounded again. Thuram gathered everyone and led them to a place near the coast. Simbadi was surprised to find that the northerners had searched everywhere. Short wooden poles were everywhere on the flat sandy ground. White ropes were tied to the middle of the poles, which formed a huge rectangular area. Each square was at least 100 paces wide, or even longer, as if marking a territory. The most incredible thing was that these squares seemed to be almost the same size, and each edge was neat and tidy. No one knew how they managed to stay the same within a distance of 100 paces. He roughly counted and found that there were as many as 50 or 60 squares drawn out by the white ropes. The people of Grey Castle, who were gesticulating with strange tools, were still inserting new wooden poles as if they intended to extend them to the end of their site. "You're finally here." A tall man walked up to Thuram. "I'm Kenkert, a member of the former Mason Guild in King's City." "Ah, you probably haven't heard of me. After all, there aren't many people in Grey Castle who know about the Mason Guild. Fortunately, His Majesty is kind enough to take us in. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know where to live." No, we can talk about this later." He coughed twice and patted the man on the shoulder. "Anyway, I'm in charge of the construction project in Endless Cape. You must be the manager appointed by Miss Echo, right?" "Echo? Isn't that the nickname of Lady Drow Silvermoon?" Somebody exclaimed inwardly. "This Grey Castle man, who calls himself Kenkert, has the same status as the chief of the clan." Thuram's smile was a little stiff. Perhaps he was not used to Kenkert's nagging and etiquette. He took a step back, bowed his head, and said, "You can call me Thuram. As for these brats, just tell me what you need to do. If anyone dares to slack off, I'll punish him severely." Apparently, he had received instructions from the chief of Osha in advance and was very respectful to Kenkert. However, somebody knew that it was the warriors of Grey Castle who stared at them that made Thuram behave this way. "Very well." Kenkert opened his arms and said, "Lads, there are no taverns or women here." "Ahem, I mean women. So, put all your energy into the construction of Newport Bay. The first task for you is very simple, which is to dig holes. Do you see those white boxes? Just dig out the sand and put it aside. As for how deep each hole should be, make sure it's knee-deep." No one responded to his call, and the crowd fell silent for a moment. "Are you all deaf?" Thuram raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Get to work." Although he sounded irritable, there was a hint of complacency in his eyes. "Wait." Kenkert raised his hand to stop them. "Don't worry. I haven't explained to them why we need to dig these holes." "Sir, you don't have to explain to them." No. I agree with His Majesty's words, which is subjective." "Yes, subjective initiative." Kenkert suddenly clapped his hands. "The general idea is that once people know what they're working for, their work efficiency will be greatly improved. So listen. These holes are related to whether we can settle down here in the future. These holes." He paused for a moment. "Are the key to turning seawater into fresh water." Hearing this, the crowd suddenly became restless. "It's very simple. It's no different from boiling water, but only His Majesty could think of this. Lead seawater into the holes, use the heat of the sun to heat it up and turn it into water vapor, and then collect it to get clean drinking water." Kenkert gestured excitedly. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just think of the sea as water mixed with salt, so it's bitter and astringent. As long as the salt is separated, the entire swirling sea can be used by us." Is this possible?" Somebody was stunned. Not to mention whether the second half of Kenkert's conclusion was correct, how could they collect something as illusory as water vapor? Of course, its production is very limited. A square area can only meet the needs of about 10 people, so we need to build a large number of transformation sheds to supply the hundreds of workers stationed here. Kenkert clenched his fist and said, "You should feel lucky. His Majesty pays special attention to the construction plan of Endless Cape, and this is the second town named by him after Neverwinter. To celebrate the unification of the southernmost region, His Majesty gave it the name Festive Harbor, and you are not only the builders of the Festive Harbor, but also its first residence. Lightning returned to the camp tent, took off her goggles and gloves, and put her numb hands above the brazier. A burning sensation and a slight tingling sensation came from his fingertips. Winter had passed for nearly half a month, but the snow did not seem to be getting any weaker. Instead, it was getting heavier and heavier. Every time she came back from an expedition, she could feel the top of her head was wet, and it took a while for the skin on her face to recover. When her hands were a little warm, she moved a stool and sat beside the brazier. Then she took off her wet boots and put her feet above the flames. She could clearly see that the front of her cotton socks was steaming, and her cold toes were getting a little warm. As for the smell, the little girl turned her head away in embarrassment. She had been stuck in her boots for so long that there would be some smell of sweat. Now she finally understood why her father would emphasize that a great explorer should have a great team behind him to support him. If the First Army had not prepared a brazier or even hot water in advance, she would not have been able to devote herself to the exploration. The thought of returning to the camp with a cold body and having to make a fire to boil water was a devastating blow to her enthusiasm for exploration. But probably only His Majesty's team can provide hot water in the wild all day long. Lightning thought. In the stories of his father's adventures, it was undoubtedly very difficult to have a hot bath in the middle of winter. Damp firewood, rotten leaves covered with snow, and the extra physical effort needed to collect them were all obstacles to bathing. Therefore, most of the time, the members of the adventurer team would only have a chance to thoroughly wash their bodies after the end of the expedition. But the machines built by His Majesty completely changed everything. The camp was built not far from the river bank, and the boilers on the 3 cement boats had never been extinguished, providing the whole camp with a steady stream of hot water. When they wanted to use hot water, they just needed to carry buckets to get it. In addition, the same was true for food. A uniquely shaped concrete boat took care of everyone's rations. Its upper level was like a mobile kitchen. Using the steam from the boiler, it could cook a large amount of oatmeal every day. Together with cooked jerky and salted fish, it was much more delicious than the hard dry rations. According to her father's standards, this was probably the best logistics team in the world. After warming up her hands and feet, Lightning took out her notebook and began to record the contents of today's adventure. On the 16th of spring, the excavation continued. The thick mountain hindered the abilities of Sylvie and Maggie, especially Sylvie. Traversing through the rock layer would consume a lot of magic power. To ensure safety, each search must reserve enough magic power for the return trip, so there was no way to dive too deep. Limited by the distance, Sylvie could only roughly choose a few directions and let Miss Fran try to dig. By the way, Miss Fran, though frightening in appearance, is surprisingly amiable, and when she eats she is scarier than Maggie. I do hope that one day she will regain her original appearance. From the moment they arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain, it was already the 13th day of their exploration. The only thing that could be confirmed was that there was indeed a huge hole in the mountain, and it seemed to be formed by many caves. However, it was not easy to smoothly find the main cave that might contain the ruins, not to mention digging a spacious passage for the First Army to enter. In this regard, she and Maggie could not help much. They could only be responsible for guarding the periphery, or entering those strange caves to explore the deep trenches and mountain faults that the magic arc could not easily cross. Compared to exploring the mysteries of the ruins, finding the right path to the destination was always the most time-consuming, and also the most energy-consuming work. It was just like what her father always said, an explorer is always on the road. The little girl blew 2 hot breaths into her palms, and then continued to write. Finally, the most outstanding explorer of Grey Castle, Lightning's new discovery. Under the ice layer at the peak of the great snowy mountain, there is a long black shadow moving. It looks like a huge fish. I don't know how long it has lived to grow so big, but I think it must taste very good. Unfortunately, Anna did not come, so we have no way to cut the ice layer to fish it out. Maggie's claws can only leave a few scratches on the ice, and using explosives on the mountain top is also a big taboo. Perhaps we can only wait until the snow melts in summer to think of a way. At this point, Lightning could not help but lick her lips. In order to explore the snow mountain, she had not eaten charcoal grilled fish for a long time. Perhaps when Maggie came back, the two of them could go to the concealing forest to get some food before the night fell? As long as I prepared a portion for Sister Vendi, she should not blame me, right? There is another less important discovery. There is a phenomenon of demonic beasts gathering to the east of the concealing forest, but His Majesty's city wall will definitely be able to stop them. After recording these, Lightning stuffed the sheepskin book into a waterproof leather bag, wrapped it, and put it back into her backpack. It was a necessary habit for an explorer to record what she saw and heard every day. Just like the captain's log, it was not only a proof of the explorer's personal honor, but also a beacon to guide the future explorers. When the owner accidentally met with an accident, other explorers could also analyze the reason based on the log, so as to avoid walking the same path. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. It was Vendi who opened the tent curtain. Agatha and the others are back. Her voice was a little anxious. There was an accident in the cave. Fran is missing. What? Lightning stood up in surprise. Missing? When the witches who stayed in the camp arrived at the end of the tunnel left by the devouring worm, the soldiers of the First Army had already set up a fire and a sentry post. Agatha was arguing with the tequila witches about something. Lightning looked out and suddenly gasped. In front of her was a bottomless pit. She could not see the top or the bottom. She could only hear the continuous sound of water coming from above. The edge of the tunnel had collapsed. She took out the stone of lighting and bent down. There was a lot of slippery mucus left in the crack. Miss Fran fell from here? At present, it seems so. Sylvie found the right direction. Unfortunately, Fran was unlucky. Edith answered her. She opened the way to the big pit, but because of the sudden cliff, she fell to the bottom of the cave. Seems? Lightning noticed the wording of the other side. At that time, Sylvie and Maggie were searching on the other side, a place where they could see Fran. According to Sylvie, Fran's magic reaction suddenly disappeared from her sight. Edith shrugged. I don't know how your ability works, but Miss Sylvie's eye of magic should be able to see the scene in a very far place, right? But when they arrived here, they couldn't see anything at the bottom of the cave. Couldn't see? The little girl was stunned. Lightning could not help but fall into silence. She knew that Edith was right. If the pit was really that deep, it was easy to imagine what would happen if they fell into it. If the answer was the latter, and the magic power was interfered with, the situation would be even more complicated. It would be fine if there was a large godstone of retaliation at the bottom of the pit, but if it was a trap set by the enemy, it would be too dangerous for the rescuers. Those strange sickle beasts and the worm carrier that had swallowed the Devil's Stone Tower could all be hiding in the Great Snow Mountain. Without Nightingale and Sylvie's warning and the cover of the First Army, even the God's Punishment witches might not be able to bring Fran back successfully. The little girl took a deep breath. However, exploration itself was full of danger. A qualified explorer should not leave his companions in the lurch. Let me go down and have a look. She walked up to the two parties and said, no matter what we do next, we have to find out the situation at the bottom of the cave. Your ability is? The blond man turned his head and asked. Lightning remembered that the man's name was Elena. Although he had a male body, his soul was that of an ancient tequila witch. Flying. She knocked on the goggles on top of her head and said, in this case, I'll have an advantage over you. It's not a matter of convenience. Agatha frowned and said, if you can't use your ability at the bottom of the cave, how will you come back? His Majesty said that this search must not be carried out alone. Both the Witch Union and Tequila must cooperate with the First Army and move forward steadily. Just hang a rope around my waist, Lightning said. If it really is a god's stone of retaliation that creates an anti-magic area, then I won't have any major problems. As long as you find the rope hanging on the wall, you can directly pull me up. An explorer not abandoning a companion did not mean that she would act recklessly. When she was a child, she had heard her father talk about many thrilling emergencies. As long as she handled it properly, most accidents could be avoided. Even without magic power, she was still the most outstanding explorer. Let me go with you, Nightingale interrupted. There's no up or down in the misty world. I can easily walk on the cliff. Even if an enemy appears, I can cover her as soon as possible. How is this any different from acting alone? Vendi shook her head. If it's a trap, you two won't be able to deal with it. Don't forget that there are powerful enemies like senior demons in this world. We won't leave. Fran behind. If you don't want to go, we'll go by ourselves. Elena said in a low voice. Have you forgotten the importance of obeying orders after 400 years? Agatha's voice also became serious. In the name of the senior tequila witches, I ask you not to act without permission. Hearing this, all the gods' punishment witches fell silent. Elena bit her lip, took 2 steps back, and saluted with her hand on her chest. You don't have to quarrel over this, Edith suddenly said. According to His Majesty's order, the exploration must be carried out by the 3 parties, so we only need to send the first army down, right? Have you found the way down? Brian, the leader of the first army, was stunned. I didn't find the way, but I found this. She pointed to a cliff near the entrance of the cave. Under the light of the torch, there were twinkling spots on the cliff, which were the sparkling light refracted by the running water. The cement ship used to cook porridge has a set of lifting equipment. I often see them directly hoist food from other supply ships instead of carrying it by hand. Ah. You mean that set of basket system? Brian nodded and said, it can indeed carry a lot of goods at one time, but it needs to be driven by a steam engine. So, as long as we move the machine on this ship here, we can transport 2 machine gun squads at the same time and enter the deep pit with the witches, Edith said word by word. The length of the rope can be extended through the connection, and the heavy machine shouldn't be a problem for the gods' punishment witches. There is water here, so it can be guaranteed to work, and His Majesty's request for a retreat passage can also be satisfied. The only problem is how to dismantle it. Someone in the First Army should be able to do this, right? Brian hesitated and said, it's not a problem to dismantle it, but if we want to put it back. That's only a ship and a steam engine. Edith raised her eyebrows and said, it's only 500 or 600 golden dragon coins in total. What do you think His Majesty will choose? 500 or 600. Lightning could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. That's not a small number, is it? Brian did not think for too long and quickly nodded. I see. You'll get a steam engine soon. An hour later, a roaring machine appeared beside the pit. After the cantilevers of the basket system were moved here, they found it difficult to fix them in the rock, so they simply abandoned this part of the equipment and only used the capstan as a tool. The flywheel of the steam engine drove the heavy capstan to rotate back and forth, sending the hemp rope straight into the big pit. In order to prevent the hemp rope from being worn down by the rock wall, Agatha summoned solid ice to wrap around the entrance of the pit so that the rope could move up and down smoothly. The end of the hemp rope was connected to a huge iron basket, which was large enough to carry 6 to 8 people and 2 Mark I-type heavy machine guns. Even if the witches lost their fighting ability, the machine gun team could still provide powerful cover fire. The first batch of people to take the basket were Agatha, Elena, and 6 soldiers of the First Army, accompanied by Lightning and Nightingale. After the adjustment of the lifting device, they slowly sank into the deep pit, and the light above their heads became increasingly dim. Lightning tied the rope and flew to the bottom of the center of the cave to lead the way for the people behind her. She was a little uncomfortable without Maggie by her side, but someone had to stay outside the snow mountain. Compared with monitoring the movements of the demonic beasts, she was more interested in solving the mystery of the underground ruins. Every time they descended more than 10 meters, she would look behind her. The fire at the sentry post was almost covered by the darkness, and the only light was from the 2 stones of lighting in the basket. The soft and stable light reflected a pale golden ribbon, which was the layer of ice left by Agatha on the rock wall. The solid ice filled the rugged rocks, turning it into a flat mirror, which was the only way to ensure the smooth fall of the group. After flying for about 100 meters, Lightning's heart sank little by little. The survival rate of ordinary people falling from this height was very low, and the only thing she could hope for was that the devouring worm carrier was particularly tenacious. At this moment, she noticed a strange reflection under her feet. The light was very dim, as if the darkness had opened its eyes, like a flickering slit. Lightning used the stones of lighting to send 2 signals upward, held her breath, and accelerated the fall. Then she stepped on a hard and smooth rock. She bent down and gently touched the ground. The surface of the dark rock was smooth like a crystal, and the dark reflection was mixed with a touch of red. She had seen this thing before. It seems that the worm really treats this place as its nest. After the basket landed, Agatha looked around with the stone of lighting in her hand. She frowned and asked, "Did you find Fran?" "Miss Fran isn't here." Lightning had already checked the surroundings. The Blackstone Tower seems to be stuck in the middle of the cave. There's a gap on both sides. Could she have fallen on the tower and rolled down from the side? The two ends of the diamond-shaped tower were embedded in the rock wall, like a bridge in a deep pit. No one knew how the tower did it. As for the tentacle demon and the hundred-eyed demon hiding at the bottom of the tower, they were nowhere to be seen. "This thing doesn't affect my ability to use," Nightingale said as she emerged from the mist. "But you can't pass through it like you can through a wall, right?" Agatha squatted down and summoned a piece of ice to stab at the Blackstone Tower. The ice cone shattered, but the surface of the tower remained intact. Rumor has it that it was made of God's stone of retaliation. Although it doesn't affect the magic power in a wide range like the prism of the God stone, it can still isolate magic power. "Not make, but grow," Elena corrected in a low voice. "The decaying magic can change the effect of the God stone mineral vein and promote it to grow into a steel. However, only the one born under the bloody moon has the ability to produce red mist. The others just keep the red mist from dissipating too quickly. This was a top secret in the Union era. But after the fall of Tequila, Lady Eleanor told us all about it." "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Nightingale said unhappily. "You didn't tell me that there would be a demon spire here," Elena retorted. "There are so many things that can affect magic power. How could I have guessed that it would be this thing?" "We have to keep going down." Lightning flew between the two of them, interrupting their confrontation. "There is still some distance to the bottom of the cave. I just tried to fly down a little bit, and I can hear the faint sound of running water. There may be an underground river below. If Miss Fran really fell from either side of the stone tower, she may still be able to survive." "Really?" Elena sounded excited. "Is it possible that Sylvie didn't find Fran because of the underground river?" "Very likely." Agatha nodded. "Most of the Eye of Magic sight is blocked by this stone tower. That's why she said she couldn't see the ground. If Fran was washed away by the water, she wouldn't be able to see the light of magic." She turned to Lightning and said, "Fly up and tell Vendi about our situation. Ask her to ask Maggie to send some God's punishment witches down. And ask the soldiers of the First Army to set up a sentry post here. Then we'll continue our exploration." "Okay, leave it to me." The little girl nodded. With the help of the magic arc, they quickly gathered enough manpower. During this time, Lightning completed her inspection of the space under the Blackrock Pagoda. Just as she had expected, the vertical wall did not last long before it gradually tilted and the air became more and more humid. After descending 30 to 40 meters, a wide underground river appeared in front of her. The snow water that flowed along the walls of the cave converged into a rapid stream of water, pouring down from the entrance of the cave, forming a waterfall. When the little girl approached it, she could feel the cold air blowing on her face. Due to the abundant water, the bottom of the deep pit was covered with all kinds of moss and mushrooms. Some of the plants even emitted a cold blue light, illuminating the surrounding ground. Even without the use of the stone of lighting, they could vaguely see the outline of the karst cave. Together with the flying fireflies, the whole underground world was like another world. When the witches and the Tequila survivors boarded the magic ark and descended to the bottom of the cave, they were all attracted by the scene in front of them. It would be great if these glowing fruits could be planted in Neverwinter. Nightingale sighed. Then everyone would be able to see the road clearly at night. Shall we take some back and plant them? Lightning excitedly rubbed her hands together. Discovering and cultivating new species was also one of the things that explorers often did. For example, sugar cane and corn were harvested from other small islands in the fjords by the explorers. Step by step, they cultivated them into what they were today. She wondered if these giant mushrooms and the glowing cattail fruits would be as sweet as the birdbeak mushrooms. "Let's finish our business first." Agatha counted the number of people and said, "Maggie, you stay here and help the First Army set up a sentry here. We'll continue to walk along the underground river. If we don't find Fran after 2 kilometers, we'll temporarily set up camp." No one objected. Lightning, Nightingale, and Agatha all had the ability to escape and protect themselves. The 10 gods' punishment witches led by Elena were all extraordinary, and their fighting strength was equivalent to that of an extraordinary. Although there were not many of them, they could be regarded as the most elite group in the United Front. After entering the underground river cave, the sound of the water became extremely loud, as if it was roaring right next to her ears. Lightning had to get closer to hear what they were talking about. "Can the devouring worm swim in the water?" Agatha asked. "No one has tried that." Elena shook her head. "But the worm's body is extremely large. I think even if it is pushed forward by the water, it shouldn't be too far from the deep pit." "Can you tell where the river comes from and which direction it goes?" another god's punishment witch asked. The little girl remembered that her name was Zoe. "If I remember correctly, it's facing the direction where we entered the snow mountain." Nightingale answered her. "That is to say, it should come from the underground water vein of the western region and lead to the hilly area in the south." Lightning could not help feeling a little strange. It was not surprising that the underground water resources in His Majesty's territory were abundant, but to the south? There wasn't a proper river there, so where did all the water go in the end? Suddenly, she saw something on the stone wall not far away tremble. "Wait, there seems to be something in front of us." Following her warning, everyone stopped in their tracks and pulled out their weapons. "There's no magic reaction." Nightingale quickly confirmed this. "But there is indeed something hiding there." She paused and seemed to take 2 steps closer. "It looks like a semicircular egg." "What?" Agatha was slightly stunned. "Since it doesn't have magic power, it can't be a threat to us." Elena waved to the gods' punishment witches beside her. "Follow me." Nothing unexpected happened during the encirclement. When Lightning looked closely at the trembling object, she could not help but frown. She saw a mass of gray skin stuck to the cave wall. At first glance, it looked no different from the surrounding rocks. However, when she raised the stone of lighting close to the skin, she could see that it was covered with many openings, which matched the undulation of the skin as if it was breathing. "What the hell? What's this?" Elena spat. "It's disgusting. If it's really an egg, then how big was the mother that laid it?" Lightning asked as she measured the surface area of the skin and found that it was about 3 meters long and wide. The swollen part in the center could almost fit an adult cow. "No, this shape." Zoe suddenly gasped. She pulled out her long sword, stabbed it into the skin, and then flicked it upward. A sharp cry was heard, and a large amount of mucus sprayed out from the broken egg. Then a black shadow slid out of the swollen part and fell to the ground softly. Almost at the same time, the whole skin also curled up. A reptile crawled out of the stone wall and quickly climbed up to the top of the cave, dragging its mucus-dripping skin bag. But Nightingale moved faster than it. She suddenly appeared from the mist and hung upside down on the ceiling of the cave as if she was walking on flat ground. She stood in front of the reptile. Before her body fell, a silver dagger had already pierced the reptile's head and pinned it to the stone wall. After struggling for a while, the reptile's 6 slender legs all drooped down and it was no longer breathing. At this time, Lightning noticed that the so-called egg was just the reptile's torso. It was just that its head and legs were buried in the stone before, so it was covered by its huge abdomen. The size of the insect was out of proportion. The front half of its body was like an enlarged ant, no more than half a meter long. However, the back half, which was the skin that wrapped around the mad demon, was so big that it could fit 3 large wine barrels. Even though half of the mucus had spilled out and the entire stomach was deflated, the surface area was still shockingly large. "The demon was born from this thing's stomach?" the little girl asked in surprise. "I've never heard of such a thing." Agatha squatted down and carefully looked at the demon with the light from the magic stone. "This mad demon is already a fully mature individual. Look at its arm. Not only are there scars from the magic stone, but its arm is also much thicker than the other one, which means it has used magic power to throw spears more than once." "But where's the magic stone?" "I don't know. Maybe someone took it away." "So it was this reptile?" Elena said impatiently. "It swallowed the demon and hung it on the wall to digest the food. Then it happened to meet us. The magic stone was lost in the battle, or it was directly digested. Does this make any sense? Don't worry about this disgusting reptile. Finding Fran is the most important thing. Swallowed? Lightning thought to itself. Its mouth could barely swallow an adult human, not to mention a mad demon that was nearly 3 meters tall and had a burly physique. That's strange. Nightingale's voice suddenly came from the void. It's already dead. Why is its magic power only dissipating now? What? Agatha was stunned. You mean this demon? That's right. Its magic power is very thin, like mist. I only noticed it when it rolled out of the worm's stomach. But it was indeed lifeless at that time. Judging from the degree of decay of its skin, it was at least 1 or 2 days old. Nightingale was puzzled. Isn't it impossible for magic to gather on dead things? If you're not mistaken, it's indeed very strange. Zoe nodded and stabbed the long sword in her hand into the stone wall. Maybe we should take these 2 corpses back and study them. Let's leave a mark first and come back to deal with them after setting up camp. However, the group did not go far before they found several eggworms one after another. They were not all buried in the cave walls. Some were directly standing on the riverbank or in the mushroom bushes. This time, they were experienced. Every attack was aimed at the vital parts, and the heads of the worms buried in the soil were cut off one by one. When they cut open the worms' stomachs, they found fearsome demons and human corpses in addition to mad demons. This made the witches' faces very pale. There were no human settlements outside the border area. How did they catch these prey, or had the enemy secretly extended its tentacles into the territory of Neverwinter? At this moment, Nightingale suddenly warned, "There's magic reaction in front." Wait, no. Is that Fran? Where? Elena did not rush over immediately. Instead, she spread out with the other gods' punishment witches, holding their swords and guarding the surroundings. Lightning knew that in the misty world, there were only 2 colors, black and white. Most objects were made of intuitive and distorted outlines, but only magic power had bright colors. Therefore, the gloomy underground did not affect Nightingale at all. 200 meters ahead on the left, about 400 steps, she seems to be entangled by something. Her voice was a little farther away and became blurred by the noise of the water. I can't see anything around. I'll go first. Wait, not long after, 2 gunshots were heard, bang, bang. The roar of the flintlock sounded particularly loud in the cave. The gods' punishment witches looked at each other and kept advancing in formation. Lightning was 1 step faster. She flew over the crowd and headed straight for the source of the gunshots while holding the revolver in her hand. Fortunately, what she was worried about did not happen. Nightingale quickly raised the stone of lighting to guide them. At the latter's feet lay 2 monsters with scythe-like front claws. There was a big hole in their heads and blue blood was dripping on the ground. Are these the demonic beasts that can hide themselves? Lightning asked while floating in the air. Yes, but no matter how good their skills are, they can't escape my eyes. Nightingale proudly put the revolver into her belt and patted Fran, who was firmly trapped beside her. Am I right? Fran wriggled a few times and made a few stuttering sounds. It seemed that her mouth was sealed. At this moment, the little girl noticed that both sides of the worm carrier were wrapped with a white gelatinous substance, which firmly fixed it in place. Even its giant mouth was sealed. Apart from that, her strong body was covered with scars. Apparently, she had fallen hard into the deep pit. What surprised her was that there was more than 1 giant worm like Fran. Right beside her, there were 2 other devouring worms lying quietly as if they were asleep. This is... An idea suddenly occurred to Lightning. She jumped down and pushed away the moss on the ground. A mottled stone slab suddenly appeared in front of her. Oh? Nightingale whistled. Good, it seems that we've found the legendary Snow Mountain ruins, she said excitedly. What the hell happened? The rest of the gods' punishment witches had just arrived. In order not to stray too far from each other, the gods' punishment witches maintained the same speed. Elena was always in the front, which made Lightning's opinion of her change a little. We found Fran and 2 monsters that seemed to want to eat her, Nightingale explained briefly. She's fine. She's just tied up and can't move. This is already part of the underground ruins. The enemy is probably nearby. We should leave here as soon as possible after rescuing her. We'll summon the First Army and set up a sentry post first. Elena nodded and pulled out the heavy sword on her back. She quickly cut open the extremely elastic gelatinous substance. When Fran's big mouth was freed, everyone heard her growl. "Don't look up." However, when Lightning heard this, she subconsciously raised her head. It was pitch black above her head. At first glance, there was nothing. The pit here expanded upward again, forming a huge space like the dome of a hall. The stone of lighting could only illuminate the ground within an inch of the surrounding area. She could not see anything above her head at all. But the next moment, she felt goosebumps all over her body. A scarlet eye appeared in the darkness, then a second, a third. "Did you hear a sound just now?" Edith looked at Brian, who was commanding the soldiers to set up a defensive line at the bottom of the cave. "A sound?" Brian stopped what he was doing and looked around with a puzzled expression. "No, Miss Edith, I didn't hear anything except the sound of water." "Really?" She frowned. "Did I hear it wrong? What kind of sound was it?" "It sounded like a horn, very muddy. Very similar to the sound of water." Edith paused. It seemed to be coming from the south. That was the direction the witches had explored. The turbulent underground river flowed from the north to the south and disappeared into the dark cave. Although there were some strange luminous plants growing on both sides, they could not illuminate too far. The whole waterway was like an entrance to the abyss, engulfing everything she saw. "Well, I think it may be because we are deep in the snow mountains and can't see the sky, or even the lack of firelight, so it's an illusion." Brian smiled considerately. "Soldiers who have been to the battlefield are fine, so it's not surprising that you feel nervous. If you feel uneasy, you can go back to the entrance with Miss Maggie later." Familiar expression and familiar words. Edith was not surprised by the words of the firearm battalion commander. Although she was wearing light leather armor and a helmet and had a saber hanging on her waist, most people still regarded her as a bystander sent by City Hall, or a pro-like woman, just like her title, beautiful and fragile. Because of this, it was very common to see concern and flattery along the way. However, they did not understand that the pearls produced by the northern giant clams were all soaked in blood. The blood of fish, the blood of aquatic beasts, and even the blood of fishermen. That was why they could grow so huge and produce round pearls the size of a fist. Probably only Roland Wimbledon had ignored her appearance from the beginning and even regarded her as an opponent. "Thank you, but I'd better stay here. If I run back alone, won't I be a disgrace to His Majesty's City Hall?" However, Edith didn't reveal what she was thinking. She smiled and declined Brian's suggestion. Her smile stunned Brian a little, and after a while, he looked away in embarrassment. "I don't think His Majesty and Lord Berev will mind." Brian coughed twice. "But I don't understand. Why did you follow the First Army to such a dangerous place?" "That's the only way you'll trust me," Eddie said bluntly. "At? You should have heard about the Battle of Divine Will," she said frankly. "When a fateful battle comes, His Majesty naturally can't take care of all aspects of the war. He needs many officials to help him command the army, and the army also needs people from City Hall to provide logistics and security. And at that time, will you trust an official who has fought alongside you, or someone who sits in an office and deals with documents all day?" A look of surprise appeared on Brian's face. He stared blankly for a moment before saying, "You really dare to say such things?" Edith, of course, knew what he was referring to. Even a former patrol captain born and raised in this village could understand the meaning of his words. To put it nicely, it was called helping to command, but to put it bluntly, it was called interfering power. If it were any other lord, this would absolutely be intolerable, especially for the group of knight subordinates, who must be personally controlled by him. However, now that the number of people in the First Army had exceeded 5,000, the way the knight regiment did was obviously too backward. In fact, the advisor department established by His Majesty was such an organization between the army and City Hall. The ultimate power still belonged to him, and the commanding power below him would only be further expanded. It was because Edith understood Roland Wimbledon's thoughts that she dared to say these words. She didn't intend to join the advisor department, but just wanted to expand her influence as much as possible. If it were any other king, of course I wouldn't dare, but His Majesty is different. She smiled. You know, I was the one who proposed that city hall officials have to go to the front line to be eligible for promotion. Since I said so in front of everyone, I have to set an example. His Majesty agreed? No, I can only say that he didn't object. Doesn't that mean he agreed? Brian asked confusedly. Politics can't be understood in this way. Edith spread out her hands. Even a verbal promise doesn't necessarily count before it becomes a law, let alone silence. I see. The firearm battalion commander could not help but sigh. Politics is really complicated. You're right. In addition, the purpose of this trip was to get closer to the witches, understand their abilities and characters, and live together with them. There was no doubt that His Majesty had invested a lot of energy in the witches, and the construction of Neverwinter was also inseparable from the witches. If Berev wanted to reach the peak of power, he naturally needed to win their support. So far, the plan was going very smoothly. Probably because she was also a woman, she would not be rejected when she came in contact with the witches, which became an obstacle for Berev. The next batch of witches should be the God's Punishment witches, right? Edith changed the topic. Yes, probably. Miss Maggie can only transport 5 or 6 people at a time, so it'll take at least a dozen trips to set up the outpost. Brian also cooperated and replied, by the way, where do you think the second machine gun should be placed? A relatively high place. Well, I remember there's a piece of rock behind that seems good. Just as she turned to look at the cave behind her, a luminous plant seemed to distort, as if something had broken the stability of the air, and the scene became blurred. What's that? Before she had time to warn the soldiers of the First Army, the air violently distorted again, and this time the ripple appeared behind the machine gun squad. With a soft swish, a soldier's head rolled down from his neck, his smile still frozen on his face. Enemy attack! Edith shouted. The enemy can't be seen. Almost as soon as her voice died away, 2 more soldiers were pierced in the chest. The moment the blood splashed, the ripple was also dyed red. There's more than one enemy. Her mind raced, and she threw a dagger with one hand straight at the place where the first soldier fell. At the same time, she pulled out her sword and followed. When the dagger was knocked away by the invisible thing, her long sword stabbed into the root of the ripple from another angle. Edith knew that if they kept retreating, they would be surrounded. There was only one campfire here, and it was the only way to discover the enemy's movement. Without the light of the fire, they had no way to resist this almost invisible monster, so they absolutely could not escape easily. While they could roughly determine the enemy's position, attacking was the only chance to win. Edith felt a soft touch from the tip of the long sword, as if it had pierced into the flesh, which made her feel happy. She was right. Whether it was a human or a beast, the connection between the weapon and the body was definitely a weakness, such as the hand holding the sword and the end of the claws. Once injured, they would lose the ability to attack for a short time. Just as Edith was about to retreat, a chilly wind swept toward her from the other side, so fast that she even felt a chill on her face. Shit, this guy actually has 2 weapons? Her many years of fighting experience made her subconsciously loosen her right hand that was holding the sword. At the same time, she rolled on the ground. Something seemed to brush past her from the back of her head. Her long hair suddenly scattered, like withered petals blooming, scattering everywhere. She did not have time to get up and directly shouted at Brian, "Quick, shoot me." For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit The Soldiers finally realized what was going on. Since it was too late to turn the other machine gun, they took out the revolver rifles on their backs and opened fire. The long sword stuck in the monster's body became the best landmark. Within a distance of 10 steps, it was almost impossible for the revolver rifle to miss the target. All the soldiers, including Brian, fired all the bullets in one breath. The dense barrage swept over Edith's head. She could even hear the sound of the bullets cutting through the air. He turned around and saw that the distorted air had solidified. A monster had appeared out of thin air. It was almost 6 feet tall when it stood up, half a head taller than an adult. In addition to a pair of forelimbs as sharp as sickles, it also had 7 or 8 pairs of legs on its abdomen. It was covered in a grayish-brown carapace, which made it look creepy. Fortunately, the carapace could not withstand the close-range gunfire. A fist-sized wound appeared on its slender, locust-like head. It twitched twice and fell to the ground, covered in blood. "Get out of the way!" Edith suddenly heard a roar behind her. A heavy sword answered the call. The force of the swing was so great that it produced a deep buzzing sound. The body of the sword smashed directly in front of the first machine gun squad, sending the other 2 monsters flying. The invisible ripples also dissipated. Then several God's punishment witches passed by her side, raised their swords and slashed horizontally, cutting the monster in half before it could get up. Realizing that the reinforcements had arrived, Edith was a little relieved. There were not many enemies. Without the advantage of stealth, they were soon cut into pieces by the extraordinary warriors who rushed up. She also noticed that when the monsters approached the God's punishment witches, they would show a strange form. For example, half of them were hiding in the void, but the other half were forced to show their original forms, as if the ability of stealth had failed. "Are you all right?" Maggie helped Edith up. "We saw these enemies in the rock wall. Unfortunately, we were one step too late." "Using the colorful magic stones?" "That's right." Another tall man walked up to her and said, "Leave this to us. Mortal weapons are not good at dealing with this kind of situation. Go and inform the people above and bring some God's punishment witches down." Edith remembered that her name was Betty. "Can you destroy their camouflage?" "A skill similar to the God's Stone of Retaliation." The man shrugged. "At present, it can only disable the enemy's stealth for a short time. But they also have the God's Stone of Retaliation. Why can't we see the enemy?" Brian looked at the 3 soldiers' bodies on the ground and asked, gnashing his teeth. "That's not surprising," Betty replied calmly. "Light, distance, and concentration will all affect the observation results. Generally, the range of the effect of a God's stone is only 1 or 2 steps. The enemy can be exposed for only the blink of an eye. In such a dim environment, it is normal that we can't see it." Edith couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, most of the time when she noticed the sickle monster showing half of its body was when the 2 sides were fighting. Coupled with the length of the enemy's forelimbs and the advantage of sneak attacks, it was basically too late for ordinary people to realize that something was wrong. To God to say, the God had, the God, and the first. Damn it. Brian waved his fist fiercely. "I should have sent down the barbed wire first. Go back. I have a feeling that something might have happened in the cave." Betty urged again. That strange cry just now seemed to have startled the entire snow mountain. "You heard it too?" Edith asked in surprise. "We've lost most of our sense of touch, so our vision and hearing have become extremely sharp." The man looked at her and said, "I didn't expect that mortals could also do this." Sure enough, it wasn't an illusion. Edith nodded. She took off the God's Stone of Retaliation and threw it beside the machine gun. She pulled Brian and the others to surround Maggie. They sank into the ground with the magic arc and climbed up along the stone wall. Although the commander of the firearm battalion was somewhat reluctant to let the tequila witches fight in the front line, he finally followed the overall situation. After all, once the God's punishment witches fought with the enemy, they could not open fire on their allies at will. Apparently, the people stationed in the Blackstone Tower did not know about the battle at the bottom of the cave. They were still using ropes to lower tents, God's punishment witches, guns, ammunition, and other war supplies. After Brian stopped them, he did not transfer to the steam elevator to return to the entrance of the cave. Instead, he asked Maggie to continue moving forward. Just as they were about to reach the worm tunnel, dense gunshots suddenly rang out above their heads. The intensity of the gunshots was like a storm. This meant that the First Army in the sentry post had gone all out and had directly entered the state of full firepower. The faces of the group changed involuntarily. The witches' cheeks even reddened, so they ascended a little faster. After the magic arc rushed out of the ground, Edith could not help but stare at it with wide eyes. She saw broken limbs and internal organs continuously falling from the top of the cave, as if it was raining corpses. 3 machine gun squads lined up and under the command of Sylvie, shot at the pitch-black top of the cave, while the revolver and precision shooting squads aimed at the blind spots above their heads. They did not need to aim at the enemy, but only needed to straighten the barrel and fire along the wall. "What's the enemy?" Brian asked, grabbing a soldier. "It's demonic beasts, my lord," the soldier reported while hurriedly reloading the ammunition. "A group of demonic beasts is rushing down from the top of the snow mountain." "What the hell? Why would they suddenly come to join in the fun at this time?" A thought suddenly flashed across Edith's mind. Was the dull buzzing used to summon their kind? She had read in the book written by His Majesty that there existed a kind of strange sound in this world that was difficult for human ears to hear, but extremely clear for some creatures. Some species could even produce this kind of sound to communicate with their own kind. Could it be that they were now facing such a situation? However, there was more surprising news. While Brian was observing the situation of the battle, another soldier ran into the cave. "Sir, Miss Maggie found signs of abnormal activity of the demonic beasts in the east of the misty forest. They seem to be approaching the direction of the snow mountain instead of attacking Neverwinter as we expected." "What? This?" The Flintlock Battalion commander was stunned for a moment. "My lord?" the soldier asked anxiously. "What should we do? How could this be? How could this be?" Brian's face was livid as he repeatedly muttered the same words. His forehead was already covered in sweat. "This guy is still too inexperienced." Edith frowned. As a commander, she could never show her confusion and helplessness, especially in front of her subordinates. She coughed twice and said, "It's not complicated. First of all, we have to gather the first army stationed outside the snow mountain and concentrate on defending the entrance of the cave. In this way, we can greatly reduce the length of the battle line and only need a few machine guns to stop the attack of demonic beasts." Brian looked at her and it took him a long time to come to his senses. You're right. Secondly, let Miss Maggie immediately contact His Majesty and ask him to send reinforcements just in case. After all, we need ammunition and food supplies from the Redwater River. Once we abandon the camp and defend the passage, we won't be able to fight for a long time. Edith continued quickly and calmly. "In addition, demonic beasts can't swim, so don't abandon the cement boats outside. Leave a dozen people to control the demonic beasts and guide the follow-up troops. Miss Sylvie will be responsible for guiding the fire and blocking the demonic beasts at the top of the cave, so it won't be a big problem. As for the distributed god stones, you don't have to wear them for the time being. Bury them around the sentry post to prevent sneak attacks. Finally, don't forget to send tequila witches to the bottom of the cave. Betty is still waiting for our reinforcements. Only when they have enough people can we set off to the south end of the river to find Miss Agatha and the others." Her voice was calm and steady, which gradually calmed the people around her. "This step should be done as soon as possible. If I'm not mistaken, the place where the strange sound came from is the key to solving the problem." This feels so terrible." Crawling out of the worm carrier's stomach along the narrow esophagus, Agatha covered her mouth and retched a few times. "I feel like I was put in a bag full of mucus and slammed against the wall dozens of times." "That's a good description." Nightingale calmly got out of the mist, looked at the wet witches, and shrugged. "If Fran hadn't smashed the entrance, we'd all be dead by now." Due to the ability to move freely in the mist form, she did not need to crawl into the worm's stomach like the others, so naturally she was not affected by the impact, the stench, and the sticky mucus. "Sorry. Did I use too much force?" Fran asked cautiously. The strong smell made Agatha retch again. "I don't think. It's bad." Lightning wiped the liquid on her hair and sniffed it. Being swallowed by a giant reptile and then crawling out in one piece is an unprecedented experience. I don't think any explorer has ever tried something like this. Don't be so greedy. Elena rolled her eyes. Compared to feeling nothing, the stench and the sticky feeling are enviable. The gods' punishment witches unanimously agreed with Elena's words. All right. Stop talking. Agatha coughed twice and interrupted them in a hoarse voice. The next question is, what should we do? The witches still had some lingering fear when they recalled what had happened a quarter of an hour ago. Although Fran had warned them immediately, Their bodies were always faster than their minds when it came to controlling their eyes, especially when they heard the strange buzzing sound. More than one of them could not help but raise their head. No one saw the real body of the monster. The only thing they could see were the tens of thousands of scarlet eyes. Thinking of the black stone tower that had been swallowed by the worm, the densely packed eyes should belong to the vigilant eye demons that occupied the top of the tower. But different from the eye demons, the area covered by the eyes was much wider, as if a body full of strange eyes had been flattened. After the buzzing sound, numerous hybrid demonic beasts emerged from the depths of the ruins and swarmed toward them. According to Nightingale, the cave suddenly lit up with countless magical lights. They seemed to appear out of thin air. They came from the walls, the flowing water, the dark corners of the dome, the bodies of the monsters. They were everywhere. The surging spiritual light converged into streams, and the noisy and ear-piercing roars suppressed the rumbling sound of water splashing. The entire snow mountain seemed to have been awakened from a dream, and it launched an attack on the intruder without permission. At this critical moment, Fran made a crucial decision. She swallowed everyone except Nightingale into her stomach, then turned around and drilled into the cave wall. When her whole body was submerged in the mountain rocks, the demonic beast rushed over and started to bite her tail. Even with Nightingale's protection, it was impossible to drive away so many enemies. Fran endured the sharp pain and continued to drill for more than 10 meters before she rolled her huge body and crushed all the demonic beasts following her into meat pies. Then she arched her tail and whipped the top of the cave hard, causing the rocks above to collapse and seal the cave entrance. Only then did she get rid of the enemies. As for the witches hiding in her stomach, they had an unforgettable 15 minutes. Just the shock caused by rolling on the ground and whipping the stone wall was enough to make them throw up. Moreover, the storage cavity of the worm carrier was not far away from the digestive cavity, so the smell of vomiting was almost suffocating. Fortunately, everyone was safe and sound in the end. First of all, we have to figure out what happened. Elena looked at Fran and asked, "How did you get trapped here?" "It's probably because of the erosion of the flowing water. The moment I broke through the tunnel, the rock stratum beneath me suddenly collapsed. I didn't even have time to react before I fell into the air. I don't know what hit me, but I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself being carried by a dozen invisible worms and thrown into this place." "I see. They used you as an empty carrier." Elena raised her eyebrows and said, "You're lucky." "I should be glad that I didn't eat you on the spot," Fran muttered. "But when I was about to sneak away, I accidentally glanced at the top of the cave." "Was it really the vigilant magic eye?" Agatha asked in a low voice. "I don't know. The moment I saw it, it also saw me. But that monster was much bigger than the magic eye." The worms sighed, and a gust of fishy wind suddenly rushed over them. "Ah, sorry. Elena and the others can't smell it, and I usually don't pay attention to it." "Ahem, it doesn't matter." The ice witch held her breath for a while. "Have you seen its full appearance?" "After I was tied up, it fell for a while and soaked in the lake of this cave." Fran paused for a moment, as if she was thinking about how to describe it. "I don't know how to describe its appearance. The monster looked like a pile of compressed internal organs with a layer of the eye demon's body on top. The two parts didn't merge into one, as if they were forcibly pieced together. I also saw many tentacles wriggling between the two parts. I don't know whether they were living worms or part of the monster's body. But its internal organs were much bigger than the eye demon's. Even the fearful beast of hell can't compare to it." "Is it absorbing demons?" Nightingale frowned and said, "It can't be regarded as a simple hybrid demonic beast, can it? Let's put aside what it is for now. We have to find a way to get out of here." Elena patted Fran's huge mouth and said, "Next time when you encounter this kind of situation, remember to shout attention first before talking about the content. Understand?" "Well," Fran replied in frustration. "Can you still move?" "No." Fran shook her head and said, "I need food to continue to operate this carrier. I've consumed all the food in my stomach during the time we were trapped here." "Can we put our food together?" Lightning asked. "I don't think it's enough for her to go more than 100 steps." Elena took a deep breath and said, "Now we can only wait for reinforcements or take the risk to break out." Waiting here is also a risk, Agatha said calmly. The space here is too small. We'll suffocate to death in less than a day. Even if Sylvie can locate us, the army has to defeat those demonic beasts first to save us. She paused and said, and don't forget that the enemy also has the devouring worm carrier. But if we rush out now, we'll probably be swallowed by the demonic beasts. The gods' punishment witches hesitated and said, and what about Fran? She can't leave with us. If she stays here and is discovered by the enemy, she won't even have a chance to fight back. Anyway, let me go out and check the situation first. Nightingale turned around and seemed unwilling to participate in this dilemma. If you can leave, don't worry about me, Fran suddenly said. Tequila witches are never afraid of sacrifice. Even if I become like this, I'll always be a member of Tequila. By the way, I have something in my stomach that may help you. Then she wriggled her body and slowly spat out several sticky iron boxes from her mouth. This is the stationing supplies that the First Army asked me to carry, Fran said while gasping for breath. They said these things were too heavy to carry, so I swallowed them. Agatha opened the iron boxes one by one and saw shovels, wire netting and other earthwork tools. When she opened the last box, she could not help but be stunned. This iron box was not big, but it was extraordinarily heavy. In addition to being stuffed with shockproof straw, there were also more than 10 neatly stacked wooden boxes. The boxes were labeled with the words Second Chemical Plant, the 64th batch of products, qualified. If she remembered correctly, most of the decomposed nitrogen was sent to this plant. You mean this thing is the kind of weapon that can split mountains and split the earth? After listening to the Ice Witch's brief introduction, Elena widened her eyes and said angrily, haven't they thought about what if this thing explodes in Fran's stomach? The worm beside her could not help but tremble. It explodes with a touch. It's a test product in the lab. Agatha rummaged through the iron box and found a bag of copper pipes. She spread it out in front of Elena and said, if you don't insert these things into the explosive container, they won't react to normal impacts and burns. The other gods' punishment witches immediately became interested. They had heard about the artillery exercise from Phyllis, that is, number 76. After moving to the western region of Grey Castle, they had witnessed the First Army fighting against the demonic beasts several times. They were familiar with gunpowder weapons, but this was the first time they had such a close contact with such a weapon. Is it really okay to put it on the fire? It's so loud when it explodes, so it should be very violent. It looks like a brick. How do we use it? Will it explode as soon as we insert the copper pipes into it? Then who dares to use it? Agatha also had a headache. She only knew the general principle of the firearms His Majesty had invented and was not much better than her tequila compatriots when it came to how to operate them. The one with the red mark is the ignition detonator, which must be ignited in order to take effect. At this moment, Lightning suddenly came over and said with great familiarity, the blue one is the pull-out detonator, you only need to pull out the string that is wrapped around it to trigger the explosives. The other one with the yellow mark can be detonated by electric current, but it doesn't seem to be in this bag. Agatha was surprised and asked, how do you know all these? Because I'm an explorer. The little girl touched her nose and said, when the First Army trains and tests new weapons, I usually go to the scene to observe. So should we bury these things at the entrance of the cave and blow up an escape route, or should we carry Fran and retreat while throwing the explosives behind us? Elena pondered and said, if it can block the enemy's pursuit for us, 10 gods' punishment witches should be able to carry Fran. It's okay to leave me here, say no more. Although we're not afraid of sacrifice, we won't abandon our companions. Don't forget what Lady Eleanor said. Every witch is equally important. The rest of the survivors nodded. But I'm afraid that neither of these methods will work, Lightning muttered, if we put it at the entrance of a cave, in such a narrow space, even if we ignite a bag of explosives, it will be enough to tear us to pieces, but if we put it in an empty cave, its power will be much less. The little girl glanced at the shovels on the ground and said, these are probably tools used by the First Army to blow up caves or block passages. They're not real weapons. If they only rely on flames and airflow, they can probably kill demonic beasts within 10 steps. Everyone could not help but fall silent. If they were dealing with ordinary beasts, just the sound of the explosion would be enough to scare them away. However, the group of demonic beasts was obviously summoned by the dome monster. If they did not kill them all, they would not easily retreat. Maybe there's another way, Nightingale suddenly said, and that is to kill the enemy's leader. You mean, the monster hanging on the top of the cave? Elena frowned. We can't fly. Even if we can fly, it's too dangerous. Before Lightning could answer, Agatha had already said, this is not a defensive battle on the city wall, where there will be backup at any time. It's not unusual for hybrid demonic beasts to have flying species. If Lightning carries a heavy load, her speed and height will be seriously reduced. Once she's surrounded by the enemy, she probably won't even have a chance to rush to the monster. I don't intend to let Lightning go, Nightingale said word by word. I'll personally put this bag of explosives into the monster's mouth, if it has a mouth. You? Agatha was stunned. Are you kidding me? You should know that the ability of mist is useless in front of the magic eye. As long as you can see it, it will definitely be able to see you. It can see me, but it doesn't mean that those demonic beasts can. Even if it orders those demonic beasts to block me, I'm confident that I can break out of the encirclement. She paused. Don't forget, the ability of mist is not only used for hiding. But, when Agatha wanted to say something more, there was a sudden noise of cracking in the rock stratum. It sounded like countless cicadas were gnawing leaves, or the sound of gravel grinding each other. Everyone's expression changed involuntarily. This sound was not unfamiliar to them. Damn it, they really used the devouring worm. Elena's face was as gloomy as water. The enemy is coming. Get ready to fight. A worm carrier was not difficult to deal with, but once its hiding place was discovered, there would be countless demonic beasts pouring in through the worm's abdomen like a tide. Don't worry, no one is more suitable than me for this kind of thing. Before I joined the Witch Cooperation Association, my nickname had spread throughout the entire central region of the kingdom, Nightingale said as she put the 4 bags of explosives into her backpack and firmly tied them to her back. At that time, they all called me the Assassin of the Shadow. Wait. Don't worry, I'll get rid of that ugly guy before the worm breaks through here. Before Agatha could stop her, she had already disappeared without a trace. The last thing she saw was the other person counting his thumbs. In the black and white world, there was no such thing as up or down. As long as Nightingale wanted, she could turn any direction into a flat land. It felt like everything in the world was revolving around her. After passing through the collapsed rubble, she directly jumped over the rock wall and ran toward the cave dome. At this moment, the scene in her field of vision suddenly turned 90 degrees. The monster that was hanging above her head became the target in front of her. The surging underground river was like a ribbon embedded in the mountain wall, and the wide underground lake also rose like a huge window. She saw the monster, or the monster saw her. Nightingale did not avoid her eyes. She stared at the star-like eyes and accelerated. The light emitted by the huge magic cyclone was like a crimson moon, overshadowing the dense spiritual light in the surroundings. This is definitely not a hybrid demonic beast, she thought. In the face of this vast magic power, even Anna could not compare to it. For a moment, Nightingale felt that her consciousness was connected with the thoughts of the monster. It was an indescribable sense of chaos, completely unable to be explained in words. But there was no doubt that whether it was the monster or herself, they both showed naked killing intent to each other. Her lips parted in a grin. The monster also raised its tentacles. Nightingale found that she had guessed correctly. Most of the hybrids were unable to determine her position directly, and there were even fewer that could climb the rock wall to intercept her. Although the flying species that swooped down from the air were quite powerful, they were like arrows that had lost their aim. As long as they maintained their movement, it was difficult to pose enough of a threat to her. The only ones that could see her were the exotic beasts with their scythe-like front claws. They twisted their strong bodies, and the many auxiliary legs on their abdomens pierced into the rocks like nails, allowing them to move freely on the rock wall. Instructed by the monsters, they gathered at the top of the cave, blocking her from the demon eyes of vigilance. These enemies were undoubtedly the first obstacle she had to break through. The vast dome had become Nightingale's battlefield. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a feeling of fighting alone. She used to walk alone under the night sky, taking revenge on the evil nobles. It was not until Vendi found the whereabouts of the Witch Cooperation Association that she was able to escape that kind of life. But the feeling now was completely different from when she was in Silver City. Alone as she was, she did not feel the slightest weariness or resentment. She had not been forced or threatened, but had stepped into this dangerous contest of her own volition. The belief to protect her companions made her heart burn like a flame. Moreover, Nightingale did not feel lonely. She wore a protective suit specially made by Soroya, and her backpack was filled with explosives produced by Agatha. The gun at her waist was personally designed by Roland, and there was a gift engraved on it, to Veronica. All of these made her feel that she was with everyone. As her thoughts churned, the distance between the two sides continued to shorten. The enemies gradually completed the encirclement, and pressed towards her with their scythes. There were a total of 16. Nightingale pulled out her pistol and pulled the safety. When the beast at the front was only a few steps away from her, she broke out of the fog and pulled the trigger at the same time. The other party also pounced at the same time. Its powerful tail and auxiliary legs gave it an extremely terrifying explosive speed. This attack was like a predator pouncing on its prey, and it was completed almost in the blink of an eye. It was not so much that the bullet hit it, but rather that it collided with the bullet. Even if it was hit, the remaining force could seriously injure Nightingale. But the latter was prepared. The moment the bullet left the chamber, she retreated into the fog and stepped on a rapidly retreating outline. It was the outline of the earth. The timing was perfect. In the eyes of an outsider, it looked as if she had suddenly jumped back a few meters, but in reality, it was the ground that had brought her flying backwards. Bang! The bullet directly penetrated the sickle beast's sharp head, flipping open its carapace and brain matter like a blooming flower bud. The magic radiance dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the invisible body twitched and revealed its true form. The beast that had lost its vitality fell into the underground lake like a stone, but in her eyes, it was rising quickly, as if it was being sucked into the turbulent lake. Just like that, Nightingale used the unpredictable lines in the fog to chase and kill the enemy on the dome. Even though the strange beasts moved quickly, gravity still put quite a bit of a burden on them, especially when she deliberately lured the opponent back to the battlefield where she had already fought. The rock layer that was riddled with holes clearly couldn't provide enough friction, forcing them to slow down and insert their auxiliary legs deeper into the ground. However, this tactic wasn't without flaws. Because she had to leave the fog when shooting and expose herself for a short period of time, more and more evil beasts surrounded her, and the threat of flying species pouncing on her greatly increased. Those deformed monsters with wings no longer blindly launched a dive, but instead hovered closer to the dome, waiting for an opportunity. Once she fired, they would all rush in the direction where they could dodge, forcing her to pass through again or use the outline to avoid the enemy's large-scale attacks. The battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour, and several wounds had already appeared on Nightingale's body. After all, she couldn't find an ideal place to dodge every time. The changes in the spatial outline didn't depend on the will of an ability user, and the foggy world was also full of danger for her. As a result, the high-intensity battle was a heavy burden on her physical and mental strength. The most serious injury was on her ribs. She couldn't dodge the attacks from the two flying species. Their sharp claws tore her coat from the side of her abdomen to her waist. Fortunately, Soroya's coated protective suit withstood the fatal attack, so she didn't get cut open on the spot. However, the force of the attack still passed through the coating, and she almost couldn't breathe because of the pain. It took her a while to recover her breath. The fact that the manic-demonic hybrids didn't bite each other and instead cooperated with each other to launch fierce and rapid attacks showed that they were obviously under the command of the multi-eyed demon. This made Nightingale even more determined to destroy it. Although she didn't know why it hid in the Great Snow Mountain instead of looking for trouble in Neverwinter, once the demonic beasts had a unified leader, it would definitely be a great threat to His Majesty in the future. After all 10 rounds of bullets were used up, there were only 4 sickle exotic beasts left. Apart from the one that was killed by a single shot, the other 2 fell into the chaotic battle. Judging from the swirling currents on the lake's surface, there was basically no chance of them climbing out after falling in. Besieged by the demonic beasts, Nightingale didn't have time to change the cartridge, nor did she intend to do so. She put the pistol back to her waist, and when a wave of demonic hybrids swarmed toward her, she jumped behind an invisible beast and reached out to pull it into the mist world. When the scene in her field of vision suddenly became black and white, the enemy was obviously a little stunned. Magic power spread from Nightingale's fingertips, dragging a series of enemies that bumped into her into the mist. As the number of demonic beasts increased, her magic power consumption instantly exceeded the critical value and began to decrease rapidly. At this moment, among the countless lines that formed the dome, one of them curled up and flew toward her. She had been waiting for this moment. The more creatures she pulled into the mist, the faster her magic power consumption would be, and the more unstable the mist world would become. Those twisted lines could not only help her jump a few meters, but they could also be terrible weapons. As the white line swept across, the enemy's figure suddenly froze in place. It seemed that they had disappeared into thin air for a very short period of time, and a piece of white land instantly appeared above the dome. But when they reappeared, the scene had become very strange. The lower bodies of the demonic beasts were still where they had disappeared, but the upper bodies had moved several meters away, as if a sharp long knife had neatly cut them in half and carried the severed bodies into the air. Nightingale's vision suddenly widened. The other demonic beasts hesitated after witnessing this shocking scene. They no longer blocked her way like before. Instead, they growled and stood still as if they were afraid of her. These hybrids felt fear. The monster hanging on the top of the cave waved its tentacles and roared furiously. However, its urging had little effect. The only sickle monster that obeyed its command was no longer able to do what it wanted. With only 3 of them left, they could no longer pose a threat to Nightingale. The tight defense line had now become fragmented. No enemy could stop her anymore. Nightingale summoned the remaining magic power in her body and rushed toward the center of the dome. As the distance between them shortened, she finally understood what Fran meant by abnormal. Rather than calling it a creature, it was better to say that it was a pile of exposed organs. It had no skin, no muscle tissue, and its intestines, tentacles, and unnamed organs were stacked layer by layer. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Obviously, it was impossible to throw the explosives into the monster's mouth. Nightingale looked at a wriggling meat sack. Although she did not know whether it was a fatal organ of the monster, its position was at least much deeper than the intestines. Moreover, it was flowing with magic power. When the explosives exploded, it would definitely cause more damage. Although it was a little risky, she did not have the chance to try again. This duel had to be a fatal blow. The closer she got to the target, the more Nightingale could feel the size of the monster. The complicated intestines alone were as thick as a house, and the other organs were piled up like a castle. However, this castle was alive. Seeing that the sickle monsters could not stop her, the monster moved on its own. Countless slender tentacles shot out of its body, trying to stop Nightingale from approaching. Some of the tentacles were like steel whips, and when they fell, they could break rocks into pieces. This kind of attack was not too difficult to deal with. As long as one paid attention to the shape of the tentacles and dodged the breaks that would appear at any time, they could easily penetrate the defense line. The other kind was much more difficult to deal with. A small number of tentacles contained magic power and could exert different abilities. The magic power of different colors was particularly eye-catching in the black and white world. Nightingale did not want to experience the feeling of being hit, so she could only dodge as much as possible by flashing, which was equivalent to increasing the consumption of her magic power. Fortunately, they were not separated by heaven and earth. After a few leaps, she stepped on the strong body of the monster. The monster roared angrily, but because it was afraid of hurting itself, it did not dare to attack wantonly with its tentacles. Nightingale suddenly felt the pressure on her body lightened a lot. She did not hesitate to open her backpack, took out a box of explosives, and rushed straight to the meat sack. The next action was almost in one breath. She pulled out the fuse, stuffed the smoking explosives and the backpack together into the meat sack, and then rotated the misty world, turning the earth into the sky again. Then she suddenly kicked her feet, and her whole body was like an arrow leaving the bow, falling into the turbulent underground lake. The monster also noticed this, but it did not seem to understand why the enemy did not do anything after approaching it by all means, and just left. As for the bag, in its eyes, it was not a threat at all. For a moment, it even forgot to chase the witch who was quickly escaping, and all its tentacles froze in place. The most dangerous place in the misty world was the midair, where there was no leverage. Once you hit the contours of the winding airflow, you would be torn apart. Therefore, Nightingale stopped her ability and made a goodbye gesture to the monster above her head. For some reason, at this moment, she suddenly thought of Roland. When testing the power of gunpowder, he often turned his back to the testing site, and he even said that a real warrior never looked back to see an explosion. Although this always caused her and Agatha to roll their eyes, he enjoyed it, as if he had completed a ceremony that only he knew. Thinking of this scene, Nightingale could not help but raise the corner of her mouth. But at this moment, she did not want to imitate his appearance. It had nothing to do with whether he was a real warrior or not. She just wanted to see the scene of the monster being blown to pieces. Just when the collision of the lake water and the underground river was clearly heard, the dark top of the cave suddenly lit up with a red light. In the dark underground, this light was not inferior to the dawn. The darkness quickly faded, leaving a long shadow behind everything, and for the first time, the surface of the lake was covered with bright waves. Then there was a shocking roar. In an instant, the whole cave shook. Nightingale clearly saw that under the dazzling fireworks, the monster's body contracted violently, as if it was suffering great pain. The crimson moon that covered the dome suddenly lost half of its body, and some of its organs burst out like a volcanic eruption. The parts closer to the explosion directly ignited, and thick smoke billowed. Splash! Then she fell into the water. The world instantly became quiet, and only the rumbling of her heart could be heard. The high-speed rotating water formed a bottomless black hole under her body, and the huge suction force was like a giant hand, trying to drag her into the abyss. In the face of such power, any struggle was useless. Fortunately, Nightingale was prepared. She released the last bit of magic, summoned the fog again, and then with the help of the hovering white lines, jumped out of the water as if climbing a staircase. At this point, the magic power in her body had been completely consumed, and the side effects of overusing her ability began to appear. Severe throbbing pain and dizziness rushed to her brain, and her limbs could not stop trembling, making her almost unable to control her body. Struggling to climb to the shore, Nightingale did not even have the strength to move. Before her consciousness dissipated, she saw a worm break out of the wall, and then a golden figure rushed toward her. Nightingale. Is she okay? Fran asked worriedly. Not a big deal. She just used up her magic power. Agatha roughly examined her and handed her to the gods' punishment witches. You guys carry her, and we'll leave this place as soon as possible. After Nightingale insisted on leaving, they decided that as soon as the explosion sounded, they would rush out to meet her no matter what, in case she was trapped alone. For this reason, all the food was stuffed into Fran's stomach. Although they could not guarantee that she would be able to dig a way out, at least she could crawl with them to the designated campsite. However, the explosion was surprisingly effective. After the explosion, not only did the worm carrier stop moving, but the other demonic beasts also followed it and fled. Leave it to me. Elena took over the unconscious Nightingale. After this battle, the tequila survivors obviously had more respect for this blonde witch. Don't you want to give it a few more blows? Lightning looked at the struggling monster at the top of the cave and said reluctantly, it looks like it's not completely dead yet. A cornered beast is the most dangerous fight, and you can only bring a box of explosives up there at most. Don't take this risk, Agatha replied in a low voice. When the first army gathers, it will die sooner or later. Well. Okay. The little girl hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Just when everyone was ready to retreat, the monster suddenly let out a cry. With this series of dull and muddy cries, the lake surface suddenly changed. Under the flickering light, a huge skeleton rushed out of the water and opened up rows of bone claws toward the top of the cave. Even in the turbulent water, it still remained stable. The monster loosened the tentacles that held its body in place and fell straight down from the dome, right into the skeleton. The skeleton suddenly sank, stirring up layers of waves. A large amount of lake water was pushed to the shore, and even the turbulent underground river for a while appeared to reverse. Then the bone claws closed and wrapped the monster like ribs, and then slowly sank into the lake. The moment the burning flames on its body came into contact with the water surface, billowing white smoke rose, emitting a pungent burning smell. The moment it disappeared, everyone saw the densely packed eyes on its body. Even though half of them had disappeared, the remaining eyes did not conceal the intense hatred that was revealed. End of chapter 8:15. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.